Alex rose the next morning, refreshed and eager to start the day. While the situation in Tianluo, the city where the celestial sect operated, didn't go as he had planned, Alex felt optimistic. He would learn from skilled fighters and had a clear path forward to get back home. The advisors and instructors would be a huge boon for him as well. Even before the ambush, he'd begun to feel overwhelmed by his progression. His available skills and combinations with Val were growing more complex, and it was becoming difficult to manage. Even if he were to return home, he wouldn't get an opportunity to be taught by people who knew how to fight and use skills or powers. Everyone back home is just as lost as I am. He stretched and thought back to the previous evening. Alex had tried to draw Samuel into conversations over the rice dinner they'd been given, but the teenager had mostly kept his eyes down and only responded with slight nods or shakes of the head. The only time he had shown any real reaction was when Alex offered to ask about separate accommodation. The boy's eyes had gone wide with panic, and he'd shaken his head forcefully. After some thought, Alex understood. After what Sam had been through, he wouldn't want to be alone, either. They had slept in the same room, and even though Alex tried to give Sam the bed, the boy went to lay on the other side of the room on the floor without further discussion, lying down with his back facing Alex. In the dark hours of the night, Alex had woken to the sound of muffled crying. He'd lain there quietly with his heart aching for the kid who was probably thinking about his family back home. Now, in the morning light, Alex found Samuel already awake and seated at the table overlooking the garden. The younger boy sat watching the morning light play across the plants with his hands folded neatly in his lap. When Alex entered, Sam turned to him with a hesitant and questioning look. When Alex asked about food, Sam just shook his head slightly and glanced back at the garden. Alex let Valthurian interact with Samuel while he walked back to the room and used the same small stone as before. The communication device was linked to another that Zhu had, allowing him to call the disciple as needed. He was pleased when Zhu appeared at the small home several minutes later. Alex explained their food situation and said they were to return to the Grand Pagoda in the morning to meet with the instructors, which caused him to turn around and leave in a hurry to fetch food and make preparations. While they waited, Alex tried talking with Valthurian, who was more interested in exploring the house than listening. Finally, Alex gave in and pulled out a mana stone to get his attention. Samuel watched them with clear interest, and his eyes followed the stone's path in Alex's hand as the worm followed its movement perfectly. "He's always hungry," Alex explained as he tossed the stone for Val to chase. He was glad to see Sam paying attention to something, kind of like having a flying puppy that eats magic instead of regular food. That earned him a smile from the teenager. It wasn't much, but it was progress. Zhao Zhu returned shortly and brought 2 changes of clothes and some food. The disciple explained the directions to the pagoda, and Alex nodded along. During his short time in the house, Zhu kept glancing at Samuel with a guilty expression. "Samuel," Alex said, trying to keep his voice gentle, "I need to go do some training today. This is part of the deal to get us home." Sam tensed slightly at being addressed directly, but he didn't look away. "You don't have to come with me, but I'd feel better if you stayed close by." He looked around the house, clearly contemplating if he'd rather stay in the enclosed space or attend the assessment. After a few quiet moments, he looked at Alex and nodded, the tension in his shoulders clear. "Good. Zhu brought us both clean clothes, and these smaller ones should fit you. Why don't you take a bath and get changed before we head out? It made me feel like new yesterday." Alex set the folded clothes near Sam. "Friend." The sound of Valthurian speaking surprised Alex. It wasn't often that the little worm bothered to try and project its voice when they could communicate through their bond. Samuel stared wide-eyed at the small blue worm. Alex grinned. "Yeah, he's a friend." Alex paused and scratched his head. "I guess none of us have really done introductions. This eye," Alex pointed at his left eye, "allows me to analyze or identify people and items. So that's how I already knew your name was Samuel. My name is Alex. And this is Valthurian. He is my bonded companion. You can just call him Val, though." There was a pause, and when it seemed like there wouldn't be an answer, Alex began to walk to the bath. "I guess this is a ton to take in. I'm not sure how much I should baby the kid. I mean, he's young and he's been clearly through a lot, right? Also, it could be a lot to realize that the flying magical snake could talk." "Sam." Alex stopped in the doorway. He turned back to the teen. "Call me Sam," the boy said while pointing at himself. "Well, all right, Sam, it is." Alex couldn't help but let his grin spread from ear to ear. Just as they finished getting dressed and ready, Zhu returned to hurry them up. He told Alex that he, along with one of the senior brothers, had been told to escort the pair. Even though he didn't say it outright, Alex had a feeling that it was meant to act as an assurance that nothing like the previous day happened again. They walked through the streets, and Alex lifted the makeshift eye patch from his face to scan their escort as well as some of the passing people. He did his best to take in all of the flows of mana and changes in density, but as they moved closer to a larger garden, the headache began to build, and he was forced to pull the cloth and wooden puck back over his eye. They walked through the lower floor of the pagoda, Zhu pointing out all of the lecture halls and lesser sparring rooms along the way. When they passed through the building and emerged on the other side, Alex recognized the large open field. The rear of the Grand Pagoda was raised onto a platform that served as a stage. This positioned it naturally several feet higher than the field below, and from their vantage point, Alex could see that there was one central field with other subfields surrounding the outside. It took a moment, but when Zhu named the area as the Lotus Training Fields, it clicked. From their raised viewpoint, the fields made the shape of a green lotus and had sand or gravel paths that followed around the outside to send home the effect. This is where you'll train on normal occasions, though we have the second morning class starting shortly. The sect head wants your testing to be done in private to avoid distractions and ensure a fair assessment, so we are going to walk to the annex over there. Zhao pointed across the fields to a squat rectangular building that seemed to be built as an afterthought. Why there? Alex asked as they made their way down the steps of the platform and began following the gravel path around the lotus-like fields. Val tried to curl around Alex's midsection, but it wasn't big enough to reach. Alex and Zhu walked side by side, with Samuel trailing just behind Alex like a shadow. When they arrived at the training annex, a group was already inside waiting. So much for private. Around 30 people were gathered inside of the warehouse-like building. Most were clumped together in smaller groups, talking quietly. In the center of the room were an assortment of mats, weights, and weapons racks. It was easy for Alex to spot Yura, as his robes were pristine white with no yellow or gold adornment. The bright, plain white seemed to make the golden tint of his skin stand out even more, as if shining slightly in the low lighting. Yura spoke up and said a few words, likely for Alex's benefit. He explained the general purpose of the testing, which was to evaluate Alex. The instructors present would help assess his current capabilities and potential capacity, then suggest training plans for improvement, and compile them into a 4-week training program under the appropriate masters. Valthurian transitioned from Alex's robes to Sam's arm. Alex instructed him to use Create Lesser Illusion to look like an armband. While some of the instructors saw when this happened, Alex thought it was best to keep Val as inconspicuous as possible. While Yura knew he was Alex's bond, he didn't want to risk misunderstandings. It served as an easy way for Alex to keep an eye on the boy as well, and even though Val wasn't an actual fighter, he was powerful in his own right. If something goes wrong, he can act as a deterrent until I can get there. Alex said something to Zhu while Yura was speaking to the crowd, and the disciple nodded before going over to Sam. The teenager looked over to Alex, and after receiving an encouraging nod, he followed the disciple to a seat that was much nearer to the sect head's position. It was a seat lower to the floor than the masters nearby, but it was close enough that if there was a commotion while Alex was distracted with the assessment, Yura would surely notice it. Alex gulped at the end of the speech. Wondering if all of those people were really necessary to test him, he stepped forward. Yura motioned for them to begin the first portion of testing, which caused the physical assessments to start quickly. Under Master Li Wei's instruction, Alex lifted heavy stones ranging from a small, manageable boulder to a large stone that strained his muscles. He sprinted in straight lines back and forth across the length of the building on a surface covered in rubberized gravel. The instructors had all yelled at him when he tried to use empowered steps during that particular test. Yura spoke up for the first time during the test and said that the purpose was to get his baseline and understand his form in things, so he continued unassisted. They gave him a short break before heading to an obstacle course out back, which caused Alex to curse out loud when he saw it. "Oh, come on. What is this, boot camp? Come on, Yura. Can't I just tell you my physical stats?" Alex's answer had come in the form of a swift slap to the back of the head. "Show respect. Now go." Master Li's answer was curt. None of the other instructors responded, and Yura watched impassively. Grumbling, Alex began the course and ended up having some fun with that test. He leaped over walls and ducked under wires. He balanced across beams and pulled wooden sleds with rocks piled on them. They made him run it 3 times back to back, and it was clear even to Alex that they wanted to test his agility and endurance with that particular test. During a brief rest before his 3rd lap around the course, Alex caught a glimpse of Sam leaning to the side to get a view of him around the head of someone taller. He gave the younger man a wave, which prompted the instructor to get annoyed at Alex for stalling. This resulted in a shorter break and the beginning of the 3rd run immediately. Some instructors exchanged glances or whispered their observations, while others merely watched with their arms folded before turning and reporting back to Yura. Transitioning to combat evaluations, Master Shen Rong handed him a slender and short blade. Its weight was heavy compared to the rapier that he normally used, though the length of the blade was comparable. "Master Shen, can I use a different blade for these tests? I've never really held another sword and only learned from a book how to fight the way that I know how." The master had merely looked to Yura. To Alex's surprise, the celestial being shook his head before speaking up. "We do not teach the rapier here, little human. It is the weapon of our enemy." He raised his hand to stop Alex. "I know your circumstances better than most, but I also know that you did not have that long to learn, and you weren't in a structured environment. It would be best if you learn a new way from one of the many masters here. Alex thought about it, unsure, and looked down at his sword. The explanation from their sect head seemed to frustrate some masters, who felt Alex wasn't owed an explanation. Yura seemed unfazed by their reactions and looked toward the smaller human. This sword you hold is called a giant. It is a sword of my people known to be used by those of higher birth or respected standing within the sect. The sword specializes in quick cuts and thrusts for dueling. It's similar in some ways to your rapier. I think that if you take the time to learn from the esteemed elders here, you will find that it is superior in even more ways. With that, Yura sat and the tests began again. Show me your stance, said Master Shen. Alex did his best to show off the two stances he knew as well as some of the thrusting forms that he'd learned from the Veil of the Viper, secret arts of shadow fencing. They engaged in one-on-one sparring. The sound of metal on metal echoed through the building, and Alex was a bit pained, if unsurprised, to see that Master Shen easily deflected anything that Alex could throw his way. Soon, he called for a halt and moved off of the mat while calling two initiates forward. They forced Alex on the defense and intentionally never struck him with their blades, stopping an inch short with each thrust or slash. It was clear to Alex that he was no match for one, let alone two, of the disciples in this kind of fight, but he did his best to keep up. His reactions became more instinctive, and he stopped worrying about maintaining the form that he'd read in the book for the rapier. He relied on a stat that he knew the instructors couldn't ask for him to turn off like a skill, his willpower. An advantage that he hadn't noticed during his ambushes was that his thinking speed seemed to be increasing along with the massive willpower stat, which allowed him to be reactionary. Eventually, a misstep led to a sweeping kick that knocked him off his feet. He landed on the mat hard, and when he rolled over, he saw several of the observers shaking their heads. Next was the magical assessment. While he was confused in the beginning, Alex began to understand the requests in relation to mana control rather than chi. Alex smirked at the startled reaction of several onlookers as he used his mana thread skill to show off his increased control with the fine threads. They asked him to perform a technique with the threads, to which Yura translated for Alex and told him to use his skills. Alex shrugged and mentioned that the thread was a skill, but he could make rituals with the threads. That was what he demonstrated, showing them three of the most common rituals that he used: binding, gravity increase, and sound muffling. While they seemed impressed, there were still some comments that Alex could make out. Too large. Time-consuming for combat. In battle, he would never. Alex gritted his teeth but couldn't really argue with some of the comments. While the rituals were useful, they took time to set up. That speed and portability had increased now that he had access to mana threads, since it eliminated his need to draw on surfaces with chalk. However, he thought back to his fight with Hong Zui and how close things had been there. He'd been able to stall for a time while he set up a ritual circle, but it had cost him. He unconsciously reached his hand up to touch the scar across the bridge of his nose. Some instructors jotted down notes before returning to Yura, while some others asked him questions about his understanding of the rituals and what he was doing to form them. Alex felt somewhat confident here, as he'd learned everything that he could from the Ritual Basics manual. If anything, he needed to begin investing and learning from some higher-level rituals. Following the Chi technique tests, they began to test his mental acuity. This involved riddles and problem-solving exercises. While Alex hoped that his willpower stat might help him in those tests as well, he began to think that the tests they were presenting were more meant to test intellect and wisdom, rather than speed of mental thought. They presented him with complex tactical scenarios, and Alex was asked how he might navigate ambushes or protect allies with limited resources. To him, most scenarios seemed like they were designed to make him fail. He did his best to answer and solve the problems presented, drawing on his modern world experience. There was no doubt that some of his solutions were unconventional, as he received raised eyebrows more than once. He was given several different puzzle boxes to solve on a timer. Though he was only able to solve 2 of them, some of the masters appeared to be impressed. The final set of tests were repeats of previous tests with the added caveat that he was now able to use his skills as much as he wanted. Alex quickly realized that they were attempting to test the limitations of his skills in things like his total mana pool and if he was wasteful in his techniques. As evening approached, the tests ended. Alex lay in the middle of the room, drenched in sweat. He was exhausted and unsure of what the instructors thought of him. Part of him was frustrated that he even cared. Many of them hadn't done anything but looked down their noses at him since he began the tests. Alex knew he hadn't even been that fit a month ago, let alone received any kind of training for fighting or problem solving. I'm doing the best I can, damn it. I don't care if you judge me. While Alex rested, many instructors gathered around where Yura sat. They stayed this way for almost an hour. By the time they were done, Alex had long since recovered and was sitting off to the side of the building in comfortable silence with Sam. Through the long day of testing, Sam had remained a quiet but constant presence. While he never moved from his seat, He paid close attention, and almost every time that Alex looked over to check on him, he'd seen the teenager watching on with interest. Alex, it felt like Sam was there silently cheering him on, compared to the instructors who were quietly watching and judging every movement. Yura broke away and beckoned Alex over to the center of the mat. Good job, you proved many wrong today, Alex. Most of the instructors thought you would give up before the first round of tests concluded. They are used to more entitled personalities among the young clan's elites. This caused Yura to smirk, amused by the instructor's underestimation of Alex. Tomorrow morning, we begin your training with 3 private instructors. Master Li Wei will be a martial master and will oversee your physical training. Master Shen Rong is also a martial master who specializes in the celestial lotus sword style. He will teach you the giant. Lastly, I'll work with you on your skills and help increase your understanding of the system and classes. Alex felt overwhelmed. This is a lot of help, Yura. Are you sure? 3 private tutors seem like a lot. Yura smiled. It is a lot. Some will be jealous of you, especially since I am allowing you to learn the giant, but ignore them. Remember, you're not bound to this world like they are, that this is a temporary step on your journey, little human. This is not your world, and the drama here should not concern you or weigh you down. This is a fact that you'll need to learn. Could one of the instructors try to help Sam? Alex asked, looking over his shoulder at the young man seated against the side of the building. Well, maybe not the martial training. He seems pretty timid, but could he sit in on our lessons for magic in the system? Yura nodded. I had anticipated him to be with you. He's welcome to join in and ask questions if he feels the need. Alex had no idea if Sam would be interested in learning anything about magic, or if he'd want to just try to relax and wait until they can get home. He wouldn't blame the teen if he didn't want to participate, but it did feel like it would be something of a wasted opportunity not to learn from someone like Yura. At least he has the choice now, so rest well. The next 4 weeks will be hard for you. His small smile turned into a grin. He clapped a hand on Alex's shoulder and then walked back to the gathered experts. Alex arrived at the training grounds at dawn. He yawned, causing Sam to do the same. Even though the younger boy was told that he could stay in their small house for the afternoon, Sam just shook his head and got dressed along with Alex. The training grounds were beginning to fill with disciples and other sect members as they stretched and talked. Alex took a deep breath of the misty and fresh air. While it was chilly, the sun was already beginning to crest the mountains, warming his skin and causing him to squint. As he stepped onto the gravel path toward the annex, Alex found that he was nervous and excited. Most of what he'd done so far was run and fight to survive. This would be his chance to learn how to fight back and strike at his enemies instead of just running and luring them into ambushes. When he arrived at the squat training facility, there were 3 people there waiting for him. He recognized 2 of the instructors who had tested him the day before, though he couldn't remember their names. First, he was introduced to Master Li Wei. Alex looked at the man and noted that he was closer to Mark's height, though he was twice as broad in the shoulders. The instructor had sharp eyes that watched Alex as he approached. His gaze was strong and he greeted Alex with a firm handshake. I'll build your martial foundation from the ground up. The way the warrior said the words was so matter-of-fact that Alex had no doubt he'd do just that. Next was Master Shen Rong. As he stepped up next to Master Li, the man looked small and slender, though he moved with a dancer's grace. The man was older by at least a decade than the martial master, and his calm demeanor seemed to radiate a certain deadly confidence. He gave Alex a warm welcome with an elderly smile. The celestial lotus sword style is as much about harmony as it is about skill, Shen Rong said. I'm eager to see how you make it your own. Lastly, Yura stepped forward. The celestial being was in his human form with only 2 arms, though his skin seemed to sparkle with flecks of white gold in the light that filtered through the windows. He nodded to Alex and gave him a sly smile. I'll be your advisor on how to continue to improve your chi techniques in magic. We will spend time together so that I may answer your questions about the system and classes. Together, Yura and the other 2 instructors outlined his rigorous training schedule for the upcoming weeks. In the mornings, Alex would work with Master Li on physical conditioning and martial forms. In the afternoon, he would take a break physically to go and practice his magic and development with Yura. In the evenings, Alex would meet back in the annex with Master Shen for sword techniques and sparring. The last section of time was vaguely referred to as his evenings, and he was told to spend the time resting and for personal study. Good Lord, am I going to be sleeping at all in the next 4 weeks? Yura wrapped up their meeting with some parting words. The goal of these 4 weeks will not be to make you a master warrior. That would not be possible. Even comparing yourself to others of the sect who have spent years diligently practicing the sword would be foolhardy. However, our goal will be to help build you a foundation to continue learning as you move on from this place. You will only get out what you put into this training. Apply yourself and listen to the wisdom of those who know better than you. Alex nodded in response, noting how much more stoic Yura acted when others were around. I know I asked yesterday, but is there anyone that can train Sam? It wasn't part of our deal, but if we're talking about being mistreated by the sect, he's had it way worse than me. The kid barely talks and he's really skittish. He may not even need someone to talk to, but giving him some minor training to do might distract his thoughts. Yura seemed to think about the matter before nodding. Yes. That is acceptable. I fear there will be many debts to repay with how things have been handled in the last few years. I will find someone that is an appropriate fit for the boy and send to work with him. Soon, the sect head and Master Wrong left, allowing Alex to immediately begin his first day of training with Master Lee. Their training began with the martial master, putting him through strenuous warm-ups like running, stretching, and strength exercises. Alex quickly realized that although his physical stats had grown, he wasn't as strong as he likely should have been. He struggled through the training, embracing the stubborn will to improve. He refused to be helpless like he had been in the woods. The master introduced him to the lotus root stance, which emphasized a low center of gravity and stable footing. Alex practiced holding the stance while Li Wei applied pressure to test his stability. Often, this was done by poking or jabbing at Alex in certain places. You're leaning too far forward, Li Wei pointed out. Your combat style right now is all about action and movement. You also need to learn how not to move. Impatience won't ground you. Focus. Later that afternoon, Alex and Sam walked to Yura's office in the Grand Pagoda. Sam followed quietly behind Alex while petting Valthurian, who was riding on the teenager's shoulder. When they arrived at his offices, Yura was seated next to a small indoor pond with a single lotus floating at its center. The sect head started their training session by asking for all of Alex's status information. His eyebrow went up as Alex described how his trait worked and what his willpower stat was already up to. He told Alex that this was his biggest strength. Alex had disagreed at first, but Yura convinced him otherwise. The Celestial said that there were generally two thoughts about paths to power. One is to become highly specialized and be the absolute best at what you do, while the other is to be balanced and flexible. The first makes you an expert, unrivaled in your specialty, while the other is more flexible and lets you work well with others and fit into more groups or adjust in different scenarios. Yura went on to encourage Alex to lean into his specialization. In his travels, he had never heard of a trait strong enough to multiply point allocation by 3 times. For comparison, he told Alex of someone he'd met with a very strong specialization build, who only had a 1.2 times multiplier, and he was much stronger than his counterparts in the later levels. This did give Alex some hope for his future, though part of him was still skeptical that he shouldn't do more to shore up his weaknesses. I've got to get out of this mess before I can think about any of that. They moved on from his traits and theories to continue through his titles and abilities. Yura asked Alex to read him the details of each title. Yura nodded along as he read each of them. This is a very strong start for you, little human, especially for someone who will likely specialize and use unstructured magic. The most dangerous time for you is early in your journey, before your area of strength is developed enough to cover those weaknesses. So for you, these titles will help to cover those weaknesses. Alex nodded, have already guessed at something similar. I think they're the main reason I've been able to live through everything so far. That is understandable. Do not become reliant on them, though. As you go up in levels, their bonuses will seem small in comparison to what you get from your class or items. Think of them as a short-term tool while you work with your unstructured magic. You've said that twice now. What is unstructured magic? It is something that will require its own lesson to explain. For now, trust me when I say that your titles will give you a big advantage on your home world, but you must remember that others will have gone through similarly harrowing experiences as yourself. This is not said to belittle your experience, but to keep things in perspective. You've grown quickly, exceptionally so. But if there is one thing I can tell you, it's that there is always someone else who is stronger. Be careful of who you show your titles to, and be strategic about which one you choose to display. It can be changed whenever you want. You will receive the bonuses from all titles. The displayed title is just what's shown by the system if someone uses scan on you. I knew they were strong, but didn't realize they were that important, Alex said, more to himself than to Yura. You are only gaining titles like this because your world is so freshly integrated into the system, and you're at the forefront of your people. He sighed. I don't mean to sound so dire. Most skills that scan or analyze are based on willpower. Even my own heavenly eye is the same. With your natural trait, it's unlikely that anyone in your world will be able to easily view your status. This means while they might see your name and the display title, they won't get much information past that. Even then, there will be few in your world who will know the specific requirements to earn any of those given titles. Alex nodded again, letting out a bit of tension he hadn't realized he was holding. It was then that a thin, elderly man entered the sect head's office and quietly approached Sam. Alex watched as the man spoke softly to the teenager while looking around the room and at the garden. Even from his distance, Alex could see the distrust on Sam's face. He watched the elder as he spoke and glanced to Alex after a time. When he received an encouraging nod, Sam nodded and said something to the willowy, gray-bearded elder. Smiling, the elder sat down painfully slow and settled into a comfortable position next to the teenager. Valthurian, no. His companion's head whipped around to look at him. Just because Sam doesn't trust him doesn't mean that he's a bad guy. Just relax with Sam and try to make him feel better. We're safe here. Val sent back feelings of comfort and feelings of being full. Rolling his eyes, Alex refocused on Yura as he guided him through the concepts of how chi and mana were related. Alex was surprised to hear that the terms were almost completely interchangeable. The aspects of chi often had more to do with a spiritual aspect or profound understanding of Tao. These same concepts, when talking about stats and mana, were handled by the system through affinities and the wisdom stat. From there, he went into detail about the benefits of using mana cycling techniques and how meditation could help. The sect head guided Alex through a set of mana cycling techniques and told him that there were many different kinds. Depending on which techniques were practiced, the user might see different benefits. Yura equated this cycling technique to the mental and magical equivalent of lifting weights. The purpose was to help his mind and body adjust to the certain movements of mana, and because of this, there was no limit on the different number of cycling techniques Alex could learn or even create himself. Though he was encouraged to focus on the one given for the time being, Alex became even more interested when he learned that the cycling technique was meant to improve the potency of his magic and cleanse any impurities within his core. Yura said that over time, this could lead to him receiving increased intellect and mana stats. This is really just your mind and core improving. The system records that improvement by showing your stat number go up in the corresponding field, but this is no different than you exercising for a long time and pushing your body past its limits physically. These results can be easier to see when your stat numbers are low, so it might take a while when you already have higher stats because of system-granted titles. Also, when you jump up to the next rank, which we call the first star, but you know it as D rank, your body will be improved with magic to adapt better to increasing stats and power. While Alex practiced through meditation, Yura began to speak to him about his use of ritual magic in the assessment. He proposed the idea that Alex should spend time working on making the rituals smaller. Large, time-consuming rituals won't serve you well in combat, Yura explained. You don't need a binding ritual the size of 3 men if you're only fighting 1 man. You don't even need one the size of 1 man. It would be ideal to get your rituals to at least half of their current size, with a goal not to restrain an entire person in a fight but their foot or a single leg. This advantage alone would likely win you most fights. With the rituals smaller, you should be able to conserve mana and increase the speed with which you can lay down the magic. Yura watched Alex begin to practice but stopped him shortly after. You must crawl before you can walk. Tell me, is your mana threads a new skill? When Alex confirmed, Yura continued, don't make any rituals until I instruct you to progress. For now, I want you to focus only on shaping and moving your threads into the individual shapes that you use during rituals. Put all of your efforts into making the shapes as quickly as you can without sacrificing accuracy. Practice in as much of your free time as you can. Your willpower is the same as magical control, but you've grown so quickly that you're not used to that level of control. At the end of their session, Alex felt like he had a mountain to climb. His own perception of how much he had improved was shattered. It's probably for the best. I can learn a lot here. Yura gave Alex a potion that was meant to boost recovery and give a person energy. Yura said that it was needed if they were to do the kind of accelerated training that was planned, promising a single potion each day at the end of their lesson. Magical energy drink, hell yeah. Evening training with Master Shen centered on understanding the giant short sword. Shen Rong highlighted its balance and the finesse that was required to wield it effectively. They worked on proper grip, primary thrusts, and basic cuts. Alex noted that there was a lot of emphasis on wrist movements and blade alignment. The sword master taught Alex the willow branch sways form, which focused on parries and deflections. This will match with your current fighting style and should show some similarities to what you began learning on your own. Observe and relax. Tension will hinder your flow, Shen Rong said before demonstrating the sword form once again. Late that night, Alex reflected on everything he'd learned on his first day. He sat at the table near his small personal garden and used a brush that was provided to him to write in a leather journal. Alex always found it easiest to get his thoughts and ideas out on paper and then review them that way. He didn't forget or miss anything. Yura had encouraged him to set personal goals for this time and not to slack off or treat it as downtime. Alex decided his main focus in these self-guided evening sessions would be to work on breaking through the barrier he'd reached in Empowered Step. He knew from when he'd evolved his mana shaping skill that it was likely a lack of knowledge or creative use of the movement skill that prevented it from moving forward. While the movement skill had served him well so far, he didn't feel that it fit with his current fighting style. It was too explosive and jerky of a movement, and if his first day of training was any indicator, he would be learning a new fighting style that was all about rhythm and flow in combat, not quick strikes and aggression. Alex felt that this fit his personality better as well. The knowledge I gained from the weight-reducing ritual schematic was the only reason I could alter its creation to make the weight-increasing ritual I used to subdue the men when I met Sam. A part of him felt guilty he hadn't been using the skill more. With a long cooldown, it felt like a waste if he wasn't keeping it on cooldown as much as possible. But the other part of him knew he hadn't been in a situation to take a breath and look at notes in the last week of running and fighting. He took a deep breath and told himself he would do better moving forward. Lastly, in any downtime he had while theorizing and attempting to improve the movement skill, Alex also wanted to focus on improving his speed and control at manipulating his mana threads. As the week progressed, Yura shared a report with Alex, stating that they had 30 days before a move needed to be made. This was a few days more than originally planned, so the sect head promised to adjust the timetable as needed. Training continued with his foundations for the next several days. On the third day, he was taught how to move from the lotus roots to the flowing water stance by Master Lei. It wasn't until the fourth day that he was able to move to the next step in his sword training. From the willow branch sways, Master Shen moved Alex onto the 8-petal steps, which was described as a foundational footwork drill. Master Shen had smiled with a mischievous glint and told Alex that he'd be practicing this set of movements until it could be performed in his sleep. As Alex showed up to his evening sword training, which he had started to mentally refer to as dance training, he was surprised to note that the training annex already had other people inside. When he'd first entered, Alex had been distracted while giving Valthurian one of the mana stones from his dwindling supply. Sam, who had been following close behind, made a noise of distress, which caused Alex to look up. "Leave, outsider. Elder Wu reserved this building for my team. Outsider, not honored guest." Alex looked around, confused. "Is Master Shen here?" "No, he left some time ago. Maybe you should arrive earlier for your appointments. Now leave. You're distracting our training. With how Master Shen is, I'm sure he left a message for me with them, or he would have waited here himself." Alex tilted his head. During their first session together, the sword master forced Alex to remove the cover over Alex's eye, saying that it would teach him bad habits to train with it. Each lesson he'd said the same thing, so Alex came without the cover. While he still found it overwhelming in some areas of high mana density, the training annex wasn't too much to handle. He used the scan feature and noticed that the team leader who was being so rude was the highest level person present by a large margin, even 5 levels over Alex himself. So if he's at the peak of E rank while weakened, then his real power level is likely the peak of D rank. Is he intentionally trying to be rude? Maybe he thinks I'll try to fight him. Alex just shrugged and motioned for Sam to follow him. He turned to leave without another word, refusing to play into whatever games were going on within the sect. Alex woke with a start. He looked around his small room and only saw Sam's sleeping form on the cot in the corner. His heart was beating as if he'd just gone for a run. Val, who had been curled up on his chest sleeping, made an alarmed sound in his mind. Danger, where, taking a few deep breaths, he put a hand to his head and closed his eyes. Nightmare. Damn, even if we kill that big black bastard, is it going to be slithering after me in my dreams? Everything is okay, buddy. Come here. Alex held out his hand, and Valthurian quickly came down from his flight and curled tightly around Alex's lower arm. What day is it? Day 5. It feels better to think of it as only 25 days left at least. Then it feels like home is getting closer. Alex got out of bed and stretched his aching muscles. He'd only gotten 4 hours of sleep, but that was more than the other nights of the training week. He'd been staying up later and later while working on his personal projects. Sam shuffled on the other side of the room and sat up quickly, his eyes wide as he looked around the room. When they settled on Alex, he visibly calmed. The young man didn't do well with loud sounds, similar to the mana spinners, so Alex just waved to him before moving to the kitchen. The lessons of his first training week continued to pass, with all 3 segments of his day now being held in Yura's office. The 2 instructors had seemed annoyed that they were not able to use the annex for training any longer, grumbling about petty maneuvering and egos. Yura seemed unbothered, maintaining his calm and stoic exterior around the other masters then. While the offices were empty except for Alex and Sam, he would relax and show a more energetic and friendly version of himself. Alex made progress quickly, and he wondered if the system was helping him learn. Yura assured him that it was due to his stats, and the fact that Alex had never done any kind of learning or training, while his body was being heightened as much as it was at the moment. Master Lee moved Alex from solo to half-speed drills under his guidance. The main exercise involved the instructor shifting between different fighting stances. If he was standing still or retreating, Alex would use lotus roots, focusing on his base and patience. When Master Lee moved forward aggressively, Alex had to transition to flowing water, redirecting the attacks while trying to stay out of his range. Alex found the half-speed drills to be fun. There was interaction, and Master Lee's expert movements, even at half speed, required him to focus his attention and constantly be thinking. At the same time, his life wasn't in danger, as if he were in a real fight, and he wasn't stressed like he would be in a live sparring match. He made rapid progress in developing his empowered step skill. The largest push was made from him, practicing out in front of Yura's office as he waited for his evening training to begin with Master Shen. As the martial master watched him practice, he made several small comments about the movement of qi and how it was wrong. The older man gave Alex several tips on the flow of qi, or mana as Alex thought of it, and how he could use it to enhance the 8 petal steps the two had been training. Several more days passed to bring him to the end of his first week of training. With just 23 days left until the assault, Alex felt that he was slowly adjusting to the strenuous routine. It was unlike anything he'd experienced in his previous life. For a bit, he tried to imagine being stuck at the ad agency, dawn to dusk, working on projects and his reporting skills. He would surely lose his sanity there, but the difference was that the training didn't feel like work. Alex was enjoying his progression. He enjoyed developing his body and his skills, and after the harrowing experience of running and ambushing others to fight for his life, Alex felt that his life had truly changed. Wherever he went after the rift, he was certain that these skills would aid him and give him an edge. As those days of the first week passed, Alex found his fondness for Sam growing. The teenager had a kind heart, and while he certainly had his scars from everything he'd been through, Alex was pleased to see that he wasn't broken. Sam also didn't sit idle through the sessions. The older man with a thin frame and wispy beard visited frequently to work with Sam. To Alex, it looked like the two barely spoke, just sitting in silence with the occasional clipped sentence from the elder. Val seemed to be enjoying the time more than either Alex or Sam, though. The little flying pest had free roam of the Grand Pagoda's upper floor. Yura had mentioned to all of his staff that the intelligent creature was not a threat and was to be treated as an honored guest. This allowed the mana worm to fly full speed through the corridors, though he'd been asked to do so at the ceiling level after running headfirst into a servant carrying linens. Additionally, when Yura had learned that Val ate mana stones to sustain himself, he'd asked Alex about it. Alex mentioned that he had stones from his time hunting and fleeing the other side of the rift, but was beginning to run low on the E-grade stones to feed to Val soon. He would need to start dipping into the D-rank mana stones. To Alex's surprise, Yura encouraged this. He said that bonded companions were common in the wider worlds, as the power that could be shared between bonds gave most people an edge. By feeding Val mana stones above his rank, he'd grow faster and get closer to reaching his advancement. He did warn that the growth might be a bit delayed in revealing itself. Just like stats that progress too rapidly, Valthurian's accelerated growth through consuming higher-grade mana stones was not harmful in any way, but might be delayed due to the body needing to adjust. Seriously, how much are these things worth? How many people can even get D-rank mana stones on Earth? They've got to be 3-5 times more expensive than the other ones, right? Mana, where? God damn it, Val, read the room. I don't want you eating $5,000 and then floating around like a drunken sky eel. Alex took a moment of silence for his wallet and dreams of being rich. If it's what he needs to advance, then I've got to start forking some of them over. Without your boost to mana and shared skill, I wouldn't even get to make it out of here with the mana stones. You're lucky I love you, little turd. Alex asked for more information on advancements after he'd talked himself down off of that ledge. Yura explained that classes were reserved by the system for fully sentient races. Beasts and creatures were unable to get classes, at least not until they reached a certain level of sapience. All creatures could advance their race. For humans and sapient creatures, this was done at the threshold to each rank increase and prepared the body to accept more stats from an advanced class. For beasts, he explained it to be a bit more nebulous but generally around the same level range that they could be expected to advance. He continued on to explain that most of the time, this was done by the creature experiencing life and death situations, hunting, and just generally surviving. If the beast lived long enough, it would eventually advance. A large part of this was based on what the creature ate. If a wild wolf came across a particularly enriched plant or prey, then the wolf would grow more quickly in proportion to what it consumed. This was why Yura recommended Alex feed the D-rank mana stones to the worm. Since Valthurian was a mana-attuned creature, the higher density of mana meant that Val would grow and progress faster. Yura must have seen the look of pain on Alex's face and taken pity on him. The sect head offered to supply Val with 1 D-rank mana stone per day and 2 more E-rank mana stones. Alex was surprised, but he waved it away, stating that it was a small amount for the sect. He still encouraged Alex to give Val more of the D-rank stones, but said that he could consider the amount from the sect a livable food wage for the young mana worm. After the discussion on companion advancement, their conversation had turned to Alex's own class advancement. Through the discussion, Yura made sure that Alex was devoting at least half of his attention to the mana thread shaping exercises that he'd been taught. Alex would sit on the large stone tile within Yura's private garden, while the sect head walked around the large open suite and explained concepts to him. Yura was just beginning to explain how classes worked within the system when they were interrupted. The sliding door snapped open, and 3 figures stepped into the room. Their brisk pace and explosive interest was a contrast compared to what Alex had begun to expect from the quiet and elegant sect members. He glanced up from his seated position on the stone tile as a servant quickly bowed and announced, "Sect head, this one presents honored Elder Gu and his disciple." The servant barely finished before retreating as the 2 newcomers stepped forward. The older man's round frame and red-tinted face stood out from the lithe warrior like frames of the other high-ranking sect members Alex had seen. The younger man was wiry and wore the robes of a disciple while keeping his eyes fixed on the floor. "This is him, then," the elder said, allowing his gaze to sweep over Alex before locking onto Yura. Yura remained seated with his hands resting on his knees. Didn't move or speak. Several long moments passed, and the silence grew louder and Alex unconsciously held his breath. With deliberate calm, Yura stood and clasped his hands together. He turned and gave the elder a slow and formal bow. "Elder Gu," the bald celestial man said. His tone was neutral and carried the formality Alex saw the sect head adopt in public settings. "You honor my office with your presence." The elder's jaw tightened, and for a moment, he hesitated before returning the gesture. The bow was stiff and quick, but it was much deeper than the one that Yura had given. Alex caught the way that Yura's lip curled ever so slightly. "We have concerns," Elder Gu said as he straightened again. "It seems an outsider has been granted training with masters and even the sect head himself. Surely such resources could be better spent on our own disciples." Yura tilted his head slightly. "The sect's resources are mine to allocate as I see fit." The elder's face darkened. But other than taking a measured step toward the round man, Yura didn't react. "I do not act without thought, Elder. There is a debt to be paid and much that the sect gain in this scenario. If you feel I have made a poor decision, you are free to discuss this with the council." The elder's disciple shifted, and Alex saw as his eyes rose and darted between the 2 senior sect members. Elder Gu opened and closed his mouth before clenching his fists at his side. "Of course, sect head," he finally said. "We trust your judgment." Yura gave a slight nod. "I'm glad to hear it. You may leave." Without another word, the elder bowed, turned, and left the room with his disciple close behind. The door slid shut behind them, and the tension in the room seemed to dissolve. Yura sighed and rubbed his temples with the thumb and middle finger of one hand. Alex let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. What was that about? Well, obviously that was about me. But why do they care so much? Yura's expression had softened when he removed the hand from his face. "This is a highly unusual case. It is not surprising to me that the council is upset about my use of resources. However, the council grew used to their authority while I was gone. It will take time for them to remember their place. You didn't even raise your voice and you had him out the door in less than 5 minutes. The loudest person in the room is often not the most powerful." Yura gave a tired smile. Alex found the situation interesting and decided to press Yura for more information and his thoughts on the matter. The talk returned to their debate of power and simply took what one could if they could. Yura went into some more complex angles of the same discussion, talking about how easy it could be to abandon one's ideals or morals when it suited them. Yura said that it was one of the easiest things to justify, and he believed it should only be done in the most dire of circumstances. A situation where one is forced to sacrifice their morals for the greater good rather than a personal desire or advancement. Their lesson ran over normal time, and Alex waved Sam over to sit with them as the conversation shifted to some brief stories of Earth. Yura was interested in leaders and those who had gained or used power, which led to some darker stories of leaders from Earth who committed atrocities in the name of bettering the human race. Yura was a great listener and seemed genuinely interested in leaders and their people's experiences. He said that before his world was split into the rift, they had tales of heroes and myth, but it didn't have detailed histories and such structured schooling. That answer had caused Alex to laugh and point out that their histories likely were only so accurate. Most of what was recorded was written by a person who had some sort of agenda, whether that be to paint their own country in a certain light or get their pockets lined by someone who had an agenda of their own. Stories of war are written by the victors, Yura said while nodding. Alex had to agree, feeling like Yura's profound words reminded him of a saying he'd heard before on Earth. Alex and Sam left Yura's study as the evening light painted the sky orange. They descended the levels of the grand pagoda and walked through the courtyard that led out of the building. Yawning, Alex stopped as he looked at Sam, who seemed to hesitate at the steps. "Is it the dark? What's wrong?" Sam opened his mouth, but no words came out. After a moment, he shook his head and walked down the stairs to follow after Alex. "I have no idea if I should push him to speak up or let him have more time to find his own confidence." As they walked down the stone path leading away from the pagoda, Sam kept glancing at Alex before looking away. After the 3rd time, Alex stopped walking and sent a mana thread reaching out to Sam, and when his own clumsy tendril connected to communicate, Alex sent him feelings of comfort and confidence. It had been through observing him and Val interact that Alex had noted the two communicating this way. It was exactly how Alex had learned to communicate with the mana spinners, and Sam seemed to feel a lot more comfortable with this mind-to-mind sort of communication rather than verbal exchanges. The same way that the spiders had been wary and skittish around loud noises, Sam was too. It had been a no-brainer for Alex then, and he demonstrated with his own mana how to allow them to connect and communicate so that they could send emotions and thoughts back and forth rather than normal words. Most of the time, Sam was still unable or unwilling to communicate through the link of mana, but he responded better to Alex talking this way, so Alex was often willing to have their one-sided conversations this way. So Alex was startled when he received an actual answer to his question. "Something on your mind?" Alex asked through the mana link. Sam fidgeted with the hem of his sleeve, then pointed toward the back of the pagoda. He held eye contact with Alex before looking in the direction as well. "Can we go there?" Sam sent through the link with his thoughts. Yeah, of course. You just want to go that way." Sam nodded eagerly, some of the tension leaving his posture. "All right, lead on then." They followed a narrower path that curved around the building. The pristine gardens gave way to more practical spaces. Alex noted sheds and covered storage areas, work yards, and several rows of more tightly spaced small homes. The buildings were simple and functional, lacking any of the ornate decorations that adorned the pagoda and many of the houses on the main streets of Tianluo. Pretty different back here. Alex looked around quietly as he followed Sam. A woman hanging laundry noticed them first. Her eyes widened at the sight of Sam before darting nervously to Alex. She gripped a towel that hung from her belt and wiped her hands on it. She whispered something to another servant, who disappeared quickly into the building behind them. More servants emerged from their homes, keeping a cautious distance. They watched Alex with wary expressions until Sam made his way directly to a small wooden bench and sat down. The teenager waved at a few of those watching, which seemed to spur them into motion. An elderly man with a limp approached first. "Samuel," he asked quietly, is everything okay? We heard about Merchant Master J." Sam nodded and gestured at the bench seat next to him. As the servant complied, he looked at Alex with uncertainty. Seeing the look, Sam smiled again and patted his leg gently. Through his left eye, Alex saw Sam's hand begin to glow. It shifted from blue to a white that had a tint of green to it. He watched in fascination as the man's expression relaxed and he let out a shaky breath. Gradually, more servants approached, each bearing their own ailments. Some had burns and others had sprains or chronic aches. Sam treated them all, greeting each of those that approached with a sense of confidence Alex hadn't seen from him. Samuel, a middle-aged woman, whispered when she sat down. She touched his arm lightly before he could heal her. "Your mana if you use too much mana." Sam was already shaking his head. He nodded at her encouragingly before pointing with his free hand to Alex. The people here seemed to know the danger Sam was putting himself in and didn't want him to push too far. An hour passed, and Alex noticed Sam's movements becoming sluggish. When the teen's shoulders drooped and Alex saw the mana around his hand flicker, he knew that he must be close to mana fatigue. As they made their way back to their assigned home, Alex let Sam lean his weight against his shoulder, and he felt a surge of respect for the teenager. Despite everything he'd been through, one of Sam's first instinct upon gaining freedom was to help others. He didn't ask for anything in return and pushed himself almost to the point of passing out. They returned without any further complications, and Sam quietly thanked Alex before going to the cot in their room and falling asleep instantly. Alex looked around before deciding to prepare a bath for himself in the magical tub and practice his mana-shaping exercises while he soaked. The next several days progressed the same. Alex made quick progress on his martial foundation at the direction of Master Shen and Master Li, while he made slower but steady progress in his magical training with Yura. Soon, he began to work on evasion techniques with Master Li that were specifically made to work well with flowing water, and continued to get advice from Master Shen on how to incorporate his movement abilities with the 8-petal steps. Alex was pulled from his sleep by the sound of Sam's rustling blankets. His eyes snapped open, and he looked around until he realized it was just the teen making the sheets on his cot look neat. Alex had noticed him doing it a very precise way each morning. I wonder if the merchant made him do it like that every morning. Or maybe his parents. Alex rubbed his eyes and stretched as he sat up. He wanted to get Sam's attention, and the boy looked over just at the sound of him moving. Valthurian must have heard them as well, since he came floating up from the small nest of blankets he dragged under Alex's bed. Extending a thread of mana toward Sam, Alex waited to see if he accepted. After the last week, he'd started to realize that Sam was much more energetic and willing to talk in the mornings. Weird kid, Sam smiled back at him. Through his left eye, Alex could see a small blue tendril of mana wobble away from his body. It was much harder for Sam to create the tendrils of mana than it had been for Alex. When he'd been explaining the process of how to do it, he had told Sam about his old mana shaping skill and how much it helped him. Sam then did something Alex didn't even know was possible. He shared a system screen with Alex, letting him see the description for an ability, mana sensitivity. An innate ability to sense and slightly manipulate mana in the environment, aiding in spellcasting efficiency. After Alex had gotten over the idea that screens could be visible to others, he'd been surprised to see that Sam had a sort of sensory skill. While it wasn't as easy to sense as Alex's ability to visually see mana, Sam was able to sense where it was outside of his body, which gave him a minor boost to manipulating it. Without the skill, Alex wasn't sure if he would have been able to learn to make the tendril at all. 21 days left until the assault. How are you doing, Sam? Good, Mr. Moore. I want to go home. Hey, knock that off. I told you to call me Alex. Mr. Moore is my dad, and I'm not even that old. Alex sent some mental feelings of encouragement to Sam, along with the thought of ruffling his hair. Sam simply nodded, and their quiet conversation was interrupted by Val, who used his own mana to join the link. Home. Both Alex and Sam laughed again, breaking the connection. Alex got up and walked to the kitchen to make some food for them both. Sam is way too polite. I wonder what his parents are like. He seems like a good kid. As he moved around the kitchen area, he practiced the mana shaping exercises that Yura had taught him, quickly making different complex shapes in the air and alternating patterns with his mana threads. He could already tell a huge improvement over where he'd been a week ago. Sam quietly joined him a short time later and began to practice his own meditation at the table. They continued with their normal routine. His morning training with Master Lee exhausted him and pushed him to his physical limits. Master Lee told Alex that it was time to begin the next phase of his training, which was learning to read opponents' movements. The master invited Sam to come onto the mats to observe. At first, the boy was nervous, but when Master Lee told him that he was just to observe and not join in on the training, he was more willing. It wasn't long before Alex realized why this training could be beneficial for Sam as well. Master Lee went through a wide range of movements and began to explain to Alex what to watch for. A large part of the explanation was to show where feints would come from and how to recognize subtle shifts in stances. A short time later, Alex was lying on his back on the mats, panting heavily. Even while gasping for air, he used his mana thread to practice his drills in the downtime. You're ready for the next step, little human? Huh? Alex asked, sitting up. He wiped the sweat from his eye and turned to Yura. Your speed and control over your mana have improved enough to more efficiently utilize your willpower. You should keep working to adapt, but for now, this is adequate. Yura turned to the martial master, who had been waiting for Alex to finish catching his breath. Master Lee, are you done with him for the day? Master Lee bowed and nodded his head. Yes, we are done for the day. The next step will be to go on to the more advanced form of willow branch sways, which will allow you to evade attacks more easily. While focusing on this isn't normal, in the celestial lotus sword style, there is a branch that does. That's what we'll be doing with your training moving forward. Alex tilted his head, curious to know more. Master Lee was the least talkative of his trainers, so it wasn't normal for him to get such an explanation. The goal will be to improve on the style you were using naturally with your magic. We've focused on grappling and throws up until this point, but it was just so you understood how they worked. As we move into the next stage, the point will be to move to trips and sweeps, using your new knowledge of weight distribution and reading opponents. Together, these things combine into something more, allowing for a very frustrating fighting style. Might as well capitalize on his talkative mood, right? Mainly because it requires a much higher mental agility. You need to be aware of your surroundings and constantly analyze your opponent's movements for it to work. We don't teach it to young disciples because they lack battle experience and the mental processing speed to fully use the style. The sect head assures me that you will be able to use this style better than most, so we put our trust in his judgment. Yura winked at Alex when he looked over. Soon the martial instructor left, leaving Sam and Alex facing Yura with Val zipping around between the garden plants. Let me clarify something for you both. Stats of the system have layers to them. There is how they affect your body, and then there is how they affect your abilities. Both physical and magical stats tend to affect your abilities in obvious ways. Those skills that are physical or that require some amount of physical action are enhanced by physical stats. At the same time, those dealing with magic and spells are enhanced by the magical stats, so don't put too much thought into this layer. Where things get difficult is how they affect the body and mind. Physical stats, of course, directly alter your physical body, whether that be muscle size, speed, longevity of life, or more. Most races tend to acclimate to these quickly and their body adjusts quickly. Magical stats, though, affect the mind, and to a lesser degree, parts of the soul. Because a human's mind governs their body, which can confuse people who see minor improvements in areas where they might not have expected improvement. The magical stats can have some lesser effects that others might not account for. He paused, but seeing that neither had questions, continued. Willpower is one of the more difficult stats to explain to the newly awakened. For your abilities, it will increase their activation speed. It will also increase your control over chi, or mana, as you call it. This increased control can aid you in completing more complex spells or techniques. A smaller byproduct of this increased control is often efficiency with chi, as there is less wasted with the greater control. How willpower affects the mind is unique. It is the mental equivalent of the physical stat, agility. Similar to how agility increases speed and physical control over muscles, willpower does the same for the mind and magic. Your thoughts will come faster and your brain will be able to analyze a situation and make a decision quicker as the stat increases. Hearing the last part allowed the explanation from Master Lee to fall into place. I see, so this fighting style capitalizes on my high willpower stat. What did Master Lee call it? Mental agility. Yura nodded, yes, precisely. Since you told me your trait after the assessment, I'm well aware of how high your stat will become over time. It's likely that you will be able to utilize this fighting style better than anyone in our sex history. The thought excited Alex, but Yura said, while holding up a finger, you need to continue practicing. While our physical body might adapt to increase stats rapidly, the mind is very different. If you're not training and practicing, it will take much longer to adapt. It could be the difference between reaching your capabilities within months with practice or decades without it. You saw how even when you released me from my restrictive bindings, I was reduced in strength. It took me several days to return to my original power, and I have had many years to adapt to my own levels of power before being bound. Yura steered the lesson to his next steps. The sect head instructed Alex to begin applying some of the theories that they'd been working on in the last week on how to make the ritual circles smaller. Now that Alex's speed and control over the threads had increased, the next step was to make the rituals at least half of their current size. This meant that Alex would need to effectively restructure all the rituals he knew to allow the mana to flow properly in their new dimensions. While this had seemed like a daunting task to Alex at first, he soon fell into the project. Up until that day, it had all been theory. Now he would begin to do the actual magic. Also, Yura wanted to coach Alex through different methods of using Mirage. He pointed out that Alex had barely used the skill in his fight in the market or in his assessment spars. He started out the lesson that afternoon by explaining some of the various ways that the illusion skill could be used and how the Shadow Sect's warriors had become masters of illusions. From years of clashing with the enemy sect, Yura had seen many creative applications of the skill. He passed these concepts on to Alex and instructed the younger man to begin thinking through his own variations on the skills used. Master Shen must have gotten the same memo as Master Lee, because when he came to Yura's office for their evening lesson, he immediately began working on the next training phase. He pushed Alex hard, and in the next lesson, Empowered Step broke through the bottleneck. Once again, Alex was given the option to choose between advancing the skill or evolving the skill. He, of course, chose to evolve. After spending long hours with Master Lee and Yura, Alex felt confident that the new skill would be much better for him. The system didn't disappoint. Analyzing skill usage. New skill learned, Feather Step Novice Level 3. Feather Step. Move as light as a feather toward your destination. Alex had been elated about gaining the new skill. He used it in that very same lesson with Master Shen, who was astonished at the sudden leap in improvement. Since he knew that most people in this rift didn't understand the system and thought instead of things in terms of chi and techniques, to the master, it appeared that one moment that Alex was struggling to use the movement variation, and then the very next, he was using it flawlessly. Master Shen had been fascinated by Alex's sudden understanding, saying that he must have reached a bit of enlightenment. Alex could swear that the old man was looking at him with some reverence for the rest of the training session. The lesson for that day changed. Instead of working on learning to slip and dodge different incoming sword attacks, Master Shen had Alex practice the 8-petal step combined with the new feather step ability repeatedly. While this was boring for Alex, he was thankful that he was made to do it. The use of the ability through a movement he already knew so well helped him to get a much better understanding of the skills, capabilities, and limitations. Feather Step wasn't necessarily a direct upgrade to Empowered Step. It was more of a lateral upgrade. The skill was more refined in many ways to his old movement skill, and it had one big benefit that he'd been striving to work into his variation. Point-to-point travel. By combining his new levels of mana control with his increased willpower, the knowledge he had from studying the Shadow Step ability from the manual, and his own experience with Empowered Step, he was able to come up with something perfect. Alex and his teachers had noted that even in a fight where he was using rituals, most of his mana was expended through the movement skill. Empowered Step had several benefits, but by far, its largest downside for someone like Alex was that it was wasteful in mana consumption. Because of how he had created the skill, he was able to push as much mana into it as he wanted, which often led to far too much mana being used just to get from point A to point B in stressful situations. He had a tendency to do this even more. While Alex wasn't feeling his mana issues as much as he once did, he knew that was mostly just because of his titles. He wanted to continue to make sure that he was being conservative with his mana, and feather step helped accomplish that goal. Now, to use his movement ability, he simply needed to focus on a destination and activate the skill. His entire body and clothes would become lighter, and he could push off in that direction. His traveling speed depended on how hard he pushed off of the ground, which seemed to delight Master Shen. The older man had immediately gone into a rant about how Alex could begin to learn how to change his travel direction and speed at a moment's notice to throw off his opponent. Needless to say, this interrupted Master Shen's planned training outline for the next several days. The martial master put Alex through the ringer, testing every possible angle of the skill. While it was grueling work, Alex had to admit that the man was thorough. It made Alex feel guilty about not testing his other skills and abilities to understand their limitations and advantages. Okay, in my defense, when the hell have I had time for that kind of thing? I've been running for my life or getting my ass kicked almost every day since I stepped into this rift. Many arms, an accompanying mental image of a mana spinner came through their bond. Alright, maybe I could have done some testing while we were in the tunnels, but I didn't know what was going on. Hey, whose side are you on anyway, mana? Came Val's reply in a cheerful tone. Alex rolled his eyes and began to pack up from his lessons with Master Shen. After several days of training had passed, Master Shen allowed Alex to begin practicing with a sword again. This time, they worked the sword forms into the full 8-petal steps, and the master would call out at random times for Alex to use his movement ability during the next step. This kind of training was fun to Alex. It felt satisfying to achieve a level of physical proficiency while also challenging his mind. He slid the giant short sword into the sheath on his back and adjusted it for the 100th time. All three of his teachers had agreed that it would be good for Alex to practice using the sword from the traditional carrying position. Even though spatial bags could make it work, sometimes they were even slower than having the weapon readily available, or sometimes they were taken or lost. Remembering how his captors had taken his spatial bag immediately, he had to agree. He'd be sorely upset if he somehow lost the spatial bag or it was stolen, but he could understand the practical value of getting accustomed to the weight and movement of the sheath on his back. Both the sheath and strap were unadorned and made of simple leather, however. With Alex's life of modern technology and high-end engineering, he couldn't help but think of how much nicer it might be to wear something specially made to fit his shoulders and back. Guess it can't hurt to be prepared, though. He made a mental note to retrieve the rest of his confiscated weapons from Yura and begin carrying spares in his spatial pouch. Shaking off the thought, he focused on the servant as he heard a report being given to Yura across the room. The council is at it again. We've got 18 days left until the assault. Why are they playing such stupid games right now? Since Yura had denied the council's demand of private tutoring for their own disciples, they had become bold, and some spoke openly about their thoughts on Yura's choices. The two decisions that came up most often were that Alex was receiving special treatment as an outsider, and that the assault mission was being led by an outsider while risking sect warrior lives. While the first one was true, the second one was blatantly false. Alex was not leading the attack against the firstborn. While Yura continued his investigations for a spy, he'd made the decision to keep the plan vague until the 2-week mark. Only the general plan had been formed, and personnel weren't even going to be picked until the plan was decided upon. To Alex, it seemed like the council was just attempting to stir the pot, though he couldn't tell what their goal was. Even if they get more people on their side and create unrest, Yura could lose his patience eventually and just slap them around. The power dynamic here is so out of proportion with how low the council is. They're putting a lot of faith in Yura's moral compass. Alex was impressed with the sect head's patience and willingness to play the political game, and Alex was slightly worried at the realization that he might not react with as much grace. He wondered how he would act when he returned to Earth and was in a similar position of power. Sam walked over to join Alex as he adjusted the strap on his shoulder. He ruffled the teen's hair, who gave him a mocking glare. The look made Alex smile, and he was happy that he could move more freely around Sam. The boy seemed to trust him enough to not reflexively flinch around him anymore. That made Alex happy, and he felt himself growing more and more fond of the blonde-haired young man. Man, we've got to keep you away from Sarah. She'd go full mom mode, I'm sure of it. With almost half of their training timeline finished, Alex found himself unable to keep his thoughts from home and friends. Something about this made his psyche relax in some ways and tense up in others. He found himself falling asleep easier, but on the other hand, he was having more and more nightmares about fights. His least favorite was when his mind would replay events in the fight with Hongziu, and he could see the sword coming toward his face impossibly slowly, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move out of the sword's way. Another dream that he kept having was that he would come home and that his parents had all but forgotten about Alex and had completely put their attention on Jake. In that same dream, Jake had become a world-renowned awakened and was, for some reason, accepted by his parents. When he woke up, the inconsistencies in the dream were obvious. The biggest one was that to everyone outside of this rift, not even a full week had passed. It was more likely that Alex's parents thought he was ignoring them than they thought he had passed away. Also, he knew that his parents refused to entertain any talks about the awakened, particularly his dad. This time dilation stuff is trippy. Can we create something that will keep track of both timelines side by side? Or if some sort of new standardized time will be created, how would that even work? A fancy magical pocket watch. Turning his attention back to the present and away from his dreams, Alex remembered that he needed to tell Yura about his new skill. He waited for the attendant to finish their report on the council before crossing the room and greeting the sect head. With no one in the room other than the normal trio, Yura smiled at them warmly and motioned for them to sit. "How's training, Alex?" "I congratulate you on your progress. You learn quickly. Plenty of people have high stats in the later levels. Hard work is important, but there is a natural way with most warriors. You have that in you. Don't cheapen it by pushing your progress off on just stats." Yura scoffed and waved his hand as if to blow away a bad smell. Unsure of what to say, Alex changed the subject to a new skill he gained unexpectedly. "I actually wanted to tell you about a new skill I got. It randomly came to me last night while I was working on reducing the size of a trap ritual." "Oh, what is it?" "It's a passive skill called sleep resistance." Yura burst into laughter. At the sudden noise, Val zipped over to do a few circles over Yura. It was clear that he was interested in laughter lately. Seeing the full body belly laugh, Alex paused and couldn't help but smile. When he glanced at Sam, he saw one corner of the teen's lips curled upward. After Yura recovered, he motioned for Alex to follow him, and they began to make their way outside of the city. Sam and Val followed closely behind, and Yura didn't give them much indication of where they were going. When Alex had asked, the Celestial said, "We're going to go chat about structured and unstructured magic." Alex asked where they were going once, but after receiving a terse reply to be patient, he didn't ask again. Sam and Alex followed behind the regal Celestial for a while. When the teenager bumped into his arm from walking so close, Alex glanced at him but let it be. He knew Sam had been through a lot and likely saw him as a lifeline. The winding dirt path led away from the dark side of the rift, deeper into the Celestial side. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at a small meadow hidden within the trees. The grass was a vibrant green, and the mana vision in Alex's heavenly eye clashed with the mundane view from his right eye. The cherry tree's colorful pink tops seemed to glow in the evening light. Alex thought they were entering a clearing and hoped his eyes might get a break from all the mana in the trees, but he was wrong. In the middle of the meadow was a perfectly square patch that radiated vibrant mana, shining so brightly that Alex had to close his left eye. "Whoa," Alex said reflexively. "What is that?" "My garden," Yura replied. Before they reached the small wooden fence surrounding the garden, a man stood up from within its depths and quickly moved to intercept them. When he saw Yura, his expression softened, and he became less hostile. Yura bowed and greeted the man warmly before asking for privacy. Soon it was just the three of them, along with Valthurian. The little worm was curious about the plants but kept getting repelled by an unseen force. He flew to different positions around the garden, sniffing and trying to find an entry point. "This is part of the example I wanted to show you before I begin to explain." Yura held up his hands and gestured to their surroundings. "I want you to look at the forest that surrounds us and compare it to my garden." There was a pause as both Alex and Sam looked around. "Let's start with the garden. Take a moment to observe it. It's beautiful, is it not? Every plant here is arranged precisely as the gardener intended. Even more interesting is the mana that flows through the garden." "Alex, can you see it?" Unsure of what he was looking at, Alex took a guess. "It's brighter than the normal forest. Do the plants contain a lot of mana?" Yura nodded. "Yes, precisely. These are spiritual herbs, and it is important that they are grown in the right conditions. For some, they must be grown in a specific combination of chi, while others must be isolated by a certain distance. It's a challenge to create a harmonious garden. There are a lot of plants, though," Alex said as he watched Sam. The teen was looking with interest at the surrounding trees. He walked to a nearby cherry tree and gently touched its large trunk. "That's the key point. Look at the forest around you. It's chaotic, uncontrolled, but within that chaos lies a different kind of beauty and a vast number of different trees and plants." He gestured to the small garden, "Much more than there could be in here." Alex frowned. "That goes without saying, right? A garden is always going to be smaller than a forest, but the benefit is that it's controlled." "Precisely. The garden thrives on structure. The gardener decides what to plant, where to plant it, and how to tend to it. There's a certainty in what will grow here. If the gardener plants a seed, there is no doubt about what will sprout from it. It's predictable." Sam crouched down to look at the ground around the tree, and Val flew over to look with the boy. Alex watched with his mana vision as he saw power flow from Sam into the tree. Before he could ask, Yura continued. "In the forest, on the other hand, those trees have the freedom to grow wherever they want. They can reach for the light and spread their roots however they please. They may flourish or they may wither, but it's a direct reflection of their surroundings and resilience." "Okay, I'm guessing this ties back to magic somehow." Think of the garden as structured magic. It's well-defined, reliable, efficient, and much easier to begin using how you direct it. In contrast, the forest represents unstructured magic. It's full of potential, yet less predictable and more wild. If you were to tame the forest, it might take many years of dedication and careful attention. Each of these has its purpose. Let me show you an example before we talk about which approach is better. Yura crossed the remaining distance to the garden with grace and crossed the unseen barrier without issue. Seeing that entry was possible, Valthurian redoubled his efforts to reach the mana-filled plants. Yura ignored the companion and stepped in carefully before plucking 2 flowers from the same bush. They had broad, bright yellow petals. Yura handed one of them to Alex as he returned. You mentioned that you have a skill to infuse mana into an object. This flower is meant to absorb foreign mana as it does so. Its petals will change one at a time to a different color. Please use that skill now until the flower is full of your mana. Alex did so, watching with fascination as the petals filled up one by one. It seemed surreal as they looked like the progress bar of a phone battery slowly filling up, changing from yellow to bright green. It only took him a few moments and close to 100 mana to completely change the color of the flower's petals. Good, Yura said. He held out his hand to take the flower and presented the second one to Alex. Now do the same thing again with only your natural control over mana. Don't activate the skill. This time the process was significantly harder. The task took more of Alex's concentration and almost 3 times the amount of mana. Once the flower was filled with his mana, he breathed out a sigh and handed it to Yura. This is one of the easier examples to see the differences between structured and unstructured magic. You can think of structured magic as magic that is controlled and directed by the system. The system introduced it to allow weaker races to survive in a newly integrated world. There are a few different ways that structured magic can be learned. Most commonly, it's through trial and error, teaching, or a technique manual. Yura cut himself off. For the rest of this explanation, I'll refer to things by the terms you know and that the system uses rather than the terms of my world. As I was saying, these forms of structured magic can be learned in several ways, but what is consistent is that they are always presented in the form of skills. Structured magic is meant to be easy to use and quick to pick up, as it's meant to be a method of survival in a chaotic and dangerous world. Much like my garden, you know exactly what you're getting with the skills, and you can see a predictable form of growth with them, since so much of system progression is guided through intent. The system has also put some safety measures in place with structured magic, meaning that you can't activate a skill if you don't have the mana or stamina for it, as it would likely kill you. Instead, you might receive some backlash in the form of mana fatigue or passing out. This prevents many fledgling races from killing themselves early in the planetary integration. He mentioned the integration when I asked him about broken worlds in the tunnels. Integration into what? The system. Is that what we're going through is called? Unstructured magic is more like the forest. It's wild and untamed, unpredictable, and often time-consuming to tackle. This kind of magic is the natural magic in the universe. It goes by many different names and has many different ways of being wielded, but the common factor is that this is the individual, personally shaping mana to produce magic. When you infused the mana into the flower without the use of a skill, that was unstructured magic. With many hours of practice, repetition, and focus, you could achieve the same results as the structured, skill version you performed. I think I see what you're saying. What would be the point of me spending weeks or months learning to do that, if I can just do it so easily with a skill? Yura nodded. That is part of it, yes. Because you are young and your world is likely in chaos, you must choose how to spend your time wisely. Should this ability become the focus of your training? Not likely. But in some cases, for others, it might be the right path. While I've spoken about the benefits of each method, as with all things, there are also downsides. Structured magic's greatest detriment is that there are a limited number of skill slots available to an awakened. There are, Alex asked. Sam also looked up from his seated position next to the cherry tree. Yes, through the system, an awakened can only have 10 active skills and 5 passive skills. Trait slots vary depending on the race of an individual. Shit, does that mean we're locked into the skills we've already chosen? Panic began to rise in Alex's chest. Not because he regretted the skills he was currently using, but because he didn't know what might be offered down the road. Am I hampering my future growth by accepting skills like I have been? Yes and no. You will be able to drop the skills that you chose, but let me come back to that in a moment. For now, I want you to realize that it's often the people who focus on structured magic early that live long enough to become powerful. There are downsides, such as less flexibility and limited slots, but in a world filled with danger, the immediate use of powerful skills can save a life many times over. On the other hand, those who use unstructured magic are not limited by skill slots. Rather than learning just 10 spells, if each one were to take up a skill slot, a mage using unstructured magic could learn hundreds. It may take him decades of practice and rigorous study, but they would be much stronger in the long run due to their knowledge and adaptability. Unfortunately, many who follow this path don't live long enough in a newly integrated world to see the fruits of their labor. Alex fell silent, thinking of his use of rituals. Living is definitely a priority. Should I use the consumable Shadow Serpent Manual to gain some more skills? Now, I want to ask you both, which method is better? Structured or unstructured magic? After a long silent pause, Alex spoke up, structured magic. While it makes sense to think about the long game, living to get there is more important. Isn't it? Yura smiled and looked to Sam, who was looking at a protruding root next to his foot. Samuel. Alex looked over to the teenager and saw Val, who had given up on breaking through the garden's barrier and was weaving through trees in the background, chasing a colorful dragonfly. Sam opened his mouth hesitantly, as if to speak, but shrugged and looked at his feet again. Yura's smile dimmed with sadness. A combination is typically the best answer. Early, it might be best to learn more structured magic, but with the goal to set yourself up for a more unstructured approach in the later ranks. Alex, you've already been doing this without realizing it. You're using a combination of skills to facilitate movement in your magic, while most of your actual potential and flexibility come from your use of rituals. Those are a less common form of unstructured magic. While that made sense to Alex, and he felt a sense of relief that he hadn't ruined his potential on accident, something didn't quite make sense. Do the rituals still count as unstructured magic, even though I'm using the skill mana thread to lay the ritual circles? Oh, certainly. The most common approach when a magic user reaches my level of power is to have their skills be tools to facilitate or increase the potency of their unstructured magic. As long as it is your dedication, practice, and knowledge shaping the spell or ability through mana, then it is unstructured magic. There are even others who have skills to store the most recent copy of their used unstructured magic to be instantly used again through the skill. Even though the magic is coming through the use of a skill the second time, it can only copy the potency and unstructured spell that the wielder used prior, so the system still considers this unstructured magic. I see Alex's head swam. So by using the mana threads as a tool to create my rituals, it is still considered to be unstructured magic. Yura nodded. I might normally encourage you to save such a deep study of unstructured magic until you are at a higher rank and to focus on structured magic for the time being. But between your titles shoring up some of your immediate weaknesses and your trait giving you such a boost to magical control, my advice for you would be different. Even though it's a more dangerous path to walk, you will see significant benefits from unstructured magic much earlier than others would. So what are you saying? To continue my training with rituals, continue studying the rituals, yes. That being said, I don't see their base form and traditional uses being a very sustainable kind of unstructured magic if you plan to focus on combat. There was a pause, and the Celestial raised an eyebrow at Alex as if asking an unspoken question. What, do I continue to focus on combat? I haven't really given it much thought. I find certain parts of it fun, but up until 2 weeks ago, I had only been fighting as a means to survive. No, that's not true. I willingly entered those rifts to gain levels and combat experience. Wait, do I like fighting? It was an odd revelation for Alex to realize that he did find something satisfying about coming out of a life or death situation as a victor. The entire recent experience within the Epic Rift had put those feelings to the back of his mind, as his thoughts hadn't been focused on winning, but rather on surviving. It brought back clearer thoughts on the real reason he decided to attack the final camp before leaving the Rift. He could have spent more time sneaking around the camp, or used his abilities to pass through the camp with minimal risk of getting caught. Instead, he'd tried to ambush the group and get more gains while striking back at his tormentors one more time before leaving. Holy shit, I do like fighting, I like progressing and surviving. Realization painted Alex's face. And what if I do decide to focus on combat? Am I completely screwed since my whole class is for rituals? Yura failed to hide a quickly growing smile. Do not worry much. Changing your class is a fairly easy matter. Alex visibly relaxed a bit at this, and his memory caught up with his briefly fear-filled thoughts. He remembered the conversation he'd had with Olivia about classes and realized that he already knew they could be changed and he wasn't locked into his own class. Even more embarrassing was that he remembered the system specifically saying, when he'd chosen a class, he could change his class. There are particular crystals that can be used to revisit class selection. Additionally, the system naturally handles class advancement much like it does skill advancement. You will be given the choice to evolve, advance, or drop the class. It will give you a preview of the different routes to let you know what the class will evolve or advance to, which will resemble the glimpse that it gave you when you chose your class originally. This is another reason why grasping the fundamentals and learning to utilize structured and unstructured magic is so important. Classes and skills can change, be lost, locked, or dropped. Your knowledge and the skill that you learn through dedication will not ever be lost. Suddenly a bit more relaxed, Alex asked, okay, What about Sam? What should he focus on once we get out of this rift? Samuel, while I don't know all of your status, my eyes can see much. I think you're on the right path. My advice for you would be similar to most others. Continue to focus on structured magic, but as you go down your path to power, continue to think of what sort of unstructured magic you will use and when you will begin to make the transition. Sam smiled and nodded. Alex could clearly see the relief on his face. Even though he kept his distance from us, he was listening closely to the entire conversation. I'm surprised he cares at all after what he's been through. It's impressive if he's thinking about his future. He's had even less guidance than I have. At least I got to read some articles from the AG app before making decisions. Yura answered a few more questions for the boys, and Alex was able to convince the sect head to tell them the kind of unstructured magic that he used. He was unsurprised to find that it revolved around a sort of wide area, celestial projection magic. When Alex had tried to pry more information from him, he'd been politely chastised and informed that other high-powered individuals might kill him on the spot for such an invasive question. Alex had gulped and let Yura continue to guide the conversation, perfectly content to keep his life. Before we head back, I have a question that's been on my mind, Alex said. He remembered the lingering confusion he'd felt since he had first read his trait's description. Do you know who Zombies is? Yura's expression shifted subtly, his brow furrowing. What makes you ask that? Well, I told you how my trait works, but the description reads differently than my other skills and titles. It has some flavor text to it that says I am the chosen of Zombies, but I've never heard that name anywhere else. When we spoke in the tunnels, you mentioned a god overseeing the integration, so I wondered if... No, Yura said with a firm tone. Only one god will oversee an integration, but there are 7 gods who oversee the wider worlds, and Zombies is not among them. He glanced at the darkening sky, and his expression became distant. We should return. The evening meal will be served soon, and I have an appointment shortly after. Alex wanted to press further. The quick dismissal and change in tone wasn't normal for Yura, and it made him more curious. It was also the same change in tone and demeanor that made him hold off on asking further questions. He nodded, filling away the Celestial's reaction for later. As they began their walk back to the sect, Val swooped down to perch on Alex's shoulder. The little worm's presence was comforting as his mind churned with questions about unstructured magic, skill slots, and most of all, the mysterious zombies. The next several days passed the same as the previous few, with the only change being that Alex now had an easier time staying up into the late hours of the night, even with his exhausted body. The new sleep resistance passive allowed his mind to continue functioning through his fatigue, though he noticed it didn't actually reduce the amount of sleep that his body needed and his tired brain wanted. It just allowed him to function on less of it. Alex pulled up his status window and checked his progress. While his level and stats hadn't moved, he felt like his progress over the last 2 weeks of being trained by the Celestial Lotus Sect's martial masters was night and day. He had a newfound confidence in himself and his capabilities that he'd never had before. After Yura's explanation the previous day, Alex couldn't help but let his eyes linger on his trait and think that he might really have a promising future in this new world, and just how wrong he'd been in those early days to think that his trait was bad. As long as we make it out of this nonsense alive. Bound items, unique E-rank growth item, Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. Alex knew he was just trying to distract himself. He was in a different environment that morning compared to the previous 2 weeks. Rather than Yura's offices, which were largely private, he stood in one of the lotus petals of the main training field. He wore his robes and the sandals provided to him, and his giant was loosely strapped to his back. I should probably be more nervous, all things considered. He dismissed his status window and looked around the outer ring of the petal. Groups of people had gathered, and more who were passing stopped to ask what was happening. I hope Yura knows what he's doing. In the last 2 days, the council had hounded Yura publicly and privately to allow a sparring match to occur between Alex and one of the other disciples. Yura had remained silent at first. But to Alex's surprise, as the council began to make more and more of a fuss, he seemed to become more pleased rather than more frustrated. After the tension built, Yura put on his public persona and addressed the council in a way that made it appear that he was caving into their demands. There was a deeper game, and Alex was frustrated that he was being pulled into the middle of it. While he was sure that the council didn't like him, it was even more clear that he was not their target. Yura was. Alex scratched his forehead, feeling slightly bored. While he felt some anxiety, he realized quickly that it wasn't because of the upcoming spar or the potential loss. He was just uncomfortable with this many people looking at him. Before the fight, Yura had told Alex to agree to whatever terms were set for the spar. Alex had raised an eyebrow but just nodded. Since it was a spar, his life shouldn't be in danger. They would be using practice weapons that were enchanted to feel the exact same as a counterpart blade. Alex clenched his fist around the hilt of the wooden sword as he waited. After some time, a disciple walked up to the sandy area and bowed to Alex. Alex recognized the man as the elder brother who had come to him during his time in the cell. He was unsure if he should be frustrated that they clearly picked someone with a lot more experience in fighting than him, or elated that he'd been given a chance at some revenge. The fact that they picked him can't be a coincidence, right? From behind the disciple, the same portly council member called out. Even though he was acting like he was talking to Alex, it was obvious he wanted the entire crowd to hear what he had to say. This is a spar between a disciple and an outsider. A mock battle between warriors. You may not use your filthy beast. Alex felt some heat rise in his chest, not at the fact that it was a dirty tactic to prevent Alex from using a big part of his personal combat kit, but that the man would insinuate Valthurian was just a beast on a leash and not a bond. Through an effort of will, Alex pushed down his rage at the silly politics and called Val out of his robe. He heard some people begin whispering as the blue mana worm rose in the air in a spiral. At Alex's instruction, Valthurian flew over to Sam, who was seated on the ground near Master Shen. Sam smiled as Worm flew around him and settled on his shoulders, though he quickly blushed as everyone's eyes watching Val suddenly stared at him. A few more pleasantries, insults, and conditions were set, and as the time to fight drew closer, Alex could feel his pulse begin to quicken. He watched the other man's posture, and where he distributed his weight as he paced. The Heavenly Eye did little to reveal new information to Alex other than the disciple's name and most used ability, which was chi cycling. This was unsurprising as by now, Alex had realized that most sect warriors had this as their most used skill, since it was something that they began practicing at an early age for many hours each week. As the sparring match started, Alex fell into the lotus roots position. He allowed his mind to concentrate completely on the fight in front of him and to tune out the distractions of the crowd. His eyes followed every movement of his opponent, and he waited patiently. As soon as the man stepped forward, Alex transitioned into flowing water and shifted his weight to the side for the third 8-petal step. He's going to use a movement skill. I'll use willow branch sways. As Alex moved to the right, the other disciple launched forward with a movement technique that was common in the sect. His sword was extended toward Alex's face. There was a split second where Alex's body wanted to freeze up. Seeing another sword travel toward his face frightened him at a fundamental level and caused him to remember the Shadow Serpent Sect's member's sword. Just before the sword came into contact, Alex activated Mirage and swayed to the left, narrowly avoiding the wooden sparring sword. To his opponent, it would appear that he was going to strike Alex until the very moment that the blade passed through the illusion with no resistance. At that moment, Alex stuck out his foot, causing the other man to stumble and follow along with his own momentum. As he passed, Alex tapped the back of his head with the flat of his sword. Okay, maybe it was a bit harder than it. Alex didn't allow himself to lose focus, as he knew that he needed 2 contacts to win the spar. However, when he saw the anger on the other man's face, he knew how the rest of the fight would go and that it would end quickly. Before the elder brother could finish gaining his balance, Alex used a mana thread to begin forming a foot-wide ritual several feet behind himself. He waited patiently for the other man to straighten back up and assume a fighting position, as was customary. He knew from the start that the elder brother was more skilled than he was, and the easiest path to victory lay in continuing to fight as he had for the last several weeks. By capitalizing on a more confident opponent's sense of superiority, which he noticed was blown even further out of proportion by the way that the sect warriors behaved. When they were both set, Alex pretended to note the anger in the man's face and changed his own look to one of panic or fear. Immediately, Alex looked over his shoulder and activated Feather Step and jumped back to the far side of the sandpit. He held the giant at a slightly odd angle, intentionally letting it fall out of its normal position. Alex turned his body to the side, right shoulder leading forward. His right hand, holding the sword, came up to his cheek, and he pointed the blade forward at eye level, passing his shoulder and leading his body. He bent his legs and activated Feather Step again, stopping the movement a few feet in front of his own ritual. At the same moment, he sent a pulse of mana through the thread he'd been holding on to, allowing it to activate the small version of the binding ritual. This particular ritual was special in that the only material Alex needed to use as a catalyst were additional mana threads. While the binding wasn't nearly as strong as if he used a rope in a binding ritual, it did work as a physical manifestation of the thread slowing movement within as if held back by spider webs. He'd used the long cooldown of ritual insight to better understand how to progress the ritual. The results were astonishing. The system responded to his desire to progress the ritual, specifically how to achieve it with fewer materials. Information flooded his mind as he realized that catalysts, while essential for rituals, represented a universal essence of their being rather than mere physical forms. By the end of Yura's detailed discussion, Alex resolved to explore the distinctions between catalysts and reagents. Yura had clarified that they were fundamentally different, but most modern practitioners found it easier to use reagents where catalysts were intended, as it required less intricate knowledge and coordination of mana flows in rituals. A fragment of insight lingered at the back of Alex's mind. Rituals, in their truest form, weren't supposed to consume physical materials at all. Yet, due to the training material he had available, he had learned to treat reagents as a shortcut rather than appreciate how catalysts should ideally function. He felt a growing desire to find something or a method that could better represent the concepts that were originally intended for the catalyst nodes. Alex released a grin as he heard the sound, confident that the other man's sternum was at least cracked. Serves you right, jerk. Alex had nightmares about the beating that had followed the elder brother's visit. There had been a special kind of frustration and helplessness that followed him, thinking that he had finally gotten someone to listen to him and verify his story, only to have that person order his beating. Worse yet, the reasoning behind the order was simply because he didn't like the way that Alex looked at him. Part of Alex wanted to let out more of the frustration and lay into the sprawled-out man. But he felt that just as the council was playing a bigger game, so was Yura. He forced himself to step away from the man as he allowed his focus to return to all of his surroundings. The scene that played out seemed like it was directly out of a television drama. Rather than take the loss in any form of grace, the council member began to spout excuses and insults toward Alex and a few less than subtle jabs at Yura's decision-making. This seemed to be the moment that Yura was waiting for. Celestial sect leader stood, and it felt as if a blanket of tension spread out over everyone gathered, causing them to fall quiet. Is he doing that? What is this feeling? It reminded Alex of the first moments that they'd met in the cavern beneath the dark side of the rift. The celestial man's presence seemed to fill the area, almost making it harder to breathe. Yura stepped forward, mirroring the council elder's earlier stance. Just as the other had done, he addressed the man while speaking to the crowd. The council demanded this spar to validate my use of training resources and to see if the honored guest is on the way to joining an expedition with our sect warriors, he declared. Yet, in the face of irrefutable proof that our guest has triumphed 2-0, you instead seized the opportunity to question my leadership. The portly council member opened his mouth to protest, but Yura held up his hand and continued. He could be clearly heard over the murmuring of the onlookers. I'd like to ask, are you issuing a personal challenge? Because if so, I assure you, I am more than prepared to defend my honor. The man's already pale complexion drained noticeably. He shook his head fervently while raising his hands. Yura took a visible and measured breath, letting the moment between them drag out. Let me be clear. The council does not dictate martial matters. Your purpose has always been to manage logistics and supplies for the sect, and it will remain that way unless you continue to push me or attempt to call my authority into question. Nobody dared to speak as Yura delivered his final words and made his stance clear in front of the entire gathered crowd. The council's illusion of continued authority cracked under the public declaration, and Alex could even see many in the crowd nodding in approval at the entire situation. He could hear quiet whispers of things like, back to how things should be, or the true leader of the sect. Without waiting for further dramatics, Yura left with his head held high and a clear statement made in front of a large audience. The sect leader is back, and he's in charge, not the council. Alex left with Sam and Valthurian, heading back to the sect head's offices to continue with their daily training. As they walked, he was surprised to see Sam extending a mana tendril, initiating a conversation on his own. Alex connected with a mana thread to hear the boy's thoughts. That was a good fight. The ritual worked well. Alex smiled down at Sam. Sam's eyes went wide in response, and he shook his head. Yeah, anyway, could you feel it when I started to use the ritual? Sam nodded with a sly smile. Cheeky kid, your sensitivity is getting better. What's the level up to now? There was a pause, and Sam shared the window with him rather than responding. Alex squinted at it and nodded. The skill had grown a lot in the last 2 weeks. Since Sam's captor had no knowledge of skills or the system, he had only forced Sam to use his healing ability over and over rather than finding out if the boy knew any other skills. Hey, I've been avoiding this a lot, but things are going to change a lot when we go back home. I'd be very careful about who you show your status window to, okay? I don't think people out there share that sort of thing, and with your healing ability, I think there are a lot of people who would want to recruit you. While he didn't say it outright, Alex knew that some people might take it even further than that. If they believed that Sam could cure diseases or save soldiers from battles, who knew what lengths people might go to? Sam nodded somberly and walked a bit closer to Alex. They walked with the connection for some time, though neither spoke. Instead, Alex just sent through reassuring feelings of confidence and contentment. They spent a few hours in Yura's office talking about the fight in greater detail. Alex was pleased with the positive feedback he received and had expected more criticism about the moment he'd frozen up. To a martial master, something like that was very noticeable. When Alex mentioned the reasoning behind it, all 3 of the mentors just nodded after sharing a glance. Yura explained that those kinds of wounds were normal in any seasoned fighter. Wounds were inevitable, and healing from them often went deeper than just the physical healing. Alex sighed. Knowing about it isn't the same as using it or making sure I can heal from it. I really hope Sarah is willing to chat or point me to someone I can talk to. While he knew she would be there for him in an emergency, there were also some professional lines he didn't think they should cross. If when he was ready to seek some professional help about the Rift experience, he'd need to do it with someone who was not one of his best friends. Their conversation was interrupted as a knock came through the wooden sliding door frame. When Alex went to the door, there was a note pinned to the softwood. He removed it and walked it over to Yura. The sect head just sighed and shook his head. Rather than be humbled, it seems that the event from this afternoon has only made the council more petty than ever, Yura said as he passed the note to Master Shen. After the note made its rounds, the three discussed the implications and sent Alex and Sam back to their small house. The paper was a notice of asset requisition and supply allocation. The council had taken Yura's lecture literally and realized that while they could not make martial changes within the sect, they had the ability to divide resources as they saw fit. In Alex's particular case, that just meant fewer magical supplements for training. That's going to make staying up and keeping this sort of training pace almost impossible. Even with sleep resistance, I don't think I'll be able to stay up without those stamina potions. For Valthurian, this meant that he would no longer be receiving the promised mana stones from the sect's treasury. Back to burning through our personal funds, I guess. Val, yes, Alex. His companion responded in an oddly clear and well-dictated voice. It almost reminded him of one of the AI home devices from the modern world. Gah, stop that. Use your normal voice. I've got bad news, you're going on a diet, bud. Sorry, diet, Val asked, saying the new word slowly. It means less mana for now. New, his companion, who had been flying above and in front of the two humans, dropped to the ground like a rock. It reminded Alex of seeing a bird go limp and fall through the air mid-flight. Sam, who hadn't been privy to their conversation, called out in alarm and ran to check on the mana worm. Alex just rolled his eyes and covered his face with his hands. So dramatic. Because of his busy schedule, lack of sleep, and absence of stamina potions, the next 3 days passed in a blur for Alex. Master Shen moved on to a new form of sweeping strikes that used the flowing water stance to slash as he moved. It was mesmerizing for Alex to watch the form shown by the sword master. He had an entirely new appreciation for the detail that went into martial arts. The new form was called Dragonfly Touches the Water. Some cuts also included quick flicks of his wrist toward vital points, and Alex was unsure if the form would work at all if it weren't for a stat-enhanced body. Yura and Master Shen Rong had worked together on a portion of training meant to teach Alex how to infuse a sword with mana in case there was a magically oriented attack that needed to be blocked. However, when Alex showed how easily he could complete this with mana infusion, they quickly let him move on. Alex had been curious about something since his sparring match a few days prior and decided to present his theory to Yura. I think it should be possible for me to make my mana threads manifest in the physical world. It clearly happened when I used the binding ritual during the sparring match, and I saw the mana spinners do it regularly. Do you know how I could make this happen? Yura rubbed his smooth chin for a moment before smiling at Alex. I think I might, but I think it would be best for you to figure it out on your own. Continue your drilling with Master Li and Master Shen, but during our lesson time, I want you to try to solve this question by yourself. If you need resources, ask me and I'll get them for you. Also, Yura paused and reached behind his desk to lift a small package. This is for you. Think of it as a gift for being a devoted student. Alex opened the box and was surprised to find a basic rituals manual and 2 advanced rituals manuals. His mouth dropped open and he looked at Yura, speechless. Yura waved his hand. It's nothing. I sent for the books more than a week ago. It just had to come down from one of our branch sects in the mountains. As he looked down at the manuals, Alex noted the rest of the statement. He asked Yura about how large the area of the light side of the rift was. Yura contemplated for a few moments before stating it was the size of a small continent, and the same went for the dark side of the rift. Alex was stunned, unable to believe that the rift was so large. Up until that point, he'd really only thought of Tianluo as the main hub of the light side of the rift, not bothering to go any deeper into the landmass. Well, my goal this entire time has been to get out of the damn place. I'm not sure why I'd want to go any deeper in. All right, enough stalling from you. I've got work to do here. Go and begin your tests. Alex groaned but felt excited about diving deeper into mana threads, which had quickly become his favorite skill. He spent the next 2 days devoting all of his attention to the threads and attempting to figure out a way to manifest them into the physical plane. He put aside the training that he'd been doing with Mirage and even the idea of studying the advanced ritual materials that Yura presented him with. While he loved the work and ideas Yura had given him the previous week for Mirage, Alex felt that he was missing something there. He believed it was just that the options with illusion magic were so broad he could do many things with it, and he just didn't have the time in his limited days to experiment as much as he might like. illusion magic required a subtlety that came from hours of dedicated practice and experimentation. There was even more practical application for it if he took Val into consideration. The mana worms create lesser illusion, could be used at the same time as mirage to compound the illusion or to further divert someone's attention. Alex had toyed with the idea of using Val for an anchor that he could attach a mirage of himself to, then allow the companion to move around and direct the illusory Alex. The illusions always seem to work better if I have something to anchor them to. Just as he had the thought, Alex sat bolt upright. Sam, who was nearby, looked over at him and tilted his head. Something to anchor it to, that's it. Alex got up and walked over to a small sandy area of the garden. He scooped some of the sand into his hand and pushed a mana thread through it. At first, nothing happened, but as Alex sent more mana through the thread, he could see it lighting up, and after a few seconds, he could feel the thread brushing against his fingertips. He exclaimed and jumped while pumping his fist in the air. Sam laughed at him from somewhere else in the garden. Alex sent a thread weaving through the garden plants until he found Sam and lightly touched his mana thread to the leaking mana that Sam had coming from his body. This let him establish a sort of pseudo-link where Alex could project thoughts but not hear them, at least not until Sam allowed him to. "Hey, I hear you over there." Alex smirked as he heard Sam yelp in surprise. "Do you realize that I'm literally like one step away from being Spider-Man?" His smirk grew into a grin as he heard Sam begin to laugh loudly and without care. He broke off the connection and felt a sense of happiness just from making Sam laugh. Alex walked over to Yura and gave a brief report, glad that he was able to solve the problem in a small window of time. "Great job, you figured that out quickly. I'll give you one hint for your next step. Test different materials." Alex's brain immediately began to try to process the hint, thinking of all the different materials that might give his mana a good source to latch onto. "Think about it another time," Yura said. "You are exhausted. I can see the bags under your eyes. You need to go get some sleep." "But no, I need to go take care of something urgent anyway." "You need sleep. You've been doing this for almost 3 weeks straight. It's clearly catching up with you. Go rest." Yura looked over to Sam. "Samuel, please make sure that Alex gets to rest. He sorely needs it." Sam flinched at the sound of his name, but then nodded as he realized what Yura was asking. A short time later, Alex crashed into his low bed on wooden slats and fell asleep within moments. He wasn't sure of when it happened, but at some point in the night, Alex awoke with a start. He looked around in the dark, his right eye completely useless. His left eye, however, saw an explosion of greens and yellows surrounding him in their small room. Alex sucked in his breath in momentary fright, unsure if they were under attack by a spell. It took him a few moments to realize that there was a form seated on the floor next to him and that the mana was not moving, rather just radiating from the small form. After Alex moved and jerked his body up, the beautiful green mana surrounding the figure in his bed shattered and retracted, and he saw the figure flinch through his mana sight. "Sam, is that you?" Alex used his left eye to analyze the figure and saw that it was Sam. He saw the vague outline of the mana leaking from the boy's body, so it was a surprise to see the boy huff as if annoyed and then extend a tendril of mana to talk. Reaching out with his own thread of mana, Alex connected to the mental communication, projecting caution and curiosity. "Sam, what are you doing? What time is it?" Sam sent back feelings of annoyance and frustration, "Helping you recover." Completely caught off guard by Sam's somewhat forward and confident response, Alex didn't even think to stop the boy as he reached forward and flicked Alex on the forehead. Half asleep and stunned, Alex sat there for several long moments before he began to laugh. "Guess you're feeling a bit more confident around me, huh?" Sam sent back feelings of satisfaction and a happiness before nodding. His next question came through with a hint of tiredness and frustration. "Sleep some more." "All right, I'll go back to bed. Just tell me what you're doing first." Rather than send feelings or words, Sam shared another part of his status window that he hadn't shown Alex before: nature's refuge. When at peace, the awakened manifests an ethereal domain of nature around themselves. The refuge will increase the vitality and natural regeneration of those within its embrace. "Wow, that's actually really awesome for your other ability, Sam. Is that why you've been practicing meditation so much while I'm training?" Alex saw Sam's head nod through the mana outline. It made sense to Alex, and he thought it was a smart choice to work on reaching a peaceful state. He couldn't help but think that Sam might have a hard time finding peace in most moments, though after his rough experience here in the Rift, he seemed to be skittish with most things. Sam let some guilt leak through, clearly noticing where Alex's thoughts were going. Alex sent back the feeling of comfort and ruffled the teenager's hair. "It's all right, buddy. We'll get through this." Alex could tell through their connection that Sam wanted to share something more, so he waited and didn't push the boy. Sam sent through the feelings of trust while showing Alex his full status window. "Can you look?" Part of Alex wanted to reprimand the teenager again, telling him he shouldn't share such things. Instead, he took a deep breath and could feel the unwavering trust Sam put into him, and he decided not to say anything. "Fine, but this is the only way to make it fair. Make sure to keep this a secret, all right?" Alex pulled up his own status window and willed for it to be visible to the naked eye. He saw Sam stiffen, and then a feeling of awe came through the link as he looked at Alex's window. A feeling of pride and satisfaction coursed through Alex, and he smiled. He looked through Sam's abilities and his class, noting the great synergy that Sam had. He was impressed with the choices that the boy had made, especially in the desperate situation he'd been placed in. Alex sent through his own feelings of impressed admiration when he saw that Sam had his own world first title for being the first human from their world to enter an epic rank rift. Sam closed up a bit at the mention of his entrance into the rift, but at some gentle encouragement, he sent back an embarrassed smile and shrug. After a bit more back and forth, and getting a better understanding of Sam's abilities, Alex started to understand how Sam had progressed while in the rift. He'd gotten his trait in a mad dash and accidental kill against a monster in the rift. While he was injured, he'd managed to gain a healing skill from his knowledge of herbs and an instinctual understanding of mana sensitivity. When he combined those two things, he was able to get a healing touch, all within a few days of being in the rift. When he'd healed himself and begun to make his way back to the rift exit, a patrol from Tianluo had scooped him up. After being unable to confirm where he'd come from, and unsure of if he was from the other sect, they kept him as a prisoner for a time before deciding to use his healing technique to their advantage. Aside from the terrible sequence of events for Sam, Alex had been interested to learn that as a healer and non-combat class, Sam gained experience by healing people. With the merchant continually making Sam heal, day in and day out, over his time in the rift, Sam quickly became high-leveled while remaining in relative safety. Because he was forced to heal warriors who were fighting against the Shadow Serpent sect, he'd had no shortage of people needing healing and had been able to earn another skill called Cure, which helped him fight against poisons. Even though it was difficult to get the boy to speak, he was able to piece the story together bit by bit. It often came down to him asking questions in the dark and waiting for certain responses from the teen through their link. Soon, the conversation died down, and Alex got ready to fall back asleep. "Do you want me to give you some of my mana?" Sam sent back a smug feeling and turned his upper body some more. Through his mana vision, Alex could see a blue coil of mana wrapped around Sam's upper arm. He realized Val was taking a nap on his shoulder and infusing a slow trickle of mana into the boy. Alex felt tears begin to sting his eyes and felt an overwhelming amount of gratitude toward the pair. They'd gone out of their way to help him recover even though he hadn't asked for anything. "Damn, you guys are gonna make me cry." "Damn." Val lifted his head and entered the conversation. Alex and Sam both began to laugh, doing their best to stifle the noise and stay quiet in the late hour. A short time later, Alex was in a deep and restful sleep. The next morning, Alex woke feeling more refreshed than he had since his first night in Tianluo. Despite his body's recovery, he woke to chaos in their bedroom. Hearing noises of distress, Alex pushed himself up quickly but felt his blankets wrap around his waist and legs. It took him a moment to orient himself, and reaching for his giant, he noticed another mana signature in their room. "Wait, is he growling? When the hell did you learn to growl, friend?" Val sent back, and Alex was surprised at the amount of confidence and protectiveness he felt come through the bond. He slid from the bed, sword drawn. As the figure spoke nervously, Alex let out an explosive breath as frustration filled him. "Val, relax, it's just Zoo." Alex leaned his sword against the wall and sat down on the bed hard. His heart was pounding, and he ran his hand through his messy hair. "The sect head has called an emergency meeting." Zoo repeated, a bit less nervous now that the sword was set down. "All right, why does that matter for us? Isn't it sect business?" Alex asked, rubbing his eyes. "He requested the two of you specifically. Please get dressed in your nicer robes and meet me out front when you're ready." Alex groaned and gave a tired smile to Sam. The two of them got dressed and met Zoo out front. Tianluo was busier than normal despite the darkness and chill of the morning. They were met by a contingent of sect warriors that Alex recognized as those who worked closely with Yura. Alex began to get a bit worried once he realized they were there as a personal escort to the two of them. A bit later, they entered a large room on the lower floor of the grand pagoda that Alex hadn't been in before. It was open, with many different seat cushions on ledges at varying elevations, facing toward a central stage. Their small group entered through a side door and were seated near the stage with one guard sitting on either side of them. Once everyone was gathered, the meeting was shockingly brief. Yura addressed all of the elder brothers and council members of the sect to let them know that 2 spies had been found. One was intercepted delivering a report of their plans of their assault to a Shadow sect member. He ended the meeting abruptly after telling everyone to remain in their homes until the situation was under control, that everyone was being investigated regardless of their standing or background, and that these were direct orders from the sect head of the Celestial Lotus sect. Throughout the terse speech, Yura blanketed the entire room in the suppressive feeling that Alex had felt in the training yard a few days before. Just glancing over his shoulder, Alex saw many faces filled with fear and even more filled with outrage. I wonder if that's at the thought of there being a spy among them, or at the orders that they weren't allowed to leave. Alex and Sam were quickly escorted out of the same side entrance and back to their small house. The two were told to stay put and that they'd have guards placed day and night for their protection. They both felt overwhelmed by the rapid order of events, but quickly that turned to boredom. For the previous 3 weeks, Alex had been training nonstop. At any time he was either pushing his mind, body, or magical abilities past their previous limits. Now, in just a few hours, all of that had changed and he was placed under some sort of martial law, house arrest situation. Naturally, he decided to just continue with his personal training until he heard more from Yura. He tested various substances around the house for several hours to create solid mana threads. Eventually, he began to feel antsy, like he needed to move his body. Damn, is this what extroverts feel like? So productive. He set aside his personal study to talk to some of the guards that were watching the house. He asked if one of them would come into the yard and spar with him. At first, they were resistant. After some good-natured jibes, one of the guards relented. When sparring weapons were given to both of them, Alex realized he may have accidentally angered the sect warrior. Alex apologized and greeted the man formally and with deference. It seemed to take some of the anger out of his attitude, though he still took the spar seriously. They exchanged blows, and Alex tried his best not to use his superior stats to his advantage since the sect's warriors were still under the restrictions of restraining Rakshasi. There was a valuable learning moment as Alex activated his feather step to move backward, and the guard had charged forward and struck Alex hard. While he was able to block the attack, his reduced weight from feather step meant that he went flying in the direction of his end-point anchor. He lost his balance and crashed into the wall of the house. Alex felt the wind escape his lungs as his back struck the wall hard, and something in his shoulder popped. Sam had already cast a healing spell on him before he had finished regaining his feet. It was his first time seeing that particular healing spell. After seeing Sam's status window the night before, he had asked the boy about his other healing spell. The one that he'd already seen several times was the minor heal, which could be used with physical contact. He'd been interested in the other one that he hadn't seen Sam cast before. It was the active skill that came with his class called Rejuvenation. The ability created a heal over time effect on the target. Through his heavenly eye, the sight was mesmerizing. At varying distances within a 1-foot radius around his body, ethereal green and brown leaves floated down around his body. It was clearly the mana manifesting for the spell, but he'd yet to see a skill with such a stunning effect. His attention was pulled back to the sparring partner, who bowed to him from across the yard. "I apologize, honored guest, I know that hit was harder than it should have been, but I hope to make a point." "Oh," Alex asked. He glanced at Sam and winked. "Yes. While your movement technique is very quick, and you have worked its use into the 8-petal steps very well, there is a flaw in it. When you step off, your weight is greatly reduced. While this allows you to move quickly, it also leaves you vulnerable. If you block an attack in the air under its effect, you will absorb the momentum of the strike while losing control of your own bearings." The guard bowed again. It is the kind of error that can take one's life in the heat of combat. "I hope the demonstration wasn't too harsh." Shrugging, Alex stepped out of the crushed flower bed near the house and back into the yard. He realized that he'd had a mana stone tucked in his pocket to siphon from between his training sessions. It was now broken from the impact. He tisked before saying, "No apology is necessary. Can we continue?" The desire to continue training was met with the guard's approval. They continued sparring, and while Alex didn't use rituals in the sparring match, he did his best to anticipate where he might use them, and even went as far as to see if he could form them from his threads fast enough. The rest of that day and the following were filled with personal projects and sparring with the guards. Sam watched closely and was quick to heal Alex if it was needed, since the guards liked to punctuate their lessons with the sparring swords. Despite the monotony of the situation, he felt like he was polishing his sword skills by sparring against so many different skilled opponents. It wasn't until almost 2 full days after the declaration of spies being found, only 7 days before the planned assault, that Yura appeared at their small house. A flustered Zoo entered their house while Alex and Sam were eating breakfast to announce the sect head. Yura waved him away before walking to the table and requesting to join them somewhat informally. Even to Alex, Yura seemed stressed and tired. "Man, what do you have to do to stress out such a powerful existence? I guess this world's council is the equivalent of Earth's Karen." There was an awkward pause, with both Alex and Sam sitting quietly, waiting for Yura to explain what was on his mind. The odd tension was broken by Val, who flew into the room and circled over Yura's head before dive-bombing onto his bald head. There was a dull thunk as Val's little head clearly lost against the Celestial's smooth dome. After the three of them finished laughing at the wobbling mana worm, who curled up in Alex's lap, Yura expressed his concern. It was clear after investigating that there were members of the council who had reached out to the Shadow Serpent sect to make a deal. While not all of the specifics had been discovered as of yet, the general idea was that if the Shadow Serpent sect aided the council in getting rid of, or recapturing Yura, then the Council of the Celestial Lotus Sect would back off all attempts to contest the others for the prophecy. This led to the Council agreeing to allow spies and other implants into the Celestial Lotus Sect's forces so that they could counteract the plans at the end of the week. The Firstborn now knew specifics of where they were going, the objective of the assault, the idea of using Alex as bait, as well as when they would strike. Yura was of the mind to call off the entire assault. Alex was wholeheartedly against the idea. After all of the training he'd done, the joint assault was the only way to get out of the rift. He said as much to Yura, which seemed to cause some distress in Sam. Through several back and forths, Alex was finally able to convince Yura that they could still continue with the plan without too much of an increase in danger to the sect's warriors. The solution was to simply take care of any remaining spies and traitors before completing the plans of the operation. Then, whatever the plan was, move the timetable forward by several days. By doing it this way, they should catch the enemy off guard before they've finalized preparations. Yura gave the idea some thought before agreeing to the plan. He seemed sad and like a very tired father returning from work. The reasoning became clear as he mentioned what would have to happen next. I've tried to play by their games and give them grace. I did not want to use might to subdue those who would oppose me, rather. I wanted to win them over through reason and honor. Yura rubbed his two celestial eyes with his thumb and index finger. You and I have spoken on more than one occasion on the use of might. This is a time when I could choose to stick close to my ideals and let events play out without acting harshly. This would likely be at the cost of more lives and knowing that such evil would come out victorious, but I am not so righteous. Let me pose a question for you to think on. Is it more selfish of me to stay strong in my convictions, regardless of what happens to those around me? Or is it more selfish to take what I desire and say that it is for the good of my people? Alex let the words hang in the air, unsure of what to say to console the older man. Over the last 3 weeks, Alex had truly begun to see Yura as a mentor. The celestial being sincerely cared for people and wanted his people to prosper even more so. He was kind to Sam and provided them with many benefits that he didn't need to, simply because he thought it was the right thing to do. To his surprise, Alex found himself leaning toward the belief that while having the power to change something didn't necessarily mean that he should, nor did it necessarily give him the right to change something. It would certainly give him the ability to do so, and that was a scary thought. While he might trust his own judgment and ability to reason through problems, he knew that perspective could easily change what someone thought was right or wrong, and he wasn't so sure he had the same faith in the rest of humanity on Earth to show restraint or wisdom. In the end, Alex encouraged Yura to do what the man thought was right. The ancient sect head had seen more human relations and dynamics of power than Alex had ever even dreamed of. Just a few weeks ago, Alex had issues standing up to his own family and coworkers, let alone leading an entire population of people. Yura nodded along somberly before excusing himself and thanking them both for their time. He told Alex to expect a summons in the next day or so, and that they should plan to continue ahead with the assault even if plans change. When the man left, Alex let out a pent-up breath of tension. I can't imagine how hard that decision is for him to make as a leader, but it sounds like he knows what he needs to do, and just the thought of dealing with the council makes him sad and tired. While they weren't connected for mind-to-mind communication, Sam seemed to pick up on Alex's line of thought. The teen nodded his head and reached over to pet the snoozing Val. The following 2 days passed in a similar routine, with Sam and Alex continuing their training and personal projects. Sam began to get more comfortable about using his skills as he realized that people weren't going to try and kidnap him for his abilities. Alex was surprised to see his nature's refuge manifest during a sparring session. The guards had stopped to look. Even Alex was impressed. When seeing it in the dark several nights before, Alex didn't realize that there was a visual component to the trait that could be seen to the naked eye as well. In a 10-foot radius all around Sam, regardless of the surface that he was sitting on, grass began to sprout. Small flowers and cloves bloomed at random points in the grass patch. After maintaining it for several minutes, the grass was thick and lush, brimming with life that seemed abnormal even compared to the life-filled light side of the rift. The onlookers could tell Sam was shy as a tint of red crept up his neck and onto his cheeks. The teen's ears, which seemed to stick out from his head a bit more than normal, turned a shade of crimson as his peaceful concentration faltered, causing the skill to shatter. As he got up to leave, Alex smiled. The red tint stood out on the boy's lighter complexion and his sandy-colored hair. Just as Sam was about to open the sliding door, everyone in the courtyard froze, their attention caught by an overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to press down on them from all sides. A feeling of intense rage and anger crashed down onto them all. Alex had felt something similar when Yura stilled the crowd during his public spar, but the feelings were much darker than then. Alex peered over the small wall that surrounded his home, directing his gaze toward the top of the grand pagoda. His legs trembled at the feeling that threatened to suffocate him. What is this feeling? An explosion of darkness covered the entire pagoda. No damage was caused to the building, but the entire area was surrounded in darkness, as well as a 2-block radius around the central building. As he looked closer, Alex was shocked to note that the jagged outline of transparent black was in the rough shape of a lotus. After a few tense heartbeats, small flecks of bright gold began to burst into existence throughout the darkened space. Alex realized that it looked similar to the night sky, where bright stars of light shone at different distances. Everything in the world seemed to be holding its breath, waiting to see what was happening and what would happen next. A booming voice rolled through the stillness. To those who sought power while I was absent, I am disappointed not for the ambition you harbored, but for the path you chose. The council, who was trusted with the lives of this sect in my absence, chose greed over duty and treachery over loyalty. You conspired with our enemies and jeopardized the lives of those you swore to protect. The sound of Yura's voice could be heard in his very bones. Damn, what kind of magic is this? How is he doing that? Alex watched as numerous specks of golden stars throughout the projected night sky began to elongate, his eyes widening with a mix of awe and fear at the sight. Stars stretched and transformed, their points extending until they resembled swords of golden light suspended in the darkness. I have tried patience, reason, and forgiveness, yet you met my offered hand with a dagger. The people of this city deserve to know that your actions are a stain upon our legacy, but it is a stain that will soon be washed clean. As if to punctuate the statement, the bottom points of the celestial swords grew longer and slowly changed their direction, as if pointing at specific targets. The celestial swords rose in the air before dropping like comets toward the earth. Alex could only see part of the grand pagoda's roof, but the light seemed to phase directly through the building's walls instead of causing the expected destruction. He could hear screams of panic, but there were no dramatic explosions or crashing destruction. After the chaos subsided, everything fell quiet. The celestial lotus remained around the pagoda for several more minutes before it, and the suppressive presence seemed to retreat. Fook, Alex said, letting the word out in a single long breath. He turned to look for Sam. The teenager stood in the open doorway with his eyes and mouth opened wide. He turned and quickly retreated inside, looking like he might be sick. The guard seemed serious, and Alex decided to call an end to their training session. He followed Sam inside. Alex sat with Sam for some time, allowing the blonde boy to calm down. At first, he'd been shaking in fright, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Part of Alex wondered if it was more than Sam simply being scared, but it was because they had finally seen exactly how strong Yura was. They'd spent countless hours with the man, and he was so informal at times that it was easy to forget just how powerful he was. Is this what Mark and Sarah are going to think of me when we return home? It felt a bit silly to compare himself in any way to Yura. The display of might they had just seen would be etched into Alex's mind until he died. As an onlooker, it was both beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Despite that, he knew, in a way, when he and Sam returned to Earth, they would be far stronger than those around them. Alex knew that Yura had struggled with the decision to step in and use force, but he agreed with the sect head's choice. What is the point of power if you can't fix the wrongness and evil that surrounds you? Sam reached out a tendril of connection to Alex. Once they had, he spoke without prompting. I want to go home. The words surprised Alex, as Sam didn't speak often, especially not unprompted. In the last 3 weeks, Alex could count on both hands the number of times he'd used his words to communicate, rather than nodding or shaking his head. Normally, Sam preferred to show emotions or flashes of memories through the bond, punctuated by his own physical gestures. Alex nodded and felt a pang of sadness for the boy. I know you do, Sam. Alex hesitated, unsure of the impact the question might have on the boy and if it was something he even needed to know. In the end, his curiosity to understand the boy and his situation better won out. Sam, how long have you been here? Do you know? The boy shook his head, causing the short blonde hair to move back and forth. 2 years, I stopped counting. Sam sent along feelings of helplessness and exhaustion. Damn, Alex couldn't believe he'd been stuck in the rift for so long. Even with the time dilation, he must have been one of the first people to enter a rift. The thought reminded Alex of the world first title Sam had. He should have realized then that Sam had been trapped for a long time. He reached out a hand and rested it on Sam's shoulder. Alex was happy that the boy didn't flinch, but he felt his heart being pulled in so many directions. Anger at the sect leaders who let this happen to a boy, sorrow for Sam's pain, concern for Sam's parents, and several others that he couldn't quite pin down. The two sat together, with Val joining in the conversation shortly after. The little companion must have sensed Sam's sadness because he went over and began to comfort the boy with head bumps and cuddling in his lap. Sam smiled tiredly and began to pet the fin along Valthurian's spine. With just 5 days left until the originally planned assault, Alex knew Yura would need to call for a meeting soon. They would need to make rapid plans to attack the firstborn. The very first thing the following morning, Sam and Alex were both summoned to Yura's office. They were accompanied by an armed escort once again, though the entire city of Tianluo seemed subdued and lifeless. A grim curiosity filled Alex as he wondered how Yura's massive spell worked. Does it only kill presented targets? How did it not affect the buildings, but was clearly able to deal damage as an attack? When they arrived at Yura's office, there was already a small group gathered around a large table. Yura took charge of the entire strategy meeting and outlined his plan. Just as they had discussed, Yura moved the timetable forward by 2 days so that they could catch the Shadow Serpent sect members by surprise. He said that because of their original plans being leaked, a small encampment had popped up between Tianluo and the location of the rift exit. Yura explained to the team that they could not see the rift exit, though those with chi sensing skills may notice something strange about the area. Regardless, the group's main objective would be to deal a fatal blow to the firstborn. Yura explained that there would be 2 teams. The first team would act as bait, with Alex at their head. 5 people would be selected, including some of the guards who had already spent time with Alex, and they would act as if they planned to assault the encampment. After an intentionally failed attack, the group would retreat to the west near the ravine that split the 2 sides of the rift. Ahead of time, the second team would get into position. They would use climbing gear to move along the inner edge of the ravine and lie in wait. As the Shadow Serpent sect followed the bait group, they would be ambushed by the second group in waiting. Yura stressed the importance of the bait group and how they would need to sell that they were retreating in a panic. Alex looked at the map as Yura explained the plan. Tianluo was in the southeast corner, with the rift exit's location being roughly at the top center of the map. The encampment was on the light side of the rift, protecting the exit from the southeast side, which was the most likely direction of approach. As Yura moved the markers to represent the teams, he saw his own team represented as a red chip move northwest toward the rift exit. As they hit the hastily built structure, they would retreat south and further west, bringing them closer to the ravine. The plan made sense in Alex's mind, though the thought of being with only 4 others against a force estimated to be around 30 was nerve-wracking. Worse yet, they would be retreating. Alex's way of thinking had changed after the previous 3 weeks of training, and he knew that this wouldn't be a simple foot race. Both sides would be using chi techniques to enhance movements and attacks. It's time to put my life on the line again. He glanced at Sam. But it needs to be done. We need to make it home. Alex was surprised that when the planning session is wrapping up, Yura stressed the fact that Alex was being placed in charge of the first team. The sect head made sure to receive verbal confirmation from each of the 4 other members that they were willing to take orders from an outsider. At that moment, Alex was glad that he'd spent the time sparring with and getting to know the men over the last 5 days of his lockdown. They were soon returned to their house, and Alex felt too nervous to go to sleep. Instead, he stayed up and continued to work through the concept of giving his mana thread substance. When he sat at the table, he saw the broken mana stone from the previous day. On a whim, he moved a mana thread through it and was shocked at how easily the thread formed in the physical plane. The mana seemed to leap at the chance to anchor itself to the mana stone dust. Of course, I've been trying sand, dust, water, sugar, all of these things that are normally in the physical world. A mana stone should have been my first thought. Sam, followed by Valthurian, came into the room when Alex began banging the pommel of a dagger onto the stone to break it up further. The young man watched Alex curiously for a moment before shrugging and coming to sit with him. Mana, no, this is mine, Val. Alex groaned and decided he would sacrifice 1 stone for the sake of his experiments. He reached into his pouch and removed one of the last dozen D-rank mana stones that he had and tossed it across the room. It rolled awkwardly across the floor, but Val flew after it like a happy dog chasing a ball. Alex could feel the tension building in the spot between his shoulder blades. With the timetable for the assault being moved up, the evening before the attack had arrived almost suddenly. While Alex was ready to go home and he'd gained confidence in his fighting abilities, he suddenly felt a lack of confidence. He remembered the powerful presence of the firstborn and wondered what level the giant serpent was. Even with his progress, he felt unprepared to take on such a fight. Damn, I feel like it was just yesterday. I was sitting at my desk doodling in a notepad with Henderson grouching at me. He smirked, wondering what his old self would say if he saw the current version of Alex. He'd think I was badass, no doubt. Alex reached up and touched the slightly puckered and firm skin of his scar. He'd kept his heavenly eye uncovered for the last several weeks of training. With the thought of being home so close, with seeing his friends and being back in the normal world, he wondered how his shocking change in appearance might ostracize him. He didn't enjoy the idea of needing to cover up his scar and eye just to fit in with others, but felt it might be necessary for a time. Not for my friends, they deserve to know the truth and everything about me and everything I've done. It was strange how his thoughts were pulled back to his fights and flight from the dark side of the rift. The people he'd killed and his justification for killing because his life was on the line. He couldn't really use that excuse now, however. His jaw clenched and he felt the knot of guilt form in his stomach as he thought back to the merchant who'd kept Sam as a slave. When he'd struck the man, he hadn't planned to kill him, but did that make him any less of a murderer? The feeling of guilt intensified as he thought to the brief moment of satisfaction he'd actually felt when Yura told him that the scummy merchant had died. It was one thing to cross a line when it was needed, or when he was forced to do so, but that hadn't been the case in the market square. He let out a breath and closed his eyes. Alex wanted to be hard on himself, and he wanted to explore all of the feelings involved in the dreadful thought that he was a murderer. Part of him wanted to wallow in that feeling and have someone else tell him that he was a horrible person. Another part of him wanted to justify and explain, and to have someone tell him that he was in the right and the man deserved it. Grunting, he used his ever-increasing control over his emotions to squash the thoughts and push them deep. Now isn't the time for this. None of it will matter if we don't make it out of the rift. Master Shen and Master Li stood in formal dress opposite Alex on either side of the desk, as they waited in Yura's office space for the sect head to join them. Alex could feel where Valthurian was through their bond and knew that he and Sam were seated a short distance behind him in the garden. Yura joined them shortly and stood behind his desk. This was supposed to be a bit more of an event, but with how things have changed, it's been pushed aside. I apologize for that. The plan had been to have a final assessment so that you could clearly see your growth. With the attack being in a few hours and the ambush team already making their way through the crevasse, I wanted to make sure that your teachers had a chance to see you off and present any last words of wisdom. Yura raised his hands to both sides, giving Master Li a chance to speak first. The martial master bowed and then reached into his robes. He held both hands out, each containing a small roll of cloth. This is a small token and not worth the time and effort you put into improving yourself, but I hope that you will accept. Alex accepted the cloth as Master Li continued to talk. As a teacher who has spent many years cultivating the sect's talent, I am pleased with your progress. My only regret is that you are an outsider and will not be staying with the Celestial Lotus sect. You would serve us well. Master Li Wei's smile was brief but genuine as he took a small step back. He gestured to the two rolls in Alex's hands, so he looked down at the sturdy canvas-like fabric. These are the hand wraps that all core disciples of the sect use when engaged in missions. They wrap around the knuckles and down past the wrists on each arm. They will help strengthen your fists, and the cloth is treated in a way that strengthens the flow of qi. Master Shen Rong stepped forward with a wrapped bundle in his hands. As was his personality, the man said little. Oh damn yes, this is awesome. The sword master gingerly unwrapped the old cloth that contained a sheathed giant. The short, straight sword sang as he removed it smoothly from the black leather. The sheath and strap were both black leather with a golden clasp. The hilt of the sword was golden, and the leather of the grip was dyed black to match the casing. Tied to the pommel were 2-foot-long white and gold ribbons. He wiped the blade once for the show before sliding it easily back into its sheath and passing it to Alex. May this blade serve you well, honored guest. It has been a pleasure to guide such a dedicated student on their path. After Alex thanked each of them, they nodded to Yura and quietly left the office space. When it was just the two of them facing each other across the desk, Yura gave a bright smile. Alex paused before smiling back, noting that Yura's smile looked more tired than normal. His thoughts were pulled back to the somber talk they'd had just before the planning meeting. Before, Yura had used the area-wide skill to kill the traitors of the sect. Part of Alex was surprised to see him smiling like this, as it had clearly been a hard decision for the celestial man. There's no need to look at me like that, Yura said. I didn't like what needed to be done, but I've done much worse in my path to power. I've waded through more blood than most ever will, and at times for much less reason than the traitors gave me. Alex gulped and nodded, thinking back to his own thoughts before the sect head had arrived. Enough of that for now. Dwelling on the guilt doesn't do anything for anyone. These are for you. Yura presented Alex with a new set of sect robes. Though they still had the markings of an outsider, they were clearly made from a high-quality and sturdy material. Upon closer inspection, Alex realized that all three of his gifts had the subtle markings of enchantment. Yura, seeing where his attention was drawn to the robes, nodded and spoke up. They are all enchanted. You should use your celestial eye to inspect them. Alex did so. D-rank item Celestial Giant. Rarity Commons. Type one-handed straight sword. Enchantment Sharpness II. D-rank item Wrist Wraps of the Celestial Lotus. Rarity Commons. Type Glove. Enchantment Strength I Mana Flow I. D-rank item Celestial Lotus Sect Robes Custom. Rarity Uncommon. Type Outfit Set. Enchantment Auto Repair Toughness I. Alex, before you go, heed this. You have grown strong, but the true test lies in how you wield that strength. You'll soon be the mightiest in your world, and with that comes a choice: will you be a tyrant or will you be a protector? Unchecked power is a dangerous thing. It can consume even the best intentions. Remember that might does not always make right, but sometimes it is the only language the world understands. Be the one who speaks that language only when necessary, and when you do, temper it with wisdom and a righteous purpose. He looked into Alex's eyes. There was silence for a time as the weight of Yura's words sunk in. To Alex, it felt like this was the end of their ongoing discussion of power. They had started it weeks ago in that very spot, and it was now brought to an end with a much better understanding. Yura clapped his hands and said that they should move on to more gifts. He called out to Sam, who entered and walked over to join them. Yura apologized once again for the mistreatment that Sam suffered and said that he still felt that the sect owed the boy for a debt. Yura told him that he'd grown in the last 3 weeks, and he hoped that Sam would learn to grow stronger from the struggles rather than be broken by them. The gift he presented Sam was a staff of cherry wood, and he told him that it was one of the most rare enchantments that they could create. D-rank item Cherry Lotus Healing Staff. Rarity Uncommon. Type Staff. Enchantment Healing Eye, Mana Efficient Eye. The trio chatted for several minutes, standing around the desk and discussing the items. Alex could see Yura's smile and had an idea of what he was waiting for. Over the short talk after Sam's staff was presented, Valthurian had become increasingly agitated, swishing his tail from Sam's shoulder. Alex started laughing as he reached for the mana worm, who unfurled himself and tried to fly over and headbutt Yura. The Celestial laughed as well and addressed the little glutton. "How could I forget about you, little Valthurian?" He reached into his robe and removed a D-rank mana stone. Val's tail began swishing back and forth in excitement. "Mana, dude, you look like a dog. How can you even swish your tail without moving your body in the air?" Yura tossed the stone across the open office space, and the Bond darted after it, repeating his favorite word over and over. As they were getting ready to leave to spend their last few hours in quiet, Yura stopped Alex once more. He told them that he wanted to release them from the initial part of their deal. While Yura wanted the safety of his people to come first, he knew that Alex and Sam both deserved to return home after everything that they'd been through. He apologized for the mess that the council dragged them into, and he made sure that he was clear in his new expectations. "While I think that my people would greatly benefit from both of your aid, the reports are clear. With the ambush in place, they should secure the battle. To make up for their levels, I have also decided to release Rakshasi when the ambush begins. This will release the level restriction on my men, allowing them to fight on even footing with the enemies, even if outnumbered. This means your role of getting to the ambush site is the most fragile part of the plan." Alex nodded at the adjustment as it made sense. The original plan had been to fight the Firstborn with a team of under-leveled sect members and to use surprise and numbers to win the fight. With their plans leaked and the Firstborn anticipating an attack, it would be harder to successfully execute the plan without releasing the restrictions. "Why didn't you mention that in the planning? I think it would have hyped up your men a bit more. Some of them think that this is a suicide mission for the greater good. Knowing your men, I'm sure they'd be happy to fight to the death for the sect, but I'm pretty sure they'd be happier to know that they will get out of this alive." Yura gave him a smile. "Oh," Alex said. "You wanted to make sure that it didn't leak, just in case." The Celestial man nodded. "The group should be able to pull off the assault without your aid. I want you to make sure that you and Samuel make it out of the rift. You have more lives yet to live, and this isn't even your world or your fight." Alex could tell that this was his last goodbye. He gave the sect head one final bow, surprised to receive one in kind. Hours later, dressed and carrying their new gear, Alex and Sam met up with the 4 others in their team. It was a short walk to the edge of Tianluo and the small staging area that they would wait in. The plan was to begin moving toward the encampment to the north just before the first light. With the early attack combined with the time of day, they would hopefully catch the disorganized defenders off guard and begin the plan. The small group of 6 crept through the tall grass, and Alex could see his breath as the sun began to rise. The encampment was less than 100 meters away, and he could feel his heart beginning to quicken once again. It had been odd for him to notice that his body would begin to ramp itself up at different stages of their preparation. His heart rate had increased at several points, where his mind and the anticipation of battle seemed to rule his body, more than him being worked up from any actual strenuous exercise. From this distance, Alex could see that the Shadow Serpent sect had taken the time to create small wooden walls in a line that blocked most of their line of sight to either side for 20 meters. In the middle was a small opening, meant to act as a funnel. Their plan was to attack at that point to draw out the enemies into their retreat. Several of the men on the team gripped their weapons and looked toward Alex. As their small team leader, it was his decision when to attack. Kind of funny because there's nothing that will actually decide when we should attack. The generalized time to start the attack was first light, but the sun was already coming over the top of the trees on the light side of the rift. He watched the small, makeshift battlements in hopes of spotting some sort of movement. There was none. With no reason to delay any longer, Alex signaled with his hand, and the men began to advance. Sam stayed several meters behind the group, doing his best not to attract any attention. As they came within 15 meters, all 5 of them began to jog in a low crouch and picked up speed as they stood and began to run. Their increasing momentum carried them toward the walls. As they had planned, none of them used any chi techniques or skills to avoid alerting any sentries. They closed on the wall within a few seconds and began their assault. Within several feet of the wall, they were met with cries of alarm, and the clang of metal could be heard as the first blades crossed. Alex traded several blows with a man at the choke point, doing his best to see beyond the small walls. He was startled to see that the camp was much larger than they expected it to be. Enough tents had been erected for at least 40 people. Shit, was the scouting report wrong? Why are there so many of them here? One of the celestial sect guards took a cut to his thigh and another to his bicep. Through his mana vision, Alex could see Sam's healing effect begin to work on them. Okay, now they've made us bleed. It's time to sell the faint and then retreat. Come on, men. Each of you is worth at least 5 shadow sect scum. Alex called, doing his best to sound like a pompous elder brother, but knew that he didn't have the same tone or the words to achieve the effect fully. There was no response to his rallying cry as the fighting continued. He could only hear the grunting of the men and the ringing of steel, which was contrasted by the occasional shout and flash of a chi technique. Twice Alex was fooled by the use of an illusion and quick strike combo, causing him to bleed before his wound was healed. Several other guards took deep cuts, and Sam's healing was beginning to lag behind the myriad of wounds they were receiving. We need to begin the fallback now, but it can't seem coordinated. Don't give up. We will fight to the final breath if needed. Alex yelled the last sentence, making sure to loudly call the key phrase they had said ahead of time. 2 of his team fell back, one even tripping as he did so and called out in panic. This left the best 3 fighters remaining and doing their best to move from the choke point. Alex could hear a few men from behind the wall cheering and laughing as they saw the attack group begin to break. Now that they believed the retreat was real, he needed to get out as well. Not needing to fake the tension and stress all that much, Alex called out to his men over the fighting. There are too many of them. Retreat, retreat. He made sure to project his voice enough that it would carry to those around them. Yep, the voice crack was totally for the acting. The group began their retreat, and Alex could see small wounds and scratches closing on his team as they moved away from the wooden palisade. He made sure to call out several more times and allowed his natural mana to leak from his skin. Blue motes of light streamed toward Alex, and he instantly dismissed the 2 kill notifications that popped up in his vision. We've got to get them to follow us, especially the firstborn. Alex heard shouting behind him as they ran along the hill, heading west toward the ravine. He risked a glance over his shoulder, and his eyes widened at the sheer number of people pouring from behind the miniature wooden walls. All of them were fully dressed and armed. Just as he was about to turn back to running, he saw a large black form move out from behind the wall. As if pulled from his recent nightmares, he saw the tall, green grass begin to sway in part as the serpent rapidly approached the retreating group. Damn, why is she so fast? Damn, Valthurian yelled, sending feelings of excitement. Alex just groaned and turned back to focus on his footing. As they got closer to the deep split in the world, the ground became more uneven and filled with rocks while the tall stalks of grass began to thin. When they were within 20 meters of the ambush point, Alex could see the space clearly. He cursed to himself as he noticed that the area was slightly different than the map showed. Worse yet, with how many people were chasing them, if they set up the ambush on that small ledge, there would be no place for the ambushers to ascend the cliff and strike out. He pumped his legs faster and glanced back, both to check on the pursuers and to see Sam trailing behind. The teen was panting, and Alex could tell his endurance was flagging. Shit, Sam, watch out. In what felt like slow motion, Alex watched the grass part just behind Sam, and a large red-eyed serpent rose up behind him. Sam looked up to Alex, hearing him call out, but he didn't register the words fast enough. Alex set his destination point and used Feather Step while pushing off with all of the power his stats could provide him. He blurred backward past the other sect members who'd been following close behind him. Alex flew through the air, light as a feather, but he knew that he wouldn't make it in time. The snake struck faster than Alex's enhanced mind speed could keep up with. One moment it was pulling back slowly, the next, Sam was screaming in agony, and the firstborn sunk its fangs deep into Sam's back. As he landed next to Sam, Alex could see the black serpent begin to raise its tail for a strike as if to finish Sam off. Alex fully released his Feather Step before bracing his feet and drawing his giant again to block the tail strike. From the corner of his eye, Alex could see the 2 fangs pull down Sam's back, turning the 2 puncture wounds into long, rending tears of flesh. Before his mind could pick up on any more of the horrific details, the large tail connected and sent Alex tumbling. He heard feet pounding past him and the roar of the celestial sect warriors as they engaged the firstborn. Alex pushed himself up and scrambled over to Sam, a few meters away. Sheathing his sword, Alex slid next to Sam and was relieved to see the teen had already cast rejuvenation on himself, though he still writhed in pain and grunted through tensed muscles. While the wounds were sealing themselves as Alex watched, his back was already covered in blood, and his robes were torn in the back. Sam, you're all right. I'm here, come on. We're almost there. He slid his arm under Sam's and pulled the teen to his feet. Alex forced himself to focus as he used mana thread to set up a ritual circle a few feet away, opting for the one that he knew didn't require any materials to use. Once the weaker version of a binding ritual was set, he called out to the sect guards who were holding back the firstborn. As one, they turned and used movement abilities to create space. The massive snake used its own skill, which seemed to make it have zero resistance as it slid across the ground at an unnatural speed. Alex activated the ritual circle. Trusting in his own work to let the ritual slow the monster's speed, Alex turned his back to the snake and began to lead the way for his team to a position along the ravine just north of their original ambush point. The new position was on a small lip, raised above the medium-sized platform about 20 meters north of the original location. They had gone far enough west, just to reach the crevasse, that they were off to the side of the original wooden palisade. It broke Alex's heart to be able to see the rift exit again, yet to have the last 100 meters feel so far away. Alex had thought that making it to the ambush point would be the hardest part of the mission. From here, they should be able to stall for a few minutes until the ambush party came out of their hiding place within the ravine to attack their flank. Now, with how outnumbered they are, the fight would be anything but simple. He held out hope for the superior training and coordination that the Celestial Lotus Sect warriors had. Once the ambush party attacked, they would release a flare to signal Yura that he could release the bindings. Alex hoped that with their return strength, they would rally and be able to withstand the difference in numbers. The following battle was tough and filled with tension and wounds. The 5 sect warriors, including Alex, fought against the 8-to-1 odds. There were only 2 reasons that they could last as long as they did. The most obvious was that the terrain forced the attackers to stagger their approach. The other key factor was that Sam continued to throw heals on each of the party members as they got hit, and to Alex's heavenly eye, it looked like leaves were falling around them all like rain in a storm. At one point in the fight, Sam bent over and threw up. It took Alex a moment to figure out why, but he realized that he must be extremely low on mana. From personal experience, Alex knew that if he kept spending his natural mana reserves, he would get too low and pass out. Val, go help Sam. Give him your mana. Friend can have mana. The feeling of determination and seriousness coming from the small mana worm made Alex smile for a brief moment. In the next moment, he was back to his desperate defense alongside the sect warriors. In his vision, he'd occasionally catch motes of blue collide with his chest, signifying that he'd aided in the kill notification that followed. He even saw the golden lights that signified a level up and needed to ensure that the notifications didn't distract him. While fighting, he set up a ritual under the fighter's central body. He pushed forward a few steps and tossed the metal ball along the ground. Shit, how do I make the feather move over there? Hua, can you keep them busy for a second? The man to his right, a senior sect member, nodded with grim determination. He had blood covering his brow from a now-healed cut. Alex took a single step back and knelt on the ground. He reached into the spatial pouch at his belt and removed a mana stone. He set it on the ground and drew the dagger from the sheath in his boot. He used the pommel to smash the mana stone. Using mana thread, he ran the line through the mana stone dust and watched it manifest as he fed it even more mana than normal. Holding out his hand, Alex focused on his mana control as the mana thread snaked up from the pile of dust on the ground and wrapped several times around the base of the feather. Within moments, it was traveling among the grass and under the attacker's feet. When it was in position, he activated the ritual through the thread and watched as nearly 20 enemy warriors were temporarily forced to their knees under the increased gravity. Several dead Shadow Sect members littered the ground in front of his 4 companions who faced south, stalling for the eventual ambush. Sam lay on the ground, still wincing in pain, with Valthurian wrapped around his shoulder and upper arm. Alex looked at Sam. Where the hell are they? He scanned the back lines of the fighters and could see the firstborn raise its head, tongue flicking. Alex's mind went back to his flight through the dark side of the rift and how the shadow serpent seemed to be able to sense his leaking mana. Fearing that could happen again, he quickly restricted his leaking mana, hoping to throw off the firstborn's ability to sense where he was within the melee. Alex knew he was probably clear where he was, since there was only a small group of defenders, but any confusion he could cause for the giant serpent, the better. For the first time, Alex activated his heavenly eye and analyzed the firstborn, Naraka level 58. The firstborn of Rakshasi. Primary stat, agility. Hostile shadow, serpent. Freak me, I need to figure out how to get Sam and me out of here. This isn't our fight, and as soon as the ambushers get here, we need to make a break for it. He looked at the open cross of land between their position and the rift exit. While it was a relatively straight shot to the exit, it was a long distance to run while supporting the now exhausted and injured Sam. She'll definitely see us breaking away from the group. I'm sure she'd catch us before we get there. Through his left eye, Alex saw a bright ball of golden yellow mana fly into the air. As his eyes traced it through the morning light, he realized what it was. A heartbeat later, he heard a war cry as several warriors in white and yellow robes attacked the enemy's flank. Only a few moments passed before a huge pulse and surge of mana exploded out from the direction of Tianluo. Yura has released Rakshasi. We need to get out of here. Now. Alex's mind raced, and a plan began to form. He stepped away from the sect warriors, knowing that they would be able to hold for the moment with their increasing power, and the immediate attention turned to the ambushers. He jogged the short distance to kneel next to Sam. Sprawled out on the ground and with his upper robes torn, there was blood around him from the gashes in his back. With a quick look, Alex turned the teenager on his side and moved the flaps of his top aside to see that the wounds on his back were already closed. Sam was crying and his hands were shaking. Alex couldn't tell if he was shaking from mana exhaustion or fear and pain, but as he approached through his heavenly eye, Alex could see him activate the rejuvenation skill on himself, even though there were already leaves falling around him. Shit, did he already use the mana Val gave him too? He's overhealing himself because he's scared. Sam, how much mana do you have left? The young blonde flinched and looked up at Alex with watery eyes. Alex reached out with a thread of mana to speak into his mind. As soon as the connection was made, he tried to send Sam feelings of calming comfort and confidence. It didn't work. Alex was surprised, as he'd always been able to send feelings over to the teenager. As Sam connected back to Alex, though, he realized what the issue was. As soon as the two-way connection was made, Alex almost threw up. The feelings of self-disgust, panic, and helplessness that came through the communication in a tidal wave. Sam, listen, buddy. We're going to get out of here, okay? The exit is right there, and we are going to make it. Alex looked away from Sam and Val to survey his surroundings. His plan continued to form. His mind worked at its maximum speed to connect the dots of his available tools. All right, look at me, Sam. How much mana do you have? Alex reached up to his chest and undid the clasp of his new giant's shoulder sheath. He set the sword itself on the ground to free up his hands. When it was off, he reached into his pouch and removed one of his last 5D rank mana stones. He crushed it on the ground and began to weave mana threads in a tight wrap around either end of the empty sheath. I want to go home. Please, I don't want to die. Alex froze as he heard the words spoken aloud, and his head rose to look at Sam. Sam looked at him with wide eyes and tears streaming down his dirty cheeks. The teenager looked so young at that moment as his lower lip wobbled. Even though Sam had spent 2 years in the rift, bringing his general mental age and time lived to 18 years, his body was still that of a 16-year-old. And in that moment, he looked at Alex like he could solve all the world's problems. I'm going to get you home, Sam. You understand, we are getting out of here. He emphasized each word in the last sentence, holding eye contact with the boy. Water stung his own eyes as he heard the chaos around them and knew that they still had an enormous hurdle to overcome. Alex desperately hoped that he looked confident to the boy and that his plan would work. He returned to wrapping physical mana threads around each end of the sheath. He glanced over his shoulder to see the fight. The firstborn was surveying everything from the back lines, occasionally striking out at one of the ambushers who fought their way too close. The attacking pattern was ruthless and similar to how it had attacked Sam. The firstborn would bite down on the attacker's body with its large fangs to hold it in place just long enough for its tail to come crashing down for a finishing blow. Okay, Sam, can you cast rejuvenation on us both? Sam shook his head and a notification appeared in Alex's vision, but he quickly dismissed it. Just one. Damn, okay, do you trust me, Sam? There was no pause as he nodded his head, complete confidence in Alex. Good, stay right here and conserve your mana. Don't cast anything else for right now. Your back is completely healed, even if it still hurts some, okay? Sam nodded again and leaned against the rock beside him, clearly avoiding pressure on his freshly healed back. Alex took a few steps away and told one of the sect warriors that he needed the shield from his spatial pouch. It's a bit small, but I guess so is he. Shields were not widely used in Tianluo, but all guards kept several sets of different weapons or tools in their pouches. I should really start doing the same. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even be able to attempt this insane plan. Alex carried the shield back to Sam and knelt on the ground. Thanking Yura for the endless mana shaping exercises, he was able to lay down a weight-reducing ritual on the inside of the shield in record time. Then he put a feather and some ash into the nodes that required them and inserted one of his D-rank mana stones into the peak of the ritual. Sam, lay on this. It'll have to do. As soon as Sam was settled, Alex crushed up another mana stone and began to use as many threads as he could produce to wrap the boy's chest to the shield in a tight cocoon. He saw some confusion and fear in the boy's eyes, but Alex just told him to trust him again and that getting Sam out was his highest priority. Val, come here. All right, buddy. This is it. You've got the most important job. You're going to get us home. Home? Yep, I need you to do this. Alex sent feelings of hunger and need, which Valthurian seemed to naturally understand. Mana, Val sent back feelings of confusion. Alex finished connecting all the mana threads and attempted to push Sam side to side. He was satisfied that the threads would hold in their strengthened physical state. He connected the threads to the scabbard and held it up to Val. Bite onto this and pull Sam to the exit. If you do, I'll give you all the mana you want when we get out of here. Alex pointed to the rift, and he felt a sense of understanding come through their bond. Valthurian looked at Sam before looking back at Alex. There was a brief pause before the worm was biting down on the dark leather sheath to be used as a bit, similar to how horses used. Friend home, Sam, now's the time for that rejuvenation. Can you cast it on me? You're going to take some bumps and bruises, but it won't be anything too serious. What are you doing? Sam said aloud, panic taking over his normally quiet demeanor. Trust me, Sam, I'll be right behind you. We've got to do this now, though. Sam looked at Alex for a moment, face serious, but his eyes were dry. He nodded and cast the healing over time spell on Alex. Alex activated the weight-reducing ritual. Val flew off at speed, barely hindered by the weight of the teenager. Blue light streamed into him, and Alex had a hard time distinguishing the blue motes in his right eye from a potential magical attack that his left eye might see. Shit, I wonder if there's a system way to turn that off. Turning, Alex saw that the firstborn had already noticed the pair moving toward the exit. It ducked its head and began to weave its way after them. Alex let his mana begin to leak and did his best to push additional mana outward. While it was hard to do, he focused on the feeling he'd had when Yura blanketed the area of Tianluo. There was a small wall of resistance, but out of necessity, Alex pushed through it and felt his mana explode out of his body. It wasn't a feeling he'd ever experienced before, but it worked. The firstborn stopped in its path after Sam and turned directly to Alex. Yeah, bring it on, you giant ugly noodle. You've tried a few times already. As the snake drew closer, Alex bent to scoop up his giant and used the last of the mana stone dust on the ground to wrap threads around his hand and the sword. He looked behind him to make sure that Sam was directly behind him and the firstborn was in a straight line on the opposite side of him. With a final breath, he took up the position for lotus roots and tried to still his thrumming heart. Stay patient. This is gonna hurt like hell. As the serpent drew closer, Alex assumed an offensive stance. He felt a sense of déjà vu as the black-scaled snake pulled back and struck at blinding speed. Alex struck forward at the same time and felt the giant fangs slide into his body. One entered his shoulder and pierced out of the back of his arm, while the other pierced high on the right side of his chest. He held in a scream. The attempted slash at the snake was a feint to ensure his sword arm wasn't caught in the monster's mouth. In his peripheral vision, he saw the snake's tail begin to raise up high, which is what he'd been counting on. When the snake tensed its jaws, it turned Alex's body, and he saw Sam and Val vanish through the portal some distance away. Alex set his destination point as he felt hot venom flow through his veins. He hadn't anticipated any amount of venom. Idiot, it's a goddamned snake from another world that even the people curse as a sort of hellscape. Of course it's going to have venom. The fangs pulled out of his body with a sickening sound, and he knew that the time had come. It was his only chance at escape, and despite the pain, Alex found the strength to raise his sword arm and step off the ground. He activated Feather Step just as he brought the sword up and braced it against the shoulder where he anticipated impact. A fraction of a second later, an impossibly strong blow struck him. In his relatively weightless state, Alex assumed the same speed as the blow he absorbed and was sent flying through the air. There was an odd moment of peaceful clarity as he soared through the air. He realized that his plan had worked, and the insanity of it all made him want to break out into maniacal laughter. If it had just been a few weeks ago, he would have thought that only in a movie or anime could someone be literally knocked through the air close to the length of a football field. Struggling to his feet, Alex looked down the hill at the two worlds that lay before him. Off to the right and on the other side of the ravine was the dark side of the rift, where he'd spent nearly a month running for his life and way out of his depth. To his left was the light side of the rift, where he'd learned a lot and made some true allies. From this distance, he couldn't see Tianluo as it was nestled in the forest of cherry trees, but his breath caught in his throat as he watched two figures rise up over the crest of the horizon, larger than life. A six-armed, golden humanoid roared into the sky as all six arms were brought down onto a form that grew more slowly. Rakshasi. The night serpent grew larger than Yura's form and began to wrap its tail around the golden man. Several stars of golden light formed in the air around the two, several times larger than the ones he'd seen in Tianluo. Yura fought against the Godzilla-sized snake, doing his best to fight with his multiple limbs and magic. Several notifications had appeared in Alex's vision during the fight, but he dismissed them without giving them attention. As the most recent one appeared, he took a moment to look at the updated Rift quest. He shuddered and limped through the Rift exit. Nope, just hell no. Adjusting Rift quest. Old Rift quest, security. The Rift's balance of power grows uneven. Choose a side and help to establish security and safety for the surviving inhabitants. New. Rift quest, the Clash of Titans. The strength of each sect will continue to grow as the prophecy that has been laid dormant where worlds collide has come to pass in a way that no one expected. Both of the rift's titans have been released from their prison. Choose a side and help to establish security and safety for the surviving inhabitants. Alex stumbled out of the rift and into the small opening in the woods. There was snow on the ground, and even though the rift had been chilly, it wasn't nearly close to freezing. Sam sat a few steps away. Blood from his clothes had smeared onto the undisturbed snowfall. Despite the horrific scene, he sat halfway up. His waist was still strapped down to the shield while he wrestled off the weakened threads around his upper body. The two of them made eye contact, and there was a tense moment as they both tried to come to grips with the fact that they were finally out of the rift. The tension was broken by an exuberant call from Val. "Mana," the little worm yelled happily. Alex looked to Sam's side to note that the two had a tendril of mana connecting them for communication, but at the same time, Val glowed. Through Alex's mana sight, he could see the funneling mana from his threads to his companion, a telltale sign that he was using mana siphon to eat the threads. Both humans burst into laughter. All the tension from the last month that had built up to their assault on the firstborn spilled out of them. In a rare moment of joy, Sam called out with a victory yell. "Woo," he called into the forest. Alex paused, unused to seeing the quiet boy make any noises. He laughed harder and then yelled his own excitement. He stumbled toward the teenager and ruffled his hair. "Wow, that snow looks comfy." Sam nodded into Alex's hand with a smile. Alex tried to get his rapid breathing under control. He'd gone from combat to laughter in the span of a few seconds, and he needed to catch his breath. He put a steadying hand on Sam and then let himself fall down to the snow. He winced as the poison pulsed through his body. Once again, the healing spell seemed to do its best to combat it. "Sam, can you use Cure on me?" The boy shook his head. Alex groaned and pulled one of his last 2 mana stones from his spatial pouch and tossed it to Val. "Eat this. You deserve it, buddy. Can you give Sam any more of your mana?" After Sam got more of Val's mana and used his Cure skill on Alex, he fell back into the snow and let the cold environment cool him down. Several minutes passed as the two laughed and felt victorious, especially as Alex had a blue box appear telling him that he'd completed his hidden personal quest. He didn't accept the reward immediately, instead dismissing the window and deciding to look at it once he got to his apartment. Alex knew they needed to keep moving. He felt exhaustion creeping in, and his muscles could begin to lock up if he didn't keep moving. The two got up after Val finished eating away at the threads and consuming the mana stone. Val rode on Alex's shoulder, and the two limped through the forest in their torn robes. Alex returned his giant to the sheath and put the bite-marked leather strap back over his shoulders. He used Sam's staff as a walking stick and supported them both as they made their way through the forest. When they arrived at his car, it took a moment for Alex to even think about pulling out the key from his spatial pocket. It was a manual key, so he knew it wouldn't be damaged from the rift, but the car just seemed so odd and out of place. There was still stuff in his front seat from when he'd gone to the store last and when he'd packed up his camping bag at the Voss estate. Sam looked like he was about to fall asleep while walking, so Alex ushered him into the back seat. When he got into the front seat himself, he turned on the car and turned up the heat. Turning to Sam, who was already sprawled across the back seat, Alex addressed the teenager. "Sam, where's your home? Do you want me to drop you off at your house?" Sam's eyes opened wide and he shook his head. "No, I don't want to go back. Can I just stay with you? Are you scared? I'm sure your parents want to know where you are." "No, stay with you." Sam sent along feelings of determination and a feeling of safety. Alex sighed, but they were both too tired to argue about it. "All right, you can come back to my place, but we'll have to talk about this eventually." Sam didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes. Alex let go of the mental connection to let Sam sleep and keep his thoughts private. "I guess it doesn't really matter. We've been living together for the last month and spending every waking moment together. I'll figure out who his parents are later." The car hadn't even fully heated up before Sam was asleep. Alex smiled and began the drive back to his apartment in Hoboken. It was an hour-and-a-half drive from where they were near the base of the mountain, and Alex found himself getting antsy. He hadn't sat still that long with his thoughts since before he entered the rift. There was always a next step and something else to run from or train toward. Suddenly, forced to keep his body still and think about the experience, he felt relieved and exhausted. The radio was a blessing, and he loved flipping through the channels to listen to different music. He almost always had something playing around his apartment or in his headphones on the subway, so no electronics for 2 months felt odd. There was some initial frustration as he struggled to find a station that wasn't talking about rifts and how some famous streamer or celebrity was going to be going into a rift on their livestream next week. Guess a lot did change in the week I was gone. They're not trying to hide this stuff anymore, but who would have thought someone like this influencer would be trying to go into a rift to prove it's real? Do they not realize electronics won't work in there? It was interesting to him that talk shows and radio stations were talking about what a social media influencer was doing and how they thought things would play out, rather than actually talking about the rifts or Awakened. Haven't seen something this hyped since an influencer challenged a famous boxer. Wonder if this'll be a flop too. Valthurian cooed sleepily in his mind. Knowing that it wasn't something he could focus on, he dodged the political stations and found a station that was playing music and enjoyed the melody as he drove toward the city. When he got closer to his apartment and entered the city, Alex found himself laughing again, more than once. The first time was at a car that honked its horn, which caused Alex to jump. The second time was as he was merging off of the interstate, and a car cut him off and tapped their brakes. He just couldn't stop laughing at the absurdity of it all. Such a thing would have made him mad at one point just weeks ago, and there was a satisfying moment where he imagined the sheer power difference between himself and the person who was likely driving that pickup truck. At one point during his laughing fit, Sam woke up, but after feeling his emotions, the teen fell back to sleep with a weak smile of his own. The busier parts of the city seemed oddly deserted to Alex, and he saw several areas where there were military personnel stationed as if a parade or public event was taking place. He couldn't tell what was happening or if they were a part of the Hunters Association. Too much felt like it was changing, and he began to feel overwhelmed. He'd wanted to return to the comfort of his everyday life, but it felt like there was a tension hanging over the city. When they got to the apartment, Alex felt that his reality was slowly coming back. The neighborhood was familiar, and he couldn't wait to get inside and take a hot shower. Alex also desperately wanted some shitty modern food. He'd been eating lean protein and rice for weeks. Alex let Sam sleep for a few more minutes in the back of the car as he gathered his thoughts and prepared for the next step. He knew what came next and knew that it wouldn't be easy. Turning on his phone, he put it in his lap and leaned his forehead against the cold glass of the window as he waited. At first, the phone vibrated once. Then it began to vibrate continuously for the next minute or so. When it stopped, he picked up the phone and flipped through the notifications. He closed all the pointless ones, like emails and work notices. He had 5 missed texts from Mark and 15 missed texts from Sarah. There were a few missed texts from Olivia as well. As he kept scrolling past the text section, he got to the phone calls and found more missed calls from Mark and Sarah. Mark had left a series of voicemails that popped up as he was reading through some of the texts. Looking at the date and time on his phone, he noted that it was Sunday, December 15th in the late afternoon. I guess that makes sense. I spent almost 2 months inside of the rift, and epic rarity rifts have an 8 times time dilation effect, so it's only been 7 days. He let out a sigh and realized that his friends thought he'd been ignoring them, then ran away, and then the last few texts were a lot more subdued. They read as if they were sending a text and didn't expect a response. Sarah must have shared his awakened status with Mark, which led them to believe he died in an accident. They thought he died. Reading the text translation of a few of the voicemails, he saw somewhere Mark was cursing at him, then one where he was reminiscing about college. It hurt his heart to see how keeping the secret from his best friend had hurt him. He felt shitty and knew that he'd been a lousy friend. Alex sent them both a text, telling them he was alive and at his apartment. He apologized and told them to both come over and that he would explain everything. He read through Olivia's texts and saw that she'd sent him a few texts, but without a response, she sent 1 or 2 that made it seem like she thought he was ignoring her. There wasn't any drama or vindictiveness in her texts, but she seemed put off that he would ghost her. The text he sent her was similar to the one he'd sent to Mark and Sarah. Alex figured that if there would be time to explain it all, he might as well do it all at once and let the 2 sets of friends meet each other. A more selfish part of him didn't want to wait to see her. Next, he woke Sam, and the 2 walked up to his apartment. There was an odd moment as his neighbor, Ashley, saw the 2 of them coming up to the entrance. She was staring with her mouth partially opened, and in the shape of an O. It wasn't until Alex was up the stairs and unlocking his door that he realized his face was uncovered, so his eye and the scar on his face stood out as extremely abnormal. And that's assuming she wasn't completely put off by the fact that the front of his robes was cut and torn from Naraka's fangs, and he and Sam both had a fair amount of dried blood on them. Oh, don't forget the weapons. Those aren't normal here, either. He chuckled and couldn't bring himself to care. As soon as they were inside, Sam looked around. When he spotted the couch, he walked over and flopped onto it, ready to sleep some more. Alex stopped just inside the door and leaned against the door frame. He took a full minute to just breathe in the familiar scents and feel the climate control temperature. Home at last. Home, Val echoed. The mono worm uncoiled itself from Alex's shoulder and flew over to coil up on Sam's chest and take a nap as well. While Alex knew he needed to rest, there was something calling his name even louder than his couch or bed. The shower. A hot shower sounds so amazing. He looked at the clock over his stove, out of habit. The electric lights seemed a bit out of place to him now. Doing some quick mental math, he guessed that he had at least 15 or 20 minutes before Mark or Sarah arrived. He wasn't sure when Olivia might get there. Setting his phone on the countertop, he stumbled over to his bathroom and got in the shower. He took a moment to admire his changed physique in the mirror while the water warmed up. Without a mask on his face, he looked like a completely different person. His body had been changed drastically by his increased stats. All the muscles in his upper body were well defined and larger than he'd ever seen them. He now had a scar running down his chest, two differently shaped scars on both of his shoulders, and a horizontal scar across the bridge of his nose. Alex leaned closer to the mirror, his nose almost touching the glass. Since his time in Tianluo, he hadn't taken much time to really inspect the way it looked. With the only mirror at his disposal being polished metal, the reflection was quite hazy. The white part was normal, but the colored part was outlined in bright gold, while the center was black with small spots of gold scattered throughout. At the center, instead of a normal black dot, a starburst of yellow and orange spread out, reminding Alex of the celestial swords he'd seen Yura create in the sky. He blinked, watching the eye move in sync with his natural one. It looked so alien to him. Yet as he pulled back and took in his reflection as a whole, the eye wasn't what caught his attention the most. The scars that lined his body, his unkempt facial hair which he normally didn't let grow past stubble, and the overgrown hair stood out most. There's almost no way for me to look normal and fit in now. At least I can use the mana spinner silk to make a mask in public or when talking to Mark and Sarah. Just for the start though, so that they don't lose their minds seeing the changes. He was adamant with himself that he'd show them everything, all of the changes, all the scars, and tell them everything he'd done in the rift. Alex took a deep breath and stepped into the hot shower. The pressurized water felt heavenly, and he leaned his head forward to let the water run down his face and shoulder blades. He got to enjoy the feeling of the shower for a few minutes before the relaxing moment was shattered. He heard Mark, and instantly, he knew things were about to get out of hand. Dude. The door burst open, and from the other room, Alex could hear it slam back into the wall as it flew open. Where the actual hell have you been? Wait, who are you? Alex could hear his friend talking and began to panic, as he knew Sam wouldn't react well to Mark's volume. He got out of the shower as quickly as he could, almost slipping on the tiled bathroom floor. Before he could wrap a towel around his waist, Sam yelled in fright. Ah, Mark yelled back, wait, what is that? Hey, no, what the foo? Alex turned the corner of his bedroom door and saw Val glowing at the edge of the couch, facing Mark and growling. Sam sat up, and his hair was sticking up at an odd angle as he pushed himself against the far edge of the couch, trying to figure out who the large stranger was. Mark, Alex paused in the doorway. His own appearance wasn't the only one to change since he'd been gone. His large friend looked to have put on at least 10 to 20 pounds of muscle on his tall frame. Alex, Mark asked. He kept his hands held up defensively toward Val, but stopped as his eyes took in his best friend. Alex, Val, everything is fine, don't attack him. Yes, look, Mark, I'm sorry, I know. Before he could even finish his sentence, the big man crossed the room in a few strides and absorbed his half-dressed friend in a bear hug. You're alive, you crazy bastard. He shook Alex back and forth a few times before setting him back down. Alex coughed as the hug was released and he was barely able to hold onto his towel. He gave his friend a smile and glanced over at Sam and Val. The two were still tense and watching the exchange. Mark, can you talk a bit quieter? This is Sam, and he doesn't love loud noises. Mark winced as he saw the clearly scared teenager and realized that he must seem like a crazy person after that entrance. He scratched the back of his head before talking in a much more quiet and gentle voice. Sorry, man. I'm Mark and Alex is my best friend. Until a few minutes ago, I thought he was dead. Mark casually punched at Alex's shoulder, only for the playful strike to be batted aside on reflex. Oops. Mark, I'm really glad you're here. I promise I'm all right. Can we wait until Sarah is here before I start explaining things? Mark nodded, but he took several long moments to look over Alex. With only a towel covering him and a mask still not in place, Mark was able to see all the changes out in the open. Yay explanations, he let his words trail off as he kept looking at Alex. Hey dude, my eyes are up here. Alex quipped, feeling their natural banter return easily. Mark smiled in response. Look, do you mind hanging out here for a minute so I can get dressed and find some clothes for Sam? If Sarah gets here, just keep her here and tell her I'll be out in a second. Mark nodded again before moving over to sit on one of the stools on the countertop. Sam's eyes followed him the whole way. Alex saw Sam and Val communicate, and the mono worm returned to the boy's shoulder and used his illusion skill to hide his appearance. Mark raised his eyebrows as he witnessed the magic but didn't press the skittish pair. Seeing that Val wasn't going to use a mana burst to explode his living room, Alex walked back into his closet to grab a fresh set of clothes and find a second pair that might fit Sam's thinner frame. He sent a mana thread across his floor and into the living room, knowing that Mark couldn't see it, to tell Sam to come to the closet as well. Alex handed the teenager a black t-shirt, some jeans that would definitely be too baggy, and a green sweatshirt. Here, take a quick shower and put these on. We'll get you some fresh clothes later tonight or tomorrow. Sam nodded and walked into the bathroom. Alex heard Sarah arrive and his two friends talking in hushed tones from the other room. Bracing himself, Alex reached into his spatial bag, which was resting on his dresser, and pulled out some of the mana silk. He took the boot knife from the bag as well and cut a piece that would fit well for a mask. It's not perfect, but it'll help me get through the first part of this conversation before they see all the changes. After the mask and a piece of the dead wood were in place, Alex used Mirage to create an illusion and walked into the living room. When Alex entered, they stopped talking and both looked over to him. Alex, Sarah called and rushed over to him. Alex, Mark asked, confused at his change of appearance. Now with clothes on and a mask to mimic his old appearance, he likely looked the same other than losing some weight and gaining a decent amount of muscle. Hey Sarah, look, I'm really sorry, I owe you guys. Alex, Sarah cried. He gripped him in a hug and he could feel her shoulders start to shake. Just as Mark had done, Sarah interrupted his apology by throwing her smaller body into his. She crashed into him and buried her head in his chest while letting out some pent-up tears. Alex's hand hovered awkwardly for a moment before hugging her back and putting a hand on her back for comfort. It's okay, I'm back, he murmured, though the words felt lame as he said them. He glanced over her and at Mark, who was watching the scene unfold from the bar stood across the room. He had a slightly confused look on his face, but he smiled and nodded. Just as Alex was about to continue, the sound of the front door creaking open wider could be heard. He turned and saw Olivia standing in the doorway with her arms crossed and eyebrows raised. Alex, Olivia asked. Shit, he could hear the tension in her voice. Sarah immediately tensed in his arms and pulled back just enough to glance over her own shoulder at the door. Mark stood from his seat. Who are you? Olivia narrowed her eyes a bit before responding. I could ask the same. I don't know either of you. She jerked her chin toward Sarah as well. Guys, please, hold on a second, Alex tried, but his voice was lost in the rising volume. Sarah loosened her grip to face Olivia. Wait, what's going on? Before Alex could answer, Sarah turned her attention back to him. Her eyes focused on his face and her eyebrows drew together slightly. Are you mad? Your face you look. Sarah, I'm not mad, Then why do you look so serious? You've had the same deadpan expression. She interrupted him and her fingers trembled on his arm. Damn, she picked that up way too quickly. I wasn't thinking about how much of my facial expressions are limited by the mask. He opened his mouth to respond, but Olivia's voice cut through the room, because that's not Alex, she said. Her voice was calm and serious, very unlike the teasing, flirtatious behavior he'd heard from her just before leaving Alana's estate. The room seemed to freeze. Sarah's hand dropped from Alex's arm and her gaze snapped back to his face, eyes wide. Mark instinctively stepped forward, ready to shield her from the imposter. Wait, what? Sarah said again. Her voice quivered. Mark's jaw clenched as he moved to stand between Alex and Sarah, his posture protective. You better start explaining yourself, he warned, his eyes flicking from Olivia to Alex. Mark seemed more confused than on edge, while Olivia seemed ready to fight if anyone made sudden movements. Olivia's expression remained unchanged, unimpressed by the looming tension. She took a step into the room, her hand resting on the hilt of a dagger at her waist. There's an illusion on his face, she said calmly, and Alex's eyes widened. I can see the mana. So who the hell are you? Alex groaned internally. This is not how this was supposed to go. I need to rein everyone in. He raised a hand in an attempt to ease the situation. Olivia, wait. Illusion, are you a shapeshifter or something? Mark asked, squaring his shoulders as if ready to pounce. Sarah's voice trembled. I don't understand what's happening. You know I'm a peacekeeper with the guild, right? Olivia said. She shifted her posture to be one step closer to the door and squared her shoulders to face off against the three of them if needed. And if this is some sort of trap, you're going to regret pulling me into it. Wait, you're with the guild. Sarah's voice shot up in confusion. Stop. Alex finally yelled, his voice booming over the chaotic voices. Just stop. Silence. Everyone froze, their eyes locked on him. Alex took a deep breath and pulled the makeshift mask off his face. The mana spinner's silk tried to cling to his face as he pulled at it from the edge. The illusion shimmered, then dissolved as it broke. Removing the mask revealed the scar that ran across the bridge of his nose and the glowing, golden left eye that only Mark had seen. The room held its breath. Sarah gasped audibly, her hand flying to her mouth. Mark's eyes widened in realization. Olivia raised an eyebrow, but her expression stayed neutral. Alex, Sarah whispered, her voice soft, like she was afraid to hear the answer. It's me, Alex said. I know I look different. A lot's happened since we last saw each other. Just let me explain to you guys what's going on. They all stood in stunned silence for a beat, staring at his changed appearance. Finally, Sarah stepped past Mark and got closer, tentatively raising a hand to his face as if she needed to touch him to believe it was really him. Your eye, she murmured, her fingers grazing his cheek. Alex glanced at Olivia out of the corner of his eye. He caught her watching the interaction with a closed-off expression. She didn't say anything, but there was a flicker of something on her face. Annoyance? Shit, she's folding her arms again. Sarah, it's really me, Alex repeated gently, stepping back from her touch. He felt the need to create some space, not just for Sarah's sake, but because Olivia was watching and he could already feel the tension rising. Sarah blinked and looked down, her cheeks reddening slightly. I'm sorry, it's just, I thought you were dead and now you're here, and she trailed off. Olivia cleared her throat. so can someone explain what's going on and who she is? She asked while pointedly avoiding looking at Sarah. Sarah blinked at the tone in Olivia's voice. What do you mean, who I am? I'm one of his best friends. We've known each other for years. Who are you? She asked, her tone defensive. And so what if you work for the guild? I work for the Hunters Association. Olivia's lips twisted into a wry smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. Of course you do, she said under her breath. That explains a lot. What's that supposed to mean? Sarah shot back, her brows furrowing. Olivia rolled her eyes. Is that where you've been for the last week, Alex? Double dipping. It seems like they like to keep their hands in everything. Good Lord, why is she being so hostile? I could understand if she thought I was still an imposter, but I took the mask off. Jealousy, this is not at all how I wanted this to go. Damn, I'm tired, he accidentally said out loud. Sarah opened her mouth to reply, but Alex quickly stepped between them. Enough, he said firmly. Mark and Sarah looked at him with surprise, as the friend they knew almost never took charge of a situation. He turned to Olivia. Olivia, I'll explain everything later. This is a lot for them to take in. I should have handled this differently. I'm sorry. No, I'm not working for the government. I was stuck in a rift. Can we talk later? Olivia's eyes lingered on him for a moment before she sighed, her annoyance barely concealed. Fine. Text me when you're ready to talk, she said, and there was something else in her tone. Disappointment. She left, and Alex covered his face with his hands as she closed the door behind herself. Well, that could have gone better, he said into his hands. Wait, who are you? Sarah said. Alex lifted his head to see Sam emerge from his bedroom in clothes that were definitely too big for him. This is Sam, Alex said, gesturing to the teenager. He's been through a lot with me in the rift, and even more before I found him. Sam, these are my two best friends, Mark and Sarah. Sam waved without making eye contact before sitting down on the floor across from them, only a few feet from Alex. Now that it was just Mark and Sarah, Alex felt the tension in the room ease. He took a deep breath and steeled himself for the conversation. I guess I should start from the beginning, Alex said. It started almost a month ago when I found a rift near the office. It was that day you were out of town, Mark. As Alex began recounting his experience, he watched his friend's expressions shift from disbelief to concern to awe. He described the initial terror and flight from the sect within the rift, the strange beauty and quests on the other side, and all the challenges he'd faced. And that's when I met Sam, Alex continued while nodding to the quiet teen. He was trapped there even longer than I was. I'm glad I was able to help him, and Yura could help us both. Mark leaned forward, his eyes wide. Man, that's insane. Yeah, it sounds crazy, doesn't it? But it's all true. The mana spinners, the sects, all of it. Sarah's brows came together as she listened, her mind clearly analyzing his behavior more after the story. Alex, the things you must have experienced, are you okay? This kind of stuff can be a lot to cope with. I'm managing. It's a lot to process, but I think being home will help a lot. She gave him a slightly skeptical look, but let the matter drop with a nod. Alex delved deeper into his story and described the betrayal that the sect had faced and the last rush to escape the rift. Both Mark and Sarah had questions and wanted more details at certain points of the story. Once he finished, Alex leaned back and felt drained. So that's what happened to me. What happened to you guys while I was gone? Mark and Sarah exchanged a glance and Alex raised an eyebrow. What? Don't tell me you two eloped or something. Mark let out a nervous laugh. Not quite, man. But oh, we kind of awakened too. Alex blinked, surprised. What, both of you? I was only gone for like a week. Sarah nodded and her expression was a mix of excitement and guilt. After you disappeared, we were worried sick. I told Mark about your awakening and well. Mark jumped in and Alex could hear the emotion in his voice. I couldn't just sit around doing nothing, you know. I thought if I had powers too, maybe I could help find you or I don't know, do something. And you, Sarah, her cheeks flushed slightly. The Hunters Association offered me a job because of my work experience. One of the conditions was being awakened or being willing to awaken. After what happened with you, and then Mark, it felt like the right thing to do. We weren't opposed to the idea from the start, man. If you had just let us in on what was going on, we could have helped with all of this. Mark and Sarah looked at each other but stayed quiet. There's really no excuse. I know you both better than that, and after the fact I can tell how stupid I've been, so impulsive and barely thinking through what I'm doing. I was telling myself that I was being brave by throwing myself into these things, but it was just stupid. Hey, Mark interrupted, reaching out to grip Alex's shoulder. Don't go down that road, man. What's done is done and we all make our choices. And honestly, we definitely would have tried to talk you out of it. Despite me thinking it was cool as hell from the start, I don't think I would have done it without this circumstance. As scary as it is, I'm glad we did it in the end. I feel like we can help people now, you know. Sam watched on, clearly drawn by the conversation. Sarah nodded in agreement. It's true, it's scary and honestly still doesn't feel real, but it feels good to be part of something that can make a difference. You guys are amazing, you know that. I can't believe you did all this in just a week. Mark grinned. Well, some of us handle grief by taking action. Plus, someone had to step up and be the hero while you were gone. They all laughed, the tension in the room finally breaking. As they continued to talk, the conversation drifted to the world and what had been rapidly changing. The Hunters Association had been trying to recruit people to the cause, and rift breaks were being reported more widely, though many people didn't seem to believe what was happening despite the reports. In the last week, the Hunters Association had started to set up refuge posts and response teams in cities in case a rift might spawn. With Sarah having a direct connection with the government, Alex felt the pressing need to tell them both a bit about the information Yura had given him. He explained that it was possible to fail the system integration, and that if they did, the world would be turned into a broken world or rift to be used in some other planet's integration. Both of them had been stunned, and Alex answered what few questions he could, but his information was limited. He told her that his hope was to have the information passed along anonymously to the government, and then they could do whatever they needed with it. He'd also share the information with the Adventurers Guild, and hopefully, the more people working toward a common goal of not failing the integration, the better. Alex wanted to continue talking, but he saw Sam's head bobbing up and down from sleep exhaustion. He explained his plan for Sam to the two and how hectic their last week had been inside the rift with the betrayal and assault. Promising more explanations later, he attempted to usher his friends out of the apartment. "Oh hell no," Mark said. "You're not getting rid of us. We can crash in the living room. You go get some rest and move Sam to your bed too. It sounds like he's had even more of a rough time than you." Alex smiled as Sarah nodded in agreement. "Fine. But can you guys do me a favor if you're going to stay?" "Yes." Alex's grin widened at the immediate responses. "Will you go grab some food for us? Good food. And can you make sure to get some Oreos? I need to make Val eat one." Mark and Sarah laughed before agreeing. Alex ushered Sam to the bed before returning to the kitchen for his phone. He sent Olivia a long text attempting to explain everything and asking her for a time when she'd be willing to meet and talk one-on-one. "I doubt I'll get a quick response after that scene." He had one more thing to do before his friends returned or he fell asleep. He pulled up his most recent system window, deciding that he could save the other notifications for later. When his reward prompt popped up, he looked at the name of the item presented. "Congratulations, Awakened. You have completed Hidden Personal Quest, Wrath of the Firstborn. You have one personal quest reward available. Congratulations, Awakened. You have completed Hidden Personal Quest, Wrath of the Firstborn. You gain 1x rare D rank mana pearl." Intrigued and confused by the item, Alex accepted the reward and watched as it materialized in the air before him. The bright light beckoned Valthurian over, clearly interested in what was happening. A shining white ball with a polished surface landed in his outstretched hand. Valthurian was immediately interested and sniffed around it. Alex gently pushed him away and held the orb up to the light. It appeared to be made of a ceramic-like material and was the size of a melon. It had a gentle blue sheen to his normal eye, though in his left eye it shone brightly with mana. Alex forced himself to look at it long enough to scan the item. D-rank item luminescent mana pearl. Rarity rare type material. He briefly wondered what the material might be used for. He supposed it could be for non-combat classes if there were classes like crafters for video games. He wanted to put more thought into it, but was too tired. Alex decided to put it away before Valthurian tried to eat it. He put it into a spatial pouch and slipped it into his dresser drawer. Finally, in his own bed, Alex face planted and fell asleep within seconds. Alex paced back and forth in the park. There was a small path leading in a circle with some benches in the middle where Sam was sitting. "Alex." Sam sent him the feeling of an exacerbated sigh, followed by a feeling of comfort and confidence. Hey, don't you start. You weren't even there to see it. She made me wait 2 days before wanting to meet up. I've got to try and explain what happened." Sam sighed, causing a cloud of smoke to float from his mouth. "Don't be all mopey and bored." "I'm not mopey, I'm cold." Alex laughed. "You didn't have to come. You could have stayed in the apartment." He shrugged. "Then I'm bored." Rolling his eyes, Alex scooped up some snow. Sam shook his head and held up his hands as Alex compacted the snow into a ball and tossed it at the small healer. The next 10 minutes of waiting was taken up by a heated battle. As Alex sprawled out in the snow behind a tree, he heard approaching footsteps. "Got you now." He stepped out and lobbed the packed snow. It hit Olivia square in the forehead. As the snow fell from her face, Alex could see her deadpan expression. From a short distance away, he heard a body hit the ground as Sam laughed and clutched at his sides. After apologizing profusely and explaining what was happening, Alex walked with Olivia to the bench that Sam had been sitting on. The teenager gave them some space at Alex's request. They sat in silence for a few moments before Alex took a deep breath and jumped right in. "Look, I just wanted to apologize. A lot has happened recently, and I owe you an explanation. I owe you an apology too. I shouldn't have been so harsh yesterday. Even if I was frustrated at you vanishing, I just thought you weren't that kind of guy. Also, when I walked in and saw everything, I was confused. To be honest, my thoughts went straight to some kind of ambush." Alex let out a sigh, somewhat relieved to hear that he wasn't the only one that was nervous. It seemed out of character for Olivia to ramble on about anything. Well, first, you should know I was stuck in a rift for the last week. I wasn't ghosting you. Olivia tilted her head as she looked at him closely. I guess that explains the scar and you know. My eye, yeah, all from the rift. But who was at your apartment and why not just wait to explain this to me? I mean, I really don't want to come off all jealous here, it's just a bit confusing. She's your best friend and what, ex-girlfriend. I felt like I was walking into some kind of sting operation with your illusion and 3 other people there. Damn, he let out an audible groan before nodding. Look, Sarah and I dated for a bit in college, but it just didn't work out. There haven't been feelings there for a long time. It may look a bit more than that, but Mark and Sarah talk with me every day. You thought I ghosted you. Well, they thought I had died. Apparently they came to my apartment a few times and could tell I wasn't home, and my phone was off. He let the explanation taper off. There really isn't anything going on there. She was just scared and confused after finding out that I was actually alive. Olivia sighed as well, but nodded in understanding. That's good to know, she said, putting her hands in her bomber jacket pockets. I don't do well with drama. If this is a tangled mess, I'm really not interested in whatever this is. Alex looked up at the pole lights that surrounded the circular path in the park. After gathering his thoughts, he decided to take a bit of a leap. I'm not who I was. I need to stand up for what I want. You asked why I didn't wait to have you come over. The answer is I just didn't want to wait. He felt heat rise in his cheeks despite the freezing evening air. Looking over, he caught a slight smile, which gave him the confidence to continue. The rift, I was stuck in the one that we were stuck in. Alex nodded his head toward Sam, who was inspecting a tree with an odd amount of interest. I was stuck in there for 2 months. Olivia's breath hissed as she looked at him sharply. Alex let it hang in the air for a minute. Sam was stuck in there for almost 2 years. Alex watched the teenager squatting at the base of the tree. So what? She did some quick mental math. It was an epic rift. Alex nodded. 8 times dilation. I don't think they've even found one of those yet. Well, Val flew into the rift chasing after some mana from a plant and I got trapped inside. Trapped. Well, it was really more my fault than the rift's fault. Alex nodded and looked back at Olivia. Time to spill it. Look, I'm happy to tell you about everything that happened. But I just wanted to tell you that, so you understood I was running and fighting for my life almost every day in the rift. I'm not the same person that walked in there last week. I don't think my friends have realized that yet, but it's the truth. Mark doesn't work for the Hunters Association, but I'm sure he'll want to join them or the guild at some point. Sarah is with the Ha, but really just for work, and because she thought I was gone. He paused, thinking that he'd gotten off track and about how to say the right words. Taking the flat of his palm, he rubbed his beanie back and forth a few times. He started again. I'm really not the same, so I'm not sure what was built here between us before we'd keep working anyway. Shit, wait. I mean, I hope it does, but I'm just trying to say that it feels like the world is only now trying to decide if they are going to accept the awakened. He shook his head. I'm all in on this life. I'm not going back to a normal life or a normal job. He chuckled. You should have heard the voicemail my old boss left me. The point is, Earth is changing and I actually like the changes, despite how brutal it can be. You live in this life already, so I think you know what I mean. Olivia nodded and gave him another smile, this one a bit more open. Even if I did have any sort of remaining feelings for Sarah, which I don't, I feel like that was a completely different life. I've killed people and I still haven't even fully come to grips with that. There was more he wanted to say. He just wasn't sure how to say it. Look, all of that makes sense, and I believe you. I just don't want to do complicated. We can see where this goes. I just don't want any games. There's no pressure if you don't want to continue, and this isn't some sort of ultimatum. No one should come between friends. But if there's some sort of weird love triangle thing going on, I'd rather us just stay friends through the guild than continue to go the way we were. Alex nodded and felt the corner of his mouth turn up at her own nervous rambling. All right, I can understand that. No games. Olivia sniffed while smirking. Honestly, it wasn't even about her. I was more confused about the mask on your face. Neat bit of magic that. Want to tell me the secret? Oh, come on. Not even a little jealous. PSHHH, Olivia let out a dramatic breath through her teeth and continued to play it off. Me, jealous, not a chance. They both laughed and she leaned over to bump his shoulder with her own. All right, all right. Alex laughed, and as he felt the mood return to normal, he broached a question that had bothered him since Sunday. What was up with your comments about the Hunters Association? Olivia stiffened next to him for a moment before answering. Really know how to keep the mood alive, huh? Alex chuckled. Is it hot in here? I just really don't like them. It's a bit heavy. I'll tell you about it if you fill me in on what happened with you in the rift. Fair enough. Where should I start? From the beginning, but before you start, introduce me to Sam. He reminds me of someone. Alex glanced at her before sending out a thread of mana. Olivia seemed to notice it snaking along the footprint-covered snow, though she didn't say anything. After he asked Sam to join them, he introduced the two, and Alex was surprised at how soft Olivia's demeanor became. Sam responded well to her and flopped into a seated position across from the two in the snow. Olivia wants to know about the rift. I'm going to tell her my story. Are you willing to listen to it again? Sam just nodded and leaned back on his hands while kicking the snow off of his own boots and extending his legs. What are you doing with your mana? Olivia asked, talking to Sam. Sorry, it's a bit rude, but we've been talking like that for weeks. I just asked if he was willing to hear me tell the story again. Sam nodded again, unbothered. Well, it all started when I was leaving Alana's last Sunday. Alex began telling his story again. Just like when he told Sarah and Mark, he avoided giving specifics about his level or how quickly he had progressed. He wasn't sure why, but he wanted to make sure that people didn't think it was a good thing to go and do what he did, and he didn't want them to think that he thought it was a good idea. The event had been traumatic in a way Alex had never understood possible. The last thing he wanted was to try to make the experience sound cool. Olivia was particularly interested in the mana spinners, fascinated by their control over magic and their ability to communicate through connecting mana webs. He told her about his escape from the Firstborn in the tunnels and his fighting retreat toward the rift exit. He tried to breeze past the exact number of Shadow Sect members that he had killed, but it was painfully obvious to him that she was watching him closely. When he got to the fight with Hong Zui, she touched his shoulder and asked him to take off the mask he was wearing. Alex pulled it off, and she looked at his eye closely and the puckered flesh across his face. Silence hung in the air, and Sam broke it with a comical cough. The flush in his cheeks wasn't hidden this time as he pretended to glare at the boy. Practice your meditation or something. The story is for her, not you. Alex leaned forward and pulled the beanie down over his eyes. Sam laughed, and Alex continued to tell the story of his capture and how they had met. He breezed past most of the fight that happened in the market, and Sam just shook his head. He talked about all of his training through Master Lei, Master Shen, and Yura. Olivia asked several questions about the Celestial Lotus sect head and about his personality. It was at this time that the surrounding space changed. Sam, sitting a few feet in front of the pair, lit up in his mana vision. Green sparks flitted around him before expanding in a several-meter radius around him. Grass began to grow around him in a large circle, and Olivia gasped. Even to the naked eye, it appeared that the grass of the park was growing up at a visible rate through the snow. "Ata boy, Sam." Alex smiled and decided not to draw more attention to Sam, knowing that it was good practice for him, and was happy that he felt comfortable enough for the trait to activate. Returning to his explanation about Yura, he talked about the man at length and his admiration for how he handled the council. This led to further explanation of their last 2 weeks in the rift and the tension that had built before the battle. Olivia gasped again at appropriate times during their fight against the Firstborn's forces and how they barely made the escape from the rift. Alex talked about how crucial Sam's healing abilities were and how helpful all of his martial training had been. She asked for a demonstration of his feather step ability, intrigued by the mechanics he'd explained about the skill and how he'd created it from a shadow step manual. He smiled and stood from the bench before taking a few steps away. He paused and looked at the tree Sam had been inspecting about 15 meters away. He set the point and activated the ability. As he pushed off at a lazy pace, he felt his weight almost completely disappear. The snow near his feet kicked up, and his jacket floated up around him in a dramatic fashion. He touched down lightly after a few lazy pushes, loving the way that he felt when he was gliding along with the ability. On his way back, he pushed off in one strong push, clearing the distance in a fraction of the original time. Olivia whistled appreciatively, and Alex smiled. He reached into the spatial back, which he'd tucked into the inside pocket of his winter coat, and removed the manual he'd found in the altar room. He handed it to her. She took it and read the cover aloud. "Do you have an inspect or analyze ability?" he asked her. "No," she answered as she shook her head and leafed through the first few pages of the book. "It's consumable, so the system should be able to prompt you to consume it and absorb the knowledge instantly if you want to." Her eyes went wide and she looked at him. "You can't give me this. Are you serious? Have you seen what something like this costs on the auction house? It's like a few $100,000. She tried to hand it back to him, but he held up his hands. "Look, seriously, I don't want it. I want you to have it, no conditions attached." She looked uneasy. "Seriously, it fits your kit perfectly, and I've already studied it to get what I want out of it." He shrugged and said, "If you want to just study it and learn what you can and turn around and give it back later, you can do that too. But it would be a serious shame if you didn't at least learn what was in there. I didn't know they were worth that much." Olivia looked at him. "What if I pay you for it? I don't want any money." "Gah, it's a gift. Don't make me feel bad for giving it to you. I'm sure the guild is going to pay me and Sam a stupid amount of money for the information about the rift. I did mention that it's D rank now, right? That's probably more worth it to them than the epic rarity." She raised her eyebrow skeptically. "No way." "Yes, way," Alex chuckled. He fished out his last purple mana stone and held it up. "This is a D rank mana stone. I know everyone wants these things, and a ton of trade is based around the E rank ones. I've got to imagine having a D rank rift where they can get these will be extremely valuable. Not to mention all the other absurd loot I came away with from the altar room and gifts from Yura. Genuinely, that book is worth a small amount compared to that." He waved the stone in the air. There was another pause and he rolled his eyes. Fine, you want to make me convince you to have it. I'll just take it back. No book for you. He reached out to take it from her and was surprised at the speed she showed by turning to the side and pulling it back. Alex rolled his eyes but didn't press it any further. After the entire exchange, he was a bit embarrassed he didn't just sell the damn thing to her. In the following minutes, Olivia told them both her story. Much like Sam, she was one of the first people to really be affected by the rifts before people even really knew what they were. She told them about how a rift was found near her small town and that the National Guard had been called in during October. They had quarantined the rift and told everyone that it was safe and the problem was solved. Alex winced as she explained to him what a rift break was. It's what happens if no monsters are killed within the rift. After a certain amount of time, the mana builds and there is a rift break. A wave of the monsters within are able to leave the rift and enter the real world. The articles I've read about it on the AG app say that not all of the rift can come out at once, only a small portion at a time, periodically, but they were enough to do serious damage. Olivia continued her story and told them about how the National Guard had been routed because they were so underprepared and largely performing tests on the odd tier in space. Monsters descended on her hometown and killed almost everyone. At the time, Olivia was living with her best friend Emily, who had a son named Liam. When an enormous bug monster burst into their apartment, it killed Emily within a few seconds, and it was trying to get into the bathroom to kill Liam. I grabbed a kitchen knife and fought it right there in the living room. She stared at the ground as she touched the knife that Alex could see was still strapped to her waist. I guess that explains why she always has a knife on her. There was some silence, though it wasn't awkward, just filled with pain and genuine sympathy. Olivia finished her story by telling them that Emily's parents lived in Hoboken. When she didn't know where to go, she brought Liam down to live with his grandparents and decided to pick up a bartending job nearby to stay close to the boy. She said that in some ways, Sam reminded her of Liam. She asked him if he'd be willing to spend some time with Liam, even though he was a few years older. Sam opened his eyes, having been listening while meditating. As his eyes met hers, the nature's refuge space around him continued to pulse warm and refreshing mana. He smiled at her brightly and nodded. They made some more small talk about things that had been happening since he'd been gone. She scoffed at the stupidity behind how much hype was being built around rifts now, that a social media influencer and streamer was building an event around it. Mainly because so many people wrote it off as fake when videos were around, and even the Hunters Association was announced. She equated it to the time the government announced aliens were real, and everyone just ignored it because they didn't see the proof or that it had just been a conspiracy theory for too long. Alex was happy to note that by the end of the conversation, Olivia was sitting a lot closer to him than at the start. She stood to leave and told Alex that there was a meetup at Alana's on Friday. She asked if he wanted to meet her there, while warning him that the meeting would be a bigger one than normal, since Alana was inviting most of the guild members on the East Coast to come if they wanted to make the drive for an early Christmas party. Alex loved the idea and agreed. As Olivia walked away, Alex watched her go. It was because he was watching that he saw a white blur fly from his peripheral vision and smack into the back of her red beanie. Olivia turned around slowly, and Alex's eyes went wide. When he turned to look at Sam, he saw that the boy had an innocent look on his face and was pointing a single finger at Alex. "Oh, you little shit." Alex looked at his phone to kill time, flipping through videos about the big event Taker was streaming the next day. Sam stood next to him, with Mark and Sarah paired up behind them. He looked up from his phone to see the line still had close to 30 people in front of them. Glancing at Sam, he couldn't help but smile. In the days leading up to the meetup at the Voss estate, they'd gone shopping for clothes. Alex had been slightly annoyed to find that a lot of the modern clothes felt fake and itchy compared to the thicker, handmade clothes of the Celestial Lotus sect. He had gotten several pairs of clothes that fit his new, more muscular frame, and also taken Sam to several shops to find clothes he liked. He just won't give up the baggy green sweatshirt. Despite offering to buy him a new hoodie that fit better, Sam refused and just clung to the green one that Alex had given him. When Alex compared their own clothes to those around them, he found that most people attending were in practical or tactical clothes. Some wore something closer to dress attire, but if the event had been a black tie something or other, he would have just denied Olivia's invitation. He looked around for her but hadn't seen her anywhere, so he assumed she was off doing peacekeeper duties. Out of boredom, Alex checked his status window. Bound items, unique rank growth item Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. He'd leveled a few more times during their final fight against the Shadow Serpent sect. Though he hadn't been paying attention to the notifications at the time, he did remember gold light swirling around him at least once during all the fighting. Alex sighed as he closed the window, knowing that he'd soon reach the point of advancing or evolving his class. Yura had talked with him about the process. Even though the exact timeline was vague, class advancements were tied to a person's experience gained with the class, not their level. Yura said someone could be ready for advancement between levels 28 and 30 if they immediately accepted a class at level 10. The thought stressed Alex for some reason. He liked what he had going now and still wanted to do a lot of studying ritual schematics with his current class ability. So at first he said that he would just keep his current class no matter what, but his mentor discouraged that approach. Keep your mind open to the possibility that an even better class will present itself. Be ready to take it when the time comes. His thoughts were pulled back to the present as he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Man, 2 months without this thing makes me realize how annoying it is to be tied down to communication. He doubled down on the sentiment when he saw who had texted him. Mom, Alex, hello, sweetie. I texted you last week for a family dinner, but you didn't respond. Your friends came by and said they were worried about you, but I assured them that everything would be fine. I'm glad to see I was right and my texts are sending again. Mom, we rescheduled to this weekend. Please make sure to fit time on your schedule for your family. We will have dinner on Sunday at the normal time. Damn, I'm not going back to my normal job. Can I just skip family dinner too? Alex chuckled a bit at the thought, but realized that the thought of going to the dinner didn't stress him out as much as it used to. Compared to Naraka, his mother's nagging about his future career plans seemed almost cute. Another text came through. Alex, I'll be there. He just rolled his eyes and locked his phone. Scanning his surroundings, Alex found that he didn't like to be without his sword. Some people had weapons around them, but it appeared to be for show more than any kind of practical use. Well, no one should be trying to kidnap or stab me here, so it can just stay in the spatial bag on my hip. It's not like it's much slower to draw it from there anyway. Alex tapped the pocket of his coat and busied himself by making sure that his leaking mana was pulled in tight. While he didn't think it would have any effect in a setting like this, Alex wanted to continue practicing, and it was a good distraction from the social event. Why do you look mad? Alex looked over at Sam and forced a large smile on his face. It's the mask, and you know it. Sam shrugged and sent through the connection the feelings of Alex's tension that were slipping through the link. Yeah, okay, I'm a bit tense. This is a lot of people for me. I don't normally do social stuff, but Olivia asked. Alex looked at the teen from the side of his eyes before nodding. Have you noticed their levels? Sam shook his head. Alex knew he didn't have an analyze ability like the Heavenly Eye. Still, with his ability to sense mana, he wondered if Sam could tell vague power ranges just from people's mana. It didn't appear that Sam's sensing skill was strong enough to sense what Alex's eye could see. They're really weak. Almost everyone is between levels 3 and 5, with some of the peacekeepers barely hitting 10 to 12. With Alex's willpower stat being so high above those around him, his inspection ability with the eye gave him much more information than he needed. Not for the first time, Alex wondered if there was a system settings menu or something similar that he could use to adjust what information he was given. He shifted his view from the people to the setting. While he'd seen the Voss estate several times when visiting, he'd spent most of his time in the back training with other awakened. This would be his first time going inside the enormous house. Even the outside looked bougie, with its white Christmas lights, blocky structure, and huge glass windows. The party they were at was a much bigger event than any he'd been to so far. Both the indoor and outdoor spaces had small huddles of awakened chatting and mingling. While there were lights inside, the patio and training areas were dimly lit by the decorative seasonal lights and with fire pits to encourage gathering. Both areas had catered food and drinks, were being served by waiters who made circuits the entire time they were standing in line. After a bit more waiting, they reached the front of the line and the man checked Alex's guild ID. When he asked for the other 3, Alex told him that they were awakened guests who were interested in joining the guild. The man stressed that Alex was responsible for their actions and welcomed them to the party before calling for the next in line. Sam told Alex that he was tired of being cold, so the group made the decision to find a comfortable spot inside the large house. They followed the general crowd through an opening room and a small hallway before entering into the central room of the bottom floor. The far wall was entirely made of glass, and even in the evening darkness, it was easy to see how spectacular the view would be as it overlooked the Catskill Mountains. Alex looked around and was surprised at the number of people present. The event was dimly lit by what looked like thin tube lights hanging from the ceiling, but there had to be close to 100 people or more who were packed into small groups. Were there really this many awakened? Wanting to find a good position that wasn't in the middle of the commotion, Alex found a cocktail table in the far corner of the room that allowed their group to see most of what was going on. There were various tables around the outer ring of the room, and in the center was a small lounge area with low-seated couches. The general color scheme in the house was black and white, but for some reason, the entire place looked like it should be in a TV show where they turn the lights way down low and have a DJ blaring in the background like a club. He looked to his companions and couldn't help but smile. He was glad that Mark and Sarah had come, even though it wasn't his idea. Similar to how they'd stayed at his apartment with him the first few nights after he returned, when they found out that he was coming to a party for Awakened in the guild, they refused to let him go alone. Part of Alex knew that they wanted to stay close to him after thinking that he'd died, but he could sense that the other part of it was a protectiveness that he'd never noticed about his friends before. Am I only seeing it now because I'm stronger and don't need the protection? Did I always let them stand up for me like this? He smiled and looked between the two. Mark seemed enormous in his puffy winter coat, and something about how his flannel shirt barely fit his shoulders made him look even bigger when he took the coat off. Sarah was in more professional clothes, though it was still just slacks and a dressy shirt without sleeves and a beige coat. Mark loomed over Sarah's small frame as he leaned over to whisper to her. Alex swapped places with Sam to get closer to Mark so he could tell the two about some of his experiences with the guild so far. Sam grumbled about being swapped to the outside of the group, but Alex continued to explain his few interactions so far. In reality, he'd only been with them for a few weeks, but most of his experiences had been very pleasant. Mostly, people were helpful and didn't care much for some of the overly formal rules, like using each other's usernames instead of real names. The only unpleasantness he'd seen in the guild had been Ryland's attitude a few times that he'd been to the Voss estate before, and the grumpy woodsman guarding the Wolf Rift. As if she were summoned by his thoughts, Alana Voss stepped into his vision, and he could tell that she was coming directly toward their group. She had several people in tow, and Alex couldn't help but show a hint of a smile as he saw that one of them was Olivia. "Alex, is that right?" Alana asked as she approached the group. He nodded and gave her an exaggerated smile so that the mask would move with his face rather than look blankly at her. They did some quick introductions, and Alex introduced Mark and Sarah as other awakened who might want to join up with the guild. He breezed over Sam as he didn't want to bring attention to the teenager. "I heard you've made a lot of progress in the last 2 weeks. How does one get so strong so quickly?" "You've heard," Alex parroted back. He forced himself not to look at Olivia. Andrew stepped out from the other side of Alana. He gave a smile and a wave, charming as ever. "Still an extrovert, I see. I'm curious, what comes back when you try to use analyze on me now?" Andrew scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Just your name and a title. First time I've seen that happen, to be honest. Control freak sounds pretty funny, though." Olivia's eyes widened slightly at the subtle hint that Alex must be higher level than most. "She didn't pick that up from the entire story I gave her. I mean, I know I avoided levels and all, but I mentioned all the stuff I had to fight." Lana nodded and spoke up, "So that makes me curious just how strong you are and how you got so strong so quickly." Alex raised an eyebrow and smiled again before shrugging. "I feel like I'm pretty strong, but I'm absolutely certain that I'm not the strongest thing out there." His thoughts couldn't help but return to the final vision of Yura and Rakshasi fighting in their giant forms. "Also, wasn't it you," Alex said to Andrew, "who told me that scanning people was considered rude?" Lana laughed and told Alex that it was, and that it was her fault that he was doing so. Alex sidestepped the question about his level, and now wanted to broach the topic of the epic rift information he had. "Alana, I actually wanted to talk to you." Alex took a pause to extend his mana thread and form a full-sized ritual that surrounded his small group in their table. He reached into his jacket and dropped the 2 catalysts onto the ground, getting a strange look from Alana. As the group's attention was shifted down to the floor, he heard Olivia gasp as he pulsed his mana and activated the sound-dampening ritual. "If I have information on an epic rarity rift, do you think the guild would be interested in buying?" She perked up, and Alex could see her switch from social to business mode in an instant. "Epic rarity, you're sure?" Alex sighed. "Oh yes, more than sure. It's also D rank, which will make it difficult to handle but should make it even more valuable." "No way," Andrew said in disbelief. "You're serious?" Alex nodded and waited to see how Alana reacted. She asked him some follow-up questions about whether he knew the type of monsters inside in the general level ranges. Alex nodded, and then, as his final trump card to seal the deal, he pulled the D-rank mana stone from his pouch and handed it to her. He told her that since it was a D rank, it also dropped higher-ranked stones. He asked her to see how much she might be able to get for that one, and let him know its value before she sold it. He thought about also offering up his hidden quest rift reward, to see how much money the guild would offer him for a rare material. The morning after he'd gotten the mana pearl, he realized that it was a rare material item, while even something like the spatial pouches was only uncommon. But he decided it wouldn't be good to show everything in his hand right away. "Maybe I could talk her into creating some sort of actual in-person auction. I'm sure if people started bidding on it like that, the price could climb really high." Alana looked shell-shocked for a moment while holding the slightly larger purple crystal, but then she looked up and smiled at Alex. Their conversation ended soon after she told him that she would have a moderator reach out to him through the AG app, and she left grinning like a miner who'd struck gold. Andrew went with her, but Olivia stayed behind. She waved at Sam and gave him a knuckle bump before greeting Sarah and Mark. Turning to Alex, she hissed, "He couldn't scan you. You didn't tell me you were that high-leveled. And when did you put that ritual down? Scanning has more to do with willpower than actual level, and I doubt anyone is going to best me there. Also, I didn't tell you my level at all." Alex pointed out with a sly grin. Olivia looked at the ceiling. Wait, what does that mean? Mark chimed in. The two had stayed quiet for most of the conversation, other than a friendly greeting at the start. Olivia looked to Alex, who just shrugged. It means he's higher level than me at least, which really doesn't make sense, even with the crazy story you told me. Alex shrugged. Sam's higher level than me. All three heads turned to the teenager, who looked at Alex with a mock glare before stepping back and slightly behind a chuckling Alex. Alex couldn't help but notice how beautiful Olivia looked, even without apparently putting in much effort. She didn't have on her normal bomber jacket, but wore practical, well-fitted clothes with just a bit of mascara. Her hair was up in a ponytail, much like it was when they were training. Well, that makes sense. She's here as a peacekeeper, not an attendee. You look very pretty tonight, Alex said. He felt lame after saying it, but realized it was already out there and just waited to see what her reaction might be. He normally wasn't one to say something so bold, but after their conversation earlier in the week, he thought Olivia preferred things to be said plainly. Some color rose in her cheeks, and Alex knew he'd said the right thing. There was some more back and forth before she politely excused herself and said that she needed to continue to make rounds around the building. As soon as she left, Mark spoke up. Ooh, Mark said while wiggling his eyebrows. You look very pretty tonight. Who the hell are you? Sarah asked in disbelief. Alex laughed, and the good-natured ribbing continued for a few minutes. At one point, Alex glanced down at Sam, who had a big grin on his face, seemingly enjoying how the other two poked at Alex. Alex let out a sigh as he realized that it was Rylan Voss, finally making an appearance at the party. The large man was currently making a scene after one of the waiters had bumped into him. That's unlucky, man. If you spilled that on just about anyone else, there wouldn't have been an issue. Out of curiosity, Alex took advantage of all the eyes being on the scene and lifted his mask enough to move the wooden puck that covered his eye. He used the heavenly eye on the spoiled rich man. Rylan Voss, level 21. Class Bruiser. Primary stat Strength. Secondary stat Willpower. Most used ability Intimidating Presence. Alex raised his eyebrow when he saw the man's level in class. I wonder if he's got access to his own high-rarity rift. Either that, or he's throwing himself into combat almost non-stop. Rylan was yelling at the waiter, and many of the eyes in the room began to turn toward the scene. The waiter shrunk, trying to look small, and apologized profusely. But as the man submitted and more eyes turned toward the situation, Rylan was emboldened rather than ashamed of his outburst. At Alex's side, Sam shrunk back a little further, likely reminded of how the merchant in Tianluo had treated him. Alex felt bad for the waiter, who was berated for entirely too long. While he didn't feel the need to step in himself, he found it odd that none of the peacekeepers stepped in to make Rylan back off. Is it because he's Alana's brother? When the man had his fill and the tension in the room had built to a peak, Rylan excused himself and said he needed to go get entirely new clothes. The waiter hung his head low and walked into the kitchen. The buzz around the room after the large man left was filled with gossip and speculation over what had happened. Sam let out a breath after the situation was over, and Alex placed a hand on his head to ruffle his hair. Annoying, scary, Sam sent back. You want to hang out with Val here? Sure, why not? The people here are all awakened, and he's probably stronger than everyone here. Sam smiled and nodded energetically. All right, Val, come on out. Don't eat anything unless Sam or I give it to you. Got it? You'll be in big trouble if you do. The mono worm flew out from his hiding spot on Alex's arm, where he'd been using an illusion to blend in. He soared up and did several loops around the ceiling before making a lap or two around their table. Sam laughed and reached his hand out to the flying companion. Some attention was drawn to their group due to Valthurian's excitement. Mark and Sarah perked up at Val's appearance. After interacting with the companion over the last few days in the apartment, they had come to love his energy and mannerisms. Mark was convinced that the worm was part dog, and doubled down once Alex made the comparison to a pug with his large black, round eyes. A short time later, more familiar faces appeared at their table. John, Riley, and Ian approached and said hello to Alex while introducing themselves to everyone else. Alex was glad to see them both doing well, but could tell that John was upset by something. He mentioned later that the red-headed woman in his party passed away during a rift the week before. Even though they weren't that close, Alex felt for the man. He was friendly and clearly cared about his team, which had been obvious to Alex since they'd first met. When he looked at Ian, he noticed the younger man was more serious than the last time he'd seen him and carried himself differently. He now had a scar across the bottom of his jaw that came up an inch onto his chin. That must have been a tough fight. Alex's own face itched as he looked at Ian's scar. As the conversation continued, he opened up, and Alex did see some of the same brotherly goofiness he'd seen between Ian and John. The two seemed to relax even further as Olivia rejoined the group. After doing a few laps at Alana's side, she was able to take a break for a while. Hey, John. Hey, Ian. What's up? Hey, not much. Glad to see our favorite bookworm here hasn't gone and turned into monster food. John gestured at Alex and winked. How's work? It's good. Everyone's in a pretty good mood. Alana is tense though. This whole thing tomorrow is really stressing her out. The thing with Taker, that's the streamer, Mark asked, finding an easy entry into the conversation. Yeah, she's worried that it'll go really wrong, and that it's going to give the Hunters Association more ammunition to crack down on private groups like ours or normal people trying to enter rifts. I still don't even get how it's gonna work, Ian said. Doesn't he get that electronics don't work in rifts? Olivia shrugged. I'm sure a ton of people have told him. He said on his stream that they have something prepared specifically to help the cameras work inside, which is why so many people are excited to watch his stream. Alana has had several members of the guild try to reach out and offer help, but he's cut off almost all communication other than his streams. She rubbed her forehead. I don't know, he just keeps saying that he's got the location of a remote rift, and only he and his camera crew are going to go in. Everyone else can enjoy the show. She had only been back with the group for a few minutes when Rylan made his appearance at the top of the stairs in a new set of clothes. Olivia groaned and rolled her eyes. The large man made a scene of everything he did as if he loved the eyes and attention on him. There was a difference to him, though, as he descended the main set of stairs. Rather than a menace, he seemed like an enigmatic noble greeting his court. There was an odd sort of gravity that interested people. He greeted a group of 3 other large men, and they walked over to a table that had been reserved for them. Despite the fact that he'd just so clearly been a complete asshole to one of the working staff, Alex noted that the party seemed to grow livelier around Rylan now that he was in a good mood. Several other smaller groups approached the man and his friends as they lounged, sharing drinks and jokes. Alex took the time to inspect the man with his normal vision. He had long blonde hair and a perfectly defined jawline. He had broad shoulders and large muscles, which Alex guessed was partially good genetics and partially due to a high-strength stat. He was now dressed in well-fitted athletic leisure clothes and wore a gold chain around his neck. Through his left eye, Alex could tell that there was mana coming from 2 of his rings as well. Enchanted items. Why are you guys letting him act however he wants? Alex asked, watching Rylan closely. Olivia sighed and covered her face. It's stupid politics. He's Alana's brother, but it also came out recently that he's been the one providing most of the guild's reliable information about the system. He doesn't write the articles, but he pays someone else to and has been keeping it a secret for a while now. When it came out that Rylan was the one to provide all of the useful information on the system, rifts, and classes, he gained a ton of popularity. Or at least people want to get close to him to learn more about his skills and how he got so much information. I doubt anyone actually likes the oaf. Alex nodded along. Now I'm sure he has access to a high-rarity rift. If it's got a sentient race in there like the Sex, then they likely gave him the information. The question is, why hasn't he shared the rift with the guild or even his sister? And honestly, even if it weren't for that, there are several moderators who do like him. They want to try and bring him onto the team as a peacekeeper because he's apparently really strong. I'd hate to work with him. Yeah, I don't feel like giving power to that dude is a smart decision, Mark mumbled. Alex watched him for a few more minutes but lost interest. He reminded Alex of the council members who threw their weight around, even though they didn't have the power to back it up. The difference was that Rylan did have physical power over most people in the guild, and it looked like he enjoyed lording it over people. One of his conversations with Yura echoed in his head as he said aloud, "Not all power is physical." "I miss Yura," Sam said. Alex ruffled Sam's hair again, and the boy scowled at him before fixing his hair and glancing nervously at Olivia. "I miss him too. He was always so calm and strong." "That's true," Olivia responded. "But in this case, he really does have physical power. It doesn't help that some of our higher peacekeepers have gone more of a mage route than a fighter route." "Why does that matter?" Alex asked. She looked at him strangely. "You haven't heard. Everyone has been talking nonstop about how much better it is to be a physical fighter compared to being a mage." "Really?" "Yep. Since you get health and a generally stronger burst of power early, a lot of the warriors are leveling fastest of all the groups." "I guess that makes sense. What about healers?" "Healers," she blew air from her lips, "almost non-existent. I know a lot of the recruiters have been trying to hang around the hospitals to see if any pop up, but there have barely been any. Those who do usually get scooped up quickly." Sam stiffened imperceptibly to his side and grabbed the back of his sleeve. Val flew down and greeted Olivia with a headbutt before continuing to do laps. "Anyway." Rylan definitely perpetuates that idea, flexing his high level and fighter class on anyone that butts heads with him. Even if the peacekeepers wanted to step in, it would be hard to subdue the man. Alana is normally the one who has to rein him in, and that's just because they're close. She's not any kind of combat match for him. Hearing the discussion of immediate power reminded Alex of his talks with Yura about structured and unstructured magic. He knew that immediate power wasn't everything, but it could make the difference of living long enough to gain power down the road. After seeing Yura's power and getting a better perspective on just how weak they were on Earth, he felt that it wasn't at all surprising that people believed physical fighters using skills were stronger than most mages. "You're stronger than him." Alex just smiled and turned to Sam, only for the boy's eyes to widen, and Alex looked over his shoulder to see Rylan approaching their group. Alex pulled his mana in a bit tighter on reflex. Oh joy, can't he just stay over in his corner? God, I hate bullies. Olivia, my sister's favorite. Peacekeeper, Rylan said, using the term in a clearly mocking tone. Rylan, my boss's favorite headache. Olivia answer. She had a tight smile on her face but didn't seem concerned to Alex. Rylan made an ooh sound, clearly enjoying the banter. He probably thinks that she's flirting with him, not insulting him to his face. Alex forced down a smile and turned his back to their conversation. He knelt down in front of Sam. The short teenager was already looking at the loud man with slightly widened eyes. Alex put a hand on his shoulder and looked up at him from the kneeling position. Sam, you're okay, buddy. This is very different from before. You're safe with me, I promise. Sam nodded in return and sent back the feelings of hesitant confidence. Alex made sure to keep eye contact with the boy for a few seconds before nodding happily. Good. From his spot, Alex stood and looked at Mark and Sarah. The two were clearly uncomfortable after seeing the scene Rylan had made earlier and didn't want to draw his attention to them. Valthurian, sensing the mood, swooped down and did a loop around Rylan's head. A large, meaty hand swiped through the air, though it wasn't even close to hitting the agile mana worm. Friend, haha no, we call someone like him a prick. Say it with me, Val. Prick, Val said in time with Alex. This time he couldn't suppress his smile and it seemed to show through his mask. Rylan reacted to his confusion and embarrassment with anger. What is that thing? You brought a monster with you. Knock it off, Rylan. You know it's a bonded companion. Stop looking for a fight, Olivia said lazily. His mock outrage turned to a smile then, but I like to fight. Besides, I only came over because Jason saw that there was someone using magic over here. Maybe he's not an idiot then. He did that to see if I'd take the bait. Rylan stepped forward, likely expecting Alex to move back. But Alex stayed where he was and let the man invade his personal space. He was a few inches taller than Alex but shorter than Mark. At the thought of his protective friend, Alex looked at Mark, who looked as if he were going to leap across the table any moment now. Mark was focused on Rylan, but Sarah was looking right at Alex. He gave a small shake of his head, and she seemed to get the message. She placed a hand on Mark's arm to calm him down. Hey, don't look over at them. You and I are talking now. Alex smiled. Okay, sure, let's talk. Sarah had been watching Alex closely for most of the evening. While Alex had never been helpless, she'd seen him struggle with self-doubt and a lack of confidence for almost 10 years. After hearing of his harrowing tale from the rift, her professional instincts were on high alert. She and Mark were both surprised by the person they saw across the cocktail table. The number of life and death situations he'd been in would break most people. She expected to see the sort of trauma that could manifest when soldiers came back from war zones and stressful combat situations. As a therapist specializing in trauma, Sarah had extensive experience helping people process their experiences. Her expertise, combined with her newly awakened trait, made her particularly valuable to the government in dealing with system-related mental health cases, with one high-value patient being her position's focus. Her system-granted trait was already powerful, but her knowledge and experience made it even more valuable. Aura perception grants the ability to see the auras of living beings. With her typical habit of analyzing those around her, the ability to see auras was interesting and fed into the habit. As far as she could tell, auras were a representation of someone's emotion and will, or perhaps their soul. The Hunters Association had very little information on the subject, but she'd already noticed some consistencies in auras over the last week or so. Auras typically appeared as colored outlines extending a few inches around a person. While she couldn't pinpoint what determined each color, they reminded her of the mood rings from her childhood. She theorized the colors corresponded to different personality types or the kind of magic that was being used. The auras she had seen so far had a tendency to fluctuate in subtle ways based on emotions or thoughts. Mainly with the soldiers and hunters that she'd worked with so far, this presented itself in jagged cracks through the aura in terms of trauma, or a very shaky and unstable aura in terms of strong emotions. Alex's aura, however, was unusual. It was a neutral blue, matching the shade of a mana stone, and had remained perfectly uniform and still since their arrival at the event. Even during conversations or when he smiled, it didn't fluctuate. This was strange because normally, when someone felt happy, their aura would concentrate toward the upper body and undulate with their laughter. His remained completely static. In fact, as soon as Rylan began to approach, his aura clamped down even further and was pulled into a finger's width from his body. While it hadn't been quite as restrained when he first came home from the rift, she hadn't seen many of the signs in his aura as she might have expected. Rather than coming back traumatized or shell-shocked, he seemed different, enhanced somehow. It's like he's undergone some sort of extreme confidence training, but in such a short time. As the party went on, she'd observed as people gravitated towards him. They'd been casually introduced to John, Ian, and even strangers on the periphery of their group seemed somehow drawn to them. Alex handled it all with an ease that was entirely new to her. She watched Rylan approach their table, and the atmosphere in their group shifted noticeably. Most people around them remained absorbed in their own conversations, unaware of the brewing confrontation, but a few at nearby tables watched with interest. Her gaze flicked to Alex, and she expected to see some familiar signs of discomfort from the man she'd grown accustomed to over the years. Instead, she found herself staring at a man who seemed perfectly at ease, and one eyebrow raised as if amused. She caught a quick shake of his head, signaling for her not to intervene. Glancing at Mark, Sarah noticed he looked about ready to leap to his friend's defense. She grabbed his arm and gently pulled him back while continuing to watch the exchange. "Okay, sure, let's talk," he said. "Enjoying the spotlight, are you? Flaunting your magic as if you have some special privilege here." Alex's lips quirked up at the corners. "Special? No, just enjoying the evening. You." Sarah blinked, taken aback by Alex's casual confidence. This was miles away from the Alex who used to stammer during tense conversations with his coworkers or even his parents. Mark leaned in close and whispered, "What the heck is this dude's problem? Also, why did you pull me back? We can't just stand here and let this guy walk over Alex. Watch him, though. He's not getting walked over." "You carry yourself with quite the air of superiority for someone so new." Ryland's voice was amiable, as if telling a joke, but there was an edge to his voice. "Enlighten me, what's your class?" "Something arcane and utterly impractical, I'd guess." Alex shrugged. "Underwater basket weaver. It's got its uses." Several people at nearby tables snickered, unsure whether to laugh at Alex or at his deadpan delivery of such an obvious lie. Ryland's eyes narrowed, clearly unamused at being the butt end of a joke and having other people witness it. "What the heck?" Mark relaxed and continued to watch the exchange. Sarah stopped feeling pressure from her large friend, and she removed her own hand from his arm when he didn't seem like he'd try to intervene anymore. "Is it me, or is Alex actually enjoying this social attention?" She nodded, unable to pull her eyes away from the scene unfolding before them. Ryland stepped closer, putting the two just inches apart. Just like before, Alex didn't budge. His eyes just followed Ryland as if there wasn't a care in the world. "This is my home, asshole. Do you have any idea what my name is in the AG app?" Alex's facial expression shifted from one of smiling ease to interested contemplation. He looked off to the side as if attempting to think. "Well, at least you're asking me what your own name is and not your family's name." The exchange continued, and all of Ryland's attempts to intimidate or bait Alex were met with an unflappable, calm, or witty response. She turned her gaze to Sam, noticing how the teen seemed to shrink into himself. A moment later, Val appeared, swooping down to wrap protectively around Sam's shoulders. The blonde-haired young man flinched for a moment before realizing that it was the companion. Olivia stood nearby, her posture clearly tense. She seemed ready to step in at a moment's notice. She attempted more than once to interject and tell Ryland to drop the nonsense, but he ignored her and pressed on. Sarah guessed that this behavior was normal and part of what upset the dark-haired woman when she realized Ryland had returned to the party. But despite their group's tense demeanor, it was Alex who held her attention. His stance was relaxed, feet shoulder-width apart, and while he wasn't showing any threatening signs at all, she could tell that his hand was kept near the jacket entrance to where his spatial pouch was kept. When did he learn to carry himself like that? She felt a growing sense of worry. Despite Alex's apparent confidence, it had to be a facade, and Ryland's aggression continued to grow with each denial of a conflict. "You want to step outside and settle this." Ryland growled as his fists clenched at his sides. Alex's response was calm. "I don't think that's necessary. We're all here to celebrate, aren't we?" She looked back at Ryland, and it wasn't just his aggressive posturing that caught her attention. Using her trait to see auras, she took in his aura for the first time. It was a reddish-black color and appeared to move with a purpose. It reached out to Alex's in a predatory manner, attempting to engulf those around him. Is he controlling it consciously? Or is it tied to his personality? Maybe a skill. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, and she wondered if there were attacks that could target an aura. She almost called out, worried that a skill would target Alex's aura. She had seen nothing like it before except perhaps one of her government clients, Jonathan. But even Jonathan's massive aura was uncontrolled. It was simply on all the time, whereas Ryland's was moving with intent. Her focus shifted back to Alex to see if he had any sort of reaction. "Do I need to call for help?" As she watched, her eyes widened. His aura's reaction was amazing. Normally, when auras clashed, they could not occupy the same space, often one moving or shifting the other. As Ryland's aura crashed into Alex's, though, nothing happened. The black and red waves crashed against the unmoving wall that was Alex's will. He seemed completely unbothered. Then Alex's head tilted to the side. She heard him say, "Are you using a skill on me?" His posture stiffened for the first time, and there was a brief pause as he shifted and looked down at himself. "Oh well, now that's interesting. Is this intimidating presence a test of wills?" His aura suddenly expanded under the onslaught of black, pushing back against Ryland's aura. As soon as the black aura retreated, Alex's retracted into the same reduced and even-keeled state she'd seen all evening. It was over in an instant. How is he controlling it like that? It was as powerful as Jonathan's for a moment, but it's nothing like the constant and uncontrolled output he has. Ryland's face twisted in anger, though he took a small step back as his confidence was visibly shaken. Do you honestly believe you can come here and behave with such audacity? He snarled. He dropped his voice to a threatening whisper. Tish, your recent success is nothing but a fleeting stroke of luck, I assure you. Lucky. I bet you don't even realize how true that statement is, Alex replied in a light tone despite the hostility directed at him. Sarah shared a glance with Mark, who looked as dumbfounded as she felt. The surrounding crowd had grown quiet, all attention drawn to the standoff. She noticed Alana watching from across the room with an expression of concern. She began making her way toward their group with haste. Just as the situation seemed ready to boil over, Alana appeared at their table. Ryland, she said in a firm tone, I think that's enough. Why don't we go talk about the new contract system? Ryland's aura still pulsed with aggression, but he hesitated and eventually backed down. This isn't over, he muttered to Alex before allowing Alana to lead him away. As soon as Ryland was out of earshot, Alex's demeanor softened. He turned to Sam and let out a pent-up breath. You okay there, buddy? He asked quietly. Sarah watched as Alex's aura quivered ever so slightly, showing the first sign of tension since the confrontation began. Was he just pretending to be that confident? She had the thought and wondered if perhaps the old Alex wasn't as far gone as she'd thought. That was intense, Olivia said, stepping closer to Alex. Was that a ritual under your feet? You were doing that while he was posturing. Alex smiled, and Sarah saw Olivia's eyes light up as she grabbed his arm. What did it do? It looked so small compared to the one I saw you make a few weeks ago, and you made it so fast. Something twinged in Sarah's chest as she watched their interaction. Am I attracted to this to this unrestrained Alex? She shook her head, trying to analyze her own reactions. Is it just a response to seeing him so changed? A psychological phenomenon where sudden transformations trigger a reassessment? That must be it, she decided, reminding herself that things hadn't worked out between them before and certainly wouldn't now. Still, she couldn't help but admire how he'd handled the situation, showing both strength and compassion. I'm happy for him, she told herself firmly, and it needs to stay at that. Sarah watched the tension in the nearby area of the room dissipate, and everyone gradually returned to its previous state of laughter and chatter. She observed Alex for a bit longer, and how he seamlessly transitioned from the confrontation back to his role as a caring friend. It's still him, just more. Alex checked on Sam with a low and reassuring voice. She could see the gentleness in his eyes as they spoke, and it was clear that he cared for the younger man. The change in his state, from the resolve he'd shown before, to the smiling and caring personality that he was showing to Sam. It was a reminder that beneath the confidence, the same old and compassionate Alex she'd always known was still there. Her professional curiosity was piqued as she watched through her trait and considered the implications of Alex having control over his aura. Is it something he's doing intentionally? If he could teach that level of emotional regulation. The potential applications for her work and patience were staggering. She made a mental note to discuss it with him later, away from the busy energy of the party. As the night wore on, Sarah found herself drawn in by watching Alex navigate the social situations around him. He engaged with various guests, and his laughter seemed easy and genuine. He's found his footing, and it suits him. She sipped her drink and allowed for one last moment of reflection. She acknowledged the brief flutter of attraction she'd felt earlier and recognized it for what it was. A natural response to witnessing such a dramatic transformation of someone I care about. But as quickly as those feelings had come, it had faded, replaced by a warm sense of happiness for her friend. She nodded and turned to rejoin Mark and stopped trying to overanalyze Alex's behavior. Part of her was still unsure of how he was doing with more of the dark part of his journey, having breezed over the fact that he'd killed other humans to survive. Sarah knew it was a lot to unpack, but she'd seen men who were good at holding in their feelings and didn't get the same impression from Alex, even in this changed form he was showing. While there was a lot she wanted to do to help him heal and process everything he'd been through, she knew it wasn't ever good to be so personally attached to a client. She resolved to spend some time reaching out to contacts she had through work and talking to Alex about speaking with someone for any help he might need. For now, though, she was content to watch one of her best friends thrive in his new skin. The confidence and changes were inspiring, especially considering the challenges he'd faced. No way, Mark yelled. How the hell is this kid so good? Alex laughed and tossed the control onto the coffee table after he died. He reached into the chip bag in front of Sam and chomped down on a chip before ruffling the teen's hair. Man, I don't know, but he kicked both of our butts. He stepped over Sam and walked to the kitchen counter where he'd left his phone. All right, it's about that time. Sam, you're sure you're good to stay with Mark? Sam looked over his shoulder and nodded at Alex. Go on, dude. You'll be fine. You're just hoping he says he wants you to stay so you don't have to go to dinner. Sam looked back and forth between the two quickly before raising his eyebrows at Alex. You and Sarah are too much. Don't answer the door and don't go out there. It's a madhouse since Taker disappeared yesterday. Can't believe Alana saw this coming. I'll be back later, don't burn the place down. Val, let's go. The steadily growing mana worm flew from the bedroom and dove into Alex's coat. You really like that cat tree, huh? Home. Alex chuckled and grabbed his keys. A short drive later, he was knocking on his parents' door. His brain flashed back to the last time he'd been here, a bit more than a month ago in normal time and a completely different person. He'd felt like a superstar during the event on Friday and felt invigorated after standing up for himself after Rylan had tried to intimidate him. It had been surprising to find that he could see through the man's blustering. When he compared someone like Rylan to someone like Yura, or even some of the formidable warriors of the Celestial Lotus sect, he was nothing. He was an oversized kid with some powers, whereas they were weakened warriors with decades of training. He knew that if he could hold his own against them, then someone like Rylan Voss wasn't worth getting worked up over. He did his best to carry that same confidence and growth to his parents' house, but for some reason, he found it hard. Why does the idea of talking to my parents scare me more than getting into a fight with someone who's got superpowers and 100 pounds on me? When his mom answered the door, Alex gave her a hug and walked into the entryway. His dad called a greeting from the living room and they walked to meet him. Alex looked around curiously. While his parents' house felt small, it wasn't the same suffocating feeling as before. Instead, he himself felt larger than the small dwelling. The smell of home-cooked food was more comforting than he remembered it being, and he was able to relax when he sat on the couch. It was clear that his mother was excited for Jake to arrive, and she hinted twice that he had some sort of big news to share. Alex idly wondered if he should share with them any of his own recent successes. Nah, I guess tonight is about Jake. Knowing my parents, they'd probably just freak out if I tried to explain to them that awakening was actually a good thing. Mom has always compared money to success, though I think she'd weep if she heard some of the initial numbers that Alana was throwing around. Maybe I will tell them in a few days. At the very least, it might get them off of my back for a bit. Jake arrived after a time, and they made small talk until dinner. Alex noted that his clothes were new and looked to be expensive. He also kept checking his phone for the time or a notification, which he thought was weird. His mother fussed over him some, but after some time they gathered around the table in their normal seats. Alex had to stifle his laughter as Jake casually ate his food, and their mother looked like she was about to explode from anticipation. All right, son, what is it that you wanted to tell your mother and me? What am I, chopped liver? Well, it's close enough. Jake started dramatically. I've recently quit my job. The entire table was silent, and the clink of forks on plates ceased. Their parents loved Jake's job and how successful he was at pharmaceutical sales. His mom loved to hear about his achievements and share them with nearly anyone who would listen. Jake checked his phone again before locking it and putting it in his pocket. He then stood and smiled. Actually, before I explain why, there's something you need to see. Let's go to the living room, really quick. It's important. Alex noticed an unusual seriousness in his brother's normal, carefree attitude. Their parents exchanged confused looks before following Jake's lead. Jake muttered to himself as he fiddled with the remote and turned on the TV. It was still on a sitcom rerun station that his mother loved to watch. Jake, what? Just 1 second, Mom, Jake said while rechecking his phone. Any minute now. The sitcom cut off mid-scene and was replaced by the harsh, beeping tone of the emergency broadcast. The strange test pattern filled the screen, though Alex supposed it wasn't a test this time around. The President of the United States appeared on the screen, standing at a podium. There were people standing to either side of him, but Alex's eyes widened as he looked at the country's leader. Holy shit, he awakened. There's no way he didn't. He has to have increased his vitality. The current president was at the end of his term in office. He'd been old at the start of his term, but the stressors and pace required to live in the White House took its toll on the man. In the last year, there had been countless memes and jokes made about his slow intellectual responses or failing memory. The president that stood behind the podium looked at least 10 or 15 years younger. His eyes were bright and attentive as he looked into the camera. He had a solemn expression as he glanced down at the podium and waited for several long moments. Alex could imagine that even though they were quiet and watching in the living room, the odd silence and seriousness of the situation would likely cause a hush to fall over even the rowdiest of sports bars. Good evening, my fellow Americans. There was a slight whine from the microphone before he continued. Today, I address you not only as your president, but as a concerned citizen of this great nation. Over the past 2 months, we've faced an unprecedented challenge, one that has changed everything we thought we knew and will continue to do so. The emergence of the rifts has brought with it dangers that we must confront head-on. He shook his fist in a show of force that all but confirmed to Alex that he was awakened. Yesterday, we witnessed a truly tragic event. A beloved member of our online community, known to many of you as Taker, entered a rift in an attempt to understand the unknown, only to be lost. Despite the camera's inability to work within the rift, he and his team set the livestream pointed at the portal and entered with promises of returning victoriously. The live broadcast of Taker's disappearance was seen by hundreds of thousands. I understand the fear and uncertainty that many of you are feeling. We mourn the loss of Taker and recognize the grief this event has caused many of you at home. Their dad immediately began to grumble and huff about the fake news and propaganda that was being pushed by the media. Dad, Jake said while waving a hand. He got up from his recliner and called their neighbor. Rob, are you watching this Shiat? Alex tuned out his father and listened with rapt attention to the public announcement. He realized that this was an event that would be recorded in history, and nothing would ever be the same moving forward. The Hunters Association, led by brave individuals like the Crimson Warrior, is here to protect us and guide us in this changing world. These hunters are ordinary citizens who have stepped up in extraordinary ways to defend their communities, and we are asking more of you to join their ranks. To all who have the strength and will to protect others, we need you. To those who cannot fight, we will continue to do everything in our power to keep you safe. We understand that these times are frightening. We understand the anger, the frustration, and the questions without clear answers. But we must turn that fear into determination and that anger into resolve. Together, we will face this threat, and together, we will overcome it. There was cheering, and the president raised his hand with a smile and waited for the noise to die down. In the coming weeks, you will see increased military and Hunters Association personnel in your communities. They will be there to provide security, assist with relocation efforts, and help establish local defenses. We are also coordinating with state and local governments to set up temporary shelters and provide essential resources for those affected. We are not alone in this fight. The Hunters are our shield, and they are fighting on behalf of every one of us. As we honor the courage of those we have lost, we must also look ahead and build a future where we can face this threat with unity and strength. He's closed rifts by himself. Alex's eyebrows rose unintentionally, and he wondered what level the man must be at. He was impressed by his sheer size and clear physical power as he stepped forward into the same space that the white-haired president had been. The current speaker, who introduced himself as Jonathan Reeves, seemed like he could crush the podium in a bear hug. Jake turned down the volume once the main speech was over, and the room remained silent for several moments. Jake stood before them, his usually confident smile replaced by a searching look. "That's actually why I wanted to talk to you tonight," he said. He looked at their dad, who had returned and was staring at the TV in shock. "You see, I got an offer for a better job, a better one." Their mother asked, confused. "Yes, well, you saw the speech and the government incentive program, right?" "No. But it's just got to be a fake," their father said, but the normal conviction with which he dismissed things was absent. "No, but it's not, Dad. I met some friends and we went to check out one of those portals. I'll have to tell you all about the adventure later. But anyway, I awakened my power, and when I applied at the Hunters Association, they said that it was one of the most rare traits that they'd ever seen." No, their mother looked like she might break down into tears at any moment. "Don't worry, Mom," Jake said. "I won't be in any danger. I'll still be a salesman of sorts, but I'll just be working for the government now. They offered me an exclusive contract. Do you want to see the offer letter?" He reached into his jacket's inner pocket, removed a piece of paper, and handed it to their father. The man looked at the paper, and Alex actually saw it begin to shake in his hands. "Freak me, there's no way you can be better than me at this, too." He looked at Jake, feeling a familiar sense of futile frustration rise from the pit of his stomach and into his sternum. His brother just smiled back and waited for their parents to read the letter. "Son, is this real? Why would they offer you so much?" "Well, family is important to me, so when they offered me a contract, we were all a package deal. You too, Alex." Jake winked at his younger brother. "I want to punch him." Their mother looked at the contract as it was passed to her, and then she began to cry, but her smile made it clear that it was from happiness. "That's great, son, but why? The offer seems unreasonable. Are you sure it's not a scam?" Jake laughed and shook his head. "No, it's not a scam. I met with the Hunters Association recruiters in person, and it caused quite a stir. Why, like I said, I happen to get a very unique trait. It unlocks a special ninth stat called charisma. The government thinks that if I'm able to raise the stat, they could use me as a diplomat or negotiator with other awakened countries." Alex took a deep breath and sucked in his leaking mana. He'd let it slip out there for a minute, forgetting to keep up his practice. What does it matter if he's awakened? He won't be better at this than me. He may have a strong trait, but Yura showed me what I can become with unstructured magic, and that my own trait wasn't broken. He called it stronger than any other multiplier he'd seen, and with the potential to stand out even among the strong. Sam and I are likely the two highest level people in the country. What the hell does it matter if Jake, of all people, is awakened? As the thought settled on Alex, he found that it really wasn't forced. He believed it. There wasn't a need to compare himself to his brother. They were different people, and even more so after Alex's most recent experience. If traits were given based on a person's past life and potential future choices, as the articles suspected, then his brother would certainly be the type of person to get a charisma-based trait. For once in his life, despite all the reactions around the living room, Alex didn't feel inferior to his brother in any way. Maybe a bit like my thunder was stolen, at least about the awakened bit, but it doesn't really matter. I'm happy with where my life is headed and how I'm living it. He debated once again, sharing his recent accomplishments with his parents, but came to the same conclusion as before, if for a different reason. That evening was for Jake, and all about Jake, he didn't want to take that away from his brother. He was also surprised to find that he felt very little need for his parents' approval. They were happy, Jake was happy, Alex was happy. Feeling his mentality shift, Alex took a deep breath and smiled at Jake. The smile was genuine, and he was sure that it was big enough to show through the illusion mask he wore. Congratulations, Jake, I'm happy for you. The conversation for the evening continued to revolve around Jake and how much his change in status will affect the family. His parents began discussing what would be involved in moving and what would happen next. Alex sighed sadly as he noticed the inevitable shift in conversation. Rather than ending on a high note, the familiar tug of competition and the weight of comparison began to settle on the room. He realized that despite his newfound confidence and power, he was still stuck in the same old narrative. I've grown, but this just feels like it's going to stunt my growth. Jake boasted next about being able to provide for the family and implied that Alex should be contributing more, then leaned back with a smirk. It was clear he wanted to get a rise out of his brother, though it was said in a way so as not to sound malicious. I am sure I could talk to those recruiters again and see if we can get you a job too, Alex. You might even be able to help me in whatever they have me do. You know, we could work together. That would be cool. Jake winked at him. You wouldn't want to be a freeloader, right? Instead of rising to the bait, Alex stood calmly. Yeah, I'm not going to stay for this, guys. I love you, but it's time I focus on my own journey. Jake's eyebrows raised high on his forehead as he leaned forward. What journey? You've had it easy, Alex. You've been following your passion for years now and don't have anything to show for it. Don't you think it's time to step up? Alex laughed incredulously and shook his head. Aw, it's a little cringy, right? Damn, I should do it. I really should do it. But which one? The room fell quiet, and his parents looked at him with surprise etched on their faces. Alex opened a window in his system and willed it to be visible so that Jake could see. His mother gasped from behind him as the blue screen appeared in the air. Title, Unbound. You have defeated a monster ranked above your own, shattering the limits imposed upon you. This victory proves that no barrier can truly bind your potential. +5 to all stats. He might not even understand what that means at this point. Damn, I hope he asks one of those government goons. It would be hilarious if they explained it to him. Jake's face scrunched up in confusion as he worked through the realization that Alex also had access to the system. Valthurian, you should say hello as well. Come on out. His bond had remained on his shoulder the entire evening, using his illusion skill to hide his appearance. The camouflage was almost perfect since he was still so small, and as long as he didn't move, the illusion didn't break. There was a slight blur as Valthurian moved down his arm, and when he got to Alex's hand, he broke the illusion. Just a few inches from Jake's face, Val's face appeared. Bug eyes, jutting teeth, and all. His brother reacted much as he had the first time the companion had materialized so close to his face. Jake yelped and fell backward over his own feet. At least he had carpet to land on. Their mother screamed and his father yelled out in surprise, demanding to know why he brought a snake into the house. I love you guys, Alex said again as he walked to the front door. I'm going to be skipping the next few family dinners. Merry Christmas. Alex took a deep breath of the cold winter air as the door closed behind him. He let it all out in one go while taking off the illusion mask. It billowed into the air, and he couldn't keep in a laugh. Damn, but that felt good. I don't know the last time I felt this light. Skipping down the steps of their house, Alex walked to his car and started it up. It's just a few days until Christmas. I need to get Sam a present. Shit, I don't have gifts for Mark or Sarah either. I should get something for Olivia too, right? He pulled out his phone and opened up a message with Alana, hoping she might be able to help him get some goodies from the auction house in a rush order. Alex took a deep breath while he sat with his back against the brick wall. It wasn't a normal spot for him to sit, but with his back to the far apartment wall, sitting under the window, he was next to the tree and could see the entire open living area and kitchen. After all of the tension and fight or flight moments he had in the last 2 months during the Celestial War Rift, that moment made it all feel worth it. He looked to the left, just past the sparsely decorated tree, and saw fireplace and Christmas jazz playing on the smart TV. In front of the TV, Olivia lay on the ground with her head near his outstretched legs. She had spent the morning with Liam and his grandparents before coming over to relax and spend Christmas brunch and afternoon with him. Her dark hair spread out on the carpet as she looked up at her phone, scrolling through the AG forums. On the other side of the coffee table, Mark lay stretched out on the couch, also flipping through his phone, though he was surfing social media. The smell of cookies filled the apartment as Sarah and Sam worked together in the kitchen area to bake several different kinds of cookies. The shy teenager seemed to open up easily to Sarah, which didn't really surprise Alex. He'd want to ask her some questions later on what she thought of the boy's state of mind since she had a tendency to analyze the people around her all the time. Alex was excited to give his friends their gifts, but they had all wanted to hold off for a bit and just enjoy the morning. This is how Christmas should feel. It's so relaxing. Nothing needs to be done or a goal that has to be achieved. Wow, I hate this guy, Mark complained, his volume much louder than necessary. From a few feet behind the couch, Sam jumped involuntarily and glared at the couch. Val, sensing Sam's frustration, took the opportunity to fly up the high ceiling over the unsuspecting Polish man. Alex smiled as he saw his companion do one loop before dive-bombing into a headbutt, catching the unsuspecting Mark on the forehead. Ow, he cried. The impact startled him and caused him to drop his phone, which also landed on his face. The group laughed, including Mark, who grumbled after the blue creature as it flew back over to Sam for a reward. Sam handed him a cookie, and Valthurian happily said Oreo so that everyone could hear. Hey, he's getting better. That didn't sound nearly as creepy as before. Val, that's not an Oreo. It's a gingerbread cookie. Olivia called. You little blue turd. Just because my constitution is high doesn't mean you can just keep headbutting me. Mark rubbed his forehead and the group laughed again. Mark tossed his phone to Alex and he saw what his friend had been complaining about before. Alex rolled his eyes but was curious about the most recently posted picture. What is it? Olivia asked, scooting back next to Alex and leaning in. He smiled nervously and did his best not to move. Wow, she smells like vanilla. Him. Yep, hate him. Alex looked back at the most recent picture Rylan Voss had posted on his social media. While he didn't really feel all that much animosity toward the guy, he could understand the sentiment. Rylan was a beacon for everything that Alex wanted to avoid becoming as he gained power. He zoomed in on the picture to take a closer look at Rylan's hand, which was draped across a woman's shoulder in the picture. He wore the 2 rings that he'd noted at the event several days before. They were definitely enchanted. Wondering if he could see any runes on the rings, he continued to zoom in, but due to the pixelation, it was hard to make out all of the details. The most central logo that was prominent on both rings was an embossed sun emblem. Both rings were yellow gold and stood out as wealthy, but the logos were the same on each ring. Maybe it's a maker's mark. Sarah called out in surprise from the kitchen. She hissed and took a step back from the oven after dropping the last batch of cookies onto the countertop. Sam stepped forward and grabbed her hand. There was a moment when she resisted, but his grip was firm enough that he held on. He reached up with his other hand, and Alex saw his hand glow green through his mana vision. Alex unconsciously reached up and brushed his fingertips across his face, feeling the weirdly smooth area of skin. Alex had stopped wearing the illusionary mask around this small group of friends. It felt better for him to be able to see the flow of mana, and when he covered his eye with the mask and mana blocking patch, he felt like he was missing more than just the normal vision in his left eye. He knew the mask wasn't perfect, which was clear from his reunion home with friends, but strangers and most people in public couldn't tell at all that there was a mask on his face. The lack of emotion and facial response was odd, but unless they knew the real Alex, it likely just looked like he was bored or tired. For now, it makes me feel a bit better to fit in and not be looked at like a weirdo. He still did double takes as he walked past mirrors or other reflective surfaces in private. The heavenly eye and scar stood out more than he might have thought before. Olivia bumped her shoulder into his, causing him to look over at her. Does it hurt? Alex shook his head and noted how close she was. I think it looks pretty hot, she said casually and looked off in a random direction. Alex felt butterflies in his stomach. The moment was ruined by her phone chiming. She reached over and grabbed it from where she was on the floor and opened a notification from the guild. Sam and Sarah entered the sitting area with the trays of cookies. Sarah kicked Mark's feet off of the couch to make room for them, and everyone but Olivia dove into the gingerbread and sugar cookies. Man, the space feels pretty small when we have everyone in here. MHMPHF Mark said through a mouthful of cookies. Sarah gave him a glare and Sam watched quietly while taking a small bite out of a gingerbread man's head. I wonder if I should get a bigger place. It's probably about time I look at buying a house, and the cash from Alana is going to be more than enough for something I'd like. Alex thought out loud. Mark swallowed quickly and nodded before his mouth was even clear. Yes, seriously, how cool would that be? A big community house and we can just hang out whenever we want. It'd be like the complete opposite of working under Mr. Henderson. Man, that guy probably had a heart attack after both of us bilayed like that. Alex chuckled. Yeah, I still feel a bit bad for leaving without much notice. But screw that guy. I was a bit busy running for my life. Anyway, I'm sure that after the government announcement a few days ago, a lot of things are about to get shaken up. Sarah slapped Mark's arm and began to lecture him on attempting to spend Alex's money. While Alex appreciated her assist, he actually wanted to give the idea some more consideration. While living together seemed like it might be a lot to handle, all of their lives were about to change. Adventuring, jumping in rifts, fighting monsters, it would make him feel a lot better to at least be near his friends each evening, even if they did all go to different teams. Nah, who am I kidding? We've got a dream team in the making right here. I guess that's just more of a reason to get a huge house and share it. Sarah turned and asked Alex what was next. What do you mean? Well, we're all sort of in this together now, right? What happens now that you're back from the dead and apparently super strong? There is some training I've been wanting to do. The typically quiet Sam groaned, loudly causing all eyes to turn to him. He covered his face as he realized everyone was looking and flopped back on the couch. Ha, sounds like Sam isn't a fan of training some more. Alex grinned sheepishly. Well, there's a lot left to do. I want to help teach you guys what I learned, and at the very least, explain structured and unstructured magic. Also, Yura gave me some advanced ritual manuals that I want to study. I need to look into what I can do with my reward item. I'd really like to buy some manuals on enchanting, even though they're expensive. I'm tempted to see if I could use them in the rituals somehow. I still need to keep up with at least some of my sword training and physical training. I could. This time Mark groaned loudly and imitated Sam by flopping back on the couch. Are you sure you're the same Alex I've known for 10 years? The guy I know would never just want to jump into even more work. Well, not unless he's trying to distract himself from something else. Sarah chimed in. Both of you knock it off, Alex said while laughing. Speaking of your sword training, I think we should spar soon. After hearing how intense that training was, I'm sure you'd at least have a small chance of beating me now, right? Alex laughed a bit harder. Olivia looked offended before turning to Sam. Come on, Sam. You've got my back. Who wins in a fight, me or Twinkle Toes over here? Twinkle Toes. Alex stopped laughing and sat back up. Sam shook his head and pointed at Alex, causing Olivia to fake pout. The conversation continued with friendly banter, and Mark got up to do some dishes while Olivia went to the restroom. Alex got up to mess with some decorations on the tree when he heard Sarah say something from the couch. Do you think we could really do some of this rift stuff together? I mean, 3 of you are with the guild now, and I'm working for the Hunters Association. We're not exactly enemies or anything, but the groups aren't friendly either. If I were you, Olivia said, walking back into the living room, I'd get out while I still can. The government is bound to screw something up with the rifts, probably focusing on profits, and it will be innocent people who get hurt for their greed. Sarah seemed to bristle. What are you even saying? You get that you guys are literally working for what's equivalent to a superpower vigilante-led organization. And since when have private organizations not been focused on profits and personal gain? Okay, you two. Cut it out, it's Christmas. No arguing on Christmas. Both girls looked to Alex and he shrugged at them with a smile. Those are the rules. He shrugged again before turning back to the tree to avoid their gazes. Olivia's phone chimed again. This time, she spoke up and said that some of the moderators had been talking all week and decided to host something last minute at the Voss estate for New Year's Eve. She paused and kept reading before saying that the invitation mentioned a tournament-style event for attendees to watch and that if it wasn't possible to attend, they would be streaming the tournament directly to the AG app. She read further while everyone listened, and at the end, she groaned and closed her eyes. Want to guess who sent out the invitations? Alina. She set up the other one, right? Nope. Rylan, she nodded. Who wants to place bets? Olivia pointed at Alex. That he gets an invitation as a fighter. Is that weird? Mark asked. Not really, but he still shows up as a level 5 in the guild systems. How would they even make a tournament fair? Aren't people's levels all over the place? Even at the same level, it would be crazy for me to try and fight Mark. Sarah said. Mark flexed and pretended to kiss his biceps, causing Sam to laugh. I'm not sure. At the least, they'd have to make 2 different brackets for people under level 10 and those over it, so classes don't give an unfair advantage. Even if it's just people with classes, I bet he gets an invitation to fight. Hey, he's right here, you know. Alex waved to the group. But why? Just because Alex wasn't scared of him the other night. Oh yeah, he's got one of those tiny male egos and would for sure feel slighted by something like what Twinkle T. Hey. Olivia jumped as a solidified mana thread poked her side. Don't try to be sly. You know we can all see it when it's physical, right? I can follow that glowing blue line right back to your finger. Alex just continued to be very interested in the windowsill while whistling. I knew keeping a small pouch of ground-up mana stone dust on me was a good idea. Mwahaha. The group laughed again and kept talking about the potential tournament and that it was painfully obvious what Rylan was doing since it was on such short notice. When the conversation tapered off, Alex announced that it was time for gifts. Alex wanted to save his for last as they all felt a bit more personal than a normal gift. He knew that some of them were expensive and didn't want to make things awkward, almost deciding to wait and give each gift one-on-one. Olivia gave Alex an old mechanical pocket watch, saying that she'd heard him complain several times about keeping track of time in rifts since he'd gotten home. Mark got Sarah a gift card to her favorite music store, saying that he hadn't heard her play in a while, even though she loved to do so. Even though he was new to the group, everyone pitched in to buy Sam some clothes and a cell phone. When Alex had suggested it, Sarah had tried to convince him all over again to speak with him about his parents and his home. He said he wasn't going to keep pushing the teenager to go somewhere he didn't want to. Sarah had pointed out the potential consequences and the fact that the local law enforcement might come looking for the young man. Alex found himself unable to care about potential consequences like that. He knew Sam and knew that the boy was happy and safe for now, and it was extremely unlikely that the government or local law enforcement had the spare manpower to search for every missing person's report to come across their desk with the national state. His main concern and source of guilt in the entire situation was that he wanted to at least try and find Sam's parents to let them know that he was alive. Still, until he got the full story, Alex felt like red flags were going off. He told Sarah that the only time he'd seen Sam shut down to the state he was when they'd first met was when Alex talked about taking him home. After that conversation, Sarah hadn't brought it up again, but Alex noticed her watching the boy more closely, no doubt picking up on all of his subtle body language. Dark magic, I swear. Sarah had dark magic before the system even came to Earth. Lastly, Alex went to his room and pulled out his gifts for each friend. All 4 of the gifts were wrapped in identical boxes the size of a tissue box. He lined them up in front of each person based on color. Dark blue in front of Mark, orange in front of Sarah, green in front of Sam, and a deep purple in front of Olivia. Go ahead, no specific order. Everyone opened their boxes and was confused as each of them removed an empty leather bag the size of a paper lunch sack. What? Sarah asked. Sam smiled and immediately reached into his. It's a spatial bag. Olivia asked, surprised. Alex nodded, but Mark interrupted. No, it's a... Don't say it, bag of holding. He hoisted it over his head and made a horrible imitation of the Zelda tune that played when looting a chest. Alex face-palmed and shook his head. God, help us all. Just reach your hand inside and think about wanting to remove a list. I loaded them up with some supplies and an actual gift for each of you. I tried to get something related to your trait or class. If we're going to go into rifts, we need to be more prepared. Hopefully this helps. He smiled and looked out of the apartment window as each of them fiddled with their bags. There was one thought on his mind. I feel good, better than I've felt in a while. Alex knew there were emotional hurdles to work through, but it didn't matter in the moment. He was safe and back in his space. He was with friends. He had a plan to keep getting stronger and even a challenge in his way. Not that Rylan Voss is much of a challenge. Olivia interrupted his musing. Do you know what these bags are worth? Not more than the price of good friends. Olivia snorted in response. Yeah, that was pretty cheesy, huh? Still true, though. She bumped him again and he blushed a bit, happy to be facing the window. I'm serious. These things are worth a few times what that manual was. Oh yeah, did you get a chance to use that yet? When she nodded, he smiled back at her. It feels so crazy, right? I told you I used the manual for Mirage, and I still can't get over how weird it is to have knowledge put straight into my head. What's strange, though, is that it doesn't feel like the knowledge is mine. While I learned it immediately, I don't know the skill nearly as well as I know ritual circles after breaking down everything I could about them. It was really weird. She touched her head. I think I'm going to try and find some manuals on runes or enchanting. Keep an eye out for me. She nodded again but still asked, are you sure? The rituals sound like they're working pretty well for you, yeah. He just shrugged. They are, but the runes are what I wanted in the first place. I just got lucky that your suggestion worked out so well for me. It can only help me to learn more magic, right? She agreed and they both turned back to the living room after hearing Mark squeal like a small child. Sam almost fell off of the couch. He was laughing so hard as Mark waved around the engraved shield Alex had got for him from the auction house tab in the AG app. Olivia raised her eyebrow at Alex. Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and look in yours too. There's something special in there. Val flew over and began to sniff with interest at the bag in Olivia's hand. Hey no, that's not for you, Alex said. He reached out and gently grabbed Val, who wriggled in his grasp, his friend Mana. Val asked. Alex and Olivia both laughed. Yes, buddy. Alex let the Mana worm curl around his shoulder and upper arm. He'd been surprised at Valthurian's continued growth since they'd emerged from the rift. That's friend's Mana. Good job. He gave his bond a scratch on its scaly head. Damn, the room fell silent before several people burst out in laughter. Sarah glared at Alex while Sam and Mark doubled over with more laughter. Valthurian seemed to beam with pride as Alex used his palm to slap his own forehead, and Olivia just smiled at the pair. Better than I've felt ever. Alex leaned against the wall of the small preparation room, listening to the muffled chatter on the other side of the door. The tournament had been interesting, if not challenging. Watching the world continue shifting around him in the weeks since he'd returned from the rift felt surreal. People's builds were becoming more creative, and it was fascinating to see how the system worked with their intent to make combinations work. He'd faced a guy who used a bow enhanced by a wind skill, a girl who could turn her skin to steel, and even a kickboxer who used fire to propel his attacks mid-strike. but none of them had the raw stats or training to pose a real threat. Alex knew that compared to the masters from the Celestial Sect, he was still seen as a novice, but in his world, there were very few people familiar with how to use such weapons. After working with Master Lee and the other sect leaders, Alex was operating on a different level. Even by holding back Valthurian and limiting his use of magic to a few of his favorite rituals, the matches had been mostly one-sided affairs. Rylan was different, though, and Alex had known from the start that they'd likely meet in the finals. All the Awakened might be relatively new, but based on his own experience, he knew that Rylan had to have access to a higher rarity rift of some kind. But what has he been doing with that power? Just bullying people. The only upside, I guess, is that he's been spreading solid information through the AG app. He pushed off from the wall and adjusted the leather scabbard across his shoulders. He turned and opened the door to the large open warehouse that had been built at the Voss estate. The warehouse had been under construction while they were at the mansion for Alana's Christmas party. Still, Alex was impressed they managed to finish everything in time for the New Year's tournament. Walking to the edge of the raised platform, he used his increased strength and agility to lightly hop onto it, his robes fluttering quietly as he landed. Rylan was already waiting for him, covered from head to toe in armor. His heart began to pick up its pace, feeling the thrill of competition for the fight to come. Alex wanted to use his heavenly eye to scan the larger man, but with his mask and the mana-blocking cover, he couldn't. He looked over to the area where his friend stood, watching him. Mark had his hands in the air and was smiling while giving him a big thumbs up. Sam watched on, holding Val in his arms with wide eyes. A peacekeeper that he wasn't familiar with stepped onto the stage and asked if they were each ready. Alex nodded and saw Rylan do the same as he slowly hefted his large sword to his armored shoulder. Alex had watched some of his earlier matches, almost all were won with raw power and strength. There was little to no finesse in the way he fought. From what he'd seen in those previous fights, he could guess that Rylan was more than likely going to open with a charge skill. Alex drew his giant and gripped it tightly, already planning to sidestep the initial rush and counter, while Rylan's momentum left him exposed. Despite knowing what was coming, the speed that Rylan had approached as soon as the match began almost caught him off guard. Even as he watched, it was still unnatural to see a movement skill allow someone to barely bend their legs and still burst forward across the open space. Damn. Alex dodged backward while shifting his weight to the side. His heart hammered in his chest as the greatsword slammed into the ground where he'd been standing. How the hell did I think this wouldn't be a problem? He wanted to kick himself for not seriously considering Rylan's use of a heavy weapon. After watching it from afar, he thought it would be something easy to avoid, but as he felt the vibrations in the floor from the first powerful blow, he questioned his sanity. Alex had barely trained against heavy weapons with Yura, as both of the sects used light straight swords and occasionally a spear. The weight and length of Rylan's enchanted greatsword were intimidating, even if it didn't make Alex worry too much. At first, the gear difference had worried him, even showing up in his gifts from the Celestial Lotus sect head and his teachers. He was exceptionally undergeared compared to the wealthy warrior. Rylan had an entire suit of enchanted armor, and despite its size, he moved in with a fluid grace that Alex could only attribute to stats. Alex could faintly hear Rylan call out something in frustration, though he didn't truly hear it. His brain was working in overdrive on how to close the gap and deal a solid blow. The sounds of the onlookers had turned into a dull roar, and after Rylan's initial verbal jabs fell flat, they'd both focused on the fight. Going into the match, Alex challenged himself to try to beat the warrior at his own game. Rylan was taller than Alex, and his huge form gave away his primary stat allocation, even if Alex hadn't scanned him. But after training with the sect masters, even if for a short time, Alex was feeling on top of the world. After all, who else had been able to be trained in such medieval weapons? Surely not this self-important bull of a man. Stupid Alex, really stupid. Rylan's lips curled into a smirk as if he could read Alex's thoughts. He pulled his blade back, scraping against the cement stage, and hefted it with practiced ease. Its tip lazily drew arcs in the air as Rylan watched Alex. Alex could feel a tug of concern through his bond with Val, who was currently restricted to the sidelines with Sam. In hindsight, Alex realized how foolish that had been as well. He was supposed to be a pair with the Mana Worm, but he'd accepted Rylan's request to meet each other one-on-one. If anyone asks for such a stupid thing again, I'll laugh in their face. Valthurian is just as much a strength in my kit as my mana threads. He winced as he thought about how his own ego had him putting a restriction on his tools in the match. Sighing, Alex accepted that he should stop messing around and face the fact that Rylan was more than just a spoiled, lazy asshole. He's still a spoiled asshole, just clearly not that lazy. Alex refocused on the fight as Rylan stepped forward, his lead boot slamming into the ground as he thrust forward with the greatsword. Alex used the willow branch sways to avoid the thrust and couldn't help but marvel at the effect of stats in combat. The greatsword must weigh at least 3 or 4 times the weight of his own sword, and Rylan was able to move it with such ease. Seeing that the slash missed, Rylan stepped further into the lunge and rotated his body to let the blade drag across the ground. As he spun, the flat of the greatsword came up to rest on his shoulder, and he used his forward momentum to throw his upper body forward and catapult the greatsword in a downward arc with increased force. Alex activated Feather Step and lightly danced to the side. The power of the slam cracked the cement, and even through his focused state, he could hear the crowd release a collective gasp and then cheer with approval. I doubt that my physical threads alone would be able to stop him. His strength is so high that he'd probably just walk right through it. He thought about his own weapon's nature. The giant was sleek and nimble, and the style he'd been taught was used to analyze opponents' fighting styles and then capitalize on openings when found. So far, Alex hadn't seen many openings in Rylan's form. Even if his form was practiced, Alex realized that the weapon itself had flaws. It was slower and, despite being powerful, required Rylan to commit to his attacks wholly. Alex smiled wide enough for it to show through his mask as he accepted the man as an opponent and pulled on his mana. He used mana thread to create several strands from his left hand. Even though he'd only leveled the skill once since Christmas, that still put the skill at novice level 18. Alex knew that he was getting close to the skill's next advancement and had specifically been attempting to put it forward in a way that would enable easier multi-thread use cases. He allowed 3 threads to form. 2 went forward to begin laying a ritual and another behind him, in case he decided to set a trap to draw Rylan into. He placed a half-sized ritual with his modified structure on the ground between the two of them, even though he knew that laying the catalysts would be the most challenging part of the fight. He finished laying it in a few seconds and began a careful walk forward, using the flowing water stance he'd learned from Master Lee. Rylan saw Alex's first offensive move since the fight started and eagerly moved forward to meet the advance. Splitting his focus, Alex paid some attention to Rylan's predictable left-to-right slash as he worked on an opposing ritual with the thread he'd placed behind himself. Alex dodged another slash, and the two exchanged positions after moving in a tight circle. Alex moved backward over his half-sized ritual circle and dropped a metal ball onto the ground along with a feather. He did his best to turn to the side, hiding his movement of reaching into the spatial pouch at his side, though several in the crowd undoubtedly saw what Rylan could not. The two clashed again this time. Alex was forced to use his sword to deflect the heavy blade, putting his wrapped hand behind his blade to stabilize it as he angled the larger steel away and toward the ground. Back on their original sides and in position, Alex held out his left hand and sent a pulse through the threads extending from his index finger and thumb, causing the ritual circle under Rylan to activate. The heavy man froze in place, and Alex was surprised to note that he didn't crumple to the ground. Damn, that's some crazy strength. He's still standing even with the weight-increasing ritual active and his heavy armor on. Is strength better than willpower? Nah. Alex smiled and assumed a more normal stance before walking up to Rylan and extending his blade. The magically modified tip and edges were dulled for the tournament match, but the symbolism of Alex placing the tip under Rylan's chin was not lost on the crowd. Do you give up? Alex asked, returning the same smile he'd seen from Rylan during the fight. God, you're so fucking smug. No, I don't give up. Rylan almost spat the last sentence. If Alex had kept his heavenly eye uncovered, he might have seen the gathering of mana around Rylan's legs as he activated a skill with the telltale signs of movement ability. From a complete standstill, and without moving his legs, Rylan dashed forward and crashed into Alex. Even though his heavy blade had been weighed down and was out of position, the taller, heavier man in full metal armor won the contest for the occupied standing space. Alex fell backward and groaned. He rolled twice and came close to the edge of the small arena. His ears were ringing, and when he looked back up, he saw Rylan charging at him with the greatsword raised. At that moment, Alex realized that if the sword fell on him, even if it was dulled through magic, it would break bones or cripple him outright. Damn. He stayed in a crouch and allowed his stat-enhanced mind to formulate a plan. Risky plan well, at least this is more fun than working for Henderson. Despite the real danger in the situation, Alex found himself having the same kind of irrational fun he'd felt during certain points of his escape from the epic rarity rift. He reached into his pouch and willed a single feather into his hand. At the last moment, just before Rylan reached him, and just after he fully committed to his attack, Alex used Mirage and Feather Step simultaneously. To Rylan, it would look like he stood straight up, but Alex took a step back and cooshed lower, hiding behind the illusion. As soon as the sword came through the illusion, Alex activated his movement skill and slid past Rylan. He stood on the other side with 2 yards of space as Rylan spun in frustration to face him. Clear from immediate danger, Alex activated the weight-reducing ritual under the larger man's feet. Having dropped the feather before his gliding movement, the ritual activated, and Alex could see the shoulder guards that Rylan wore rise from his shoulders as if weightless. Alex almost laughed out loud as Rylan called out in surprise, clearly caught more off guard by the reduction in weight than he'd been by the increase in weight. Alex knew that the increase in weight was something that could be fought through, especially with strength, whereas the ritual that reduced weight was much more abnormal and wasn't something that people were used to. Not bothering with a movement skill, Alex used his title-boosted agility to rush forward and jump feet first into Rylan's chest. When his boots connected with the metal plate, Rylan was sent sailing from the arena. As he exited the boundary of the ritual, his armor regained its weight and he crashed to the ground in a heap. Standing, Alex looked at the larger man's form, taking several heavy breaths. He looked down at the giant that Yura had given him and sheathed it in the black leather scabbard across his back. That was close, way more close than it should have been. His hearing slowly returned, and he became aware of the large number of onlookers cheering his name. As he surveyed the crowd, he noted that quite a few seemed displeased with the results of the fight. Most surprisingly was the noted silence from several peacekeepers on the other side of the stage. Suddenly uncomfortable at the continued praise and phone cameras pointed in his direction, Alex waved nervously before he felt a small skull collide with his own. "Hey buddy, prick, sit down." Alex let out a laugh as he let the small mana worm nuzzle into his open palm. Ever since Alex told Valthurian that Rylan was a prick rather than a friend, the bond had taken the difference in terms seriously. Sam and Mark also joined Alex on the small stage, and several others began to approach him to offer congratulations. Faces and words were exchanged in a blur, and Alex shook several strangers' hands before the small crowd began to part and grew quiet. Alex saw Rylan approaching and wondered if the host of the tournament was about to make a scene about losing. The blonde-haired man surprised Alex once again as he silently extended a hand for Alex to shake. "Congratulations on the win," Rylan said. As Alex accepted the handshake, he expected a crushing grip or subtle show of strength, but none came. The only outward appearance of anger or frustration was the totally deadpan look on Rylan's face. His eyes were hard, and Alex felt that there would be another match between the two of them in the future. Well, who knows? "He's surprised me twice. Already, maybe he'll let this drop." Without saying anything else, Rylan released his hand and turned to walk off of the stage and out of the room, followed by a small stream of people. As he saw the big man's shoulders disappear around a corner of the house, he turned to see Olivia standing a short distance away from the crowd, smiling at him. He returned the smile and pulled his head backward while raising an eyebrow. She simply shook her head and scanned the group of people gathered. Alex knew she was working the tournament hosted at the Voss estate in her role as a peacekeeper. She'd snuck away a few minutes before the fight to give him a kiss and a pep talk. "Man, that was awesome," Mark said. He was standing just behind Alex, and it caused the smaller man to jump in surprise. No subtlety at all. "Oh dude, it's going to feel so good when we pick something from the auction house and know that jerk has to pay for it himself." Mark rubbed his hands together. Alex shook his head. "What do you mean we— Oh, come on." Alex laughed and saw Sam smiling at their exchange. He saw a small mana tendril extending from the teenager, so he sent a thread of mana to connect to it. "I told you were stronger." "Hey, I didn't dispute the fact. I did almost lose, though. I guess that's a good lesson for me. I should have taken him more seriously. It wasn't that close." Alex raised an eyebrow. He knew Sam seemed to view him through some sort of hero lens at times. "Were you watching that fight? I should have just smacked him in the head when he was restrained instead of trying to sound cool." "Yeah, but you didn't use your eye or Valthurian at all." Alex didn't respond, but he did smile along with Sam as the boy laughed at the fact that Alex really did sound silly by offering to let Rylan surrender. "Next time, I'll just hit him right away." After the fight, Alex was approached by many of the guild members and recruits. He was surprised by the number that seemed to know him from one thing or another, and the fight seemed to solidify his strength in their minds. In truth, he'd been a bit embarrassed by the whole thing, but he couldn't deny that the recognition felt good and rewarding for everything he'd been through in the last 2 months. When most people continued on their way to the dining room, ushered by the house staff to the free food, Alex was left with his 3 friends in the outdoor training area. The heaters were blasting to keep away the winter chill, and various bits of trash littered the ground where people had left cups or plates. It reminded Alex of how a baseball stadium looked as everyone left the stands. "Good fight," Alana said as she approached their group. She had 2 men following behind her, who Alex didn't recognize. She smiled and thanked him, saying that Rylan would be pleased to hear him say so. "Doubt that." The conversation quickly changed to her purpose for approaching their group. "I was hoping we could chat in private. This is Derek Holloway, Executive Coordinator for the Guild's Rifts." Alex shook the offered hand before Alana continued, "And this is the Guild's contract lawyer. He's helped us write up all of the contracts for those who sold us Rift information." "Ah, now I see." "Oh, you want to exchange the details now? If you're open to it, the sooner we can begin to capitalize on such a rift, the more the Guild will benefit." Alex looked at his friends and shrugged. Mark and Sarah smiled and waved to him as they ushered Sam toward the food. Valthurian refused to leave his side after the fight, and as Alex followed the trio toward the Voss estate, the growing mana worm curled around his shoulder. It was a short walk through the house and down a set of steep stairs for them to reach a large, comfortable room. "Wow," Alex said. "Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like a drink?" Alana gestured toward the room. His teeth clicked as he forced his jaw shut. Unused to the wealth the Voss family had, he had expected the negotiations to happen in a room meant more for business or conferences, something similar to the ones that he'd sat in on during his time with the ad agency. This room, though, was spacious and cozy. Leather and wood covered most of the room, softened by various red and black carpets. The far wall was lined with an enormous bookshelf, and to the right was a well-stocked bar. Alana poured herself a drink and stopped the bottle as Alex shook his head and moved toward the leather sofa in the center of the room. "Shouldn't I have a lawyer too?" Alex asked, feeling oddly confident despite being out of his depth in this situation. "Too bad I can't reach out to Dad or Jake." While he didn't feel as meek as he once did, they could handle the situation better than he could. He had to acknowledge that their jobs made them, even Jake, much more equipped to handle something like this. Alana waved her hand in the air. "You're welcome to contact one if you want, and we'll cover the cost for you. But you're a guild member, and we want to take care of you. He is a lawyer for you as much as he is for us. Normally, we offer the same contract to anyone bringing us information on a new rift." "But," she stressed the word and raised both eyebrows. "Well, this isn't just another common rift. We want you to feel good about giving us this information." She looked to the man who'd been introduced as a lawyer, and he nodded at her before reaching into a briefcase and laying a packet of papers on the table. "I'll be very honest with you, Alex. If this is truly an epic rarity rift, we probably don't even have enough funds on hand to pay you an equivalent value. The 8 times time dilation alone is worth an absurd amount of money." Alex wasn't sure what to say, so he remained quiet. "Think about it this way. There are billionaires across the country who have open contracts to purchase slots in a rift that will let them live 8 times longer than they would on Earth. Most of these contracts start in the several $1 million range. It will be up to us to make that rift feel livable for them and have enough amenities that they're interested in giving up their current lives of comfort. But the allure of living 8 times longer is very strong for some people." "Damn, I didn't even think about that." Alex's mind had been engrossed in the idea of training in an area where he could make more progress than others. But of course there would be people willing to spend money to live longer, even if they had no desire to level up or fight in the rift. That's not even the most valuable part here, though. The fact that this is a D-rank rift means it's one of the few out there that anyone knows of. Most rifts appear as E-rank. If there are other D-ranks, the government is likely keeping them under lock and key. This could give us a huge advantage in terms of a place to train our peacekeepers or get our hands on a steady supply of those purple D-rank mana stones you showed me. She shook her head and took a sip of her drink. Alex laughed and adjusted the celestial robes he was wearing from the fight. "Am I selling this thing to you, or are you selling it to me?" Some of the tension eased out of the group as they all laughed. "Ms. Voss is just attempting to let you know that the moderators of the guild all recognize the potential value you are giving us. We appreciate that, and while we want to give you something of equal value, that just isn't possible right now." Derek spoke up for the first time. He had no hair and a white beard. While the man wasn't overweight, he was clearly someone who either hadn't awakened yet or hadn't begun to increase any of his physical stats. His smile was genuine, and he seemed excited by the possibility of what was being offered to the guild. Alex nodded before accepting the paper that Alana slid across the wooden center table. He was immediately glad that he didn't have a drink in his hand, or else he might have spit it across the beautiful couch and carpet. It took a conscious effort to keep a mostly neutral face. Even though Alana had hinted at a large sum in their previous talks, and she'd been willing to help him get a few items from the auction house section of the AG app, he hadn't anticipated the numbers shown in the contract. "The lump sum is more than we originally spoke about," Alana said, noting his raised eyebrow. "But the other moderators assure me that this is still not a fair sum. We've added additional stipends to allow your account and payment to grow as we pull benefits from the rift." Even with the mask on, he had to keep his face neutral as he stared at the first line. Val stirred on his shoulder, drawing the eyes of those sitting across from him. He looked at Alana and then back down at the page. Alex coughed and skimmed the lines several more times. The amount of wealth being offered immediately, and even over time, seemed completely unreasonable to him. "Because the monetary value isn't as much as we'd like to offer, we've added a few additional benefits. You'll have personal and exclusive access to enter the rift for at least 24 hours each month, and if those hours aren't used, they can accrue to a maximum of 72 hours. The guild will allow you access to any of the trainers you want to learn from, or some of the training material we've acquired. Lastly, you'll get the first right of refusal to purchase any items of exceptional value that come from the rift. You would need to offer a fair market price for the item, but we'd reach out to you first before putting it up on the auction house tab." Alex sat in silence for a few heartbeats, scanning further down the page. Several more sections related to duration and contract renewal allowed him to renegotiate after 5 years and ensured the contract would last for a minimum of 10 years. The guild was also willing to offer him liability protection and protect his information if he agreed to sign a non-disclosure agreement on the Rift information. Makes sense. Guess it wouldn't do them much good if I turned around and tried to sell this to someone else as well. Sorry, this is pretty crazy. He laughed once again and had to rest his hand on his knee to prevent it from shaking with excitement. Alana smiled at him. Is there anything that you'd like to negotiate? The guild lawyer spoke up. Please keep in mind that this contract is very generous. We don't want to close off any additions you might want, but please understand that we could not offer much beyond what is already on the table. He smiled apologetically, and Alana smiled as well, acknowledging the point. Alex skimmed the lines again before speaking up. This is honestly more than I would have thought to get. I don't want to cause any offense, so please don't take it that way, but there is one thing I'd like to change. I have no desire to return to the Rift anytime soon, but eventually I'll want to bring my friends in there for their benefit. Could I lower some of the monetary incentives to get more slots? The three of them exchanged looks, and Alex wondered if they were speaking in some way similar to his mana threads. Interesting, Alana said. Did I say something wrong? No, not at all. It's just surprising. Alex just raised his hands in question, looking between the three. Derek coughed. Well, it's just odd that you wouldn't negotiate for more money. Instead, you're trying to get spots in the Rift for your companions. Alex scratched his head. What's wrong with that? He asked, a bit defensively. Nothing, Alana answered. It just reveals something about you, at least in the professional negotiator sense of speaking. The tightness in his chest eased as he realized they were just surprised he was looking out for his friends and he hadn't slipped up or offended anyone. Well, of course, who wouldn't do that? They probably need to get in there more than I do. Unfortunately, that's probably the one point in the entire contract that's most difficult to negotiate. Alana continued. You see, those slots have an extreme value right now, and likely even more so in the future as we get more guild members who reach the high levels of E rank and are looking to push into D rank. Giving more slots means less eventual profit and growth for the guild. That's especially true if monthly availability is left open for you to use. Why are the slots an issue? I know you had them on the lower rifts, but that's just there to prevent groups from stepping on each other's toes, right? I'm telling you, the inside of this rift is huge. I don't think you need to worry about slots. Alana shook her head. I think you misunderstand. We aren't putting the limitation of slots on the rift. That's a system thing. There will be more slots for an epic rift compared to a lower level rift. If my brother's information is right, then there should be 1,000 slots in an epic rift. After that, the system prevents anyone from entering. I had no idea. What if, the lawyer spoke up while flipping through his own copy of the contract? Instead of dropping your own benefits, we just add an addendum that states you can give your monthly slot to someone of your choosing if it's assigned through the AG app. He looked at Alana and Derek. Alex watched as they both nodded and agreed to the change. While part of him was sure that there were some different areas where he might be able to gain more from the guild if he had a personal lawyer present, he didn't feel any pressure to push back against the generous offer, especially with the ability to re-enter, gain more money over time, and renegotiate if needed in a few years. Alex was happier with the offer than he felt he had any right to be. It's not like I had to work for the rift or anything. Val just chased the mana through the forest. Entering that damn place may have been the biggest mistake of my life, but it also seems to have made the biggest payoff of my life. The group exchanged a bit more talk, and Alana had another drink as Derek asked Alex about his time in the rift and the different sects. The large man took copious notes as Alex explained what he could about the humans within and the political dynamic he'd seen while in Tianluo. Alex warned them of the generally hostile nature and attitude of most of the sect members. He described their expected power levels, now that the restrictions on both sides had been lifted and the whole rift was officially D rank. He also encouraged the guild to meet with Yura at the very least whenever they felt comfortable sending people in. After a bit of time, Valthurian uncoiled from his arm and flew around the room to investigate. Alana was fascinated by the mana worm. When Alex had told her to hold a mana stone in her hand and Alana did so, she had laughed like a little kid when Val happily curled up in her lap and began to siphon the stone. Damn, I'm rich, like filthy rich. An hour passed as Alex talked with Alana and Derek. Alex told them more about his time on the run from the Shadow sect. After explaining the dynamic between the two sects and how much they could learn from Yura, Alana gave an assurance that they'd attempt to make contact with the Celestial Lotus sect after entering and asked if he would mind meeting with Derek at a later date to go over the rift information in more detail. Alex said while scratching his head. There was one other thing about the rift. I know it might be a bit of a stretch, but I really do have to say something. What is it? Well, it's really not even likely that anyone could find them, but if you happen to find a group of large spiders in the tunnels on the dark side of the rift, please don't attack them. Okay, Alana drugged the word out, clearly confused. Don't fight the monsters in the rift. No, sorry. Just these ones. The system even marks them as non-hostile if you scan them. They are really the only reason I survived in the rift. They helped me a lot, and if you could just put the word out not to harm them, I'd really appreciate it. This sounds crazy, but I want to go back and find them at some point. Alana raised an eyebrow and looked at him in silence for a few minutes. All right, I can do that, but you have to understand how strange that sounds, right? Especially with the number of rift breaks going on around the country right now. Alex nodded and didn't say more on the topic, pleased that she was willing to do that much. After a time, the head moderator cleared her throat and asked for some privacy between herself and Alex. Valthurian had fallen asleep in her lap like a fat and happy cat. There is something I wanted to ask you, aside from our deal for the rift information. She finished her drink, the single large cube of ice half melted. About what? Are you aware of what's been going on with the Hunters Association in the last 2 weeks? Well, I mean, it's been all over the news since the president's announcement. And obviously, there's more military around the city than I've seen before, but they haven't really bothered me at all yet. She nodded in response, as if it were expected. Well, we have been able to keep close tabs on the Hunters Association, just from a few family contacts that we have. In the last 2 weeks, specifically leading up to the new year, the government has begun to change the message that is being pushed to the public. Originally, they were attempting to become a group similar to what we have here with the Adventurers Guild, but backed by the government. The hope was that they would then keep people registered and organized as the main body of Awakened in the country, Alana said. That's a large reason we've been working to create our own group, is to avoid being under their purview. Alex nodded. That was a selling point Andrew talked about when I joined. Well, that's begun to change. I think that they've seen how large the guild has gotten and how many smaller guilds are popping up to follow in our footsteps. They've given up trying to compete with that and have found a more strategic route. The government is now positioning itself to be, well, a governing body. Rather than being their own group, the Hunters Association would work like a regulatory body, meant to present and enforce rules on any guilds in the country. Well, that still kind of defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do, right? Exactly, there's not a real purpose to have our own group separate from the government's rule if they plan to position themselves as the group that regulates all guilds. As I said, small guilds are popping up all over the place, and the Hunters Association has already started to bring them in with the promise of protections, organizational benefits, and other offers. Have they tried to bring us under their umbrella? Alana shook her head in response as Alex activated his mana thread ability and began to form small circles in the air. Alana didn't seem to notice, so as Alex thought through what she was saying, he idly made the practice forms that Yura had taught him. No, not yet. They have started to apply pressure on us, though. Apparently, there was some sort of radical group that there was an incident with in December, and they're trying to say that it was a part of our organization. Alex raised an eyebrow, and his concentration faltered for a moment, and he almost lost the shape he was constructing. It wasn't, of course, disgusting group calling themselves the Untethered. They were preaching some of the same stuff we tell people, just to a total extreme. They were recruiting people and keeping them as slaves, forcing teenagers to fight against monsters in pits. To awaken, Alana had to compose herself. She let out a breath and tucked a loose hair behind her ear. The other moderators and I believe they were just stating to be affiliated with us, because we are currently the biggest privately run group out there. We've got branches all across the country at this point, and have been bringing in a lot of resources. The pressure isn't too great, just them letting us know that we're being monitored and they're looking into our dealings. The real problem will come when enough of those smaller guilds submit. Then it will look like we aren't being a team player, or at least that's how they'll spin it. Okay, Alex said slowly. What does this have to do with me? Well, right now, we're actually the ones with the public favor. A lot of polls are showing that people don't want this awakened business to be controlled by the government. We're running social media campaigns and are organizing a press conference to keep pushing for the idea of a free awakened community and the safety of Earth. Wow, she's doing a whole lot of prefacing here. Alex didn't comment, letting Alana finish her train of thought as he cycled through smaller and smaller shapes with his mana. She let out a sigh, recognizing that she was stalling. I wanted to know your thoughts on joining the Peacekeepers. You're already a guild member, and after tonight many moderators would jump on the opportunity to bring in someone who can put Rylan in his place. His concentration faltered, and as the threads of mana over his hand burst, he saw Val dive for the space above his hand. Alex smirked, as he knew that if he were to remove his mask to look with his mana sight, the cloud of ethereal mana that was created from his failed skill would be gone. I know that you're familiar with the role, as you and Olivia seem to have got closer in the last few weeks. She's one of our best and strongest. This might seem rushed, but I've given it some thought. I've seen how you act and carry yourself. You're loyal to the guild, as evidenced by the huge rift deal we just made. Also, you're strong. We need trustworthy, powerful people in the right positions. As we continue to expand, negotiations will soon be between the guild and other branches, possibly even other countries. Having someone like you in the spotlight could go a long way for our goals. The Hunters Association has done something similar with the Crimson Warrior they are showing all over the place. Whoa, sorry, this was not what I was expecting. There seems to be a lot of trust here. Where is that coming from? No offense, but we haven't interacted much and I've only been with the guild for a month. Damn, more than that. The time dilation from the epic rift is still messing with my head. Sure, it hasn't been that long since you joined. But again, there are people watching you, especially since you mysteriously returned before Christmas. Also, even if you and I haven't interacted much, Olivia and I are together almost every day. She's local, trains here constantly, and works most of the peacekeeper contracts that I put up. If she trusts you, I don't see a reason not to give it a try and get to know you better. There were several awkward moments as Alex floundered. Live on. I got back home. I'm just happy to be back with my friends. He smiled, a bit embarrassed, and it doesn't hurt that you just helped me turn that nightmare into a fortune. I'm not in the right headspace for a responsibility like that. I want to spend some time with my friends, recover, and help them grow stronger. I learned a lot in that rift, and I want to make the most of those gains. Ilana looked at him, her eyes searching his face for several heartbeats. She slapped her legs and stood. Stretching, she walked back over to the bar and poured herself a drink. Alex realized he hadn't paid much notice of her appearance before she let her blonde hair down from the professional bun it had been in during their earlier meeting. It's hard for me to get upset at that response. It sounds like a shockingly reasonable and rational answer. For some reason, that makes me want you to take the job even more. Alex chuckled awkwardly. How did you expect me to respond? Her back was still turned to Alex, but he could see her shoulders shrug. I had it at a 50-50 on if you'd accept. A lot of people jump at the opportunity for power and leadership, and most of the awakened I deal with seem to be all too eager for more power, even if it's just the hierarchical power, as opposed to the leveling kind of power. She returned to the couch across from Alex and sat back in a much less professional manner than before. I denied her offer, and her mask came off. It's a bit funny, but I prefer this anyway. There is something else that I need to tell you, but I thought it was better to wait until we could talk privately. Alex lowered his voice a bit and tried to seem more serious so that there was no way what he was about to tell her could be taken as a joke. Yura also told me something else about the integration. He's retained some of his memories from before his world was broken and was a big reason I gained a lot of information about the system and training, so I do believe him he took a break and just let it come out. He said that it's possible for us to fail the integration. That's how the worlds inside the rifts are created in the first place. Ilana met his eyes, and he was surprised to see her own serious look. We would then become just another rift in someone else's integration, likely with the system removed and most of our memories as well. Alex straightened, and the surprise must have been clear on his face. You already know about that, of course, Ilana said, leaning back in her chair. Why do you seem so shocked? I guess because I learned it from someone who had lived through all of that. Yura has lived for hundreds of years and is really strong. I thought it would be pretty scarce information. He shook his head. If people know about this, why isn't everyone working together? All of this political maneuvering and power grabbing seems he trailed off, not wanting to offend Ilana. Short-sighted, Ilana supplied with a smile. Yeah, Alex said, relieved that he hadn't been the one to say it. I mean, this isn't just about the US anymore. We're talking about the fate of our entire planet, as insane as that sounds to say out loud. Shouldn't that be enough to make people set aside their differences? Ilana's expression turned grave. It should be, and it's one of the main reasons I push so hard to strengthen the guild. But people, she sighed, people don't always make rational choices, even or especially when faced with such huge threats. Some refuse to believe it. Others think they can profit from the chaos. And some, she met his eyes again, some are just afraid and fear makes people do stupid things. I get that, Alex said softly. But knowing what's at stake, how can we change their minds? Ilana finished for him. As far as I understand it, this isn't something that is decided quickly. The decision of whether or not we pass the integration isn't made in a few years, but likely over decades. For now, the world powers know about this and all of them are keeping it quiet. We have more immediate problems to deal with that if aren't worked through. We won't have a say in how things are handled in the future. So we're also keeping it quiet and focusing on our immediate position and growth. Alex sat in silence for a few long moments, looking down at his hands and processing the statement. How did you find out? Is this another one of your brother's sources? When Ilana nodded, he asked her a question that had been bothering him. How does he get so much information on the system and rifts? I've been thinking that he has access to some sort of high-rarity rift, like I did. But seeing how much you just paid for access to the Celestial Rift, I don't think that there's some rare or epic rift that you're keeping a secret. It's not something I feel comfortable sharing, since it's his secret. But no, he's told me that it's something that's been granted to him by the system. If he had access to some high-rarity rift and didn't tell me about it, I'd probably kill him myself. I can't even tell you how many problems this deal with you is going to solve for us. She let out a breath and laughed. While we're on the topic of Rylan, do you mind if I ask you something a bit personal? Alex asked, watching her closely to gauge her response. He saw her eyes grow a bit more sharp as she looked at him, but otherwise her posture and body language didn't change. Sure, Rylan, why do you let him get away with so much? I know he's family, but if you're talking about reputation and appearance of the guild, he seems. Alex tapered off, thinking of an appropriate word that was still polite. Loud, Alana offered. Smiling guiltily, Alex nodded. Rylan is my problem, really. We've been close since we were kids, but not in a loving kind of way. Our parents were high performers and expected us to be, often pitting us against each other. Our relationship has been filled with competition for as long as I can remember. Damn, don't I know what that's like. Rylan is smart, sometimes too smart for his own good. You might not believe this, she said with a rueful smile, but he was a research scientist before awakening, PhD in chemistry, and was doing really well a few years ago before his lab had a freak accident. Being the team lead, he took the brunt of the blame. Our parents were really hard on him from that. Despite us both being adults and pretty set, he felt like I was lording my own career over his head. No matter what I did to try and help, he took it as an insult. Alex couldn't help but wonder if Jake felt this way. Am I too sensitive? Is Jake just doing his own thing and I'm putting myself down? Nope. Jake's an asshole, not at all the same. Anyway, when the rifts began showing up, he jumped at the opportunity to get away from the science field and has been obsessed with gaining physical power since then. He's always had a tendency to be a sore winner, so it often comes off like he's lording that strength over others. Alex waited, wondering if she would offer some excuse, but it seemed like she saw her brother's tendencies and acknowledged them. Yeah, you're right though. We're going places with the guild and he's got to get himself together. I really only ask because I'm assuming that the entire tournament tonight was set up by him. Alana nodded. I'm also assuming that happened just because we butted heads during the party a few weeks ago. Another nod. I don't want to be dragged into some sort of guild politics. I'm happy to spar and train, but I don't want to be Rylan's stepping stone to fame or whatever else he thought he might get from tonight. If I had to guess by the look in his eyes after the match, he's not going to let this loss go either. Alana sighed. You're right, that's not really like him. I'll talk to him and do my best to head off anything else like this. You've got my word that this won't continue to escalate. I should warn you, though, Derek is talking about creating a sort of team event and competition. This has nothing to do with my brother, and is more about us trying to get people out there and closing rifts. Initially, we were focused on keeping them open and farming the experience or quests as much as we could for our members, but now, with the rift breaks happening around the country, it would be a lot better for our standing if we could be seen closing rifts. Yes, the goal would be to have teams contribute to closing rifts. We haven't worked out all of the details yet. But there would be a scoring system for how much your team contributes to the rift quest and how difficult of a rift is attempted. We're hoping to have those contribution points be used by teams to purchase items from a select list. Wow, that sounds awesome. I'm really interested in that. When do you think it will start? Probably soon. With that speech from the Hunters Association, we really want to step up our presence and make sure that people know we're helping keep things safe. With his concern taken care of and his interest piqued, he looked at his watch, and Alana noticed the look. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Alana downed the rest of her drink and walked Alex back to the main room of the estate. Despite 2 hours passing, there were still plenty of people enjoying the food and music inside. Alex took out his phone and used his right hand to text Mark while using the other to pat Valthurian on the head. There are still a few hours until the ball drops. I wonder if we could find an empty couch area to set up and relax. Mana, haha, yes. If we find a good spot, I'll give you some mana. Alex sat on the couch in his apartment, scrolling on his phone. The articles on the AG app were filled with useful information, and he found himself wanting to spend hours at a time reading through various articles. The most recent one was a passing fancy that made him curious about how Sam's class worked. At the thought of the teenager, Alex looked up from the article and into his room. Sam was lying on his bed with his head hanging off the end. He was tossing a mana stone up and down, and watching Valthurian follow it closely, trying to stay within range of the stone to mana siphon without actually touching it. That's an interesting way to train. Alex snorted and returned to reading the article. Experience is given to awaken through the intent of the task. Non-combat personnel are able to gain experience by performing a task with the intent of getting better and improving. It's a matter of mindset and will. Someone who is out in the rifts trying to gain experience through combat to eventually get a fighting class is not likely to gain experience when they go home in the evenings and cook dinner. However, someone who wants to get the chef class might be cooking with that very goal in mind. The latter would gain small amounts of experience from each dish that they made. So far as we can tell, combat classes tend to gain experience at a much faster rate. As a warning, it's not encouraged for someone who wants to become a combat class to attempt to accelerate their early experience by trying to complete tasks from safety in their off time like I mentioned for the chef class. Like many things we are discovering about the system, a lot seems to be based off of intent and actions. If you want to be a warrior or fighter class of some sort, you should do everything in your power to only gain experience through those means, or else your options at level 10 may not be what you are expecting. A final note on this topic is that you can gain some experience through training. Though again, just like with the non-combat classes, it needs to be done with purpose and a desire to train for combat. The experience gain is much slower, but it has been confirmed that you gain small amounts by training and practicing. Even though Alex was happy with his progression and had no desire to change his class to a non-combat one, it was an interesting concept. He let a mana thread snake across the floor and touched Sam with it. Boo! Sam yelped and didn't catch the crystal on the way down. It hit him in the forehead and rolled away on the floor, trailed by Val. Hey, not cool. Alex laughed. I'm reading something on non-combat classes. Did they make you go fight in Tianluo, or did you gain all of your experience through healing? Alex could feel hesitation and tension from Sam through their connection, but after a moment he got a response. It was just healing. I wasn't allowed to leave the city. Okay, we don't need to talk about it anymore. I was just curious. He sent along feelings of comfort and reassurance. No, that's okay. I want to talk about it to you, not to Sarah. Even from across the room, Alex could see Sam wrinkle his nose, which caused him to laugh again. Ever since Christmas, Sarah had been trying to corner Sam into telling her more about himself and his life before the rift. She was subtle about it, or at least Alex had thought so, but Sam clearly picked up on what she was trying to accomplish. All right then. I know you don't have a lot to compare it to, but how quickly did you level from only healing? It was slow, but some things made it go faster. If the sect warriors were hurt badly, then I'd get more experience. I could see the blue light rise up from the healed wound, and there were easily 2 or 3 times more when I did something hard. The other time I saw more was when I pushed myself or tried new things with the healing skill. Alex thought about that for a few moments and nodded. He broke their connection and turned back to the article. It annoyed him that such a well-informed article was one of the ones marked to have been written from Ryland's information. Just before he was about to start reading again, he saw a text drop down from the top of his screen. Mary Powell, hi Alex, I'm here. Damn, it's already 3:00 p.m. Sam, we've got to go. The realtor lady is here. Sam rolled off the bed, grabbed the green sweatshirt off the coffee table, and put it on as they walked toward the door. Come on, Val, bring it with you, or I'm going to leave you here, Alex called as he put on his own jacket. He grabbed his spatial bag from the small table by the door and attached it to his belt. It felt a bit odd to be wearing a leather satchel the size of a popcorn bag on his hip when he was also wearing blue jeans and an REI all-weather jacket. As Alex opened the door and turned to close it, he held open one side of his unzipped coat for Val to fly into its cover. Locking the door, the 3 of them descended the apartment stairs quickly to meet with Mary out front. They introduced themselves to the realtor that Alana had recommended a few days prior when they were leaving the New Year's party. She'd gotten back to Alex quickly, eager to talk about a large sale and help him find what he needed. After introductions, they piled into Mary's Escalade. Alex and Sam slid into the car's back seat and buckled up. Wow, it's been a week or 2 since I've been into this side of town. There's a lot of military here now. I guess that announcement they made wasn't any kind of joke. Mary said to break the silence with some awkward small talk. Yeah, I'm just glad that they're not forcing everyone who's awakened to participate in all of this, Alex said noncommittally. It's all so surreal. There was a somewhat awkward pause before her voice bubbled up with excitement and changed the talk to a topic she was clearly comfortable with. All right, we've got 3 house tour lined up, Mr. Moore. I've got one in mind that I think will be a winner. It's in your price range and checked all of the boxes you gave me on Wednesday. The only downside is that all 3 options are outside the designated safe zone. Unfortunately, the announcement from the president was so sudden that we had to broaden our searches. Do you want to go straight to the option I think will be best? Alex and Sam looked at each other. When Alex saw Sam's grin, he could tell that the teen was just excited to go shopping for a fancy house. Who am I kidding? I'm excited to go shopping for a fancy house. Best for last. Always the best for last. They didn't have anywhere that they needed to be, and Alex was looking forward to doing some looking around at what his money could buy. He'd spent the last 2 days talking to one financial advisor after the next, followed by an investment counselor and more. Now it's time for the fun part, damn it. He was surprised at how much of a headache it was to find his money worries gone suddenly. God, what a stupid thing to complain about. My past self would definitely slap me right now. First up, Mary said as she began to drive, it is a very new smart home. It's a 10,000 square foot gorgeous house of modern architecture. She continued to talk about the house and answered Alex's questions about the buying process of such a large home. When they arrived at the mansion, Alex refused to continue to think of these buildings as simply homes if the other 2 were anything like this. Alex couldn't help but laugh and break down into nearly hysterical giggles as they toured the insanely nice house. Mary's description was spot on, down to the sleek and sharp design of the house, with floor-to-ceiling windows that reminded Alex of the Voss estate. It had state-of-the-art features like the full smart home system, alarms, a home theater, and even an infinity pool that overlooked the valley. It was a six-bedroom mansion with 5 baths and an in-home gym that was connected to the garage. Even though the house was gorgeous, and more than anything Alex would have dreamed of a few months ago, it wasn't exactly what he was looking for. It checked many of the items off of the list that he'd sent to Mary, but there were a few more that he desperately wanted if he was going to invest this much of his newfound wealth. They got back into the car and drove another 45 minutes to the second showing. They passed through 2 checkpoints set up by the Hunters Association, and Alex kept feeling a nagging sensation like they'd be stopped and arrested for something. But the military personnel simply waved at them as they drove through. I know that they're doing this for the monsters and not for the people. It just feels so dystopian. When they got to the next house, they saw the difference immediately. Where the first option was the peak of modern design and technology, the second option was larger and older. This is a historic manor built in the 19th century. It sits on 15 acres of manicured grounds, complete with a hedge maze and private lake. The house itself is 12,000 square feet, with 8 bedrooms, a grand ballroom, and a modest library. The previous owners modernized the kitchen and master bathroom, but maintained the original hardwood floors and intricate moldings throughout. It's a beautiful piece of history, but it might require more maintenance than you're looking for, and the layout isn't ideal for the ideas you had about training. Sam laughed and ran up the stairs. It made Alex smile to see the teenager let loose a bit and act goofy. Something about the ridiculousness of them shopping for a several million-dollar home had Sam pretending to be a butler and pretending to dance through the ballroom. They finished the tour as planned, but Mary could tell that Alex wasn't as interested in the second option as he was in the first. Alex knew Mary was good at her job, and it was even more evident as she read the mood between him and Sam as they got into the car. The teenager had lost some of his steam over the last hour of walking around the large estate. Mary dropped just a bit of her professional demeanor and sounded more excited than she had when describing the prior properties. "All right, gentlemen, just like you asked, we've got the best for last. We're heading back to Montclair, which isn't all that far from your current apartment, but unfortunately is outside of the designated safe zone. This property is quite special and only came up on the market in the last day or two. Like I said before, it's hitting most of the things that you wanted me to find, and it's just a bit out of the price range you sent me, but I think you'll find it's worth it. Do you want me to walk you through it now, or should we wait until we get there?" Alex looked at Sam and saw him perk up. He shook his head and said, "Let's wait." Mary smiled, hearing him speak for only the second time that day. The 30-minute drive was filled with small talk, and Alex wanted a bit more background on the house before they got there. It belonged to the Harrington family, old money, very prestigious. But with all the changes happening in the world lately, especially with the recent announcement about safe zones, they decided to move closer to their business interests in Europe. They're motivated to sell quickly, which is why such a stunning property is available at this price. It's a rare opportunity, especially for someone looking for a place that can accommodate a team of awakened individuals like yourself. They got to the house a bit later, and Alex started laughing as soon as they turned into the driveway. It looked like something out of a movie, long and straight with thick, trunked trees on either side of the gravel road. The front of the property was blocked by a few dozen yards of trees to either side, but past that, they could see flat and open grass to either side of the trees. Sam made a few sounds of amazement and began to laugh as well. When they got to the house, the driveway pulled into a roundabout with a stone fountain in the center that was currently not running. There were stone steps leading up to large wooden double doors. The building looked similar to the second house, with the old manor-style estate, stone and brick building with ivy climbing up the front left corner of the house. They parked, and Mary began to talk as they walked through the house. "The manor has been recently renovated and strikes a great balance between our first 2 options. It's got large ceilings and open rooms that are the signature of older construction, with many modern amenities and convenience. It's on about 20 acres, with a mix of beautiful open grass, like you saw out front, a personal garden in the courtyard, and a natural woodland area for privacy." They walked into the foyer, and Alex ran his hand through his hair. It had a high ceiling and a large chandelier hanging overhead. Directly ahead was a cozy greeting area with comfortable chairs and a coffee table for guests. There were also stairs leading to the second floor at the far end of the welcoming room, with a dark wood railing that matched the floors. The house itself is an impressive 15,000 square feet. You'll notice the exterior is a combination of stone and brick, partially covered with ivy on lattice to give it a timeless sort of feel. There are 9 bedrooms in the main building. 2 are downstairs in the west wing for any house staff you may decide to hire. West Wing also has a master suite with a balcony upstairs, an office, and a second bedroom. Wait house staff. They walked through the dining room and into an enormous kitchen. The appliances all seemed brand new to Alex, with several stoves, 2 fridges, and an oversized island countertop in the middle. The countertops were some sort of stone, and clean white cabinetry surrounded most of the kitchen on different sides. However, most noticeable was the glass door they could see leading out into a courtyard. Sam wandered over to the door to look through as Mary continued to talk. The kitchen is almost brand new. At the far end, there's a walk-in pantry, and past this is the laundry room and hired help housing suites. They have their own kitchenette and bathroom within the addition to keep their personal living quarters separate from the main house. Before we head into the courtyard, let's walk back to the east wing. There's a nicer entrance from over there. Sam turned around wide-eyed, and Mary couldn't contain her smile. The three walked back through the foyer and into the right part of the building. It's shaped like a U? Alex asked. Yes, exactly. The entrance and dining room are the base of the U shape, and the kitchen and staff quarters make up the left side of the building. This living room heads straight back and connects to the home gym, which makes up the right side of the building. Connected to the living room, she pointed across the large open room, past the double wide couch and oversized TV, to a door is the garage. It fits 4 cars comfortably and 5 if you're willing to squeeze them in. They walked through the living room, and Mary explained that the furniture they saw currently in the house would mostly stay. There were a few things marked to leave with the sale, but part of the offer to get the house sold quickly was to sell it furnished. When they got deep enough into the living room, Alex looked to his left toward the inner part of the U-shape. The wall was almost completely glass, and I looked into the courtyard beyond. The courtyard is quite unique and adds a real bit of zen to the house. It's a mix of cobbled stone and grass patches with a small pond of water that backs up to the base of the U, which is where the stairs travel over and upstairs. The group walked toward the glass wall and into the courtyard. Alex's breath caught as he took in the peaceful sight. The courtyard was mostly open to the weather, though protected from winds on all sides except one by the building. It got sun, and he assumed that there was a nearby hose or sprinklers to keep it watered. Well, what do you think? You wanted a space for a garden like Yura's. I know. For real, I could have it here. Sam turned to Alex with his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Of course. You're welcome to stay here as long as you want, Sam. Alex saw tears begin to well up in the teenager's eyes, and the blonde teenager rushed forward and gave Alex a hug. Mary, who was not privy to their conversation, paused in her speech to smile at them patiently. As Sam collided with Alex, they heard a muffled ouch from within Alex's jacket. Sam tensed, and they both began to laugh as Valthurian vocalized his displeasure. The rest of the tour passed quickly, but Alex could already tell that this was the perfect place for them. Even without seeing the upstairs, the gym, courtyard, backyard, and extra rooms were exactly what he was hoping to find. Once the tour was finished, Alex let Mary know that he'd like to begin the purchase paperwork immediately. She laughed and said that Alana warned her he was a decisive person. She was even more surprised, though, when Alex mentioned that he'd like to make a full cash offer for the house to simplify the offer. She was a bit speechless until he asked if they might be able to offer the Harrington family a bit less if he was willing to buy it quickly and in cash. Mary seemed to think that they would gladly accept the proposal. She stepped outside and left the boys to wander around the estate as she called the seller's agent to communicate the offer. Alex and Sam wandered upstairs and into the master suite. There was a regular bedroom next door, and Alex told Sam it would be his if he wanted a place to stay. Across the hall from that was the study Mary had described, and Alex was pleased to see that even though the shelves were empty of books, they covered the 2 side walls. There was a large window behind a grand desk that overlooked the front yard of the property and several leather chairs in one corner. Alex was daydreaming about studying magic and filling the shelves with skill manuals when Mary found them. I finished talking with their agent, and they agree that the Harringtons will most likely accept. Assuming that they do, we can proceed with the paperwork immediately and likely get the keys into your hands in the next day or so. I would just need you to meet me at the bank and sign some paperwork to make it happen. Would that work for you, Mr. Moore? Alex noted that Mary had regained some of her professional bearings after the statement that he'd pay the $9 million and change up front to speed up the purchase of the house. While he knew it was a significant purchase, and almost 20 of the lump sum he'd received from the guild, he felt it was worth it to own the house and the property, and not needing to worry about a mortgage or dealing with a landlord of any kind. With things changing so much in the last few months, and more changes to come, Alex didn't want there to be any sort of potential issues if he had payments that went up or banks decided to change how things were working. He was well aware that he'd never had to face a problem like this one before, but felt confident after hearing the same advice passed to him from several of the advisors he'd spoken to. I think that will work just fine for me, Mary. Sam stepped up next to Alex as they looked out of the second-story study and over the long driveway. The entire afternoon had felt surreal, and Alex had a feeling that it would take quite a while to adjust to this new concept of wealth and financial security. Home. Well, this should be interesting, huh? Sam nodded as the two of them climbed the stairs to the large wooden doors. The sky was clear and the morning air was cold and fresh. I haven't trained properly in days. Alex's thoughts wandered as they reached the top of the stairs. This house is exciting, but I need to get everything settled soon. I can't let my progress stagnate. He was itching to get back to leveling up and pushing his skills further. Alex turned to look at the gravel roundabout and the large front lawn. The snow had melted, revealing beautiful green grass with straight lines. He took a deep breath, smiling. Sam stopped and turned to look back at the front lawn with Alex. The teenager had fed off Alex's excitement since their tour. Mary said Alex should have the keys by Monday. Even though it was the day before that, Alex had got permission from the Harringtons to use the house as a meeting spot for hiring potential staff. They'd been happy enough with Alex's willingness to purchase the property quickly and with cash up front that they assisted him in lining up connections for the interviews. Alex reached into his spatial pouch to remove the mansion key. At the same time, he checked the pocket watch that Olivia had gifted to him. The old timepiece had taken some getting used to, but the 2-month break from his cell phone had helped. He was making it a habit to carry the watch and looked forward to testing it in the next rift. Alex felt butterflies in his stomach as he thought about interviewing a lifelong butler. The Harringtons knew the property well and had recommended that Alex ideally hire 3 people, a chef to stay on site full-time and a maid to come for a few hours per day, 5 days per week. The third, and they had assured him the most important, was a head butler. The butler would also stay on site full-time, but there was a noticeable difference in this recommendation, Alex noticed. For the chef and maid positions, Alex had received multiple recommendations and resumes to look through. However, for the butler, there was just one recommendation. They had been insistent that Alex take the man seriously and strongly recommended he hire the man on the spot. I hope it's a good recommendation and not just a family friend or something. Alex felt some amusement come from Sam's connection, and he turned a mock glare on the teen. You've been spending too much time with Mark. I know he'd think this was funny, too. Sam smiled in response, and they entered the large house together. As they entered, Sam moved immediately toward the courtyard. In the last 2 days, Sam had been abnormally talkative about the prospect of having his own garden and trying to grow special, magical plants. It wasn't long before Alex saw a car coming up the driveway from the second-story office window. It felt awkward to take the stairs 2 at a time and compose himself before opening the grand door. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at how well-dressed and composed the man appeared. Damn, that's a good-looking old guy. Edwin Hartley was an experienced butler who'd recently lost the head of his house to a rift excursion. This was one of the main reasons Alex was interested in meeting with the man. He was used to the idea of awakened people. Alex took in his appearance as he ascended the stairs and was immediately impressed. He looked every inch the stately butler Alex would have imagined, even down to the white hair and perfectly groomed mustache. Is this a requirement of being a head butler or something? He looked so suave, what the heck? Edwin looked fit for his age, wearing a well-tailored waistcoat and shined shoes that conveyed his professionalism. His blue eyes scanned the front of the mansion with quiet appreciation. As he reached the top of the stairs, he paused to adjust his sleeve cuffs. It was a small gesture, but to Alex it seemed calculated and like one that spoke to a great attention to detail. Alex continued staring at the man's impressive mustache until Edwin reached the top of the stairs and cleared his throat politely. Mr. Moore, I presume. Edwin looked at it a bit shocked but took the offered hand before scanning the front of the house. It's a pleasure. I appreciate your consideration for this position. You have a beautiful home, Mr. Moore. Alex laughed and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, it is. Let's head inside and talk. Did that make me sound like an asshole? He opened the door, relieved that Edwin followed with a neutral expression, seemingly unbothered. They walked up the stairs and to the office, where Alex offered the man a seat before sitting in the other chair next to him. The butler's face remained neutral except for a slight twitch of his eyebrow as he looked from Alex, seated next to him, then to the empty chair across the desk. Alex looked from him to the desk, then decided to stand in front of it instead. He leaned on the sturdy wood and faced the older man. Mr. Hartley, you come very highly recommended from the Harringtons. Did you know them well? No, sir, I did not, but my previous head of the house knew them well. Well, you must have made an impression. Could you tell me a bit about your work experience? If I may, I have had the honor of managing estates for notable families for over 3 decades. My duties have included overseeing large households, coordinating events, and managing finances. Alex scanned the man's resume again as he spoke. That's putting it modestly. His resume is crazy. Can I be in charge of someone like this? Henderson was my boss for the last few years, and he seems like a less qualified manager than this guy. Time to just lay it all out on the table. This is only going to work if he understands where I'm coming from and what I need. Look, can I be honest with you? After a nod, he continued. I'm way out of my depth here. Hiring full-time staff to manage an estate is not something I imagine myself doing in my lifetime, let alone at the age of 28. I don't want to be rude here, but I don't even know what to do with you. I'm not used to ordering people around or hiring people. You've been doing this for a long time, and if we are going to work together, I need you to understand that I'm likely not going to be anything like your previous employers. Will that lack of formality bother you? I just want to be comfortable and for the house to be comfortable. Edwin cocked his head to the side as if looking at Alex in a new light. Very well, Mr. Moore. Your candor is refreshing. I have served individuals of varying dispositions, and I assure you that my role is to adapt to your needs. It is clear you value a certain ease in your household, and I shall endeavor to provide that while maintaining order. My duties will be carried out without undue stiffness if that is your preference. Alex felt a weight lift off his shoulders. That sounds perfect. Honestly, I just need someone who can handle all this stuff that's over my head and help me make sense of it all. Edwin gave a small nod, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I believe we shall manage quite well, sir. One more thing, Alex added. I want to make sure you're properly compensated for your experience. I'd like to offer you a generous salary, enough to make sure you're comfortable and happy here. Edwin raised an eyebrow slightly, then gave a small nod. I appreciate your consideration, Mr. Moore. We can discuss the specifics, but rest assured, I am quite content to serve to the best of my abilities. There is something else important to talk about before finalizing anything. I hope this isn't too sensitive of a topic, but your previous employer was an awakened. Edwin nodded solemnly. Yes, he was. He passed away several weeks ago when entering a rift near his hometown. Might as well rip off the band-aid. Alex reached up and took the illusory mask from his face. The mirage that was running through the mana spinner silk flickered before it shattered, and his normal face was revealed. There was a brief moment where Edwin's eyes widened. Otherwise, he remained composed. I'm awakened, and the friends that I plan to come live here with me are also awakened. This is the life we plan to immerse ourselves in, and I'd like to make sure you're all right with that. We'll put ourselves in danger, perhaps get injured or come home battered. I plan to use the estate grounds to train my friends and create a space for them to grow stronger so that they don't die out there. For the first time in the conversation, Alex felt his resolve firming. This is what all of this is for. I can't forget that. I understand. It's not a requirement, but I'd also like you to give some thought to awakening with us. The statement caught the butler by surprise, and he inhaled sharply. Me? Why? Alex shrugged. There is more information coming out about non-combat classes, and I thought it might interest you. You've devoted your life to this, so why not see what happens when you awaken? It could help make your job easier or enhance your abilities. He raised his hand when he saw Edwin shaking his head. Don't say no right now, but think of it as an open offer and something we could revisit later. Like I said before, it's not required for the job, and I won't force it on you either. But I really believe this is the way our world is moving, and I'm realizing that I'm currently at the forefront of that push. I think it could be helpful to surround myself with other capable people. There was a tense pause as they looked at each other, and when the seated man nodded, Alex let out a sigh of relief. That was really everything I needed to talk with you about before offering you a job. If you're not bothered by this life, he gestured at his face, with the large scar and heavenly eye of the celestial sage in full view, I'd be happy to have you join me as the head of staff. I'm sure there are a lot of other logistics we'd need to work out, and I'll need your help navigating that, but you're sort of my only option for this position, and I know I'll need the help. Edwin smiled. If you're comfortable with it, I shall take the liberty of making initial arrangements to bring the estate to your desired state of comfort and function. Yes, please. That would be a huge help, Alex replied, relieved. Welcome aboard, Mr. Hartley. Alex noted the change in the way the older man addressed him and waited for him to speak. Please call me Edwin. Mr. Hartley is too deferential for our positions if I am on your staff. It is the proper way of address. Oops. See, that's the kind of stuff I need to know. All right, Edwin, it is. Alex felt a bit odd calling a man more than twice his age by his first name, but by the small smile on Edwin's face, this seemed to make him more comfortable. Alex leaned back slightly, considering Edwin for a moment before making a decision. Edwin, instead of just sorting through these resumes, would you mind staying this afternoon? I have a few more interviews lined up for the chef and maid positions, and I'd really appreciate your feedback. Edwin nodded. Of course, Master Moore. It would be my pleasure to assist you. They spent the remainder of the afternoon interviewing candidates. Edwin's presence was invaluable after each interview. He offered concise feedback, pointing out details Alex hadn't considered. Alex found himself gaining more confidence, learning how to evaluate potential staff, and understanding what qualities mattered most for his household. By the end of the day, Alex felt relieved, knowing he had Edwin by his side to guide him through the process. They finished their afternoon by discussing the logistics of Edwin moving onto the estate grounds. Edwin agreed to return each day over the coming week, not only to assist Alex and Sam in getting settled, but also to continue familiarizing himself with the estate and the other staff. They also arranged for the chef and maid candidates they had selected to come by during the week, even if they weren't ready to fully move in yet. This way, Edwin and the other staff could meet Alex's friends, who would begin moving in on Monday, and Alex would have a chance to build rapport with them before everyone settled in permanently. "Come on, dude, just spill it already." Alex let out an exaggerated groan from his spot in the backseat of Mark's SUV. The car was filled with the sound of rustling jackets and the low hum of the heater, providing a warm refuge from the cold outside. The mood was light, with a sense of anticipation. Next to him, Sam was squeezed into the middle of the row between him and Olivia. Sarah was in the front and gave a light-hearted laugh as Mark looked into the rear mirror. "I mean, Alex, really. Look at this kid's grin. He's just loving the torture, huh?" Sam's mischievous grin caused the entire car to begin laughing at Mark's frustration. "Stop being such a baby. We're almost there," Alex said. He scrolled down through the lists of items that were posted on the auction house section of the AG app. "I was hoping that things would begin to drop in price since returning from the rift, now that more people are awakening and closing rifts." As he scrolled through the app, he noticed something odd. While some manuals were listed at astronomical prices with a consumable tag, others were marked as study copy and cost a fraction of their counterparts. "Hey, what's with these price differences?" Alex asked Olivia. "Some of these are way cheaper and marked as study copy." Olivia leaned forward to look past Sam. "Oh yay, didn't you see the posts about that?" "Maybe not. That was while you were gone. Anyway, someone figured out that you can photocopy manuals. You can scan the information from them, but the consumable function doesn't transfer over with them. So we can make study copies of some of the better manuals and sell them for way cheaper to share information." Alex stared dumbfounded. "That's pretty mundane, isn't it? Why wouldn't it work though?" Olivia shrugged. "I don't know, I guess I just expected there to be some sort of magical interference, or that the system wouldn't let us do that. Like we would need some sort of skill or class to transfer the information. I'm sure that's the answer to making more of the consumable manuals, but looks like our tech works just fine out here in the real world, so taking pictures of a manual or scanning copies is the way to go." Alex quickly switched to the AG forums and found several trending discussions from a few weeks before about the development. Apparently, the ability to create study copies had caused quite a stir in the community, with many celebrating how it made knowledge more accessible. "This changes everything. I could actually build up a decent library without breaking the bank." He tapped through the app until he found a filter that allowed him to sort through the listed manuals by type. When he found several basic runic manuals marked as study copies, he appreciated how the normal bit of technology had made learning more accessible. While the consumable versions still had prices of several hundred mana stones, actually increasing from where they had been before he entered the Epic Rift, the study copies were surprisingly affordable. Following the same approach he'd taken to learn rituals, Alex chose manuals that focused on general basics rather than specialized approaches. He hoped that this would allow him to learn and test the basic concepts and grow from that foundation. "This is perfect. I can actually study these, and the cost is way easier to stomach. Even with my new wealth, this would have hurt to eat the price of the other manuals." Alex added a few more study copies to his cart and completed the purchase, feeling good about the investment in his education. As he looked around at the quickly passing scenery, "Mark, slow down some. We're almost there." "What, here?" He slowed down and looked over at his phone, which was plugged in and resting in one of the cup holders. "No, that can't be right," he mumbled the last words, but Alex was able to hear them, and he forced down the smile that crept up his face. Sam nudged his side with an elbow. When Alex met the teen's face and saw his grin, he couldn't keep his own down any longer. Wyatt Mark dragged out the word in disbelief as he turned the SUV onto the gravel driveway. The crunch of tires on gravel could be heard as everyone in the car grew quiet with disbelief. Alex felt his excitement bubbling to the surface as his friends took in the overhead trees, the lawn, and as they emerged into the roundabout, the beautiful estate. "Dude, what?" Mark repeated the word in the same drawn-out fashion. The car exploded into chaos as everyone started asking questions and talking over each other. Olivia went so far as to lean forward into the front of the vehicle and press the button to open Mark's sunroof. Once open, she stood up and leaned in front of Sam to get her head out of the car as they continued up the drive. Once they reached the roundabout, they all piled out of the car, and Alex couldn't contain his laughter anymore. The winter air was biting, but the sun and their winter jackets did a lot to keep them warm. The front door opened, and Edwin stepped out onto the front porch along with the chef and maid who'd accepted the positions during interviews the day before. Alex noted the difference in clothing that each attendant wore. Specifically, Edwin and Gabriella looked like they had stepped out of a fairy tale, stereotyping their profession. Alex walked ahead of his friends, who, other than Sam, were all still gawking at the house. "Guys, please meet Edwin Hartley. He's going to be our head of staff." "Hello, Mr. Hartley." "Good morning, Mr. Grant. Please call me Edwin," Edwin said to Sam. "Head of what now?" Mark asked. My head hurts, Olivia said, giving the three a wave before introducing herself. Sarah finally spoke up. Alex. Yes, he said with exaggerated innocence. I'm guessing that AG deal was more lucrative than you let on, right? Maybe. Dude, this is insane. Are you serious right now? How much does something like this cost to rent? Mark threw his arm around Alex's shoulders and jostled them around as he hopped up and down. This is a tiny step up from your apartment. Huh, rent. What do you mean? New. Oh yes, Alex couldn't help but smile up at his large friend. It's big enough for all of you if you want to move in. But first, say hello. He dipped out from the muscular arm and took the stairs two at a time. At the landing, he met with Olivia as she finished introducing herself to the maid, Clara. Everyone, like I said. He held out his arm and gestured to Edwin. This is Edwin. He's the head of staff and going to help me make sure that I don't let this place fall apart. This here is Chef Gabriella Cruz. Next to her is Mrs. Clara Mitchell, who will be helping us keep the estate clean. Sarah stepped forward to introduce herself to the staff, and Alex saw Mark mimicking how he had said estate. All the staff greeted the group in turn. Good morning, I'm at your service, Edwin said simply. Alex saw the older man's mustache twitch as the loud chef stepped forward. Hi everyone, hope you're ready for some great food and a little kitchen chaos. Please call me Gabby, she said. There's going to be some adjusting there for Edwin. During their interviews, Edwin had wanted to go with a different chef, but there was something about Gabby that reminded Alex of an older, more motherly version of Mark. She seemed genuinely happy and like she wanted to treat people to her love of cooking. She'd become even more excited at the prospect of the job when Alex had mentioned potentially awakening the staff, which just sold him on her even more. Edwin believed that the staff should be quieter, more out of sight, and a bit more deferential. In contrast, Alex felt that Gabby wanted there to be a relationship bordering on friendship while still keeping the line between boss and employee. After the introductions had finished, Alex began to guide everyone into the house. As they stepped inside, everyone removed their jackets and Alex took off his own, allowing Valthurian to fly free. The tiny creature let out a joyful chirp and began to excitedly explore the house, zooming around Mark and Sam, who laughed at his enthusiasm. However, he hadn't even made it halfway through the tour before Mark, with a huge grin on his face, was practically bouncing as he tried to call dibs on a room. This one's mine. I can already picture my name on the door, he said, his enthusiasm infectious. Alex was surprised to see Sam glower at the Polish man and walk into the room, which Alex had already said he could have. Hey, that's cheating, Mark called. He left the group and ran to a different room, soon followed by Sam, who was laughing at the grown man's silliness. Never change, Mark, never change. Well, I should have seen that coming, Alex said. Can I see the gym? Olivia asked. Yeah, of course, it's right through here. He led them back downstairs and into the living room. From there, he pointed to the far side of the open living space at a set of double doors that led to the gym. Alex sat down on the couch and laughed nervously. Pretty surreal, huh? Sarah nodded and sat at the edge of another section of the couch. I don't want to sound like your mom, but did you think this through? This seems like a huge purchase. He tensed before understanding her point. I know it probably seems like a crazy purchase, but I really did put some thought into it. Hear me out. He sighed and explained that he'd consulted advisors specializing in sudden wealth. He'd also spoken with a realtor recommended by Alana and gone from there. Look, the biggest reason I want to do this is to keep us all together. You and Mark are awakened now. I don't want Sam to keep sleeping on my couch if he decides to keep staying with me. I want us to stay together and safe. I have some resources and training information now, after the rift, and I want to share it with you guys. Mark made the joke during Christmas, but it really stuck with me, this idea of having a team house, where we can all have a sort of home base. He trailed off, realizing that he'd been rambling. Sarah watched him quietly, letting him spill it all out. God, she's so analytical. She's probably thought through all of this already anyway. After a few silent moments, she nodded. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's not my place to criticize you, but I just wanted to make sure you hadn't gone and done something crazy. I think it's a great idea. She smiled, and Mark burst into the room from the foyer. There's a pool. Why didn't you say so? Alex laughed. Well, you ran off in the middle of the tour. Another half hour of everyone excitedly exploring the large mansion, and Alex was able to shepherd them onto the comfortable sofa in the living room. He wanted to explain to the rest of the group some of what he and Sarah discussed. Sam and Mark instantly agreed to move in. Olivia spoke up first among the girls. I'll definitely be around to train and hang out, especially on the weekends, but with Liam and my peacekeeper responsibilities during the week, it makes more sense for me to keep my place for now. She caught Alex's eye and her smile widened slightly, both of them silently acknowledging that moving in together would be too much too soon. I might not be able to move in full-time either, just because of my work, but it's great to know I have a place here, especially to experiment and train with you, Sarah added. Alex felt tension he wasn't aware he'd been carrying leave his shoulders. That's fine, seriously. I know it's a big decision, but I'm going all in on this life. He reached up and pulled off the mask that had been covering his face as a matter of habit over the last few weeks. The spider silk stuck to his face and stretched slightly as he pulled at it, though he knew that from the outside it looked even more strange as the illusion distorted and broke. I don't want to keep hiding like this or feel weird about how strong I'm becoming. It's just who I am now. Since I've gotten home, I've been trying to hide my eye and my scar, worried it would make me seem like an outcast or a freak, but when I gave it some more thought, I realized that I really just don't care. Fitting in seems like such a petty concern after the last few months, and my focus is on getting stronger, regardless of what other people think. I want you guys to get stronger with me, and this can be a spot for us to grow without dealing with city neighbors and nosy people judging us. I'm done hiding. If people want to stare at my scar or my eye, let them. I'm proud I made it out of that rift in one piece. There was some more light-hearted conversation before Mark brought up the pool a second time. He talked Sam into joining him as they went to enjoy the indoor portion of the climate-controlled water. Sarah and Olivia, though stiff and a bit awkward together, went up the stairs to look at the unclaimed rooms. Alex looked out through the glass portion of the living room, taking in the expansive courtyard with its neatly trimmed hedges, stone pathways, and the sprawling open backyard beyond. The sun shone off the bare branches of the trees which cast shadowed patterns on the ground. The entire space was peaceful and full of potential. There's so much space. His mind was drawn back to his purchase in the car. I wonder she's been talking about building a training facility, right? Alex pulled his phone out and called Alana to ask about training equipment and how to begin outfitting such a large space. After she gave him a number, he saved it to his phone and began to dial the company's number. He stopped as he heard a cough from the doorway. "Edwin," Alex asked. "Master Moore, if I may." He removed his own phone from his inner vest pocket and gestured at it with his free hand. "Ah, you're saying this is the kind of thing I should delegate. Wow, I'm dumb." Edwin bowed before stepping back through the doorway and out of sight. "That's going to take some getting used to." Alex stepped into his new office, cluttered with boxes and stationary items that had been moved in. Sam peered in from behind Alex at the door. "What are you going to do first? Maybe get the computer started up. I really need to organize my thoughts." Alex felt some uncertainty through Sam's feelings. Relaxing is important. He knew that Sam was right, but he was beginning to feel antsy in a way that he'd never experienced before. All his life, Alex had done various tasks and hobbies. He had a tendency to throw himself into something at full speed and lose himself in learning and exploring it, completely pushing aside his other fears or stressors, even if it was unhealthy to do so. He knew that's what he was craving, and the system integration, along with the possibility of learning real magic, was his perfect focus. He'd been intentionally trying to take things slow since Christmas, but as he pulled up his status window and saw the meager progress he'd made in the last 2 weeks, Alex felt the need to begin training. Bound items, unique rank growth item Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. Seeing that he'd only gained a single level in mana siphoning and mana threads was a bit depressing to him after all the rapid progress he'd made. He felt like he'd been wasting time over the last few weeks. No, I can't think that way. The downtime is good for me, and spending time with everyone has also done my nerves a lot of good. He thought back to the first few nights after returning from the rift. In hindsight, he was thankful that his friends stayed with him in his apartment. Some of the nightmares had been hard to deal with. More than once, he'd wake up in a cold sweat or punched at the air like he thought a shadow serpent would crawl from a dark corner of his room. He wasn't sure if he was willing to admit it to himself, but a deep down part of him knew that he hadn't even taken the time yet to stop and really process everything that happened in the rift and everything that he had done. After Sarah had realized just how much he'd been through, she'd really suggested that he meet with one of her coworkers. When it was clear that the idea of talking to someone made Alex uncomfortable, she made it clear to him that she was willing to listen and help him how she could. Something within him stirred as he realized that he'd be burdening his friend with the things that he'd done. She didn't deserve that kind of weight, especially not after they'd spent an entire week thinking that he had died. He knew he had some amends to make and felt like these issues he was having in the rift experience and killing fell on him to sort out. The world was changing, and he'd already decided that he wanted to change with it. Maybe this is the first step in that direction. Sometimes I might just need to get my hands bloody. If it's what's necessary to keep myself alive or to protect my friends, I'll do what I need to. He felt his willpower affecting him and didn't mind at all. The conviction was forming within him, and he knew that if it was between his friends or someone else, he wouldn't hesitate to do what was necessary. Alex knew that Sam was staring at him, but his thoughts were moving so quickly that only a moment or two had passed. He smiled back at the teen before deciding that brooding wouldn't do anyone good. He walked across the room and opened a small bag that was set next to the large wooden desk. He put the bag on top of the desk and then turned to open the curtains of the large window. With a beautiful view that was only disrupted by the faint sounds of construction equipment from the backyard, he flopped back into the leather chair and tipped the bag over. Alex admired the sleek packaging for a moment, feeling a flicker of excitement at the prospect of new tech. Just as he slid the box out for the brand new laptop, Mark appeared in his doorway, towering over Sam. The large Polish man ruffled Sam's hair, and even though the teenager swatted the arm away, Mark gave them both one of his infectious grins. In the space over Mark's shoulder, Val squeezed and flew past them and into the office, greeting Alex with a small head bump. "Hey buddy, what are you up to?" Alex gave the mono worm a few pats on the head. "Dude, how does this whole having a chef thing work?" Mark said from the doorway. "Like, can I just grab some food from the kitchen? Why are you asking me?" "Go ask Gabby, she scares me. She's always walking around with that wooden spoon." Sam snickered from right in front of Mark. Mark squinted his eyes and looked at him suspiciously, his voice hinting of mock offense. "What's so funny about that?" Alex rolled his eyes and ignored the two. He pulled the new laptop from the bag and opened the box, enjoying the feeling of new technology. As it began to boot up, he got up and began to open some of the nearby boxes. Some of the things he'd ordered were simple office supplies. He found pens, sticky notes, paper clips, and more. The box he was looking for contained a small stack of leather-bound journals for him to use as sketchbooks and notepads. When Alex located the box, he sat back at the desk and began to get out all of his thoughts, as he so often did when he felt overwhelmed. Every once in a while, he'd need to select an option on the laptop screen as it went through the setup process. Once he was done, Alex stood and walked with the open notebook over to the rolling whiteboard that Edwin had gotten for him. He grabbed a marker with his free hand and popped off the cap with his teeth. He began to restructure all the thoughts from the unorganized mass in the notebook into a more structured list on the whiteboard. He placed some of the bigger and more ambiguous questions at the top of the board, and then began to structure a series of to-dos and fleeting thoughts about training and skills. By the time he had finished, he stepped back and looked at the board, feeling like he was already on a better path forward. "Hey, we've got to talk about how to start getting you guys ready to noticing the quiet surroundings." Alex trailed off and glanced at the doorway and saw that both Sam and Mark had gone. They must have gone to get food. "I need to make sure they know about the team event that Alana mentioned is starting soon, and if I can get them into some rifts to train before it starts, it would be even better for us." He turned back to the board and looked at the top of his list. The one all the way at the top was a question that had been nagging him for months now. "Who is Zommies?" he read aloud. This was a big one, especially since Yura hadn't even known who the being was. Below that were some consistent notes for himself, such as unstructured magic system magic and use ritual insight. His failure to optimize his use of the class skill was a point of major frustration for Alex. While playing video games, he wasn't really one to follow the meta, but balance was needed, as he never wanted to be unoptimized. The fact that this was his real life just really increased the feeling that he wanted to do everything perfectly. The more he thought about the days he'd gone with the skill not on cooldown, the more he felt like he was wasting an opportunity to gain strength. Below those key points was a list of to-do items. He had written some of the more pressing things that he wanted to accomplish, like checking the auction house for more training manuals. As he thought about that, he stepped forward and added a small note to reach out to Alana on his order for the rune manuals that he'd made a few days before. Other pressing items included brainstorming ways to use Mirage, researching companion advancement, studying his new advanced ritual manuals, and documenting what he'd learned from Yura. Though Alex had a good memory, the Celestial had taught him numerous techniques and theories. They'd covered mana shaping exercises, mana circulation techniques, and methods for improving mana flow through the body, particularly through what Yura called tempering rituals, which he expected to find detailed in the advanced manuals. While he'd already begun to capitalize on a few of these more basic things himself, he wanted to share the information with his friends. Olivia, in particular, could benefit from a lot of the magic training Yura had shared with him, as her kit was something between a rogue and a shadow mage as far as he knew. If they wanted to work seriously together as a team, they needed to sit down and discuss each other's strengths and skills. He wanted to help them all grow stronger, and in his mind, he wanted to believe that assisting them to grow together would make them stronger than if he just focused on his own power. The power of friendship and all that. Right, there were some repeatable tasks toward the bottom that he hoped to begin doing every day. They included setting aside time for reading articles on the AG app, made easier by his new laptop, and practicing his mana shaping and circulation exercises. Lowest on the list, but far from least important, was his continued physical training. While he wasn't even close to the physique that Rylan had, he'd been proud of his progress in the Celestial Rift. He wanted to continue that trend, and he planned to work on personally enhancing some of the gym equipment, either with runes or rituals. Hopefully, with the rune manuals, there are some runes I can implement. Otherwise, I can always use the weight-increasing ritual. He grinned at the thought. Alex walked back around the desk and finished setting up the laptop. As he began to click around on the desktop and install some of the most crucial apps, he called for Edwin. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Edwin, can I ask you to do something for me?" "I believe so, Master Moore. That is the entire purpose for my being here." Alex was sure he saw the man's perfect white mustache twitch at the corner. "Well, all right then. I wanted to see if you would be willing to study up on articles from the AG forums. I'm going to be doing some reading myself every day, and I'll try to get everyone else on it as well, but I'd like to make this a specific part of your job. I like to read." Alex paused for a moment, caught off guard by the straightforward and simple statement, which made him want to laugh. "Okay, well, that's good. There's a lot here to read. The information posted in these forums is the sort of information that can save our lives in the rifts. If I had been able to do more reading and studying before I chased Valthurian into that rift, things may have gone differently in there. Hindsight, Master Moore. Hindsight." Alex nodded in agreement. "Do you have a computer or something to do this research on?" Alex grabbed one of the leather-bound books from his stack and handed it to Edwin. The man accepted the book and stood with it behind his back as he nodded and affirmed that he had a personal computer. "Great, I need to reach out to Alana anyway and check on my manuals. I'll make sure that we get you added to the guild as a member so that you can get access to the better articles on the forum. Try to condense the most important notes in that book, and with any of those notes, just make sure to write the article title if necessary so that we can go back and find it if needed. Would you like me to begin compiling hard copies of these forum files for on-premise use? Also, if you'd like, I can call Ms. Voss in your stead." Alex thought about it for a moment. Yes, to the on-premise files. It can't hurt to have the files handy. Having physical copies will make it easier to reference during group training sessions, and we can mark up important sections. For some reason, he found himself preferring to have crucial information in multiple formats, and he loved the idea of filling up his office as a miniature library with a wealth of knowledge. As for Alana, don't worry about that. I want to keep that contact open between us. Edwin didn't say anything else, just bowed and silently retreated from the room. Alex sat back in his chair and decided to check something off his list. He opened the AG website, logged in with his account information, and began to hunt through the auction house section. He began looking for skills that fit with the general theme Yura had explained to him more than a month ago in the Grove. After giving it a lot of thought, Alex liked Yura's advice, even though it might make him weaker at the moment compared to some others who were focused on structured magic or skills. Alex resonated with the concept of setting himself up for huge success down the road. His plan was to find skills or manuals that would enable him to learn casting magic or spell patterns that he would then practice and cast on his own. It would take a lot more time to learn those spells through the unstructured method, but it would give him a lot more freedom and flexibility down the road. After a half hour of searching, he didn't find anything that grabbed his immediate attention for the cost of what was being posted. It wasn't until he started clicking through the forums that he found a post that caught his eye. The post was from a user complaining about an item that they'd found in a chest during their Rift run had a restriction. They attempted to break the token multiple times, but kept receiving a system error, telling them that their willpower was too low to learn the skill. The user was angry, especially since they'd invested more of their points into willpower than they had originally wanted, attempting to meet the unknown threshold for the skill. While the person wasn't really offering to sell the item, Alex felt like this was a big opportunity for him. If his control freak title was any indicator, he had the highest willpower stat of anyone on Earth. He sent a direct message to the original poster, offering a fairly generous amount in either USD or mana stones. Feeling a bit guilty about spending even more money, Alex closed the laptop and thought that later he should do some searching for how standard spell casting differed from the use of rituals or runes. He knew that mana needed to be moved in a very specific pattern through the body and outside of the body, and he knew that most of them required incantations of some kind, but that was all that was mentioned. Shaking off the thought, he decided to focus on training he could actually do in the moment. He walked to the middle of the room and sat cross-legged on the floor, recalling his time with Yura as he prepared to practice the mana circulation technique. Alex closed his eyes and focused on his core, where mana naturally pooled. The exercise Yura had taught him differed from what most sect initiates learned. During their early sessions, Yura had explained that many students needed to first master control over their chi through cycling techniques with complex movement patterns. From the assessment he'd gone through, it was evident that despite Alex's recent introduction to magical energy, he already possessed an abnormally high level of control. Alex knew that this was his trait, but to the other instructors, it seemed like he was very gifted with control. Because of this, Yura had made an unusual choice. Rather than starting with the basic circulation techniques taught to most initiates, the Celestial had decided to teach Alex an advanced method, typically reserved for those who had already mastered the fundamentals. Your control is not an issue that you'll need to worry about as you grow, Yura had told him. What you need now is to purify your mana to make each drop more potent. This technique is challenging, even for those with years of practice, but your unique trait and titles make you capable of attempting it now. Yura explained that to purify mana, the technique focused on rotating the core at such a high speed that the impurities would begin to move further and further from the center. Eventually, they would be expelled from the core entirely. Alex knew from experience and initial training with the Celestial that it was much harder than it sounded. He focused his will on his core. The mana responded instantly to his call. He began drawing it in, concentrating it into a single point at the center of his core. Imagining that his core was flat, he visualized pinching the center around the focal point, then twisting it with his magical might. He pictured the way cloth bunches up when twisted tightly in the middle, focusing on maintaining a gradual, controlled spin that tightened with each turn. Slowly, the outer edge of his core began to pick up speed. Maintaining a uniform movement wasn't difficult. The challenge was getting the spin up to the required speed. It was like trying to rotate a heavy weight with nothing but his mind. Every rotation demanded slightly more force than the one before, and applying that force evenly across the entire mass of mana was exhausting, an entirely different kind of fatigue from simply using a skill or forming a ritual circle with his mana thread. With the exercise being meant for advanced practitioners, his relatively low intellect stat made itself known, and his lack of raw magical power felt like a constant hurdle during the exercise. Despite that, Yura was confident that Alex could handle the exercise and would see great benefit from it over time. After 15 minutes, Alex could feel the strain building in his temples. Each rotation moved more sluggishly than the last, but he forced himself to continue. He knew his spin wasn't near the speed Yura had demonstrated, let alone sufficient to begin separating impurities from his mana. Still, he pushed forward, remembering Yura's calm instructions and gentle confidence. Another 5 minutes passed before he was forced to stop. Panting, Alex relaxed from his rigid sitting posture, stretching his legs out as he leaned back on his hands. He considered his approach and the technique. Raw power is always going to be a weakness for me. Without his titles, he knew he'd be far weaker. As others leveled up and created more balanced builds, he would gradually lose his advantage unless he found new ways to compensate for this weakness. Is there a way to make each rotation more efficient? He stood up, heading over to his whiteboard and adding the thought to his list of ideas to revisit. For now, though, he was satisfied with completing another session. He couldn't see any immediate difference in his mana, but that wasn't the point. This exercise was about building his foundation, and Yura had assured him that the results would come with time and dedication. Same time tomorrow, he promised himself. After a quick stretch, he walked over to the cat tree to give Val a scratch on the head. The mana worm blinked lazily at him before curling back into a tight coil, settling down to sleep once more. You can put that one over here, Alex called as he waved the workers over. He was endlessly impressed with how much could get done if there was enough money. He'd been burning through some of his available funds to get the backyard set up and ready for training, despite the cold weather. More than half of what he wanted to order was unavailable due to shipping and supply issues. Even with the limited availability, it felt worth it, though, as the final touches were coming together and the equipment arrived. Man, for an old guy, he sure can get stuff done, Mark said from beside Alex. Alex chortled, no kidding. He looked over to see Edwin in his dress pants and shoes walking through the grassy portion of the backyard. While he still wore his vest, the older man rolled up his sleeves and directed the offloaded equipment, occasionally stepping in himself or making minor adjustments to the equipment. I had to convince him that it was okay to take his jacket off. I saw that, Mark laughed too. Honestly, I'm glad he took over. I barely knew what to say to those guys and they just stared at me like I was an idiot. Like they're the movers. Shouldn't they know how to unload things? Why do they need more direction? Mark snorted in response. Alex glanced at his tall friend. What the hell has Gabby been feeding you this week? While Mark had always been taller than Alex, the height difference was emphasized by his friend seeming more solid than ever. Not really a better word for it. His muscles are a bit bigger, but he just seems like he's built like a brick house. Mark grinned and flexed his bicep. Gym, good food, and naturally superior genetics, my friend. Yeah, okay. Did you finally finish allocating your free points? Mark deflated a bit, causing Alex to laugh. I don't know why you were hesitating anyway. Your trait is perfect for you, and you know you always play the tank in games anyway. Hey. I'm sure you would have been struggling even more than me if you were actually able to choose where your points go. Ouch, not cool. Just then, Valthurian flew through the open space of the backyard and over to the two of them where they stood on the new training platform. The training area was a large leveled section of the backyard, made of wooden decking that was raised just a few inches above the grass. It took 2 steps up from any of the 4 sides to access the platform. The training area was divided into several distinct sections. One part had thick mats for sparring and practicing hand-to-hand combat. Another had a couple of small lanes for ranged training with targets set up at the far end, and there was also a dedicated section with a sturdy rack filled with a variety of training weapons. The whole setup gave off a professional vibe and reminded him of a slightly smaller version of what Alana and made at her house. Hey Val, where's Sam? Plants. Want mana? Nope, you've got to try harder than that. Alex felt feelings of frustration slip through their bond. He's with plants, I want mana, and the last part. Please, Ata boy. Alex grinned and gave the floating worm a poke with his index finger before reaching into his spatial pouch. He pulled out a blue mana stone. As soon as it was in the open, Val began to pulse with feelings of hunger and excitement. As he'd begun to do with the ample open space, he floated backward a few feet and wiggled his tail in anticipation. The worm looked like a flying snake, with shimmering blue scales that caught the light as he moved. A few light blue fins adorned his back and sides, giving him a graceful, almost aquatic appearance as he glided through the air. His head, unlike that of a snake, resembled a piranha's with sharp teeth visible even when his mouth was closed, adding an edge to his otherwise sleek form. Fine. Alex laughed the word before pulling his hand back and throwing the mana-filled rock with all of his might. A small squeak came through their bond as Valthurian shot forward, eager to try and catch the stone in the air. He's getting bigger, Mark said. Yeah, I've started to notice that. It wasn't that noticeable in the rift. I wonder if it's delayed from all the D-rank stones he ate while in there. Yura explained a similar reaction in humans and how it takes our bodies time to adjust to big stat changes. Alex answered with his thoughts aloud. Valthurian had grown significantly since their return. Once just a couple of feet long, he had nearly doubled in length, and his body had thickened considerably. Made him look much more formidable than before. Mark nudged him before speaking. Hey, while we've got the mats, show me some more of that fancy footwork. What? Come on, man, it's freezing out here, Alex said as he used his elbow to jostle the wide man. Mark shadowboxed. Some sparring might warm you up. Alex laughed. No, I need to go check on Sam and Gabby. You shouldn't be learning this style anyway. You've got your shield, you're just gonna have to wait until the manual we ordered for you comes in. Okay, what if I grab my shield and you just try to hit me? Not learning bad habits then, right? Mark wiggled his eyebrows as he reached toward the pouch at his side with exaggeration. You're a maniac, Alex said as he walked away before Mark could begin pulling out his gear. We should all meet up in the gym, though. You might convince Sarah to train a bit with you if he was cut off by Edwin stepping into his field of view, waving to catch his attention. Confused, Alex strode over to the butler, who had put his jacket back on and returned to his normal stoic behavior. Master Moore, there are 2 guests waiting for you in the foyer. Guests? Alex's eyebrows came together. Who are they? They said that they are from the Hunters Association, sir. Damn, what are they doing here? All right, let's go. Want me to come with? Mark asked. Nah, Edwin will be with me. I'll grab Sam when I'm done and meet you all in the gym. Mark nodded and trudged back toward the house. Alex felt a sense of nervousness wash over him as he and Edwin walked through the courtyard and living room to the foyer. As Edwin guided him into the foyer, Alex's heart began to race. 2 representatives from the Hunters Association stood at the entrance, both in suits that reminded Alex of television Secret Service agents. Alex Moore, one of them asked. He was a middle-aged man with sharp features and a serious expression. We'd like for you to come with us. We have some question for you. Alex's stomach dropped, he hesitated. They didn't seem hostile, but both seemed confident and in control of the situation. What's this about? Shit, am I in trouble? I've never been in trouble with the law before. What are they here for, Sam? His thoughts rapidly shifted through worst-case scenarios and how lately he'd been struggling to work out how to approach Sam's situation. Before he could continue to spiral, the agent interrupted his thoughts. This is regarding intelligence that was provided by you concerning the outcome of the recent Rift events. The second representative, a woman with dark hair pulled back into a tight bun, stepped forward. We received intel that you have indicated a potential global emergency as a result of failing the awakening or system integration. This is confidential information and not something that we want spreading to the general public. He swallowed hard and glanced at Edwin, who looked on with his eyebrows drawn together. His mental gears shifted as he realized that it was likely related to the information he'd given to Sarah and Alana about what happened if the integration was failed. Why do I need to come in? You want to question me, but I've done nothing wrong. This is a matter of public safety. The information you've provided could have dire national or global implications and has the potential to cause widespread panic if spread carelessly. We've been sent here to get questions answered. How they're answered is up to you. There was a hard edge to the man's voice. Alex felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as 2 sides of his mind warred against each other. On one side, he was raised in a world where he was taught to be respectful and wary of the power that came with a badge. The other side remembered the last time he willingly surrendered himself in good faith in Tianluo. I doubt it would be that bad, but the situation feels way too similar. In the new light, Alex saw the government officials for what they were, bullies. He doubted that they'd be able to force him to come in. So far, they'd only asked him to come with them and hinted they could push things further. Alex hated these kinds of games. He had nothing to hide and was willing to help, but if going with them meant being tossed in a dark cell somewhere, he would control the way that things went. How much can I share with them? I signed the NDA with the guild, so what? I just can't tell them about the rift or the location of the rift, right? I can tell them what I know from Yura, but even then it's not much. Listen, he said, standing a little taller. I'm willing to talk with you guys. I intentionally gave that information to someone so that it would get to the right people, but if you expect me to just come with you without proof of who you are, why you're here, or that I'm legally obliged to come with you, it's just not going to happen." He raised his hands and gave them a shrug. The woman's posture stiffened slightly. "Mr. Moore, we're representatives of a federal agency dealing with matters of national security. The information you've shared could have severe implications, and it's our responsibility to verify and contain potentially destabilizing intelligence." Her tone remained professional, but there was an edge of frustration in it. "We're simply trying to do our jobs. I can understand that you're just doing your jobs, but you can't say things like, 'How they're answered is up to you,' like some vague threat that you'll beat them out of me, and then turn around and act like you're not here to intimidate me. Do you have legal documentation or a warrant or something? I don't know how this works, but everything about this feels pretty shady." Alex looked to Edwin. "Edwin, can you go get Sarah, please?" "Of course, sir." The representatives exchanged glances, and their stances shifted uncertainly. Alex realized that the dynamic in the room had suddenly changed, and he felt the knot in his stomach begin to loosen. "Look, Sarah is my friend, and she works for the Hunters Association too. She's the one I gave the information to. This entire thing was supposed to be handled anonymously, and it doesn't sound like you got this information from me in the first place, just that you want me to keep it to myself." "Right." Sarah entered the entry room, led by Edwin. Her expression shifted from concern to frustration as she took in the situation. "Everything okay, Alex?" "Yeah, I think so. This is actually, I didn't even get your names. Do you have badges or something?" "We do," the female agent said. "Can I see them?" Both of them reached into their pockets and removed small leather wallets containing an official-looking ID badge. They held the wallets up for a moment, long enough for Alex to make sure that the pictures matched but not long enough to read all the details on them. "Hold on a second," Sarah said, but Alex raised his hand. "It's all right, that's enough." He pointed his already raised hand over his shoulder. "That home defense system Edwin installed has some really great cameras. I'm sure if we needed to see the badges again, we can." Both agents looked increasingly uncomfortable. Realizing that the entire exchange had been recorded seemed to push them over the edge. There was a long moment of silence as the lead agent processed the shift in the room. "Look, we didn't mean for this to be so confrontational, Mr. Moore," the male agent said, his tone more respectful. "We understand the situation seems a bit dubious, but from what we've read in your file, we didn't know what to expect. You have two connections to the Hunters Association, through Ms. Lee here," he nodded his head to Sarah, "and through your brother. Despite that, you are a declared member of the Adventurers Guild. Is there a problem with that?" Alex asked. "No, not necessarily, but it does make us wonder why you would join such an organization. Also, the fact that I don't get anything but a name back when I try to scan you immediately put me on edge. I apologize for our approach to the situation." "Wait, so you knew that I work with the Ha and you still came here to what? Interrogate him?" Sarah asked incredulously. "If you saw his file, you likely saw my own. You know my role in the association, and this was still how you decided to handle the situation." Both agents looked chagrined. Alex was surprised by the quick backpedal, but wondered if it was sincere or only given now that the situation had changed. He crossed his arms. "I appreciate your change in tack here. And just so we're clear, I'm more than willing to discuss what I know with the Hunters Association and answer questions. However, I'd prefer to do it when I'm not feeling ambushed in my home." "Absolutely," the man replied quickly. "We can set up a time to meet that works for you. Our goal is to work toward the best outcome for humanity." That's a pretty grand and vague statement. With that, they turned to leave the foyer. The woman glanced back at Sarah before walking out of the large wooden doors. As they left, Sarah stepped further into the foyer, still fuming a bit from what little she could glean from the conversation. "What was that about? I guess they figured out it was me who gave you that information about the consequences of failing the integration before Christmas." Her eyes widened in realization. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea that they'd respond like this. It's all right, really." He waved his hand dismissively. "It's big news, but when I told Alana about it on New Year's, she said that the world powers already knew about it. So I doubt they heard it from me for the first time. I guess they just don't want someone out there potentially spreading it around or causing panic, like they said. They just came in really strong, so it caught me off guard. I've got to stop thinking of things like it was before. You handled yourself exceptionally well, Master Moore." "Were they high level?" Their auras looked small. Sarah asked, curious. Alex shook his head. "No, they weren't, but I wasn't really intimidated by them. It's the idea behind them, the government as a whole, that's intimidating. But if I caused a scene here and fought back and caused an issue, it could look bad for the guild or end up with me on some kind of blacklist or something." Just then, Mark and Olivia entered the room. "What we miss?" Mark asked while eyeing the door where the agents had just departed. "Nothing serious. Two agents for the Hunters Association wanted to ask me some questions, but tried to intimidate me into going with them." Olivia snorted. "Sounds like a great way to end up in a dark cell in a black site or something." "Oh, come on, it's not like that." Sarah said. "Yeah, I think you've both been watching too much TV." Mark added with a chuckle. Alex shrugged. "I don't know. It would be naive to think they don't have some secret facility where they make supernatural threats disappear. I just hope they don't think I belong on that list. While they'd have a hard time bringing me in by force, my fight with Ryland showed that I'm not invincible, I'm strong, but not leagues above everyone. The government probably has some really powerful people too, like that Crimson Warrior they keep showing on TV. Sarah shifted subtly at the mention of the Hunters Association's poster boy and looked as if she were going to say something before closing her mouth. There was an ominous moment of silence as they thought about how much the world had changed in the last 3 months. "All right, everyone back to the gym," Alex said, shaking his head and changing gears. "We've got some training to do and I want to run something by everyone. I'll go grab Sam and meet you guys there." As he turned to walk through the dining room and into the kitchen, he heard Mark attempting to convince Sarah to spar with him. "Come on, I'll let you swing at me all you want. I will just use the shield." He couldn't help but smile as their voices faded, and he found Sam in the kitchen with Gabby. "I need to contact Alana and ask her more about what is restricted in our contract and how I should navigate a situation like this." Both of them were leaning over a pot and staring into it with such interest they didn't notice Alex enter. Smiling to himself, Alex activated Feather Step and drifted silently through the kitchen to land just behind the two of them. "Whatcha cookin', AH?" Both of them yelled at the same time. Alex laughed as Gabby chased him around the island countertop with her wooden spoon, her face flushed with mock fury. Gabby's exasperation only grew as Alex made a show of narrowly escaping, his grin widening each time he glanced back at her increasingly dramatic expressions. The older woman was heavy-set, and she didn't stand a chance of catching him, even if he didn't have greatly increased stats. "You little." Sam recovered from his fright and joined in the laughter as he watched the two. When Gabby caught her breath and moved back to the pot, she straightened her apron and carried on as if nothing had happened. "She fits in so well here. I like how casual and lively she makes everything. It's a nice change of pace from Edwin's sometimes stiff approach. Seriously though, what's happening in here? Sam, are you learning to cook?" The teenager shook his head and just raised a hand that was filled with a bushel of herbs. "He's just being a sweetheart. He brought me some of the herbs y'all had extra from what was planted in the courtyard." Sam reddened a bit, but otherwise didn't move from his spot next to the chef. "Well, that's great. Sam, maybe when we start getting some magical plants like Yura had, you can help Gabby make some magical food. That's got to be a thing, right?" Both of them brightened and looked at each other before looking back into the pot on the stove. Alex smiled. "She has a really great way of bringing him out of his shell. It's only been a few days and she's got him interacting with her. Sam, when you're done you should come meet us in the gym. Mark wants to train a bit. You and I can work on some of what we learned in the rift with Yura." "Okay," Sam smiled at Alex before quickly handing the handful of plants to Gabby. Alex shook his head and walked back through the courtyard and through the glass doors on the other side to enter the living room. He took a deep breath and enjoyed the view of luxury that surrounded him. "This is still so crazy. If I had known I'd get all of this by surviving that rift, it might not have felt like such a nightmare at the time." His thoughts flicked to the terrifying fight he'd had with Ziu, an elder brother of the Shadow Serpent sect. He tightened his cheeks and felt the scar across his face tighten. There had been odd moments of normal sounds or sensations that took him back to those memories, and he did his best to shrug them aside. The feeling of cold steel biting into his flesh and only changing direction because of his cheekbone was not something he wanted to relive. As Alex headed back through the courtyard, he found Olivia waiting by the glass doors. She was leaning against the frame, arms crossed, with a concerned look that softened when she saw him. "You okay?" she asked. "Those government goons can be kind of intense. I've had a few run-ins with them, and it's almost always tense." Alex smiled and felt warmed by her concern. "Yeah, I'm good. Just wasn't expecting to deal with all of that." My mind actually went to Sam when they showed up. To Sam, he shrugged, like they were here to take him away or to his parents or something. "I know we need to find them. I just really don't want it to turn into a traumatic experience for him. He's already been through a lot." Olivia nodded and stepped forward, while touching his arm. "It'll work out. You just need to make the time to talk with him one-on-one. He looks up to you like some kind of hero, and he's most comfortable with you." "We're here was just as surprising. Sarah said that she gave that information to the Ha anonymously for me before the new year, so I wonder how long they have known it was for me and if something spurred them to actually approach. There's really no way to know, but either way you handled it well." She smiled up at him and her voice grew more quiet and playful. "Edwin said you were very authoritative. Almost wish I could have seen it. It reminds me of our date the other night, except, completely different." Her lips curved into a teasing smile. Heat crept up Alex's neck as he remembered their kiss. Yeah, that was different. He'd been so nervous while walking her to her apartment, but when she'd made the first move and kissed him, everything had just fallen right into place. Even his embarrassing admission about feeling like a teenager around her had turned into something they could laugh about. Different good. She raised an eyebrow and moved into his personal space, keeping her hand on his arm. Definitely good, he managed, while being all too aware of how close she was standing. Good enough to try again, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Before Alex could respond, Edwin cleared his throat from the doorway. Pardon the interruption, Master Moore. The movers have finished and I've signed for their completion in your stead, however. Miss Voss is calling on the phone. Olivia stepped back with a knowing smile. Duty calls. We should probably join the others in the gym after your call anyway. She started walking past Edwin with a quick wave, heading toward the gym, then paused. Oh, and I'll need to head out early tonight. Alana wants me to check on the new guild HQ they're building at the Epic Rift site. Construction crews have been working around the clock to get it set up. Damn it, Alana, Alex coughed already. That was fast. Yeah, she's throwing money at permits and inspections to speed things up. The moderators really want to establish a presence there. She gestured toward the gym. Go take your call. I'll let the others know you'll be there soon. Alex nodded and watched her walk away before following Edwin to take Alana's call. Congratulations, Mana Thread has leveled up. Alex smiled at the screen. It was becoming more and more clear that the system rewarded someone for pushing the limits of their skill, especially the last few levels before advancement. For the last few hours, Alex sat with Sam on the steps leading from the living room into the gym. While Sam had been practicing his meditation, Alex had been testing different ways to alter his Mana Thread skill. The thought came when he was attempting to lay a full-sized ritual with his threads, and the ratios weren't quite right because of how thin the threads were. While he could have still activated the ritual, he had a feeling that it would have been at the cost of more mana or reduced efficiency. One more level and I can advance the skill. I wonder how the system will change it when it jumps up to Journeyman. I've only evolved 2 skills so far. This will be my first advancement. At this rate, she'll be ready to fight a monster by spring, Olivia said from the floor next to Sam. Alex rolled his eyes and let a thread dip into the pouch at his waist. He sent it snaking toward Olivia, but she saw it in time and was able to draw one of the knives he gifted her with the dagger belt. She used her mana manipulation skill to coat its blade and cut his thread. I should have never taught you that. Olivia snickered. It'll be good for you not to get too complacent. Also, you know I'm right. Alex groaned and shook his head. 1, she's already fought a monster. It's how she awakened. 2, you're way too critical of her. I'm not. Also, she told us that the Hunters Association sent an entire team with her to kill the monster, she said, but when Sam cracked his eye and looked at her, she turned red in the cheeks. As Sam opened his eye, it was obvious to the both of them that he'd been distracted as the ethereal field of grass that had been under them retracted back into the teenager. Hey, both of you are supposed to be training, Alex said with mock stern. I'm bored of training, Olivia said while standing. I want to spar some more or head into a rift. I feel like I'm right at the edge of getting a new skill. Well, you can't spar with them. They're more than 10 levels down on you and without a class. Plus, you've got to work in a bit. No time for a rift. We could. We've already sparred 5 times today. Even with my levels, you're better at hand-to-hand than me. She gave a small smile at that and then turned to look at Sam. What about you, Sam? You're going to have to learn how to defend yourself at some point. Okay, here, I've got an idea. Alex stood and called over to Mark and Sarah. Hey, you guys, come over here for a second. Mark didn't take his eyes off of Sarah, but he called over his shoulder. Yeah, okay, 1 sec. Alex watched with a smile as Sarah used a light short sword that was supposed to represent something close to what Alex used while fighting. Her blonde hair was up in a ponytail, and she stepped forward on a heavy front foot as she awkwardly tried to both slash and stab the sword. How did I never realize that she was so uncoordinated? After a few more swings, Mark lowered his shield and held up his hand to give Sarah a high five. She returned the gesture and slapped his hand, though her shoulders sagged and the wooden sword dragged across the rubberized flooring of the gym. Despite her somewhat sour attitude, Alex couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Several times over the last month, he had felt the need to apologize to them for not letting them know what he had gotten himself into. But now, seeing them working together to get stronger and work with him made his heart soar. I just don't want to hit things, Sarah was saying to Mark as they approached. Well, that's good, Alex said, rubbing his hands together. Look, I feel like this is where we should have started, and I feel stupid for not bringing it up sooner. Olivia and Sam both looked at him with interest. Wait, where's Val? I want all of us here for this, Alex said as he looked around. He felt through his bond and could sense that the small worm was in the direction of the kitchen. Well, maybe medium-sized is a better descriptor. Val, he projected the last thought through their bond, and within moments, the flying blue creature zipped into the gym from the open living room door. It reminded Alex of a dog as he watched his companion fly to each person in the circle and either try to headbutt them or their hands. Once the greetings were finished, he settled on Alex's shoulders. All right, like I was saying. This is probably where we should have started. I just wasn't thinking about your progression like I have been thinking about my own. How do you guys feel about sharing skill and trait info with each other? He put the statement out there and let them process the idea before continuing. I know that this is pretty personal information, and it's really not something that we should be sharing with people, but my whole idea with this, Alex gestured at the house around them, is to try and build a place for us to all work together and grow stronger. The first step in that is going to take a little trust. Mark shrugged, and Sarah glanced at Olivia, who had her chin in her hand as if thinking, I already know all of your traits from different conversations. I think a big part of us working as a team, though, is going to involve all of us making sure we know what the others are capable of and helping each other improve. I don't mind sharing, Mark said, putting his shield into the spatial pouch he'd begun to carry on his hip. Alex gave him a look. I didn't think you and Sarah would mind. I've known you guys for years. I was thinking more about Sam and Olivia. Sam turned a bit more red and shrugged. Yeah, okay. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think this really should be the first step. All eyes turned toward Olivia, who still had her chin in her hands. There was a tense moment before she started laughing and waved her hand. Of course, I'll share. There does need to be some sort of serious talk about keeping this private, though. With me being a peacekeeper, it could cause problems if my information is spread around. Alex was nodding before she even finished her sentence. They all agreed that the information was extremely private and talking about anyone else's trait or skills was strictly off limits, regardless of the situation. Alex went first, reading his trait for everyone and fielding a few questions. Wait, so stat weights, Mark said, leaning forward. That's like you put in a point and it counts for more. I've seen that in a few games before. Yeah, I didn't really get it at first. But when I put a point into willpower, it counts as 3 points each time I put one in. But I can only put points into willpower. Mark's eyes went wide and Sam looked skeptical. What about class points? Olivia asked, already thinking of ways to get around the potential shortfall of the trait. He smiled. Class points and titles will still put points in other stats for me. She snapped her fingers and nodded along. That makes sense. You said you got some titles. Is that how you're so fast and strong, even though you can't put points in other stats? Alex scratched his head, finding it a bit funny that they'd been getting so close in other areas, yet hadn't even taken this step to get to know one another. It all felt so personal and like he was sharing some big secret. Yep, I'm a bit worried though. I've been reviewing some of the advanced ritual manuals that Yura gave me, but some of the concepts for the ritual compositions just keep slipping away. I'm worried that even though my magical control is getting insanely high, I won't have the intellect to understand stronger spells. There was a slight wince from everyone in the semicircle. Alex shrugged and played it off before looking toward Sam. You want to go next? Sure. I have nature's refuge. It says, when at peace, the awakened manifests an ethereal domain of nature around themselves. The refuge will increase the vitality and natural regeneration of those within its embrace. That's what happens when you see me trying to meditate and the grass and stuff appears, Sam said. He finished a bit awkwardly, but the group could all hear him getting excited while reading the description. Oh, I thought your trait had something to do with healing, Sarah said, looking at him closely. Well, it kind of does. The increased vitality will slowly help someone heal, but I think it's strong when combined with my class passive. He looked at Alex, who nodded encouragingly. He's definitely getting more comfortable with the group. This is a big step for him. He's got to believe that no one is going to abuse him for his healing powers here. Well, my class is Verdant Healer. The passive says, all of the Awakened One's healing abilities are amplified when they or their allies are within areas rich in nature. Additionally, healing spells cast by the Verdant Healer have a chance to cleanse negative status effects. When I was working with Master Jiu, we found that my nature's refuge counts as an area of rich nature. Ooh, Mark said, bouncing from one foot to another. That's so cool. They continued to make their way around the group. Sarah and Mark didn't have a class, but their traits were interesting to Olivia, who hadn't seen anything like them. Mark had a trait that had a very vague description that said that Mark would gain a bonus to all stats when he was defending another person. They all agreed it was something that would require a lot of testing. Sarah's trait allowed her to see someone's aura, and no one was quite sure what that meant. When questioned further, she said that everyone had different blobs of color around them that moved and changed depending on their emotions or thoughts. She said that her work was helping her to test a lot of things, but no one was quite sure what an aura was yet. Alex and Olivia promised to keep an eye out for any information from the guild's resources and to help her in her testing when possible. Olivia went last, and everyone thought her trait was the coolest of the bunch. What? Mark yelled, I'm so jealous. Read it again, read it again. Shadow Affinity increases effectiveness of stealth abilities and shadow abilities. Naturally gifted with the ability to use and channel Shadow Affinity mana. Olivia laughed at his infectious energy. Alex found himself smiling as well, partly because he found her laugh adorable and partly because he felt so happy to be home and share this new life with his friends. Well, now that we're all on the same. Valthurian ran his forehead into Alex's, and the group laughed. Alex rubbed his forehead and looked at the worm who had turned his head up in a way as if pouting. Alex, stupid. Val is best. Yeah, Mark cheered, happy to see that the impressionable companion had begun to repeat the phrase that he was teaching him. Stop corrupting him, Sarah said. Okay. Everyone Valthurian has a trait called Mana Glutton. It allows him to store any mana that he absorbs to double his normal mana capacity. Olivia whistled. I'd love something like that for my magic. If a flying snake could move haughtily, Val did it. He almost sauntered as he made a lap around Alex's head in the air. Everyone laughed again as it was all too obvious to them what emotions the worm was feeling. As I was saying, he looked at Val pointedly. Now that we know where everyone is at, I need you all to start thinking of a path forward. It doesn't need to be specific, but have a goal in mind and talk with me or the others about it. One thing that Yura stressed during our training, and I've seen it more and more in guild articles, is that the system is based largely on intent. It's designed to help us and force us to progress. This gives you more flexibility than you might think when trying to advance your skills. Take the next few days and think about it. Come to me when you have an idea, and we'll put together a training plan to start working toward that goal. I want to help you guys get stronger and start to catch up to where Sam and I are at, but I can't stretch my attention but so many directions. I need everyone to be reading articles from the guild and getting a better idea of how things work and what they want to do. It hasn't been announced yet, but Alana mentioned that there would be some sort of team competition happening soon where we can earn contribution points as a team and help out the guild. Everyone nodded along and agreed to Alex's plan. She mentioned that to you? Olivia asked, surprised. When Alex nodded, she gave a short hum. She probably wasn't supposed to do that. It hasn't been announced yet, but since you already know, we might as well capitalize on getting our group ready. Alex nodded again. I agree. He saw Mark from the corner of his eye as a grin spread across his face, and he shifted his weight in anticipation. I've been looking into how non-combat classes work, and I think I'll try to take Edwin and Gabby to Awaken in a common rift tomorrow or the next day. Sarah frowned and started to say something, but Alex held up his hand to forestall her. We talked about this before they were even hired, and they were interested. I want them to awaken and begin getting experience in classes related to their jobs to get the proper class with non-combat classes. It is apparently just something that happens over time. After we're done making a game plan here, I want to try and get all 5 of us here on a list to get into a higher rarity rift, and we can plan to stay there for a few days. With the time dilation effect, that will be the most effective way for us to level up and get you guys some experience. He let out a sigh at the end of his small speech and saw Sarah deflate. I mean, if it's what they want. I made it very clear that they didn't need to do it in order to get the job. That's why Clara isn't coming. She wasn't interested. She said that she wasn't willing to risk her safety while her son depended on her. She nodded again, and they chatted for some time before wrapping up the conversation. Alex let them continue to talk about random things from the news as he pulled out his phone. He scrolled through the available rifts and found 2 uncommon rifts that he could put a reservation for 5 people on. They didn't give him an estimated wait time like the common rifts did. He sighed, hoping that the wait wasn't long before scrolling back to the top of the list. He looked through the available common rifts and smiled as he found one in particular. There was a several-day wait to get in, likely because it was Friday, but Alex couldn't help but smile at the irony. It'll be worth the wait. Hey, I'll be right back, Alex said, standing from his seat on the stairs. He ruffled Sam's hair as he turned to walk into the house and find Gabby and Edwin, likely at their own living quarters by this time of the evening. Let's move to the living room unless you guys are going to keep training, Olivia said. She grumbled, but said she could practice more of the mana shaping exercises on the couch before she had to go to work. Sarah asked if Sam could use nature's refuge again. She liked the feeling of sitting in the ethereal grass and the sense of rejuvenating energy it gave her with the boost to vitality. On Sunday morning, Alex strode through the kitchen to the back of the western wing of the house, where Gabby and Edwin had rooms. His footsteps echoed off of the marble floors, filling the silence. He found that it was a bit strange to not see Gabby in the kitchen humming along to a pleasant tune only she could hear. He found Edwin's quarters and knocked. "Come in, Master Moore." Alex smiled, excited by the day's plan. He pushed open the door to find Edwin already dressed in what had to be the most practical, yet somehow professional outfit he'd ever seen. Dark slacks made of a canvas-like material that were pressed to hold a crease down the front of the pant leg, and a vest that was dark brown and had many pockets on it. Alex took in Edwin's appearance, still getting used to how put together the man always looked. His silver-gray hair never had a strand out of place, and his light blue eyes seemed to catch every detail and anticipate his need. The trimmed mustache brought together Edwin's entire look, and in Alex's mind, really solidified his entire appearance as a butler. The mustache was also one of the few things Alex had started to notice could give away Edwin's thoughts, as it could move for several reasons, when his posture and sense of decorum wouldn't let Alex know anything otherwise. "I see you're ready," Alex said. "Did you manage to get everything I asked for?" Edwin's mustache twitched slightly. "Yes, though I must admit, the materials you asked for were quite specific, and there was some difficulty getting my hands on some of it. The supply chains are really being affected by the safe zone creation. I have them staged and waiting in the garage." He paused, reaching for something on his desk. "Also, these 2 packages arrived for you yesterday evening." There were two black pelican cases with a black and white Adventurers Guild sticker on the top. Alex accepted the first box and held it on one forearm while opening it with his other hand. On the soft, ridged foam within, Alex saw a white piece of cardstock paper covering a small metallic item. He started to get excited, realizing what the item was. The man who sold it to Alex told him that even though his friend had a scanning skill, his friend had a lower willpower, which meant that when he tried to scan the item, it only told them that it was an active skill token, with no other information. Unlike when Alex had gotten Valthurian's bond token, he now had the ability to use his heavenly eye to scan the item. What he saw made a smile spread across his face. D-rank item active skill token. Rarity uncommon type, consumable token. Skill type willpower. It's D-rank. How was this in a random chest within an E-rank rift? Does that mean higher ranked items have a chance to come from a lower rank rift? Alex made a mental note to check into that later. It could mean that there was a lot of value in staying safe and farming a lower level rift, even if the chance was low to get something a rank above. Since they couldn't scan it, it likely means they didn't realize it was a D-rank item, so it's probably worth even more than I paid for it. He let out a breath as he'd worried that he'd overpaid in the end. It had taken some back and forth over the last several days for Alex to convince the guild member who had gotten the item to be willing to sell it. They had tried to use it multiple times and ran into an error each time, the system saying that they didn't meet the willpower requirement. Despite not being able to use it, Alex had to almost double his offer of mana stones to convince the man to part with the item. Both Alex and the mage, named N0lan on the AG app, figured that if the requirement was high enough, it must be something worth having. At that point, since there was so much money on the line, the man had grown very suspicious of Alex and refused to talk further without a peacekeeper's involvement as a mediator. If the token worked anything like the consumable skill manual that he'd used to learn Mirage, it would be a quick and painless process to learn the new skill. He didn't hesitate. Cracking the token in his hand, he saw purple motes of light form in the air before rushing into his forehead. The system window that greeted him made him giddy with excitement. New skill learned, Parallel Mind Journeyman Level 1. Do you accept? Yes, no. He accepted the skill and was surprised that it was different than the skill manual that he'd consumed. It was closer to the way he'd gained access to the Ritual Insight skill from his class, where the manual presented him with knowledge about the skill and how the author of the manual had used the skill. The token instead gave him the ability to use it instantly, but no additional knowledge outside of that. Curious about the system description, he brought up the skill window. Parallel Mind splits the awakened one's consciousness into separate streams of thought. Alex felt like his eyes might bug out of his head. Holy shit, Edwin coughed politely. Sorry, Edwin. 1 second, this is wild, Alex said as he reread the description. He couldn't help himself, he had to try it. Alex calmed down and accepted the second box from Edwin. He checked it quickly, noting that it was the shield training manual that they'd ordered for Mark. Alex asked Edwin to pack his car with the supplies while he went to find Sam and drop off the second box in Mark's room. Master Moore, are you certain you do not want me to drive? Yes, I'll drive, don't worry about it. He was already moving out of the door as he answered, flashing Edwin a reassuring smile before jogging through the kitchen and into the foyer. Still loving the feeling of having such an abnormally high agility, he took the stairs 3 at a time with ease and turned to the right hallway. He moved over to Mark's door and knocked out of habit, though he knew his friend wasn't home. Since he'd known that Alex would be gone, he wanted to run some errands in the safe zone. Alex set the case on top of Mark's bed and turned the light off as he walked out of the room and dashed down the hallway to Sam's room. Sam, yes, the muffled voice returned. Alex knocked gently on the door. Do you mind if I come in? Sam opened the door and smiled up at him. Taking a deep breath, Alex smiled back. Would you mind watching over me for a second? We're about to leave, but that skill token finally came and it looks amazing. After receiving a nod in response, they both walked to the next room over, and Alex sat on the mat in the center of the room in front of his desk. There had been the 2 chairs there originally, but Alex had moved them, finding more use for a spot to sit and practice, rather than try to host meetings with others. Alex extended a mana tendril. Okay, I'm going to try it. Ready, ready. Alex could feel Sam's trepidation, but there wasn't really another way around it. To understand the skill's application and limitations, they just needed to try it. There wasn't a very high likelihood that the skill would harm Alex in any way, but the precaution made them both feel better. Activating the skill, Alex could immediately feel its effect. It felt like his consciousness was unzipping, splitting down the middle at a seam slowly being pulled apart. It wasn't painful, but as he monitored the feeling, he almost had the urge to throw up. He knew his mind wasn't supposed to be doing something like that, especially not in such a pain-free manner. Suddenly, he was thinking about both the upcoming Rift expedition and analyzing the feeling of the skill's activation simultaneously. He had 2 distinct trains of thought running parallel to each other. What the? Are you okay? Yes. Whoa, that's trippy. His secondary line of thinking observed the mental communication with a magical fascination. He followed that to look at himself from a different perspective. It was still his consciousness, so there wasn't a physical kind of sight, but he could analyze his feelings and emotions, particularly those that were shared through his bond with Valthurian and the mental link with Sam. He ended the effect in a slight panic, feeling that the sensation was completely bizarre. As the two halves of his mind seemed to resip, he felt a slight sense of vertigo before the world snapped back to a perfect, single line of clarity. Alex held out his hand to the side, feeling a smile creep over his face. The best part of the skill became apparent to him immediately. He could remember both thought processes clearly. He wanted to check his stats during the effect, to see the mana cost, to experiment with. Alex, sorry Sam, I'm good. While that skill is great, I'll need to test it more later, but just wow. Alex stood and ruffled Sam's hair before reaching out to Val through their bond. He let the worm know that they were leaving. Sam smiled and tried to ruffle Alex's hair, but he stepped back and easily dodged the attempt. Laughing, he used Feather Step to move out of the room and then drift down the hallway at unnatural speeds. When he reached the top of the stairs, he looked back at Sam, who was only just stepping out of the office, and walked back into his room. Alex shook his head and pushed off the wall while anchoring his movement skill down the stairs and to the other side of the foyer near the front door. With the added momentum, he drifted through the air at an angle, almost like gliding, and picked up a bit more speed as he traveled. While he was moving through the air, Valthurian flew into the foyer at speed and did a lap around him. Alex flying like soup can Val. Alex landed and laughed. He opened the door and saw Edwin and Gabby waiting for him next to his Nissan Sentra. Val, stop calling yourself that. It's not a title. Mark was comparing how big you've got to a soup can. We were only laughing because of how weird it was. He felt momentary disappointment drift through their bond before he got distracted and flew off to the car. The contrast between his butler's practical yet professional attire and Gabby's bright yellow t-shirt and cargo pants couldn't have been more stark. She was practically bouncing on her feet while Edwin stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back. Ready for an adventure, Gabby called out, waving enthusiastically. Alex couldn't help but grin. Adventure might be stretching it. This is a pretty controlled environment we're heading to. He pulled his keys from his pocket, catching Edwin's slight frown as he moved toward the driver's side. Master Moore, are you certain you wouldn't prefer me to? Nope, Alex cut him off, still smiling. He felt abnormally happy. My car, my rules. Besides, I picked this rift location specifically. I have a grudge to settle. It's better if I drive us there. He unlocked the doors, and Gabby immediately climbed in the back seat, sliding across to sit behind the driver's side. Edwin hesitated for just a moment before joining her in the back, maintaining his perfect posture despite the car's modest interior. As Alex adjusted his mirrors, he caught Gabby's reflection as she started humming what sounded like the theme from Indiana Jones. Edwin's mustache twitched, and he shifted slightly away from her enthusiasm. And we're absolutely certain about the safety protocols? Edwin asked, his tone carefully measured, though Alex suppressed a smile. While Edwin was always professional, he wasn't normally as rigid as he was at that moment. Edwin nodded in response. Now, Gabby. You won't be going into many rifts, but you should know a bit about this so the system makes more sense, and you can understand what certain things mean as you purchase magical materials later. Okay, boss, lay it on me. Alex chuckled. All right, well, there are two main factors in rifts. The first and most simple to understand are the ranks. The one we're going to is E rank, which means it's the lowest. As the rank increases to D, C, B, A, and S, the level of monsters in the rift goes up. Makes sense. He looked in the mirror and watched as she nodded, and he was happy to see Edwin nodding along beside her. Rarity is more important and affects more within the rift. There are three things it affects: time, scale, and complexity. That's just how they write it in the articles, but each of those things has more meaning. Time refers to the time-stretching effect that happens in higher rarity rifts. You don't need to worry about today. We're just going into a common rift, so there isn't an effect in common rifts, not to time, no. But scale and complexity are affected by every rarity. Scale refers to the internal dimensions of the rift. A common rift is usually the size of a small state in the US or something, but an epic or legendary rift might be the size of a large continent or even larger. Complexity refers to the quests that are assigned by the system. The higher the rarity, the more complex or challenging the quests will be to complete. The articles say that it scales this way with the time dilation to allow us to have more time within the harder rifts to actually complete the quests. Okay, so we're going into the lowest rank in rarity rift. Alex nodded, yes. Since your goal isn't to fight to get stronger, all we need to do is get you to kill a monster to gain your first bit of experience to awaken. After that, you guys can decide if you want to keep fighting or just call it quits for the day. Gabby stopped humming long enough to add, yeah, what exactly are we going to be fighting? Please tell me it's not something gross. Alex caught their eyes in the rearview mirror and tried not to smile too wide. Well, about that. Alex stared at the rift's shimmering surface, and his heart hammered against his ribs. The now familiar blue-tinted portal shimmered in waves, but all he could see was the same entrance he had stepped into with Valthurian several weeks ago. He knew that it was a different rift. He knew that it wouldn't lead to him appearing in the same epic rift as before, but with nothing to see the inside of the rift, just the swirling blue tear in reality, his overactive imagination couldn't help but wonder if there was a chance it somehow did send him back to that horrible place. "That'll be 3 mana stones," the guild member said. Her voice pulled Alex back to the present. She was young, probably the one who'd found the rift entrance on the farm grounds they now stood. She wore jeans, a sweatshirt, and a puffy gray vest. The beanie and gloves seemed worn, and she kept her hands in her pockets while she spoke, though removed them to extend a hand to accept the payment. "1 per person." "Right," Alex said. He fumbled with the spatial pouch under his jacket, well aware that Gabby and Edwin were waiting patiently behind him. Handing off the payment, he took a deep breath and looked back at the portal. "Get it together. This isn't even close to the same thing, and I'm not the same either." If he couldn't calm his nerves, he figured that he might as well hype himself up and talk his body into understanding that it wouldn't be a repeat even if it was the other rift. "First time," the attendant asked him while glancing at the trio. She had a friendly smile on her face, and she looked at them with her eyebrows raised almost like she was looking at a cute puppy. Alex wanted to laugh, but he realized that he really was acting worse than he had when entering his first rift. He shook his head, and Edwin and Gabby both responded, assuming that the girl was talking to them. Indeed, Edwin replied. "Yep, is it going to feel weird? Going through, I mean. Like going over the peak of a roller coaster," Alex said, looking up at the tall portal. "It goes away quickly though, just keep your feet under yourself and you'll be just fine." The attendant nodded. "Exactly. Just walk straight through and you'll be fine. The main cavern is well lit and usually has other groups present. All right, you two ready?" After getting 2 nods, Alex led the way into the portal. His heart rate quickened and he felt a cold sweat begin to run down his back. Alex's muscles tensed involuntarily as gravity reasserted itself, but he forced himself to relax and quickly dismissed the quest window. He looked around the main cavern that the attendant spoke of. The luminescent cavern stretched before them. Its walls were dotted with crystalline formations that pulsed with a soft blue-white light. Alex's heavenly eye revealed streams of mana flowing between the crystals like ethereal rivers, creating patterns that reminded him of constellations. Evening, a group of younger awakened past them, hauling what looked like mining equipment. Alex nodded in response, noting how their eager chatter echoed off the cave walls. "They're likely here for that guild contract I saw when we applied here. Seems like a decent way to earn a few guaranteed mana stones. Just bring back some specific materials from the rift, turn them into the guild, get a payout." The rift had become something of a training ground for new guild members, though Alex preferred to find a more secluded spot for Edwin and Gabby's first experience, and he quickly found his thoughts pulled away from his own experiences as he thought through a plan of action for the other two. As they walked deeper into the tunnels, Alex found his attention drawn to the moving shadows cast by the glowing crystals. The light caught the rough stone walls at odd angles, creating shifting patterns of darkness that his mind kept trying to transform into passing scales. He tensed twice at different times in the first few tunnels they walked down, while he was able to hide his thoughts and struggle from Gabby and Edwin, who were just happy to be there and fascinated with everything going on around them. He wasn't able to hide his emotions and small reactions from his companion. Val stirred in his jacket, likely sensing his unease. "Val, keep watch." Valthurian moved out from his jacket and used his tail to swish in front of Alex, sending feelings of reassurance as he flew up to the top of the tunnel and around the next bend to scout ahead. Better safe than sorry. His thoughts of how silly he was being were pulled to times when he was a kid and still lived with his parents. When he'd watch a scary movie and later that night, when he walked around the house, he felt the need to walk faster or go up the stairs quickly. While he knew that there was nothing there in the dark, his skin still crawled, and his imagination could so easily play tricks on him. He knew that his fears were irrational, and that there was no chance a shadow serpent would be present in uncommon E-rank rift. Channeling his nervous energy into something productive, he touched his hand to the top of his spatial pouch and quickly began to call items into his hand to make sure he hadn't forgotten any supplies. After 10 to 15 minutes of walking at a decent pace, Alex looked back at the two to check on them. "How are you both holding up?" Alex asked. The spatial bag at his hip felt weightless despite containing their gear, another reminder of how far he'd come since his own first rift experience. Edwin maintained his usual composure, though Alex noticed his butler's eyes darting between the glowing formations with interest. "Quite fascinating, Master Moore. The rock formations are unlike anything I've heard of. These crystals are gorgeous," Gabby said, her usual energy tempered by genuine wonder as she studied the formations. "Do you think we could bring any back? They'd make beautiful decorative pieces for the house." "Let's focus on the task at hand first," Alex said, suppressing a smile. He guided them around a corner, away from the main paths where most guild members gathered. The tunnel was narrower, but still tall enough to stand comfortably. We're looking for a smaller chamber, something a bit more removed where we can set up properly. The mana streams visible through his heavenly eye grew denser as they moved, swirling in lazy eddies around certain crystal clusters. He'd learned enough about rift dynamics to know this usually indicated a monster spawn or breeding ground nearby. It's perfect for their needs, but they'd need to be careful. I hear water ahead, Edwin observed, his voice echoing slightly off the crystalline walls. The cavern they entered opened up into a roughly circular chamber about 40 feet across. A small stream cut through the far side, its gentle burbling echoing off the walls. The ceiling rose in a dome shape, covered in hanging formations that caught the light from the crystals below and scattered it throughout the room. This is where we'll set up. He patted the spatial bag. Time to put all that gear to use. Alex set down the spatial bag and pulled out 3 large coolers, their metallic interiors gleaming. All right, this is perfect. We can set up here, away from the other groups. Master Moore, Edwin said, eyeing the equipment. Perhaps now would be a good time to explain exactly what we're hunting. Alex couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Slimes. Slimes? Gabby asked, her nose wrinkling. Yep, blue ones specifically. Alex started arranging the coolers near the stream. They're actually perfect for first-time awakening. Low-level, predictable movement patterns, and he paused, remembering his own first encounter. Technically speaking, they're not too dangerous. Edwin's eyebrow rose. Technically speaking, sir. Let's just say my first rift experience involved slimes and it didn't go great. Alex pulled out 3 sledgehammers next, their heads covered in protective wrapping. But that's why we're going to be smarter about it. No charging in like an idiot this time. He explained the plan as he set up, demonstrating how to bait the slimes toward the coolers using their tendency to leap forward in a predictable rhythm. Once trapped within the cooler, the dry ice would freeze them solid, making them brittle enough to shatter with the hammers. This seems, elaborate, Edwin observed, accepting his hammer awkwardly. Trust me, it's better than trying to fight them head-on. Those things are surprisingly durable and borderline immune to blunt force. It makes things hard when you're unprepared and just pick up the nearest branch. Alex moved to position them, placing Edwin and Gabby on either side of the stream with their coolers ready. I'll stay back here, but don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve now that I can use to help. As if on cue, a wet slapping sound echoed from one of the smaller tunnels leading into their chamber. Alex's heavenly eye picked up 3 small mana signatures heading in their direction. The blobs made their way slowly, not yet having noticed the humans in the open space. Here we go, he whispered, stepping back to give them space. Remember, let them come to you. If they don't notice you, step forward and wait for them to start to jiggle, then move back. The first slime oozed into view. Its gelatinous body was a light blue color, rather than the green that Alex had first faced. He felt a ridiculous surge of satisfaction. Time for some payback. He watched as Edwin and Gabby tensed, their hammers resting by the coolers behind them. It would take a bit of time for the dry ice to freeze the slimes once trapped, so Alex had recommended that they not burden themselves with the weight of the hammers until needed. The front slime moved exactly as he remembered, bobbing along with that deceptively innocent appearance. 2 more followed behind it, and Alex couldn't resist. He used his mana thread to draw a ritual circle in the slime's path. When he'd seen that there was a common E-rank rift with slimes as a primary monster, he'd immediately begun to prepare his revenge. He'd used the ritual insight cooldown on his heating ritual again to gain insight into the schematic. With the added understanding and some additional ritual shapes from the advanced manuals, Alex had created his first offensive ritual. Lastly, he used his offhand to create 2 more threads and dipped them into the pouch of mana stone dust and pulled a small pre-made bag of materials from the spatial pouch. He used the thread to drag the pouch along the ground at high speed to rest where the ritual was formed. Knowing that this ritual was relatively cheap, and that his modified version of the ritual was meant to allow both catalysts to be placed in the same spot, he planned to use it often for combat. He had prepared 20 bags of materials and was pleased with how well the combo worked. Concentrated heating ritual. A thin red line of superheated air struck the rear slime, instantly vaporizing a portion of its mass. The creature jiggled violently before expanding and rapidly deflating. It made a sad sound like a balloon losing air, but Alex just smiled. That's for my first rift, you little bastards. Focus on the other 2. He called out, watching his staff prepare for their first monster encounter. Remember the plan. The remaining slimes noticed the movement and began their characteristic pre-jump wiggle. Alex watched as Edwin and Gabby executed the plan perfectly. Now, Alex called as the first slime launched itself toward Edwin. His butler sidestepped smoothly, revealing the open cooler behind him. The slime sailed through the air and landed with a wet plop inside the metal container. Edwin snapped the lid shut in one fluid motion, his composure never wavering. Well done, Alex said, then turned his attention to Gabby. Ready? She nodded, eyes fixed on the remaining slime as it approached. Come on, you Jello from hell, she muttered, taking a deliberate step forward. The slime responded exactly as expected, gathering itself for a leap. Gabby moved with surprising grace, pivoting away at the last second. Her timing was slightly off, which caused the slime to catch the edge of the cooler. Despite that, she recovered quickly, tilting the cooler to nudge it fully inside before securing it. Perfect. Alex beamed at them both. Now we wait for the dry ice to do its work. Should take about 5 or 10 minutes. Edwin straightened his vest, which somehow hadn't wrinkled during the entire trip and encounter. I must admit, Master Moore, this strategy was quite effective, though I confess I expected something more challenging. Trust me, without the preparation, these things are a nightmare, Alex said, remembering his own first encounter. Grab your hammers and get ready. Remember what we talked about in the car. The system works largely off of intent, so even though your awakening happens through combat, you will be able to gain experience later by doing things that you are attempting to improve in. Gabby lifted her hammer, testing its weight. And you're sure this will work? Positive. Just remember what I said. When you make your hits on the slime, try to picture your goals and what you want to do when you become an awakened. Freezing them will make them brittle, so it should only take a solid 1 or 2 hits. Alex moved closer to the coolers, checking the frost forming around their edges. Almost ready. Remember, this is just the beginning. The system will recognize the kill, and that's when you'll feel some brief pain in your stomach, and the blue windows will appear. They waited in anticipation. The only sound was the gentle burble of the stream and the faint crackling of ice forming within the coolers. Alex smiled to himself, knowing that in just a few minutes their lives would change forever. After another 10 minutes went by, Alex could see the metal rims frosting over and the wiggling within had stopped. All right, Alex said, kneeling to check the coolers. They should be frozen solid now. Edwin, you want to go first. Edwin adjusted his grip on the hammer, maintaining his composure while clearly feeling nervous. Very well, Master Moore. Alex helped him unlatch and flip open the cooler's lid. Inside, the slime had become an icy blue sculpture, its final wiggle frozen in place. He tipped the cooler, and the chunk of slime ice rolled out awkwardly. Edwin took a deep breath, and Alex could tell he was focusing his thoughts as instructed. The hammer came down with force. The frozen slime shattered like glass crystalline shards scattering across the rocky cavern floor. Edwin immediately tensed, a sharp gasp escaping him as he doubled over. Easy, Alex steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. That's your core forming. It'll pass in a few seconds. Gabby watched with wide eyes as Edwin straightened, blinking rapidly. Sir, I can see it. The window, just as you described. Take your time reading it. Remember that you can direct the system with your thoughts and those general commands we talked about earlier, Alex said before turning to Gabby. Ready for yours, she nodded, gripping her hammer tightly. Her frozen slime had taken on an almost artistic pose, caught mid-leap. Gabby planted her feet, took a steadying breath, and swung. The crack of impact echoed through the chamber, followed immediately by her sharp intake of breath as she pressed a hand to her stomach. Oh wow, she managed through clenched teeth. That's intense. Alex watched them both carefully as they processed their first system notifications. Edwin's expression remained controlled, but his eyes widened slightly. Gabby was less reserved, her face cycling through surprise, confusion, and finally excitement. So Alex said after giving them a moment, sharing traits is not something that's normally done. The traits and skills you get are private. You don't have to. It says intuitive understanding. Edwin read aloud immediately, his voice carrying a bit of wonder. It seems quite appropriate. Gabby beamed. Culinary creation. It says that if there are ingredients in any dishes that I make when I eat my own creation, I'll know the properties of that ingredient for future use. Alex couldn't help but laugh at their enthusiasm. Those are perfect for both of you. But remember, traits are just the beginning. Now that you're awakened, you'll start gaining experience from activities aligned with your goals. We could head home right now, but I think we should wait. What for? Now that you're awakened, you'll get presented with 2 quests after being in the rift for a bit of time. Normally, they appear as soon as you enter the rift, but for your first, you just need to wait long enough, and it will appear. I suggest that all 3 of us stay and slay the necessary number of slimes needed to complete the personal quest. Ah, this is a cull quest, Edwin asked. I remember seeing posts about people thinking these were the best kind of quest. There was also a lot of complaining about something called a fetch quest. I haven't seen one of those, but that's funny. People always hated those in video games, too. Alex laughed and looked around their secluded chamber. Well, I'll leave the decision up to you guys. Do you want to go or stay? Both Edwin and Gabby answered in unison, stay. Alex smiled, pleased with their decision. Great, I've got a bit more revenge to get from these bouncy bastards. He also thought that it might be nice to stretch his muscles a bit and try to collect some easy mana stones from the slimes. While these monsters wouldn't present him with much of a challenge or push his progress forward, it was an easy way to vent some of his frustration at his greatly slowed progression. Now let's see how many of these slimes I can kill in the next 10-15 minutes. I'll make a game of it and see what the total number of mana stones is, too. He couldn't stop a grin from spreading across his face. You should be safe here, Alex said. He looked around their secluded chamber. He knew that from the direction they came, there were more adventurers, and he'd be heading in the direction of the concentrated mana. The slimes only come from these smaller tunnels, and they move slowly enough that you'll see them coming. Besides, you've already proven you can handle them. He smiled as he thought of how efficiently their cooler traps had worked. Edwin nodded, still processing his status screen. How long before these quests appear, Master Moore? Shouldn't be more than 15 minutes. I'm going to head deeper into the cavern system and take care of my share of slimes. I'll check back in about 10 minutes to see if you've gotten your quests yet. He considered using his new parallel mind skill, but quickly dismissed the idea. Better to practice that somewhere less dangerous. While he didn't think that the slimes were all that dangerous, he still wasn't quite sure how the skill worked or would affect him. Without Sam, he didn't want to risk taking an injury from the acidic monsters. He put his hand on his spatial pouch and knew that he had 19 sets of ritual material remaining. Remember, if you need anything, just shout. There are plenty of other adventures in the main tunnels. He gestured toward the larger passage that they'd entered from. Besides, Val will be here to protect you. He's likely stronger than any of the adventurers anyway. No, want bouncy food. If you stay here and make sure that they're safe, I'll make sure to bring you back some mana stones. Okay, there was a brief pause in their mental communication. Val, protect. The worm looped around the two staff members' heads, causing Alex to laugh at his quick change in attitude. Alex drifted toward one of the smaller tunnels using feather step. I won't go too far, he called over his shoulder. His movement skill allowed him to glide swiftly and silently across the crystalline floor. The mana streams were visible to his heavenly eye, and C could tell that the flow of mana through the environment was growing thicker the deeper he went. He knew it was only a matter of time before one of the connecting tunnels arrived at a cluster of slimes. He wasn't disappointed. Around the next bend, 3 blue slimes bobbed along. Their gelatinous bodies caught the light from the nearby crystals, and Alex felt a feral grin stretch the scar on his cheeks. Quickly drawing a ritual circle with mana thread, he placed one of his prepared material pouches in position with another thread. He took a moment to increase the size of the ritual by a small margin. When everything was in place, he stepped forward and got the attention of the trio of monsters. As they began to wiggle and launch themselves toward Alex, he casually hopped backward. It only took a few seconds to pull the small group into his waiting ritual. Just as they landed, Alex used feather step to create a fair amount of distance between them before activating the ritual. Rather than the concentrated beam of heat that he was expecting, the slimes rapidly expanded before violently deflating with a loud pop. It surprised Alex, but he just began laughing as he realized that the concentrated acid and gas reacted violently with the heat. While he'd seen something similar with the single slime before, the effect was magnified with 3 slimes together in a tight group. Where the slimes had been only moments before, were scattered droplets of blue gunk remaining from their rapid expansion and deflation. There were now streams of vapor drifted up into the air from the few spots of blue. A single mana stone lay in the blue carnage, and he jogged over to collect it. He checked the system prompt for his own quest. Personal quest, Culling Cave Creatures. Kill 15 of the creatures within the crystalline caverns. Rift quest, Deep Dweller. Slay the rift boss at the lowest point of the caves. He was pleased with how quickly he could complete quests like this. Now that he was so high-leveled, the slimes posed almost no threat to him whatsoever. Should I just be entering as many common rifts as I can to complete quests? I wonder if there are titles for completing a certain number of quests. It would certainly be efficient and allow him to reap rewards from the quests, whether items or tokens. The system-granted rewards seemed to be very valuable. He pushed the thoughts aside, knowing that it was an idle fantasy. He wanted to help his friends catch up to where he was before focusing on such selfish pursuits. As he moved deeper into the tunnels, he fell into an efficient rhythm of locating the slimes, setting up a ritual, triggering their rapid expansion and deflation, and collecting any potentially dropped mana stones. In the caverns, the walls glowed with each ritual as the crystal-lined walls reflected the flash of heat and rapidly evaporating slimes. While he was traveling through one particular tunnel, he heard grunts and shouts of fright. He turned quickly and moved to turn the corner and came across a young man backing away from 4 slimes. The adventurer clutched a wooden staff, jabbing ineffectively at the nearest creature. Need a hand, Alex called out, memories of his own first encounter flooding back. 5 minutes of hitting it with a stick and a rock, a ruined pair of pants, and a slightly burned leg. The man's relief was evident. Please, Alex stepped forward, quickly setting up a ritual. These things are tougher than they look, aren't they? The man backpedaled, trying to create more distance from the creatures. I tried to use a stick on my first time, too, rushed in like a total idiot, and it was the only thing around. The following violent pop and spray of slime caused the man to yell and cover his head. Alex stepped forward and used his enhanced strength to grab the back of the man's pants by his belt and lifted him up. He used feather step to move him out of the way as a surviving slime jumped where he'd been cowering. Want to take care of the last one yourself? Yeah, I think I can handle one, the man said while gripping his staff with white knuckles. Alex nodded before stepping back and gesturing at the monster. Just remember, they're predictable. Watch for the wiggle before they jump. The blunt physical damage can work, but it's going to take you a lot of effort. Magic makes it easier. You could maybe use one of the small streams of water too. If it works, you could potentially dilute them and cause their forms to break up. He smiled, thinking how far he'd come since his first encounter and what a little bit of research did to help. That day, he'd been desperate and unprepared. Alex scratched his head and scanned the man with his heavenly eye. Yeah, it was a heating ritual. The slimes are very weak to fire and ice. I am probably not in a great position to lecture you on this, but you should definitely be down here with a group. The young man was only level 3 and seemed to be quite far from the main channel of the rift. I have 2 friends who I just helped awaken. Do you want to walk back to the exit with us? The man shook his head and Ray gripped the staff. He looked over at the slime. Alex tried once more, and when his offer was rebuffed, he wished the newly awakened good luck before departing. He lifted his hand in farewell and drifted away at a quick pace, leaving the adventurer staring after him. 13 ritual pouches left. I've still got a bit of time before I need to get back to Edwin and Gabby. Edwin brought his hammer down on the last of the frozen slimes. Over the last half hour, they had gotten efficient at packing up the coolers and hammers, migrating to a new area and preparing. Alex would gather up a few slimes and bait them back toward the 2 newly awakened, and they would take turns luring them into the dry ice coolers. Well, that is quite beautiful to see, Edwin said as Alex saw his eyes trace invisible experience motes into the air before they rushed into him. You guys did great, Alex said before giving Gabby a stern look. No, Gabby. The large woman froze with her back to him, and Alex waited for her to stand and look at him with a guilty expression. Okay, come on, boss, they're just so cute. Behind Gabby, Alex could see where she dumped the dry ice out of the cooler and was instead attempting to bait a slime into the icebox when it was empty. What does she think she's going to do with the thing? Keep it in the cupboard. I could just keep it in my room at the house. You'd never even know it was there, she said with a beaming smile. Alex palmed his face and shook his head. No, Gabby, we have no way to keep an acidic slime at the house. Maybe we can look into some sort of stable or something, but for now there's just no way. He had another thought as he imagined her taking care of the little thing. Anyway, wouldn't it be bad if you got a monster tamer class or something instead of a chef class? At the very least, let's wait until you hit level 10 and then we can think about it. Gabby deflated a bit but nodded in understanding. Yeah, you're right. That was a bit silly. I was just thinking about how cool it would be to have the little guy cook with me. It could eat all my scraps and just bounce around all day. Alex had to force himself not to groan as he thought of her taking care of a slime. It's definitely a different first experience with the monsters than I had. They all packed up the supplies, and Alex decided not to press the issue any further. While it should be important for Gabby to think of the monsters as sufficiently dangerous, he didn't think it was worth dismissing her daydream. They won't be in the field much anyway, so their exposure to monsters should be minimal. As they walked toward the rift entrance, Alex reflected on his own slime hunt. He'd run out of ritual materials faster than expected, mainly due to how effective the heating ritual had been. The way the slime's acidic bodies reacted to the extreme heat had given him an idea, though. If I can reverse the effects of the heating ritual as I did with the weight-reducing ritual, I might be able to create an extremely cold ritual schematic, or at least one that removes heat from whatever steps in it. The idea was interesting to him. Not just from a combat perspective, but he imagined other ways that such a ritual might be useful. What if I'm in a rift that's really hot, like a desert environment? Or what if I want to freeze food or make a ritual around an icebox while we're camping out in a rift? The weight-increasing ritual that he'd created before had quickly become one of his most used rituals in combat and physical training. The practical uses of the magic were something that truly excited Alex. Did you see how those slimes just popped? An excited voice caught his attention as a group of young adventurers huddled near the entrance. The young girl was gesturing animatedly as she spoke. He was just zipping through the tunnels like it was nothing. Yeah, I can't believe they just popped like that. I should have thought to bring something with fire instead of a spear. I thought slimes were supposed to have a core or something I could stab. The slime slayer strikes again. Alex saw a fist pump into the air at the last statement, and he tried to look inconspicuous as they passed, but Gabby wasn't making it easy. She was practically vibrating with suppressed laughter, and even Edwin's carefully maintained composure couldn't quite hide his smirk. The slime slayer, Gabby whispered once they were out of earshot. Really, not a word, Alex muttered, deadpan. He did his best to turn away from the pair behind him, worried they'd see how completely red his face was. How do you guys feel after finishing your quests? Quite good, Edwin replied smoothly, and Alex was thankful that the man allowed him to change the subject. Though I'm not sure I enjoy this kind of outing. I'd much prefer to be at the estate where things are less prone to attack me, though it seemed like you were having a blast, Master Moore. Alex narrowed his eyes and looked back at Edwin, who couldn't suppress the slight twitching of his mustache. He groaned as Gabby finally lost her battle with laughter. Val sent Alex feelings of reassurance that felt like the mental equivalent of a head pat. Not you, too. He looked up at his companion, who floated along lazily overhead, a bulge in his long body from the 2 mana stones he'd been given to eat. Sunlight streamed through the large windows of the new house's spacious living room. The white and gray space looked immaculate, and Alex was still finding it hard to adjust to having Edwin around to coordinate things and Clara around to constantly clean through the week. Alex sat cross-legged on the wide, cushioned couch with one large book in his lap and another smaller one in his hand. His eyebrows came together as he used his newest skill, though he was quickly becoming frustrated with its particular limitations. Beside him, Mark lounged in an armchair, his attention glued to the AG app on his phone. He scrolled through the latest updates and occasionally paused to read something out loud. Sam sat quietly at the other end of the couch, a leather journal open in his lap, as he worked through Alex's recorded notes and training materials from their time in the Epic Rift. "Dude, you've got to check this out," Mark said, drawing Alex's gaze away from his books. "Did you know that you can train your stat points?" His interest piqued. Alex felt his consciousness come together and focused on Mark fully. "What do you mean?" "It's one of the ones from Rylan, but this article talks about how you can increase your stats by a small amount just by training, like lifting weights or running to increase your strength and agility. It talks about doing mental exercises, brain teasers, and studying to increase your magical stats as well." Alex perked up, and immediately a handful of questions popped up in his mind. Does it say by how much or how quickly they can increase? There was a pause as Mark continued to scan the article. It says that there's a limit, but the limit apparently increases every 30. So, with a class advancement, it looks like it's more tied to levels and your actual rank advancement. Wait, actually, can you explain that to me a bit more? I'll get my class at level 10, right? So how does my class level up? Mark set aside his phone, and Alex had to change gears to keep up with the redirected conversation. "Okay, let me break this down," Alex said, leaning forward. "Levels and classes are 2 separate things." Mark nodded and was completely focused on the explanation. Levels are a measure of your overall power and stats. You gain experience for pretty much everything you do, and that increases your level. It's a constant kind of progression that's easy to measure. "Okay, in classes?" Mark asked. "Classes are like a job. They have their own progression system, completely separate from your level. You gain class experience by performing tasks related to your class, just like you'd get better at your job by doing it more." Alex paused, making sure Mark was following. Classes have 5 proficiency ranks: novice, journeyman, adept, expert, and master. These are the same ranks used for skills. Your class determines which skills you get and how many stat points you receive when you level up. "So how are they connected?" Sam chimed in with interest. "They're not really, except for one thing that I know of," Alex explained. "You can't get a class until you reach level 10, but otherwise they progress independently." "But why do people keep saying that your class advances around level 30 if they're separate?" Alex shrugged. "I'm guessing because it just gives us a general way to track things. Theoretically, if you only ever had one class, and most of the experience you gained for your levels was by doing actions related to your class, I guess you'd probably go up a proficiency rank around every 20-30 levels." Mark's brow furrowed. "What if you change classes?" "That's where the problem comes in if you try to think of them as the same thing. It just doesn't work. You can change classes whenever you want, but you'll likely start back at novice rank, but your levels and stats will never be lost." Alex waved his hand and dismissed the topic. "There's not a lot of reason for all the hypotheticals right now. Just know that the key to progress your class is to focus on activities that align with your class. Do that, and you'll eventually be offered an advancement." "There's still a lot we don't know about how it all works. The system isn't exactly upfront with details, but that's pretty much the gist of it." Mark nodded thoughtfully. "So it's not just about leveling up, but you also have to think about how you perform in your chosen class." "Exactly," Alex confirmed, pleased with their understanding. "It's quality over quantity. Pushing yourself in your class activities likely counts for more than just going through the motions." Alex sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Honestly, I've been a bit worried about this because I gained my experience and levels so fast. Worse yet, I wasn't really using my class when I gained half of those levels. It makes sense that Sam would be getting close to his advancement, considering he was healing almost daily for almost 2 years. But I basically got boosted in the span of a couple of months. So you feel like you haven't done enough with your class yet to get an advancement in the same level time frame that you were talking about." "We'll see, I guess, but that's what I'm worried about." Sam spoke up, "But I really do think that doing things that are hard or push your class and skills get you more of that experience. Remember, we talked about this some with my healing skills." Alex nodded. "Well, you've been adapting and modifying rituals pretty much nonstop since even before we met. That's got to count for more than just practicing the same beginner rituals over and over, right?" Alex said. "That's actually a good point. I still don't think it's going to be enough to balance out how quickly I jumped up there, but you're not wrong. Maybe I'm not as bad off as I thought." He thought on it for a few minutes, and the two conversations so close to each other made a light bulb go off in Alex's head. "Oh shit." He sat up straight before standing and running up to his office. Mark called after him in confusion, but he returned to the living room after grabbing one of the advanced ritual manuals that Yura had gifted to him. He flipped through the pages, and both Sam and Mark looked at each other in confusion. Here, Alex found the section at the front of the Body Tempering Advanced Rituals Manual. I hadn't really put much thought into it since it says early on that these rituals can't be used on anyone under the first star rank. First star, the cultivators in the Rift classified things differently than the system does. Basically, they called anyone who was E rank an initiate, and anyone who was D rank was 1 star. Then the stars went up by a single count for each rank. So when this said it couldn't be used until the first star, I thought it wasn't worth getting into yet. Alright, that makes sense. But if what you were just saying about gaining stats being capped or limited to each rank, then this makes a bit more sense. There are a few different body tempering rituals in here, and just glancing at the schematics, they're really complicated and will take a lot of materials and mana to start, but it describes the results as substantial. This makes some more sense if our bodies need to adjust and adapt by gaining more levels before they can undergo a big change, like what some of these rituals can do. Though the process sounds pretty gruesome in a few, his sentence tapered off as he looked at the blood-tempering ritual. The group all sat back in their chairs and thought more on the implications and yet another potential avenue for their growth. Slowly, Sam went back to reading through Alex's notes from the Epic Rift while Mark talked with Alex more about classes. "How's that new skill of yours anyway?" Mark asked. "It's going well, but it's a bit more limited than I thought." When Mark raised an eyebrow, Alex answered the unspoken question. "Well, at first it was actually really hard to separate the two streams of information I was getting at once. While my mind is split to do two things, it took some practice on how to just focus on one and ignore the other one, letting it work until I end the skill. Sound a little complicated?" Alex shrugged in response. "I don't see many uses for me to actually want to try and know what's going on in two places at once. The skill seems most useful to focus on one thing, and then let the other half work through a problem or train in the background, almost like a background process on a computer." "That's so wild," Mark said, chuckling with disbelief. "Seriously, it gets crazier." From there, I wanted to see if I could read two things at once. Then maybe I could study twice as fast or something, but, well, I can't look at two things at once. So I guess I could read the book and let half of my attention focus on the book's content, and the other stream of my consciousness could focus on a conversation with you. So I could still study while we chat. There's the huge benefit that the skill's cost is a set amount and upfront, so I feel like I'm almost encouraged to leave it running longer. But I pulled up my status window, and I could see all of my mental stats get cut in half while using the skill. I guess it's literally parsing my mental capacity and using half for each half of the parallel mind. Damn still, that's so cool. There's a lot you can do with it, even if you can't physically do two things at once. Alex was nodding before he even finished the sentence. "Yeah, definitely. I think I'll try to keep it running a lot of the time and practice shaping exercises or my cycling technique, even while I'm doing other things. At least that's a form of training that I don't need to do much physically. Also in combat, I see it being really useful. I can focus on my opponent and fight or move while letting the other half of my mind lay down rituals. I'll need to work on it a bit, but I think it will be a game changer. I want to just buy a bunch of stuff from the auction house. Seriously, I need to try and get my hands on a skill manual or something. Well, I can't be the only one getting cool stuff. I tried to get you that shout skill the other day, but you kept telling me not to. Why don't we look for something you think will work with what you want to do? I want to get it on my own," Mark said with a grin. "I'm looking forward to us getting into some of those rifts so I can earn my keep around here." His forehead wrinkled as he thought about the rifts. "I know it's only been a week since you said you registered us for some of those better rarity rifts, but why is it taking so long for us to get in? I know you want us to train until we get in, but how long are we going to wait? I haven't been in a rift since before you got home a month ago." Mark rolled his head back to rest on the couch in a dramatic fashion. Alex laughed. "Yeah, it is taking a while. I'll need to look into why we haven't gotten in. We shouldn't wait too long. While I want you guys to train, gaining levels is important too, especially if there's a competition starting soon. If this goes on much longer, I'll just put us in for a few common rifts. I was able to get Gabby and Edwin in without problems within a day or two." Mark nodded, happy with the response. They spent some time in comfortable silence, and Alex watched as Sam meticulously worked through his notes, occasionally making his own annotations in the margins. It was good to see him taking such an interest in understanding what they'd learned during their time in the Epic Rift. Alex felt a knot of guilt and anxiety well up in his stomach. We really need to talk about his parents, though. The more time that passes, the more wrong this feels. All three of their phones chimed simultaneously, and Alex was pulled from his thoughts. Adventurers Guild announcement. Team Event Rift Clearing Challenge. Duration 30 days. Objective: clear and close designated rifts to gain contribution points. Teams 2 8 members. Special note: teams will be matched, accepted, or denied from rifts based on power level and composition. Mark started laughing before Alex had even finished reading. You better go ahead and put us on the list for some common rifts now. Alex ignored him and clicked on the notification, which took him to a more detailed article containing more information on the event, posted by Derek Holloway, moderator 2 minutes ago. Hey adventurers, I'm excited to announce our first official Teams event. Starting next Monday, January 20th at midnight EST, we'll be launching a month-long rift clearing challenge. I know many of you have been asking for more organized activities, and this is our answer. Here's the deal, starting tonight at midnight, you'll see a new event tab in your AG app. This will allow you to register your team, and next week, we'll show you all the rifts designated for the event. Teams can register and apply for specific rifts they want to tackle. Don't worry if you're not in a team yet. You've got a week to get organized before the event officially starts. Important stuff first, teams need to be between 2-8 people. I know some of you are groaning, but this is about working together. We're looking at team composition and power levels before approving rift assignments. This isn't to limit anyone's points, it's to keep you all alive. Remember, dead adventurers can't spend contribution points. We'll have peacekeepers patrolling the event rifts to keep things fair and safe. If they tell you to back off or leave a rift, do it. They're there to keep you alive, not ruin your fun and growth. The good news, everyone who earns points can spend them. This isn't one of those only the top team wins deals. When the event ends, you'll be able to exchange your points for some pretty sweet items in our special event shop. Trust me, you're going to want these. Quick reminder, sabotaging other teams or trying to muscle in on their rift clear will get you disqualified instantly. Play nice, work together, and let's show everyone what the AG community is really about. Questions, drop them below. I'll be around to answer what I can. Stay safe out there, Derek. This post has been pinned by moderator. Comments 159. Joe comments. I want to see these rewards, Mark said, scrolling through the announcement. Hopefully we can get some serious gear with contribution points. Can you get us signed up and ready to go by next week? Maybe you could get a skill manual like you were talking about, Sam said. Oh yeah, it would feel like I earned it there too. Now I'm getting pumped. If I'm going to be the tank, I'm going to really depend on you, buddy. Oh man, I instantly feel nervous. Despite the proclamation, he had a wide grin on his face. I see why you wanted us to prepare and train. I feel like going, and even how we are could still be dangerous. Sam shifted in his seat. Do you think we're ready? I mean, I know I can heal, but... You'll do great, Alex reassured him, though internally he felt his own pressure mounting. He'd been briefly in charge of the small team of guards from Tianluo, but other than that, he hadn't been a leader or manager in anything. How do I even get better at being a leader? Do I need to start buying some self-help books or something? I think you're right, he said, turning to Mark. We do need to train some more, but we also need to get you and Sarah into a rift. At least one before the event starts. We can't afford to wait any longer for the higher rarity ones. He said the words with confidence, but he wasn't sure if it was the right move or not. While he'd be stronger than almost anything in the rift, he hesitated to endanger his friends. With Sam, things should be a lot safer. He's a huge advantage that most other teams won't have. We'll need to really buckle down and train this week, too. I know you can't train much more than you already are, but you should keep reading as much as you can on the AG app and maybe link up with Edwin to go back and forth on some basic things. Mark pumped his fist in the air. Yes, I'm going to call Sarah and see if she can jump in on this. He practically bounced out of the room while holding his phone to his ear. In the quiet that followed, Sam spoke softly. Actually, I've been thinking maybe I could help out at the safe zones. I heard that there are a lot of refugees coming in who need healing, and it could be good practice. Alex scratched his chest. That's not a bad idea. It could get you more practice for sure, but we'll also want to keep you in training with us here indefinitely when we get into a common rift before the event. You're a higher level than all of us, but you have really little combat experience. You and Sarah are in a similar boat. You'll both be at the back of the group, supporting us, so it's more like we need you to see how Mark, Olivia, and I move so that you know what to expect. It's okay. I think I'm ready, Sam said confidently. There was another long pause as the two of them sat together and considered how the next week would play out. Alex sighed and knew that there was still one more band-aid that he needed to rip off. Every time he'd thought to bring it up, he'd had some sort of justification for it. Sam, we should really talk about meeting your parents soon. Sam's shoulders tensed. I know we should. It's just he fidgeted with the corner of his book. Can we wait a little longer? Alex let out a long breath and looked over Sam's head. Yeah, I'm not going to pressure you into anything, but do you mind me at least asking why you won't meet up with them? I don't know how bad things were, but I'm sure they miss you, Sam. He ran his hand through his hair and looked back down at the sandy-haired teenager. I was gone for only a fraction of the time you were, and Mark and Sarah thought I'd passed away. Sarah is worried that something happened before you even entered. Were they mean to you? If it's a bad situation, you need to know that we won't force you to leave, Sam. You're a part of us, we want you to be here, but we also want to understand. Sam stared at his hands for a few long heartbeats before speaking up. It wasn't anything bad, not really. We just had an argument, a stupid one. He glanced up at Alex before looking away again. I got upset and ran off into the woods behind our house after dark. We have a huge property, and my parents own a farm at the base of the mountain. I used to explore it all the time when I needed to think or pretend I was running away. Alex waited patiently for Sam to continue, as it was clear he was gathering his thoughts. I found the rift there, hidden between some trees. I was still angry and curious, and Sam's voice trailed off. He shrugged. I just wanted to explore what it was. I'd almost completely forgotten how mad I was at my parents. But then I got trapped inside. I never meant to stay away so long or make them think. His voice cracked slightly. Alex watched as Sam clenched his jaw several times and used his sleeve to wipe at his eyes. They probably thought I died, Sam whispered. How can I face them after I ran away? They're going to be mad that I put them through that, just because I was being stupid and childish and ran away. His fingers gripped the outer edges of the journal in his lap before he idly messed with the pages. Alex leaned forward. Sam, they're your parents. They'll just be happy you're alive. You've got to realize that, right? I know you went through a lot in the rift, but I see very few scenarios where they don't weep with joy at realizing you're still alive. It might be a bit awkward for a bit after that, but I don't think they'd be mad at you. But what if Sam cut himself off, then took a deep breath? What if they don't let me stay here? Mom's always been really protective, and after everything that happened, he looked up at Alex's genuine fear in his eyes. I should be almost 18 now, with how long I was in the rift, but they'll still see me as their little kid who needs to be protected. I'll still just be the same shy 16-year-old to them, and I feel like a completely different person they won't understand about being an awakened, or healing, or that I need to be a different person than that, or any of it. Alex felt his heart twist at the mixture of determination and vulnerability in Sam's face. I don't want to leave, Sam continued, and his voice grew a bit stronger. I know it probably sounds stupid, but what we're doing here is important. I'm learning so much, and I can help people really help them. His shoulders sagged, and he ducked his head. I just don't want to lose any of this. Letting out a deep breath once again, Alex put his hand on Sam's shoulder. I can't make any kind of promises here, buddy. I don't know your parents or how they'll react, but I can tell you that you're welcome here, and I'm happy to do whatever I can to keep you here with us. But Sam asked, waiting for the hammer to drop. But I think you know that it's not right to keep them in the dark, especially if they love you and think that you're missing or worse. When Sam nodded in acceptance, Alex felt a weight lift from his shoulders. All right, well, we can talk about reaching out to them in the next week. We don't need to rush things, but we should do it pretty soon. Mark burst back into the room, grinning and completely oblivious to the gravity of the previous conversation. Sarah's in. She can join us after her shift tomorrow to talk strategy. Alex nodded and pulled up the AG app to look at common rarity rifts that might let them in on short notice. He found 2 with ample space for their small team and entered their information. As he sent each one, he couldn't help but wonder if he was making the right choice. Is this still rushing things? Should we wait longer and keep training? When he was done, he checked the time and saw that it was a few hours past noon. Guess I've got some training and research that I can start right away. Might as well get to it. He rubbed his hands on his legs, stood up, and walked to his office on the 2nd floor. Alex settled into his new office chair, tablet in hand. Near the window to Alex's left, Val lazed on his cat tree. The worm would occasionally flick his tail fins to catch the rays of sunlight streaming in from the windows. Smiling up at his companion, Alex watched as the small creature fought to keep its eyes open. Looked like a lazy cat on a windowsill. I wonder how big you're gonna get, buddy. While he hadn't directly sent the thought through their bond, Valthurian must have noticed as he sent a sense of smug satisfaction through their bond, along with the mental image of a building. Shit, you better not get that big. The office itself was still a work in progress, but Alex was happy to have brought the tree with them in the move. Val seemed to really enjoy circling it and resting on the many different levels available. Didn't exactly match the absurdly expensive house, but Alex didn't really care. The dark wooden bookshelves lined both walls, and though most of the shelves remained empty, Alex was excited to have added his own books up there. Though he'd been making many purchases through the guild auction house lately, only the first of those orders had begun to arrive. His introductory texts on runes and magical theory stood out on the empty shelves, but knowing their value made Alex proud to have them. His desk had several sketches of ritual diagrams and tests for modified versions spread out across it. He hadn't set up his desktop computer since the move, but his new laptop rested on top of the various doodles and schematics. Alex leaned back in his chair and looked around his new workspace. His mind worked at a rapid pace, thinking through all the things that he could jump into. He looked over at his whiteboard and checked out his priority list. Should probably just focus on a few at a time. Researching Val's advancement is a priority. Practice with Mirage and check out one of the new rune manuals is a close second place. Then I really need to tinker with ritual insight if there's time. What do you think, Val? Too ambitious. The small worm cracked open his eye and looked down at Alex before blinking lazily. You're right, might as well try. he opened the guild app and navigated to the forums. He'd bookmarked an article the day before to do some research on Val's advancement. Yura had mentioned that things were done differently for companions, and Alex didn't want to be unprepared for the process. He found the bookmark section and opened classes and advancements for you and your companion. It grated his nerves a bit to see Ryland's name at the top of the article, but he also knew that meant that the information was likely accurate. I still want to know where he's getting his information from. Ilana said it was something granted to him by the system, maybe an item or a way to communicate with someone who knows the system. There was a smaller name under Ryland's, crediting the person who actually sat down and wrote the article. "Hey, Val, want to read something interesting?" Alex asked. Valthurian's head perked up and the worm glided over. He coiled around Alex's shoulder and peered at the screen, his small fish-like head bobbing almost like a snake. "What reading? Reading helps us learn, which will make us both stronger." Alex started reading aloud, even though Val could just listen to his thoughts. Monsters have 5 tiers. Tier IV, where they can advance every 30 levels. He knew they were both level 26, but he looked at Val and pulled up his status window, regardless. Alex dismissed the window and continued to read through the post. As monsters or bonded companions approach level 30, they enter a preparatory phase for advancement. This usually begins around level 27, varying by the creature. During this time, they'll sleep more as their bodies ready themselves for evolution. He glanced at Val. "Guess that does make sense. You've been sleeping a lot the last few days, huh?" In the wild, monsters at this stage embark on a final hunt, seeking either powerful prey or rare, mana-rich natural treasures. This hunt is crucial, as consuming these powerful sources of mana or spirit energy triggers the actual advancement process. For domesticated beasts or bonded companions, their human partners can provide this mana source. Once consumed, the beast enters a short hibernation to digest and convert the item's power. Upon emerging, they reach level 30 and complete their evolution. "Nu, you're going to eat more valuable stuff." Alex groaned loudly. Valthurian cooed loudly and happily at the mention of eating. "Mana, cookies." Alex covered his face with his hands, exasperated but amused. "I told Sarah not to keep giving you Oreos. Guess we've got to plan ahead," Alex said, scratching Val's head. "Don't worry, buddy, we'll find you something great to eat." Val's fins fluttered with excitement at the idea of more food. The little beast was completely oblivious to Alex's concerns or the idea of quality, only focused on the idea of more. He continued reading. The advancement strengthens the monster, grants new abilities, and can alter their appearance. These changes align with the companion's nature and experiences. For instance, a canine creature living near or constantly in water might develop aquatic adaptations over time, but won't suddenly sprout gills in one evolution. Likewise, feeding a neutral element companion a rare fire material or beast could lead to them gaining a fire affinity. Choose the source carefully. Alex nodded, absorbing the information. "The type of mana source consumed can influence the evolution path," he read aloud, "so we'll need to be a bit picky to help shape your growth, buddy." He grabbed his leather notebook and began to jot down key points from the article. The section about bond benefits particularly caught his attention. "Listen to this part, Val. When you bond with a companion, you get half of their highest stat, and they receive half of your highest stat. The bond also grants access to each other's highest level skill, which can be changed once per tier." Val nudged Alex's cheek with his forehead. "Share power is good, stronger. Yeah, though your mana siphon has been really useful. Not sure I want to change that. Same with you having mana infusion when I'm distracted. You have been able to give me your mana." He winced as he checked his own skill levels and remembered that mana infusion was his lowest level novice skill besides Feather Step. "I need to get some of these up." "Weak. Hey. We need to get you on a training schedule here soon, too. You can't be slacking while the rest of us train. We need to work on your illusion skill. If you really are going to be getting bigger, we need a way to get you around with me without drawing everyone's attention." Alex continued reading, making notes about racial progression and evolution paths. The post emphasized how changes needed to make sense for the monster's race. No sudden or drastic alterations that didn't align with their nature or the upgrade material. So since he's a mana worm, he'll need mana material that makes. Alex's hand drifted to his spatial pouch, where the rare D-rank material from the epic rarity rift was stored. He'd almost forgotten about it with everything that had happened since. That would definitely qualify as a powerful source of mana. He glanced at Val, who was still contentedly perched on his shoulder. The worm had been invaluable during their time in the Celestial Rift, and their bond had only grown stronger since. It's got to be worth another fortune, though. Still, the thought nagged at him. He wanted Valthurian to grow strong, and it would be worth a small fortune to see his companion thrive. Val was approaching level 30, and they needed to be prepared. Having a material like the Mana Pearl already in hand was reassuring, even if he wanted to look for alternatives first. Maybe I can browse the auction house and see what mana-infused items are available. We've got a few levels to figure it out, but with him getting so sleepy and growing, I've got to imagine he's close to being ready to evolve. He scratched the top of Val's head gently. The worm's evolution was too important to leave to chance. If they couldn't find something more suitable, the rare D-rank material would ensure the best possible chance at a powerful evolution. A knock at the cracked door interrupted his research. "Alex," Sam called through the door. "Gabby wanted me to remind you lunch is ready in 10 minutes. Let's see what else we can find about worms. I remember it being some kind of snake or baby dragon from other fantasy stuff, but maybe there's some more accurate information since the rifts have appeared." The search results were disappointing. Mostly, the results showed old fantasy games or fiction stories where worms were referenced. He started to get a bit concerned when he realized that almost every article hinted that worms were somehow distantly related to dragons. Alex stopped and sat up a bit straighter. He slowly turned his head to look at Val. Big bug eyes and a fish face looked back at him with teeth from his lower jaw jutting up. Alex couldn't help but think his bond looked goofy and a bit dopey. "Nah." "Nope," he closed the tab and stood. Taking a breath, he prepared to call out for Edwin, wanting the butler's help. The door opened before he could even speak. "Did you need something, Master Moore? This trait is quite useful." Alex's train of thought was so interrupted by his early entry that it took him a moment to collect his thoughts and actually get out the request. "Yeah, that's going to take some getting used to. I wanted to know if you have come across any books or articles about monster evolution in your reading the last few days." Edwin nodded slightly. "As a matter of fact, I have been researching various magical phenomena. In particular, I've tried to research magical monsters, though that has been with a focus on monsters you and the others might encounter in the rifts. It is not focused on companions. I could prioritize that material if you'd like." "No need to thank me, Master Moore," Alex grinned. "I'm going to grab some lunch." "Coming, Val." In the kitchen, Gabby handed him a plate of grilled chicken over diced potatoes and roasted vegetables. "Don't let it get cold this time," she warned with a knowing look. Alex glanced at Sam, who was sitting on the opposite side of the counter, grinning. He rolled his eyes and thanked Gabby before walking back to the office. Seated back at his desk, Alex set the plate aside on a corner and opened his notebook back up. He flipped through the pages and found a section where he'd been working on a new application of Mirage. Lunch can wait a few minutes. He stood and walked to the center of the office and focused on his core. Alex drew on the mana and activated his Mirage skill through the system. The skill shattered almost instantly as he let his focus shift to an idea that popped into his head. "Hey, Edwin." He stuck his head into the hallway. "Can you bring me a mirror? Just from one of the rooms is fine." A few minutes later, Edwin was helping him prop a tall mirror against one of the bookshelves so that it faced toward the room. He thanked Edwin and returned to the center of the room. Activating Mirage again, he felt the mana drain from his core. This time, he watched his reflection carefully with the heavenly eye. The pattern of mana moved in such a complex way, and so quickly he felt his mouth open in surprise. "Damn, that's crazy. I guess a journeyman-level skill is no joke. I really need to look more into how this normal kind of magic, spellcasting, works. It might help me a lot to learn how the mana flows. Could I mix incantations or something similar in with rituals?" He practiced for a time, activating the skill, watching how the mana moved and taking notes in his journal. When he was almost out of mana, he held the last illusion and continued on with his original training plan. While in the Celestial Rift, he'd barely used the advanced skill and hadn't put much thought into how he'd continue to advance with it. He brainstormed for a time while waiting for his mana to regenerate and decided that he wanted to allow the illusion to move more freely. That way, if he needed it as a distraction or to fool someone, he could use more than the stationary image. Through directed concentration, he could get the image to move. Making that movement seem natural was proving to be challenging even with his high willpower stat. He used parallel mind to see if having one set of his consciousness focus on watching the illusion while the other focused on directing it increased his odds at success, but if anything, his attempts were more sloppy. While stationary, the skill directed the mana and captured his appearance perfectly. Making it move through his own mana manipulation was the challenge. Alex concentrated, training to make it duplicate his walk from one end of the room to the other. The movement was far too stiff and mechanical. It reminded him of a puppet being moved by strings from above. He tried to adjust it, focusing on the subtle shift of weight from heel to toe. Focusing on only what was necessary at this stage, he didn't even bother with the swing of arms or movement of its head. "I feel like I should look up some of those multi-frame images I used to draw with frame-by-frame animation. A lot more goes into that natural movement than I remember." Val watched with interest, flying circles around the illusion. Alex muttered under his breath, tweaking small parts of the mana as he did. "The shoulders are so tight. Nobody walks with their shoulders that rigid." After a half hour of practice, Alex had managed to create a somewhat natural walking motion, but maintaining it required his complete concentration. The moment his focus wavered, the illusion would revert to robotic movements or freeze entirely. Combat use will definitely have to wait on this one. His mana was reaching levels that threatened a migraine, and his stomach rumbled, reminding him he hadn't eaten lunch. He returned to the desk and found his now cold lunch waiting for him. With a sigh, Alex drew a small heating ritual under the plate and sprinkled some ash from his pouch around the outer ring, carefully regulating the temperature. Alex considered his own upcoming class advancement as he took a bite out of the now warm food. He had to admit that even with his poor use of the skill, the largest advantage of the class was ritualist insight. While the efficient rites passive was also great, and he knew that it reduced the mana cost by a significant amount, it was something that just happened and wasn't something he noticed now. Without the active skill, though, he'd never have understood enough about ritual mechanics to modify the circles. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what other options might be available when he eventually got offered an advancement. Wanting to stay productive, Alex pushed aside the idle thoughts of future classes and thought to his next task. Reading runes would be a good use of his time while his mana continued to recharge. Then maybe I could practice Mirage some more or spend some time messing with ritual schematics. Standing, Alex walked to the bookshelves, running his fingers along the spines of his small but growing collection. He selected one of the new rune manuals titled Basic Runic Theory and Practice. He returned to his desk and looked at the book in his plate. Unwilling to risk food to get on his new prized possession, he grabbed the small pouch of mana dust that was stashed within his spatial pouch. Using his mana, he moved the plate to the side before setting the book down. He then used the threads to turn to the first chapter while continuing to eat. The basic runes seemed simple enough at first glance. They were almost all straight lines and curves, combining to form fundamental magical concepts. At first, it reminded him of some basic ritual concepts about how shapes combine to form a balanced mana flow. But as Alex read deeper, he began to appreciate the complexity. Each rune had specific rules about placement and interaction with others. A rune for strengthen, placed above one for barrier, would reinforce a shield, but the same rune placed below might cause the barrier to become brittle. More reading, Val asked, eyeing the manual. Always, Alex replied, taking another bite. More we learn, the stronger we get, and when you're ready for that evolution, he grinned at his companion, we'll make sure it's something special. Val's fins fluttered with excitement. We'll be strong. Help Alex and friends more. Alex smiled, turning another page with his mana thread. The next section covered elemental runes, and he found himself wondering how they might combine with his existing ritual knowledge. The possibilities seemed endless. Man, I'd love to enchant some items. He shrugged, though. The thought of studying magic was enough to excite him, and he doubted that any amount of studying would deter him from applying all of his brain power to the topic. Damn, I can do real magic. It was still a baffling thought, even months after his awakening. The afternoon sun shifted, casting long shadows across his desk. Alex realized he'd lost track of time, absorbed in his studies. But that was exactly what he'd wanted when setting up his office. A place to learn, to grow stronger, to prepare for whatever challenges lay ahead. Alex leaned back in his office chair and rubbed his eyes. He took a moment to himself before returning to the runic manual on his desk. He'd been studying for hours, and the sun had long gone down below the tree line outside his window. Many of the concepts of this runic magic resembled learning a language to him, whereas ritual magic had just felt like learning a new type of art style. He used his finger to trace along the lines and mumbled the words aloud. The art of inscribing magic requires a deep understanding of form and structure. While many traditions involve drawing or carving magical patterns, runic magic stands apart in its demand for precision. Each line, angle, and intersection in a rune must be exact. There is no room for approximation or adjustment once the rune is inscribed. Alex paused, as this was a theme he'd seen through the fundamentals of this manual. The use of runes is considered really rigid, especially when combining them into what they call arrays. The contrast was striking. Where he could reshape and adjust ritual components to match his desire, runes seemed to only work in very specific ways. While this manual won't cover runic arrays in detail, it's crucial to understand that they allow even less room for error or adjustment than individual runes. The spacing and ordering of runes within an array are just as important as the formation of each rune itself. When engraving arrays, both the depth and angle of inscription must be precisely controlled to ensure proper mana flow. He couldn't help but think how he'd so casually shrunk and rearranged ritual components over the last few months. There had been a lot of trial and error involved, as well as advice from Yura, who had a much greater grasp of mana than he had, but he'd still been able to adjust and manipulate the rituals to become something that fit better for him. He hadn't had any idea how unusual that flexibility was until now. The next section caught his attention, as he was particularly interested in enchanting. He had only made it halfway through the section before he let his head droop, of course. He read through the section again. The pinnacle of runic magic lies in enchanting with arrays or formations. This is the permanent binding of runic arrays to physical objects. This demanding art requires not only perfect execution of individual runes and arrays, but also a complete understanding of how they interact with material properties over time. Many aspiring runic masters spend years mastering basic arrays before becoming enchanters. Well, damn. Closing the book, Alex leaned back and rubbed his eyes again. Enchanting would clearly have to wait. He could continue learning and practicing the more fundamental aspects of runecraft, but he was drawn to familiar territory. Using his threads of mana, he began weaving a small ritual circle in the air above his desk. Slouched as he was, he manipulated the circle so that it faced him rather than horizontally along the surface of the desk. The threads glowed softly in his mana vision as they formed the patterns he'd practiced so many times, forming the modified shapes to channel and contain the mana into the proper nodes and catalyst segments. As he watched the circle float in a way that reminded him of a hologram, Alex had a thought that he'd attempted once before. What if I could understand this even better? Alex's ritual insight was on cooldown after using it on the ignition ritual schematic he'd been working on. Maybe. He kept part of his concentration split on the ritual in the air while focusing his heavenly eye on the floating formation. He pushed the eye, willing the analysis functionality to activate. Immediately, he felt resistance, like trying to push his mental strength against a brick wall. He attempted to apply pressure to the mental block, applying his high willpower. Though there was no budge and he felt like he was just distracting himself by having the ritual in his hand be made with threads and maintaining it. This isn't working, Alex said. Val lifted his head from where he had been dozing on the cat tree. When he realized Alex was talking to himself, he put his head back down into the coiled pile of tail under him. Alex let the circle fully dissipate and absorbed what little mana he could from the threads as they drifted into a smoky, transparent form of mana. He stood and walked over to the whiteboard with his notes on them and turned it around to the blank backside. With a steady hand, Alex drew out the ritual circle on the board. He made sure each line was clearly made and the shapes held the right proportions. Once he was finished, he stepped back from the board and took a deep breath. With no need to maintain the actual ritual with his threads, he hoped that he'd be able to concentrate fully on using the heavenly eye on the ritual pattern. He felt the pulsing sensation run through his forehead, an eye as it activated, and he felt the mental resistance as before. This time, things felt different. Rather than a brick wall, it felt like a flexible board. He pushed harder with the ability, forcing more power into his observation. He could feel information on minor details about the ritual construction begin to enter his mind. A slightly crooked line there. There is a possibility for mana efficiency there. The strain built in his mind as he tried to pierce through whatever blocked his understanding. Just a little more, come on. He was so concentrated and determined, feeling just at the edge of a breakthrough, that he didn't notice when his head began to feel disconnected from his body. The room started to spin, and darkness crept in at the edges of his vision. Before he could react and cut off the skill's activation, he lost consciousness. Ura Mastermore, Alex could tell that someone was shaking him and he blinked groggily. Damn, Edwin's worried face swam into focus above him, with Valthurian's blue form streaking past in the background. What happened, Mastermore? Are you all right? Shall I call an ambulance? Edwin helped Alex sit up slowly, bracing his shoulder. Alex grabbed his head and tried to think through what had happened. He thought back to just before he'd lost consciousness and remembered pushing through the pain and clear warning signs from his ocular enhancement. Okay, in hindsight, that was stupid. Stupid. Alex, stupid. But even as he thought about it and Edwin pressed him with more concern, Alex realized he had more knowledge about the ritual pattern than he had previously. Damn, this was a schematic that I used ritual insight on before, but I wonder if my new understanding would mean that I have a good enough grasp to use the skill on it again. Better yet, he realized that his mind had made connections on better understanding the schematic. He felt like he had a fantastic grasp on the ritual, and he had the thought of trying to use this on a schematic at the same time as his class ability. Can they work off of each other? With the scan giving me the perfect knowledge of how it's formed, then the ritual insight giving me knowledge on how to improve that, based on the perfect knowledge. Alex pulled up the skill description again, just to refresh his memory of the exact wording. Ritual insight. Allows the ritualist to gain insights into the functionality of a new ritual and potential enhancements for a known ritual. Alex stood and put a steadying hand on the desk as he made his way to the large leather chair. He reasoned that the description made sense. He had used ritual insight on several schematics. Most of them he had a fairly good understanding of, so he reasoned that those counted as enhancements for a known ritual. But the skill was strange in that after the enhancements were known to him, the skill didn't seem to consider it a known ritual anymore. It was almost as if the system considered it to be a new ritual when adjusted, and he would need to study it more and learn more about the skill before it was considered learned. I wonder if knowing these new insights about the ignition ritual, I could use the ritual insight skill on it again. Is that cheating? He felt the world spin as he sat heavily in the chair. He squinted against the bright lights in his office and wondered why there were spotlights in his vision and tingling down his back. Alex coughed and felt blood drip from his mouth onto his hand. Oh, Alex felt his consciousness begin to slip from him again as he felt how truly exhausted his mind was. Alex, can you hear me? The voice sounded distant and unfamiliar. Alex tried to open his eyes, but they felt heavy. He closed his eyes tightly, bringing his brows together. As his senses returned, the scent of antiseptic hit him first, followed by the steady beeping of medical equipment. Hospital, great. When he finally managed to focus back on his surroundings, he found himself in a brightly lit hospital room. He rolled his head to the side and saw Mark slouched in a chair near the window while Sarah sat beside him. They were both looking at him, and he saw their faces light up as he looked over. The nurse by his bed also smiled and asked how he was feeling. Sam sat cross-legged in a chair to his other side, with Valthurian curled in his lap. Edwin stood by the door, his usually impeccable posture slightly wilted. What time is it? Alex asked, squinting against the fluorescent lights. The remaining heads in the room turned to him. Just past 8, the nurse answered. How are you feeling, Mr. Moore? Thirsty, Alex said with a smile. I'll grab you some water and go and get the doctor. I think you're in good hands here. She gave him a sly smile and glanced at the packed room. I tried healing you at the house, Sam added quietly, but Edwin insisted he trailed off, absently stroking Val's scales. Edwin said you passed out at your desk, Sarah said, and there was a brief pause during which no one spoke. I meant no offense, Samuel. I know that you can heal, but all of this is very new to me. It seems wrong to see blood and someone unconscious and not take them to the hospital. Though Edwin gave Sam an apologetic look, his tone made it clear that he'd likely do the same thing again. Well, he made the right call, bringing you here, Sarah said, clearly miffed, after you had already passed out on the floor the first time. What the hell were you doing, dude? Alex winced and looked back at the ceiling. I just tried to use my eye on a ritual schematic. I had to push myself to do it, but it worked. I gained some great information on the details of the ritual, but I can't believe it affected me this much. There was almost no negative feedback at all, not like mana fatigue. The doctors couldn't even figure out what was wrong. They seemed to be used to that, though. The nurse mentioned that awakened have come in since the new year with different symptoms or injuries that they struggle to treat. If Sam hadn't been here to heal you, we all would have been freaking out. Sarah grabbed her elbow and pulled her arm across her lap. More than we already were, Mark said as he ran a hand through his short brown hair. Master Moore, Edwin stepped forward. Alex could tell his voice was formal, but laced with concern. I must insist that in the future you exercise more caution with your magical pursuits. Perhaps having someone present during such attempts would be prudent. Alex felt a pang of guilt as he remembered that he'd found Edwin due to the misfortune of his previous employer dying in an accident as an awakened. Frustrated with himself, he thought back to how he'd been cautious enough to grab Sam before trying a new skill. He realized in hindsight that it would be during an unstructured bit of magical testing that he might need their healer's focus even more so. He felt the guilt solidify and drop in his stomach like a rock. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to worry you. I really didn't even realize I'd pushed myself that hard. I just wanted to push through the wall I felt and got so focused on making it happen that I must have missed some signs. Is this the willpower affecting me? Alex, stupid. Valthurian's thoughts came clearly through their bond. Olivia's on her way, Sarah said. She was at the Voss estate when I called. Nothing conclusive, Sarah replied. They ran some tests, but your vitals were fine. They said you were in a deep sleep, not unconscious. So they said that hydration and rest were the only two things that they could do. Sam's healing seems to have addressed any potential physical damage before we even got here, but whatever you did really strained your mind. Which is why, Mark interjected, you're staying here until they clear you. At least another day of monitoring. No arguments. Alex couldn't help but smile at his friends. Yeah, okay, I get it. No more dangerous magical experiments alone. Or at all, Sam added, surprising everyone with his firmness. A soft knock at the door drew their attention. Where he expected to see a doctor enter, he instead saw Olivia enter, with Alana just behind her. Hey, Olivia said to him, barely glancing at the others in the room. You look terrible. Hey, Mark stood from his chair and patted Sam on the shoulder. Let's go grab some food and take a quick walk. You've been here and awake all night. Sam nodded tiredly and gently lifted Valthurian and set him on Alex's stomach before the two left the room. Can we ask the nurse about those other injured awakened she mentioned? I want to see if I can help heal some of them. His voice trailed off as they left the room, and Alex felt a pang of worry for Sam. He knew that healing was still very sought after, and after what happened in Tianluo, Alex was torn between telling the teen to hide his power and telling him to do what made him happy. Mark is with him. He'll be fine for now. Olivia grabbed the back of Sam's chair and slid it closer to the bedside. She reached out and squeezed Alex's hand. He saw her eyes flick toward Alana, but whatever hesitation she seemed to have didn't stop her from showing him a bit of physical affection in front of her boss. You had me worried, you know. Her usual casual confidence was replaced with concern. Sorry, Alex said, as he gently squeezed her hand back. I didn't even know that the scan ability could affect me like this. Mana fatigue. He went to shake his head in response but caught himself. No, the eye doesn't use mana. It's not a skill. Yura described it as some sort of mental resource. I felt a bit of a headache before by using it several times back to back, but nothing like this. She hummed and Alex could see her gears turning. Olivia loved magic, and she knew he was usually careful and competent with what he was doing. At least she believes me. I wasn't doing something stupid. Still, I appreciate you both coming, Alex said, glancing between Olivia and Alana. Though I'm sure Edwin's just being careful. The doctors said I was just sleeping, and Sam healed me more than once. A sleep so deep they couldn't wake you, Alana pointed out. What were you working on that pushed you this far? Alex hesitated, then explained about his attempt to analyze the ritual circle. As he finished, both of the women's expressions shifted to something more thoughtful. I didn't even know that was possible. We've had people try to scan enchantments from the rift and never get much information outside of the system-provided prompt. You know, she said after a moment, that reminds me of something I've been meaning to tell you. About Rylan, actually. Alex shifted a bit in his bed. What about him? Remember our conversation about his competitive nature? Well, since your fight in the tournament, he's been different. He's actually been showing up to guild events and some of the moderator meetings that I have invited him to. He's even been volunteering to help train some recruits who are joining up. She paused. It's the first time since his accident that I've seen him genuinely trying to help others instead of just proving himself. That's unexpected, Alex said, remembering the several different versions he'd seen of Rylan in the past months. I know it might not last, Alana admitted. But seeing him contribute without trying to dominate everyone around him, it means a lot, both to me and to the guild. She shifted her weight, her expression growing more serious. Unfortunately, the timing isn't ideal. The Hunters Association is pushing for more oversight of the guild. They want access to our training programs, member information, and even standardized testing for abilities. They haven't told us this directly, but I've heard they're even talking about requiring registration with the Hunters Association to enter or exit the safe zones. Alex noticed Sarah's slight frown at this information, and he tensed, realizing that Alana might not know Sarah was a member of the Hunters Association. He glanced between them, unsure if he should say something. Alana caught the look and gave a small, reassuring nod. It's all right, Alex. I'm aware of Sarah's position with the Hunters Association. In fact, it's been a bit reassuring to think that there is someone near you and the guild that would be able to let the Hunters Association know what we're doing. Sarah's eyebrows rose. You knew, of course, Alana nodded. The guild values the idea of transparency, and we have nothing to hide. We just have different ideas and goals than the Hunters Association. We're not enemies, and we're not bad guys. Well, just so you know, I'm not reporting anything on the guild. I try hard to keep my personal and work lives separate, and I've never seen anything from the guild that would make me feel like I need to say something. You don't need to make me sound like a spy. She said the last bit a bit dejectedly. Of course not a spy, but you do have an insight that others don't. Alex relaxed, relieved that the potential conflict he'd imagined wasn't an issue. He cleared his throat. So if you're not enemies, what's changed? I thought they were letting the guild be for the time being. This feels like a move to keep people out of the safe zones who aren't a part of their organization. Officially, public safety. The frustration in her voice was clear. Unofficially, it feels a lot like they want to regulate how Awakened develop their abilities. They're particularly interested in unique cases like yours, cases like mine. His eyes widened and his eyebrows drew together. He looked at Sarah for a moment, startled by the realization. Though when she shrugged and he remembered the agents who had come by the house not too long ago, he felt a few other pieces fall into place. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Not anything too drastic. They're aware that you're high-leveled and a guild member. They're mainly interested in cases like yours because you're progressing faster than their models predict. She sighed. I know this is selfish, but it's unfortunate that this incident puts you out of commission. I was hoping that your team would be at the top of the team's event. The public goodwill from this competition could go a long way to getting us some relief from the government, or at least the public. She glanced at her phone as it buzzed. Her eyebrows came together and her lips formed a thin line. Sorry, I need to get back. Emergency meeting. We'll talk more later. Olivia stood as if to follow her, giving Alex an apologetic look. No, you should stay. The meeting will just be at my place, and Rylan will be there. She smiled at them both before leaving the room. As Alana left, Sarah and Olivia exchanged a look that Alex couldn't quite interpret, but his mind was still thinking through the idea that he was on some kind of government watch list. Sarah, should I be concerned that the Ha is interested in me? If they're looking for people who are more powerful than Norm, I definitely fit that. If they're looking to recruit people, I probably fit that even more with my connection to you and my brother also working for the Hunters Association. Sarah shrugged a bit uncomfortably before answering. I don't know. It would make sense that they'd be interested in you, but I really don't have anything to do with this sort of stuff. I really do just go and do my job like anyone else. Before he could ask her more, Val moved closer to Alex's head, coiling up next to his pillow. There was an exasperated fin flutter, and as he heard his companion's reprimand, he couldn't help but smile and push the thoughts aside for a bit. No cookies for Alex. Still ridiculous to think that this is my house. The temperature was still in the low 40s, putting most of them in sweatshirts or coats. Sam's nervous energy had been palpable, and he'd frequently gone between excited, nervous, and guilty since deciding to reach out to his mom. After all, from his perspective, he hadn't seen his parents in around 2 years. Valthurian shifted on Alex's shoulders, his now forearm thick body doing better when stretched across both of his shoulders rather than wrapped around one. The mana worm had continued to grow since their return home, and Alex was certain that he was getting close to his race advancement. Luckily, in the last week, his companion had seemed to stop growing and was curling up and napping much more than normal. Despite his increased size, Alex loved that his bond still wanted to wrap around his shoulders like a scaly scarf, often even going as far as to use his create lesser illusion skill to appear as a scarf. His head rested near Alex's chin, watching Sam with apparent concern. A sharp flick to his ear broke Alex's train of thought. He abruptly ended his parallel mind skill and stopped his mana shaping practice. Your aura's leaking again, Sarah said. It's still getting messy when you split your focus like that. Alex grimaced, immediately pulling his mana back within his body. He'd been working on containing it better, but using his newest skill made it difficult to maintain the same tight control he developed during his time in the Epic Rift. How bad was it this time? Sarah smiled. Not as bad as yesterday. You're getting better at pulling it back in quickly. Hey, getting better, though. Mark chuckled from his spot a few steps higher than where Alex sat. Yeah, we've all shown some progress. Don't forget how you were getting tired just from a few laps around the backyard. Hey, cardio isn't for me. I'm happy to lift weights and tank the hits. I still don't get why you're making me run. Oh, you don't even know the half of what the Celestial Sect would have put you through. Sarah snickered in response to their banter. Alex wanted to check the time on his phone, only to realize that he'd left it inside. Before he could move, Edwin appeared at his side, phone in hand. Intuitive understanding. When performing actions in service of your house, you gain an intuitive understanding that will aid you in completing the task or aiding the head of the house in their needs. Choose a house. This may only be changed once. He unlocked his phone and checked the date. It was Thursday, January 16th, which only gave them a handful of days before the team's event started. He opened the AG app and pushed down his frustration that they'd wasted 3 days of preparation with him going to the hospital. Some of the sting was lessened as he saw that they'd not been granted access to any rifts in that time. Still no response to my request for access to any of the rifts we applied to. He swapped the app on his phone to check the AG app, but got distracted by a news ribbon notification. There was an article to read and a video linked to it. Alex skimmed the article and decided to turn the video on while waiting. A speech was given on the government finally appointing someone to the head of foreign relations for the Hunters Association. Oh, I like her, Sarah said, leaning over to watch. She seems competent and wants to make a big push to work with the UN and other nations. Have you got to meet her yet? Mark asked. Sarah shook her head, causing her now short blonde hair to sway. No, she will most likely be stationed at the Washington, D.C. branch. Alex shrugged, closing the video. He refocused on what he'd wanted to do in the first place and opened the AG app. He was frustrated that there was still no response to his request for access to any of the rifts that he'd applied to. It might be a bit more understandable if it were just the higher rarity rifts, but not even getting accepted into the many common rarity rifts that he applied to was starting to feel deliberate. He was glad that he hadn't waited to awaken Edwin and Gabby. Alex wondered if it was time to reach out to Alana directly. They're here, Sam said suddenly. His voice came out loud enough for them to hear but cracked toward the end. Nervousness or puberty. A silver SUV turned into the long driveway, and Alex felt his own tension rise in sympathy for his young friend. The past few days had been a roller coaster for him, but Alex knew the reunion needed to happen. During Alex's days in the hospital, they'd finally made a plan about Sam's parents. At first, Sam had been reluctant, worried his parents would try to take him away from the group. They still think I'm 16, Sam had said quietly one evening, perched on the edge of Alex's hospital bed. They won't understand everything that's happened. It was the second time Sam had mentioned the fear, and Alex had asked if he was willing to let Sarah and Mark in on the conversation. If they all put their heads together, they could devise a plan for approaching the situation. The solution had come unexpectedly. While visiting Alex, Sam had started healing other patients in the ward. The hospital staff had quickly noticed the young man's gift, and within days he'd become a welcome sight in the hallways. The staff loved his personality, and the patients began to tell whispered tales of a guardian angel moving through the hospital. That's it, Sarah had said the next day as she watched Sam work. We show them what you can do now. Let them see how much you've grown. Do you remember how Edwin and I defaulted to wanting to have Alex brought to and stay in the hospital? That's nothing against you, but it's just because we've spent our entire lives being told that the hospital is where to take someone when they're hurt or sick. Even if they're injured, if you can get them to a hospital, they can get better. Show them your powers and how even these doctors and nurses see how valuable your skills are and the good you can do. They decided Alex should make the first call. Sam's voice might shock his parents too much, and Alex could explain things calmly. After getting released from the hospital after another full day of monitoring, and after everyone was back at the mansion, they made the call together. The conversation had been tense at first. The Grants were understandably skeptical of a stranger claiming to know their missing son. They had almost hung up when Alex explained their plan to meet at the house first, then visit the hospital together the next day to see Sam's healing work. Alex emphasized that by discussing the plans up front, they could focus on reuniting with their son, rather than talking about logistics. The Grants agreed. Only then had Sam taken the phone, his hands shaking as he spoke to his parents for the first time in several months, but to him felt like almost 2 years. Even from the couch next to Sam, Alex could hear the relief in his mother's voice, bringing tears to Sam's eyes. Now, watching the silver SUV approach, Alex remembered their agreement. Today was for the family reunion. Sam would return with his parents for the evening, and they'd all meet at the hospital the next morning. Then, Sam's parents could see firsthand how much their son had grown and what he could do. After the phone call ended, Sam had told the group again about how he'd ended up in the rift in the first place, and Sarah had made a good point that Alex couldn't shake. He couldn't help but wonder how the rift wasn't found. If Sam's parents had reported a missing child, there should have been an entire rescue squad out in the woods combing every mile of the large property until they found some more signs of the 16-year-old. It seemed odd, but Alex knew there must be a reasonable explanation. The SUV pulled up to the roundabout, and Sam stood from his spot on the bottom step and wiped his palms on his jeans. He wore Alex's old green hoodie, and he waved nervously. The car had barely stopped when both front doors flew open. "Sam," his mother called out while moving from the car's passenger side. She was a petite woman with Sam's same sandy blonde hair, but hers was pulled back in a neat ponytail. His father came around the front of the car more slowly as he pushed off of a cane with each step. His face showed the same desperate relief as his wife's. Sam took 3 steps forward before his mother reached him, wrapping him in a fierce hug. His father joined them a moment later, one arm around his wife and the other around Sam. They just held each other for a long moment, and Alex could see Sam's shoulders shaking. Val stirred restlessly on Alex's shoulders as he clearly picked up on the emotional energy. Alex reached up and ran a finger along the worm's scales in an effort to soothe him. Since their time together in the rift, Valthurian had been building a fondness for the teen. "My baby," Sam's mother said, her hands trembling as she cupped his face. "We looked everywhere for you. The police, the Hunters Association." Her voice cracked. "They kept telling us they were too short-staffed, that there were too many people going missing and the rift breaks." Her sentences were broken, and tears began to stream down her face. Every week, it was the same thing, another agent saying they couldn't spare the people for a proper search. "I'm sorry," Sam whispered, and the guilt could be heard in his words. "I'm so sorry I ran away." His father squeezed Sam's shoulder as tears came to his own eyes. "We're just glad you're safe." "We never stopped looking," he swallowed hard, "even when they told us to prepare for the worst." Alex watched from the steps, his chest tight. The mother's words confirmed what he'd suspected about his parents trying to find Sam. They had tried. The country was slowly slipping into a state where the authorities were spread too thin to help put together a manhunt through miles of wilderness in the mountains. Instead of trying to control the awakened, they need to be using them. He considered general combat and healing applications, and knew that an awakened tracker must be able to do what several teams could before the integration. Between skills and increased stats, someone like that could relieve an enormous amount of stress from people who were desperately searching, like the Grants. His jaw clenched as he thought about the helplessness that they must have felt to receive that answer to their call for help over and over. He watched the reunion with a mix of relief and satisfaction. Sam had come so far from the terrified boy that he'd found in the rift, and seeing him face his fear and reconnect with his family felt like a victory for them all. Alex shook his head as he tried to compare this reunion to the one he'd received from his family. That wasn't fair to his own family. His parents cared. He just found the way they showed it to be suffocating. That was as much his fault as theirs. He pushed the thoughts away, focusing on Sam's mother as she broke away and walked toward the stairs. Sarah nudged Alex's arm, and he stood to greet her. Her eyes widened slightly as she took in his appearance. The scar across his nose stood out despite his skin being pale from winter. His mismatched eyes and trim, athletic build also drew the attention of others who had not seen many with an awakened physique. He knew how different he looked now, much more imposing than the slightly chubby office worker he'd been just months before. "Mrs. Grant," he said, extending his hand, "I'm Alex Moore." "It's good to finally meet you." Alex caught Sam's eye over his mother's head. He was still wrapped in his father's one-armed embrace but watching the interaction. Sam's part of our family now too. We couldn't let anything happen to him. Alex said as Sam's mother stepped back. I know Sam already told you this over the phone, but you two are welcome here anytime. Mrs. Grant stiffened at the words. No, we just got Sammy back, I don't think. Sam cleared his throat. Mom, Dad, we've all got a plan for the next day or two. Let's just see how that goes. He hurried on before they could respond, hoping to head off any protest. I want to come home and tell you about everything that happened. Is that all right? Alex smiled, feeling pride and relief at Sam's use of his own voice. It made him want to jump up and down and hug the boy who was expressing what he wanted rather than just accepting whatever was happening around him. Mr. Grant looked up at the mansion, then at Alex. You live here? I do. Sam has his own room and we have plenty of space. He's been training and helping our chef Gabby with her cooking in his own garden. His own garden? His father asked, looking down at Sam with a smile. What about his studies? Mrs. Grant asked at the same time. Studies? Shit, I didn't even think about that. She could see his hesitation. Sorry, this is a conversation for another time. She turned and walked to Sam, grabbing his hands as she said, We're just happy to have him back safe and sound. Val chose that moment to lift his head, which caused the weak illusion to break and for his sharp teeth and round eyes to appear. The movement drew a startled gasp from Mr. Grant, who was still looking toward the group. Alex smiled reassuringly. This is Valthurian. He's completely harmless, especially to Sam. Actually, Alex winked at Sam, who grinned in return. Sam moved out from under his dad's arm and reached into the spatial pouch he had under his coat. It likely looked like he was just reaching into an inside pocket to his parents. He pulled his hand out and threw a small blue mana stone across the front yard. Valthurian let out a happy chirp that could be heard by all and let his illusion skill fully break. He unwound from Alex's shoulders and flew across the open space to chase after the mana stone. Mr. Grant watched on open-mouthed as the companion took off faster than a modern drone. Sam walked to Alex and extended a closed fist, mimicking the greeting and farewell that he'd seen Mark and Alex share many times. Alex bumped his fist and resisted the urge to ruffle his hair. See you tomorrow at the hospital, he said. See you tomorrow, Sam said, his voice steadier now. His parents nodded to the group, though Alex could still see the overwhelmed look in their eyes. From the back seat of the SUV, Sam turned to wave one final time, a genuine smile on his face. Val finished with his mana stone, curled back around Alex's shoulders and hummed contentedly. The car disappeared down the long driveway. Well, that went better than expected, Sarah said, standing up from the steps. The mid-January air was getting colder as evening approached. Should we head inside? The group made their way into the mansion's warm living room. While Mark and Sarah settled onto the couch, Alex pulled out his phone to text Olivia about how things had gone. Texting your girlfriend. Mark asked while drawing out the last word. He sprawled across the couch cushions. Alex rolled his eyes. Yes, Mark, she's my girlfriend. We're not in high school. Can we be adults about this? Oh, can we be adults about this? Mark mocked, purposefully making his voice go an octave higher than normal. He caught the look Sarah gave him and quickly changed the subject. Hey, whatever happened to all of those rune books you were studying? You had your nose in them nonstop for a couple of days, then that was it. Alex leaned against the arm of the couch while considering his response. They're still upstairs, but enchanting as he gestured vaguely in the air. It's not just about understanding the runes. The way I understood it is that I need to build up this massive foundation first before I can even produce an enchantment. Right now, I think it's better to focus on what will be most helpful to my immediate growth and the team. So you're just dropping it then, more like putting it in the queue. The theory is fascinating, but with everything going on, I need to prioritize these modified rituals. Alex created a small air ritual on his palm and blew through the backside as he pointed it toward Mark. The resulting gust caught Mark square in the chest, causing the couch to slide back several inches. As the wind collided with his chest and spread out, the upward draft made his hair poof up in several directions. They'll give me some immediate results, especially since I've been working on the foundational shapes and combinations for a few months now. I need to find some more combat-effective rituals to use like this and my ignition ritual, rather than just utility ones that I can use like traps. He signed and thought about the idea of enchanting his own magical gear. Once things settle down, I'll get back to the runes. They're not going anywhere. It's time to get more focused rather than just jumping between different things. Mark ran a hand through his hair, laughing. Show off. At least warn a guy next time. Where's the fun in that? Alex said, but his mind was already on the next day's hospital visit. They had a plan, and he was determined to help Sam show his parents just how much he'd grown. The morning sun cast long shadows across the large house's driveway as Alex, Mark, and Sarah piled into Mark's SUV. The drive into the city felt surreal to Alex. Even though they'd gone into the safe zone multiple times, the city was so different than he'd ever seen. The immediate difference wasn't something he would have ever noticed before the integration of the system and his time spent in the Celestial Rift. As they drove through the city and Alex looked around with his enhanced left eye, he was again startled at how much more devoid of mana Earth was when compared with the rifts. He thought back to his walk through the cherry tree forest, to Yura's personal garden, and how overwhelmed his senses had been. At the time, it was hard for him to make sense of the flows of mana, and at certain times, especially with many cultivators around, it caused him to get a headache. However, in the concrete jungle of Earth, there were many zones completely devoid of mana, making the area seem gray in his enhanced vision. He would occasionally see a splash of color and mana from individuals who were easily recognized as those who had awakened or wore cheap enchanted gear that leaked mana. That paled compared to the strange feelings he got as they drove the SUV through a checkpoint to enter the safe zone. A few miles outside of the city, everything seems abandoned. There were cars pulled off on the side of the road, and while there were some people moving around, they were often walking toward the safe zone entrance. Once through the checkpoint, even though the city had always been busy and full of people about their business, it now felt crowded and tense. More checkpoints than usual, Sarah noted as they slowed down to pass through another military stop. Armed soldiers stood guard while a line of cars slowed to pass through the single-lane entrance. Most of them held guns, though Alex could see more medieval weapons among them, often carried by those that he could see mana leaking from. There's definitely an increase in the awakened that they have at the checkpoints. From a sense of security for those in the safe zone, Alex was happy to see that they were embracing the way of things. If there was a nearby monster break and help was needed, someone with levels would be needed more than someone with bullets. He thought back to some of the early rifts he'd entered and the low-level monsters within. There was no doubt that the firearms would still be effective against those types of monsters. If I could punch a boar to death with a bit of mana enhancing my strength, a bullet has still got to have some stopping power. Alex assumed that the unawakened with modern firearms wouldn't begin to run into issues until things were over level 10, had more stats, and had the potential to use a few skills of their own. If their defenses were too high or they were too quick and aggressive, the bullets would quickly become ineffective. His phone buzzed with a text from Olivia. As he opened it, he saw just an eye roll emoji and a link to an Adventurer Guild forum post. He skimmed it quickly and found himself rolling his eyes, too. The comments section was filled with praise for Rylan and his recent helpfulness at the guild. "What is it?" Mark asked as he glanced over before looking back to the road. Olivia sent me this post about Rylan becoming the talk of the guild. Everyone's going on about how amazing and helpful he is. Mark snorted. Good for him, I guess. I still don't like him. Just seeing how he acted at the Christmas party before we were even members, I don't think someone like that changes overnight. Not our problem to worry about, Alex said as he sent a skull emoji back to Olivia. He asked what her day looked like the next day and if they could meet up. She said that she was working the Voss estate again for the next few days and said that he could come up and spar with her if he wanted to hang out. God, she's just as bad as Mark. He agreed to meet up with her and put his phone away as the hospital came into view. It was the same one where Alex had been treated just days before. Mark navigated the SUV through the packed parking lot and had to take a spot some distance away. All three of them stepped out of the warm car and into the cold air, quickly putting on jackets and hunching their shoulders. Alex came around the far side of the SUV, and they made their way toward the emergency entrance. Sarah bumped into Mark's shoulder, and Alex heard her mumble, "Let's hope this works." Mark nodded in response and shivered. "Yeah, I don't want to lose the little dude. It's been awesome to see him gain his confidence back." Inside, the fluorescent-lit waiting room buzzed with barely controlled chaos as nurses hurried to and fro. There were worried family members slouched in small chairs, and a quiet whisper of conversation only punctuated by the occasional announcement over the PA system. They found Sam and his parents near the check-in desk, where a nurse in dark blue scrubs was gesturing animatedly as she spoke. "But how can you be sure it's safe?" Mrs. Grant was saying as they approached. Her hands were clasped tightly together. "He's just a boy, and these patients." "Mom," Sam interrupted gently. "I've done this a lot in the last week and hundreds of times in the last 2 years. The nurses here already know about my abilities, too. That's why she's got things set up like this." Mr. Grant placed a steadying hand on his wife's shoulder. "Linda, remember what Sam showed us last night. Let's at least see how this goes." Sam caught sight of Alex and the others approaching, his relief evident in the tired smile he offered them. The nurse took advantage of the moment to continue her explanation. "We've selected cases where traditional treatment has been failing," she said. "Severe injuries, complicated breaks, conditions that would normally require extensive surgery or have poor prognosis. Dr. Singh reviewed each case personally. I have his notes here and will be going through each one with you as you work. If you are not able to help, that's okay. We have more that we can do for these people, but it could be more expensive or extensive than this." "Is this really okay?" Mr. Grant asked, looking skeptically between his son and the nurse. "I assure you, sir, each of the participants has signed a waiver and agreement to be healed by Mr. Grant. Many of them are desperate for his aid, especially after word has begun to spread around the hospital of what he can do. Sam's cheeks were flooded with some color, and he ducked his head in response. I understand. I'll do the best I can. The nurse led them through the double doors and down a long corridor to what appeared to be a converted physical therapy wing. The large room was lined with beds and examination tables, and about a dozen patients were already waiting. Each had charts prepared, and two other nurses stood off to the side of the room, prepared to help as needed. The organized but communal setup made it clear that this wasn't a typical day at the clinic. They prepared this specifically for Sam to work. Alex smiled, happy that they were realizing the value in Sam's powerful set of skills. In a selfish way, this would also help further prove their point to Sam's parents. The first patient was an elderly man who'd suffered multiple compound fractures in a car accident. As Sam approached the nurse, Alex noticed how naturally his young friend had slipped into his role. His voice was gentle but confident as he spoke to the man, explaining what he could do in simple terms that managed to comfort the patient. Even though Mark had gone with Sam each day to heal patients, while Alex was stuck in the hospital, and Mark had told Alex of how well the teenager did, it was a different case to see it in person. When Mark had been bragging to Alex about how well Sam had done on their first few trips to the hospital to heal, Sam had grown embarrassed. He explained those people needed something. Sometimes it was just a friendly face, sometimes it was the comfort of healing, sometimes it was a confident silence. He had shrugged and said that his own troubles didn't seem so large when in front of those people. Alex had been impressed with the insight and was happy to see Sam thinking through his own feelings and what was happening. Sam smiled at the man with a broken arm and shoulder. This might feel a bit warm, he said as he placed his hands carefully near the worst break, but I promise it won't hurt. Just try to relax and let me know if you feel any discomfort. His eyes widened in wonder as Sam activated his healing touch skill, and Alex could see the mana light up his hands through his heavenly eye. The visible bulge of bone slowly smoothed beneath the skin. Angela made rapid notes on her tablet, while Mrs. Grant watched with a mix of anxiety and amazement. As Sam moved to check the other injuries, Alex moved to stand next to Mr. Grant. The father's expression was complicated. Pride and concern warred on his face, and Alex could tell, even at a glance, that he was exhausted as he watched his son work. Probably hasn't slept since the first call with Sam, at least not a full night's sleep. He's different now, Mr. Grant said quietly. When he told us everything last night about the rift, about everything he went through, and about you, he trailed off and eyed Alex through the corner of his vision before shaking his head. Part of me wants to lock him away somewhere safe and never let him near danger again. I can understand that, Alex replied. He watched as Sam smiled encouragingly at a young girl with a broken leg. He's grown so much even in the time I've known him. The rift was terrible, and in some ways Sam had it even worse than I did, but it didn't break him. I'm not an expert at this like Sarah is, but I can't imagine that sheltering him away would help him heal. If anything, it would keep him frozen in his current state rather than letting him grow and continue to heal. Mr. Grant nodded, and they watched in silence as Sam finished healing the girl. Her delighted laughter filled the room as she tested her now healed leg. We just sold our house and property, Mr. Grant said. Moved into the safe zone because we thought it would protect us from all this. He gestured vaguely at the air. But the world's changing whether we want it to or not. And my son, he smiled slightly as Sam began explaining his healing process to the next patient. He's part of that change. He's good at this, Alex said. Really good. Not just the healing itself, but with comforting people. Sam's dad nodded and leaned heavily on his cane. His mother won't like the idea of him going back to your house, mainly because it's outside of the safe zone. She certainly won't like the idea of him entering another rift. He sighed heavily. She thought he was dead once already, but I'll talk to her. Try to help her see what I'm seeing right now. Sam looked over at them, and his face glowed with a boyish grin. The fear and uncertainty that had haunted him in the rift were all but gone, replaced by something stronger. Alex smiled back at him and saw a small nod from his mother, who stood behind him. He looked back at Mr. Grant. I can't promise he'll always be safe, he said honestly. It would be a hollow promise with how uncertain everything is. But I can promise you he won't be alone and that our group is strong. With us, he is likely one of the most safe places that he could be. Sam and I are likely two of the highest level people in the entire country. He wasn't really sure if the Grants realized how large of an achievement it was that their son was close to reaching his class advancement. They may not care, but eventually, I'm sure that they'll grow to understand how strong Sam is. Mr. Grant was quiet for a long moment as he watched his son continue to work. Sometimes, he said finally, being a parent means learning to let go, even when every instinct says to hold on tighter. He turned to Alex with a wry smile and water building in his eyes. Doesn't make it any easier, though. Come on, Mark sat up from where he was lying on the couch. Seeing how strong Sam is this morning and how much of a difference he can make gets me pumped. We've been waiting forever to go into a rift, dude. We've only got tomorrow and Sunday before the team's event starts. Alex released his main focus from cycling his mana, but left his secondary focus on his mana shaping practice. It was helpful to shift quickly between making the basic shapes of the ritual circles and practicing making the shapes smaller and faster. He could keep up the process for some time, and at the end of each session, he felt a slight difference. I know, I'm sorry. We've waited long enough. I really just wanted to try and get us into a higher rarity rift, so I wasted some time with that last week. I just thought we could do training before that, so you guys were more prepared than I was. I really rushed into things. I get that, and I don't think Sarah is in the same kind of rush as me to get in there. But man, I want to see the inside of more rifts. I want to explore and see what classes I get. If we train any more out here, it feels like we're just stalling. I'm surprised you're not a bit more excited about this, and you're being so cautious. I think I was just too excited and not cautious enough about this stuff last year. Besides keeping a secret from you guys, my second biggest regret was rushing into all of those early rifts. I wasn't prepared, and looking back, I'm lucky to be alive. I shouldn't have been trying to go at it alone, and getting caught in that rift sucked, and I wasn't sure if I was going to make it home. I don't want any of you guys to have to experience something like that. Alex touched the edge of the scar on his cheek under his left eye. I think caution is the best approach. Shit, Mark's shoulders drooped. I'm sorry, dude, I didn't mean. No, it's really okay. You're right. You guys are already so much more trained and prepared than I was. Plus, we can work as a team rather than me just rushing in like an idiot by myself. I'm surprised we haven't gotten accepted into any of the common rarity rifts, yet I'll give Alana a call. At the very least, we should be able to get in there and get you some more experience and levels while waiting for a slot in one of the better rifts. Yes, nice, okay, sweet. Sam, you want to spar some? The teen looked up from where he sat on the couch, with his knees pulled up and a basic rune manual in his lap. His face scrunched up. No, you just laugh at me while blocking. Oh, come on, I didn't mean anything by it. Sam shook his head again before returning to his book. I can't tell if he's actually interested in runes or if he's just wanting to read it because I was. Is this what it's like to have a little brother? All right, Mark said while holding up his hands. I'm going to work on gaining my new skill. Alex and Sam groaned loudly at the same time. It's not going to work. Mark waved over his shoulder as he walked from the living room toward the indoor gym. Yes, it will. If Gabby can gain a skill for chopping food by just focusing on her intent to gain a skill, then I can gain one like this too. Alex deadpanned and looked at Sam before rolling his eyes. I think I just need to let him loose in a rift. As long as it's a low-level rift, there's almost nothing I can't protect him from. Do you mind coming too? You probably won't get too much out of it, but it would make me feel better to know he could get healing if it's needed. Sam said. I wanted to talk to you though, okay? Alex asked, giving Sam his attention. Well, I have really liked helping at the hospital. I know I was sort of just doing it while you were there, and then we went back so my parents could see what I was capable of. All right, what did you have in mind? You can do whatever you want with your skills, Sam. We just need to make sure that you stay safe. Sam shrugged and began speaking in a rush, looking suddenly awkward. I don't know. Well, I heard on the news that a lot of people have been moving into the safe zones. Some of them come in hurt or sick. I thought maybe I could keep trying to help. It sounds like they could really use it. Alex smiled. That sounds like a great idea. Why do you seem embarrassed by that, dude? I don't know, I just want to help some if I can. Okay, Alex laughed. Well, this seems like a great idea again. My only real concern is keeping you safe. While healing isn't unheard of, it does seem to be really rare, and there are lots of people who want or need healing. Let's just spend a bit of time thinking about how to make sure you're not running into any problems. But what else do you need from me? Do you want to borrow my car or see if Edwin will drive you into the safe zone a few times a week? Several other thoughts popped into Alex's head. Wait, do you have a driver's license? I do. I got it a few weeks before everything happened with the rift, but I don't have a car. Alex gave a short laugh. We should talk with your parents, but you can buy yourself a car, Sam. You have a lot of money to your name now. I do. Alex raised an eyebrow. Well, yeah. After the rift sale, you have a lot of money in your name. Edwin's been managing both of our accounts. Really? That was your money, though. I really don't have anything that I need, and I wouldn't have gotten out of the rift without you. Sam nodded and seemed to chew on the idea for a minute. Look, there's something else I want to talk to you about while we're on this topic. In my mind, you're still a teenager, but definitely an adult. You've lived through 18 years of life, which should make you legally an adult, and you're a whole lot more mature than some other 18-year-olds I've met. I'm going to just keep operating and trying to make decisions for you to help you, but I don't want you to feel like I'm controlling you. All right, all you need to do is speak up if you don't like the way I'm doing something, or if you feel like you're not getting to do what you want. What do you mean? Well, for example, I want to pretty much have someone with you at all times in the safe zone. Even if you do get your own car, it would make me feel a lot better if we got someone to drive with you or hang out with you while you work at the hospital. It would be even better if they're awakened and have some ability to protect you. Alex hesitated for a moment before saying the obvious fact. The thing is, I think you and I both want to avoid anything remotely similar to Tianluo happening again. Healers are valuable, and I can see many people making offers to you in the future for your services. It's not likely that you'll be willing or able to help them all. That's going to likely upset some people, and with people getting powers, I have a feeling it's not going to be a simple situation. Sam nodded, understanding the gravity of what he was saying. I get that. I will do anything to avoid that happening again. It feels like a waste to not help where I can. I can do so much for people, and I've always wanted to be able to help others. I trust you, and I think it would make me feel better to have someone else there with me. All right, well, good. Just keep up that communication and let me know if I'm acting overprotective. For now, though, let's talk to your parents about getting you a car, and I'll see if I can't get Edwin to begin looking for someone to drive you. Yeah, that would be great. Well, that's easy. See, no sweat. It could even be a good time for you to meet up with your parents while you're in the safe zone. I'm sure they'd love the attention. I still think your mom is taking this whole thing pretty hard. Sam nodded slowly and chewed on the inside of his lip as he thought about it. Yeah, I think that's best. I do miss them. He let out some air. Yeah, don't worry about it. She's just happy to have you back. I'm sure that as time passes, she will loosen her grip and let you have more space to breathe. There was something else. I have been level 29 for some time now. I think that if I go and spend a few days healing, I think I'll get my class advancement. Alex's face formed into a big, "Oh, and you're worried you don't know what to pick." Sam nodded in response, and Alex thought about it for a few minutes. Well, if you want to share your options with me when they come up, I can give you my thoughts, but the decision should be yours. Sam nodded again, and Alex called out for Edwin. Yes, Master Moore. Edwin, would you and Sam look more into how class advancement works? He and I both know a bit, but I saw that was one category you looked into extensively. I can link up with you both tomorrow morning, and we can go over how everything works so Sam is ready, and I'll need information in a few levels as well. Of course, sir. I'd be happy to assist, Mr. Grant. Would you like me to call Ms. Voss first? Sam closed the book and smiled at the butler, who led him up to Alex's office. Alone in the living room, Alex looked around and let out a contented sigh. He pulled out his phone and checked the Adventurers Guild app to see if there were any movements on the rifts he'd put their names in for. He let out a sigh and shook his head. What the hell? We can't even get into the uncommon boar rift that I was in before. Scrolling through his contacts, he pulled up Alana's number and hit call. Hey, Alex, how are you? Alana groaned on the other line. Yeah, stuff has been pretty quiet the last month, but we've lost access to several of our better rifts. It just means there is more competition for the ones we have. Lost access. Yeah, with the Hunters Association announcing these safe zones, they've backed off of their pressure from us a bit, at least openly. They've been moving their community protection assets into positions that are conveniently close to valuable rifts. Which ones did you put in for? Hold on, I can check the app, Alex said. Actually, she said before he could pull the phone away from his face, I've got one of our peacekeepers calling me on the other line. I've got to take this. Do you have Derek's number? Derek from our meeting? I don't think so. All right, I'll send it over to you, but I wouldn't hold your breath if I were you. There are a lot of people interested in those slots, and it may just not be something he can make work. There was a brief pause. No, that's strange. There are plenty of common rifts within driving distance that you should have no problem getting in. Let me just send this over. Derek can check for you. I'll talk to you, La. Oh, wait, before you go. Sam has been healing some people in the safe zone and wants to start making it a regular thing. Is that all right? It's not going to cause issues for you, is it? I can't imagine that it would. If anything, it'll just look great for us. I've got to go. If you need me, send me a text, and I'll call when I can. Alex stared at his phone for a moment before pulling up the new contact that Alana had sent him. He wasn't thrilled about having to pester people about answers, but Mark was right, they'd waited long enough. Derek answered, Alex, Alana said you'd give me a call. You didn't waste any time. What can I do for you? Yeah, we've been having some trouble getting into any rifts, even common ones. She said you were the one to talk to. We've been waiting for a couple of weeks now. I just checked the app again, and I can see open slots in 2 of the rifts we applied to. Derek's voice took an apologetic tone. The situation's a bit complicated. The Hunters Association has been, let's say, assertive about their presence near valuable rifts. They're not officially blocking access, but they're making it difficult, Alex finished. Exactly. And well, actually, I'm looking now, and Derek hesitated. There's a note in the guild system that says your group wouldn't mind waiting to get into rifts, given your already elevated power levels. What? Alex's face scrunched up in incredulity. That makes no sense. We need the experience just as much as anyone else, especially my friends who are just starting out. I can understand your frustration. I would have assumed you asked someone to put this note in here. I'm looking at the logs now. It seems that the note was put in about a week ago. I apologize. We should have reached out to you, but you're something of a VIP around here now. I didn't think you'd want to be bothered. Alex paced across the elevated portion of the living room behind the couch. Was it Rylan? He'd wasted time being patient and playing by the rules. At the same time, it seemed like someone was trying to prevent them from getting into the good rifts, and I just let it happen by trying not to make waves or inconvenience anyone. Damn, does it say who put the note in the system? No, it just says that it was put in by a peacekeeper. So not Rylan, Olivia. Why would she do something like that without telling me first? That makes no sense. Right, Alex said. Well, can you put us down for some immediate common rarity rifts in driving distance? I don't care if they're low level. We just need to get into 1 or 2 before Monday. Of course, I'll make sure your names get applied. You should see entry access come through this evening or tomorrow morning. So sorry, Mr. Moore. After the call ended, Alex put his forearm against the glass at head height and leaned his head against it, looking through the double doors and out past the courtyard. He watched Mark in the training area while he thought through his next steps. He tried to be careful, to be strategic, and not step on any toes. He wanted the group to be safe, sure, but other than Olivia and Sarah through their work, none of them had made progress but in a few skill levels. He had made big promises about them being a team and growing together, but that was almost a month ago, and there was basically nothing to show for it. Sam was close to advancing, which would potentially be a big power increase for the group. Alex had felt his own frustration growing at his lack of personal progress, but had pushed it off as a selfless gesture to help his friends get stronger. Yet here Mark was, still level 4 and Sarah only a level higher from her non-combat experience gained at work. Unless they found a high-level E-rank rift, Alex thought he would be hard-pressed to gain enough experience quickly to advance. But Sam was on the cusp, which could be a game-changer and the only consolation prize in the current situation. He'd also been waiting on Valthurian's evolution, hoping to find a better material than his mana pearl. In the new light of this situation, that also seemed foolhardy. The article said that Val needed to consume a high-quality material to push his race to advance and would enter hibernation for a period. There wasn't any reason to wait, and the idea of looking for something more valuable than a rare D-rank material seemed asinine. Time to stop being so damn passive. Alex and Mark stood at the back of his SUV with the door lifted, looking at Sam, who sat with his legs hanging off of the back. All right, you both have everything on the lists in your bags, right? Mark and Sam nodded in response, and Mark tapped his hip. Yep, ready to go. The large Polish man practically bounced from one foot to the other. Good, let's head down the trail. Why didn't Olivia come? Sam asked as he hopped from his perch on the back of the vehicle. She and Sarah both have to work. Well, it is Friday, Mark made a sound and said, imagine having a job. When Sam snickered, Alex spoke up as he closed the back. Sam, don't listen to him. Jobs are good. I'm already on thin ice with your mom for being the one to bring you in another rift. They wore layered clothes, bracing against the January chill, and talked as they walked down the small trail leading toward the rift. Alex had opted for a dark windbreaker over top of a light-colored hoodie, while Mark wore what he claimed was his lucky leather jacket. Sam wore his green hoodie under a puffy black jacket, making him look twice his normal size. The surrounding woods showed the signs of winter with their bare branches. The sunshine was broken by the intricate pattern created by the branches overhead, and the dead leaves across the ground mixed with the fresh air created a natural smell. Recent rains left the dirt trail muddy in spots and caused their boots to leave deep impressions in softer areas. Highway traffic could be heard from a short distance off, though it quickly faded as they moved down the trail and further from civilization. It's weird not having Val around, Sam said as he removed his staff from the spatial pouch. Yeah, he's been sleeping a lot more lately. I think it's a sign that I need to give him the mana pearl soon. Do you still feel like you should wait? I don't think I can find something better than that. Just that its D rank will make it better for him than almost anything else I could find. I just want to make sure I'm doing what's best for him. Anyway, the article said he'll be sleeping for a while as his body prepares to advance, so I'll probably give it to him in the next few days. I wonder how he'll change, Mark said, as he stepped over a root on the trail. Sam saw him and began to try to only step on the roots rather than the dirt of the trail. Let's hope it's not a dragon. I have no idea how I'd handle that. Can't he just stay small? Alex's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the moment when Valthurian answered his question on how big he'd get by sending the impression of a city skyscraper. Man, it would be cool to get a companion, Mark said as he poked Sam, attempting to make him miss the next stepping route. Sam hopped onto the dirt, unbothered. What if you were a companion? I always thought it would be cool to be a dog. Man, that would be a great life, Mark said. No stressors other than when you get your next meal and if you can scare away the birds outside the window. The group laughed and Alex knew that they had still another half-mile to go in their walk, but he wanted to go over the plan again. You have any more questions about the rift, me? Nah, dude, you've been over this with me like 5 times. Okay. Fine, also I don't care how many times you say it. I'm going to get magic. No one said that you can't. You're just doing it wrong, seriously. You can't just force a skill to manifest by willing the magic to happen. You have to at least try and guide or shape the mana on your own in the right way. Just let us buy you a skill to help with manipulating or using mana at the very least, and then you can work on earning the rest of the magic you want from there. No. You both got magical skills on your own. I can too. Mark's grin was infectious, and despite his boasts, Alex knew his friend wasn't too bothered by not having magic. It wasn't how he ever played games. The trio arrived at the rift entrance after another 10 minutes of walking. There was a large tent set up, similar to one that you might see at an event fair or farmer's market. Under the tent was a small space heater and a portable generator, warming two men who sat in foldable chairs. "Hey," Alex called while raising his hand. He fished his phone out of his pocket and showed it to the man who stood to talk to him. "First time in?" "Yeah, first time in this one. All three of us are awakened and members. We should be on the approved list for the Rift." "All right, let me see your IDs." All three of them complied, pulling up the AG app on their phone and clicking into the section that turned their phone into a landscape mode image for their guild identification. "Great, 1 mana stone each. You can put it on my guild tab." The man grunted. "Well, you're all set then. Normal rules apply. You can't close the Rift, but you can do your personal quests and contribute to the Rift quest so that when it does get closed, you'll get rewards for participating." Alex glanced over at Sam and saw him staring wide-eyed at the portal. Mark must have seen it too. "You're gonna watch my back in there, right, buddy?" He placed his hand on the teenager's shoulder and gave him a firm pat. Sam's jaw clenched, and he nodded several times. Mark let out a whoop and entered the Rift. First, Alex knew his friend's nonchalance was more exaggerated than normal in an attempt to put Sam at ease. Alex extended a mana thread to speak with Sam privately. "This is different than the last time, for both of us. We know what we're walking into and a good group to work around. Even if we didn't, you and I are so over-leveled for this place, I doubt anything in here could pose a threat to us." "Right?" Sam nodded his head once more with more determination. "Now, let's get in there before the big idiot does something he shouldn't." They grinned at each other and entered the Rift after their tank. His jacket came down as gravity reasserted itself, and he dismissed the blue windows that appeared in his vision. Looking around, he saw that the space just within the portal was a gray stone ruin with crumbling walls and green vines growing up the cracked surfaces. He saw Mark taking his jacket off and kneeling on the ground as he removed the spatial pouch from his waist. It was mind-boggling to see a large shield be pulled out of the small bag's opening. He set the large hunk of wood and metal to the side and reached back into his bag to remove the sledgehammer he had bought and been practicing with. Alex kept scanning as Sam also stopped to remove his jacket, and Mark finished stuffing his jacket into the bag. "Whoa," Alex said, looking past the crumbled walls to the forest beyond. The trees were similar to those they'd just left on Earth, but with subtle differences. The bark patterns didn't look quite right, and the leaves were mixed between shades of green and purple. Despite the warmth, Sam shivered and clutched at his staff. "Can we move away from this thing?" Alex looked back at the portal and nodded. It still made his hair stand up on end when close to one of the rifts. "Yeah." Alex followed Mark out of the ruins, followed by Sam, and removed his own jacket while keeping a close eye on the plants nearby. The forest floor was clear of leaves, though it was covered in moss and twigs fallen from branches. Logs on their sides sprouted mushrooms, and Alex could see through his heavenly eye that there were little floating bits of mana through the already mana-rich forest. As he put his own windbreaker into the spatial pouch, he willed his new wand to enter his hand and looked at it closely while smiling. "No sword today?" Mark asked. "Nice," Mark said energetically. "What are the ones I'm looking for again?" "Vine snappers." "Snap vines," Sam corrected, reciting the name that they'd read in the article before entering. He walked over to the nearest fallen tree and crouched down low with his staff across his legs. He peered closely at the mushrooms growing on its trunk. Alex looked around and tried to use his mana sight to spot any difference in the surroundings, but he couldn't see anything noticeable other than how thick the mana was in the rift compared to Earth. The entire forest was swimming with swirls of blue and green mana, with the occasional splash of brown or purple. "Not sure I'll be able to help much with scouting to start. At least not until I can see a bit more of what their mana looks like. You'll have to lead the way, Mark." "Nice, that's what we're here for anyway." He bent down and set the hammer to the side as he scraped away the top layer of moss. Grabbing a large handful of dirt, he threw it on the front of his shield before taking another handful and rubbing it on the surface. Mark muttered to himself, quiet enough that the other two could barely hear what he was saying. "Come on, Earth and Shield." When he was done, he straightened and rolled his shoulders. The 20-pound sledgehammer in his right hand swung at his side as if it weighed nothing. Alex let his focus split with parallel mind. He bent his arm at the elbow and raised his hand palm up by his side. He took a moment to orient his thoughts and only focus on the mainstream of consciousness, allowing the other to begin focusing on the gust ritual in the background. He'd used ritual insight on it recently and felt that he was close to a breakthrough in his smaller, modified version of the schematic. He was just missing a component somewhere and was determined to figure out what it was. His main attention remained on watching Mark and Sam, cautious of any plant life movement around them. "All right, so snap vines for Mark, and I'll take care of the poison spitters if we happen to see one, just so you guys aren't dealing with the poison and Sam isn't wasting mana on curing it." They moved through the forest together, and Alex knew that there were a few other groups within the rift from the AG app, but they couldn't see any signs of their passing. There's the chance that they've been in the rift for a while, killing the monsters or harvesting materials. He'd been surprised to note the request that came through from the guild after they'd been accepted into this rift. They were interested in offering additional rewards for poison sacs from the poison spitter creatures and small creatures that could be found in some trees called sap slugs. Alex had accepted, though it wasn't the group's focus to come to the rift. Realizing that he hadn't looked since dismissing them, he checked the personal and rift quests. Personal quest, culling the forest. Cull a total of 15 forest creatures. Rift quest, cleansing the forest. Slay a total of 1,000 of any forest creature. Oh, look, is that one of them? Mark asked, pointing. Alex looked over and could see the brown bulb sticking out of the ground with slightly darker green leaves sprouting around it. He focused his heavenly eye and felt a pulse from behind his eyes as he scanned the plant. Snap vine level 5. Class none. Primary stat, agility. Secondary stat, vitality. Most used ability, lash. Hostile flora creature. Yep, that one's for you. Remember, try and work on getting charged, but don't just rush in. We don't know. Mark called out with a whoop and raised his hammer over his head. He bent his knees and took off at a sprint toward the monster, his shield raised, calling for Narnia. Alex covered his face with his hand and shook his head. He looked up sharply as Mark yelped, and they heard a body slamming to the ground. His tight grip on the wand relaxed as Sam started laughing, and Mark called out a few more times in panic. They watched as several vines that had hidden in the mossy underbrush pulled themselves from the dirt and began to wave back and forth. All the while, the one that had wrapped itself around Mark's ankle slowly pulled him in toward the opening brown bulb. The blunt impact of the sledgehammer seemed not to bother the vine at all, but despite that, Alex was impressed with Mark's instincts. Despite being caught off guard, he landed on his hip and was able to keep most of his body protected from the other vines as he did his best to break the ones wrapped around his ankle. Just as Alex was getting ready to step in, Mark was able to bring the blunt weapon down on the vine in a way that made it loosen its grip. He scrambled backward, and even though he was panting heavily and favoring his other leg, he had a grin on his face. He raised his shoulder and ducked his head behind the kite shield as a vine slammed into it and then charged forward again. It was clear that he was watching his feet as he approached this time, carefully stepping over anything on the ground that might be a vine. Alex thought it looked comical and wondered how he must have looked in his early fights if someone had been watching him. He felt some heat rise to his cheeks, as he knew he'd be embarrassed. Good thing no one saw those fights. Mark closed the distance with his shield raised, high-stepping and preparing his hammer. When he reached the bulb, he struck down with force, and a satisfying crunch could be heard, similar to a branch snapping over a bed of leaves. He took one more hit from a stray vine and had to deliver a final blow before the green, whipping vines fell limp to the ground. Laughing, he held up the hammer and called out to Alex and Sam with a grin before sitting down. Man, that was a rush. I'm surprised at how much it hurts to take those hits, even through the shield. Here, let me help, Sam said. He stepped forward and crouched next to Mark while reaching out to hover his hands over his ankle. Sam nodded in response. The rift was all considered a nature zone, which increased the healing he did within its zone even without him needing nature's refuge active. Alex extended his hand and helped his friend up. Nice job. These might not be the best monsters to practice getting your charge skill on, but let's do this a bit differently next time. He reached into his pouch and removed a sword. Use this instead of your hammer. I know you want to use it, but the blade will work a lot better against the vines. Do you have a whole armory in there? This isn't even your sword, Mark said as he lifted the steel blade and looked at it. I have a lot in there, that's the whole point of a spatial pouch, right? Bag of holding, Mark corrected. Alex rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's just one of the weapons I got while in the Celestial Rift. You can keep it with you in your own pouch from now on, in case you ever need to switch again. Also, I know you want to do some of this on your own to feel like you're earning it, but I think that Sam or I should start the fight. Then you can come and defend us while pushing forward. Smart, then I'm at least getting the bonus from my trait, right? Alex nodded in response, and he felt excitement build as they began to theorize how they could best approach the rift as a team. Mark crouched behind his shield with the short sword by his side. The snap vine's brown bulb protruded from the ground a short distance ahead. Ready, Alex called from behind a tree to Mark's left. At Mark's nod, he lifted his wand and sent a mana bolt through the forest, causing several nearby bushes and branches to rattle together. The snap vine reacted instantly by lifting its hidden tendrils from the ground and whipping them toward Alex. Mark burst forward, shield raised, no longer having to high-step over potential vines. He intervened between Alex and the appendages. Through his left eye, Alex saw mana swirl around Mark before rushing into him, a clear sign his trait had activated. With his blanket increased to stats, Mark moved forward, and Alex used Feather Step to create distance from the fight. Nice, this just got easy, Sam called from his position near a fallen log. He held his staff at the ready, but the smile on his face told Alex that he was enjoying himself. Mark blocked a vine from his left, and as a second came in from his right, he stepped forward and swung in a fluid overhead slash. The blade of the short sword sliced easily through the monster. Unfortunately, this left Mark's back and left side open, and one of the many flailing limbs caught him between the shoulder blades. You just had to say it, Mark said through gritted teeth. Oops. Sam cast Rejuvenation while holding his staff forward. Sam normally cast his spells through his right hand, and Alex thought the way the boy cast with the staff looked like something out of a fantasy epic. He held the staff in his left hand and raised his arm horizontally while raising his right hand behind the knot at the top of the staff. He told Alex that while holding the staff, the Healing Eye enchantment allowed him to cast the skill through the staff and gain the bonus. Green mana coalesced around Sam's right hand and transferred into the head of the staff before bursting. In the next instant, Mark had ethereal leaves floating down around his body. Ha! Mark reached the bulb and swung with 3 quick strikes, causing a purple liquid to bleed from the bulb before the vines fell limp. Alex received a kill notification in his vision, though he was certain that with how little he participated and how low of a level the monster was, he wouldn't get much experience from the fight. Alex smiled as Mark came back, holding the sword in the same hand that his shield was strapped to, and shook his free right hand. As he got closer, Alex noted that his hand wasn't empty. That strategy worked well. How's your back feel? Mark shrugged. Fine, look. Too bad Val isn't here. He held out a mana stone and tossed it to Alex before he bent and rubbed more dirt onto his shield. Hey, I think I see one of the other ones over there, Sam said, pointing toward a dark mass of thorny vines in the shade beneath a fallen tree. One of the root crawlers. Alex focused on it and nodded as the information appeared. Yeah, level 6. Want to try this one? Sam's grip tightened on his staff, but he stepped forward. Will you help? I'll try to do what Mark did and get to the base. Of course, Alex felt a small knot of anxiety in his stomach. While he knew the creature didn't pose any real threat to Sam, it would still hurt to get stuck with those large thorns on its body. Mark, hang back on this one unless you want to just help Sam block. Just call if you need me, dude. Sam kept his staff in his left hand and pulled a dagger from his belt. It was one of the many he'd taken from the altar where Yura was trapped, and it looked almost comical in Sam's hand. The blade was closer to a kitchen cleaver than a pocket knife. How do you plan to tackle the fight? Don't forget that Mark and I are a part of your team. You can use us in this, just like how Mark used me. Sam hesitated and lowered his dagger. He looked toward the mass of roots, each as thick as a man's biceps and intertwined to look like a coiled mass of solid vegetation. Well, if you used your strong heating ritual under it, I think that would kill it right away, but then I didn't really do anything. I don't really know. I want to try and fight it on my own first. Can you just watch? Nodding, Alex took a step back but tightened his grip on his wand. He stopped using parallel mind to work on the gust ritual and instead focused his attention on actively creating a concentrated heating ritual. He wanted to be ready in the event Sam did need his help. He was impressed with the teen's resolve even knowing he was likely to get hurt. He wanted to try to tackle the problem as he'd seen Mark do. Sam squared his shoulders and raised his staff defensively before moving forward. All 3 of them were surprised to see how slowly the crawler moved. Sam was upon it and swinging the dagger several times before it even began to lift itself from the ground. Alex winced internally as he saw Sam hack away at the thick roots with little to no result. It looked like taking a machete to the base of a tree. While the tool might be effective when used on a sapling, it was clearly the wrong weapon for his current fight. Sam kept at it for several minutes, and even though he'd made little headway, Alex had to respect his resolve. Despite constantly being poked by the thorns, he had formed a plan to slowly tease out the roots from the bundle. If there was a blunt tap on the roots, they attempted to reach out or shift in that direction from the main body. The teen stopped trying to hack his way through and instead took a slower approach to lure its limbs away from the center mass by pulling some right and then shifting to its other side to pull the other side slowly away from the center. When the center mass was a loose mess of cords, Sam cast Rejuvenation on himself before stepping in and thrusting with the knife. He repeated the action once more, gaining long cuts on his arm both times. But soon, the monster fell to the ground. Stepping back, he quickly put the knife into his pouch before reaching down with his free hand to use Healing Touch on his own arm. Way to go. Great job, but how about we avoid doing it that way again? Alex asked as he walked up to Sam. His long-sleeved shirt had been torn and stained with his blood. He could see Sam's wince, though it was quickly covered by a nervous smile. Yeah, that wasn't fun, but I did it. His smile morphed into something more genuine before he nodded. Yeah, next time you just blast it. Alex reached into the center carefully and felt around for a mana stone. He found one and added it to his pouch before high-fiving Sam. One for each of you, nice. He let his concentrated heating ritual disappear before swapping back to his gust ritual testing. Sam scrunched his face and looked at Alex's hand. I can't tell what you're doing, but I constantly feel mana in that hand. What are you working on? Alex smiled and pointed his hand at a nearby trunk before pursing his lips, blowing toward his hand, and pulsing the mana through his thread. The same gust he'd hit Mark within their living room came out stronger as he put more mana into the blast. However, being that it was a single gust of concentrated wind, It didn't do much beyond slapping against the tree's trunk. Well, I am trying to figure out how to turn this into a bolt or a blade. The problem is I've never seen a ritual that has that effect or components that could help me turn this into something more like a projectile than a concentrated gust. Sam bent over at the waist and looked at the thorny roots with interest. He answered distractedly, "What if you change what you're putting in the ritual?" Alex perked up. "The catalyst." He deflated just as quickly. "Well, I guess that could work. I didn't think of it, but I'm trying to use this ritual specifically because I just need a source of wind and mana to activate it. If I can get away from needing to carry around and throw out catalysts, I'm getting closer to practical magic. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't work if you had to sacrifice a dagger or something each ritual to make it have a blade." Sam continued to focus on the root with interest. He looked over to Mark, who was watching one of the floating bugs with interest. "Hey Mark, can you cut some of these up for me?" Mark trudged over. Yep. He removed a hatchet from his pouch and started cutting up some roots. "How long?" The two continued talking as Alex contemplated Sam's idea. "The catalyst is supposed to be more about the concept of what's going into the ritual. I remember going over this with Yura, but I still can't get my mind around the concept. He told me to stick to using physical items in the rituals for the time being, but what about something that's not physical?" Alex looked down at his hand and noted the wand. "Oh shit," he said to himself. Alex pulled up his status screen to check his mana and let loose 3 bolts rapidly at a tree at 7 mana per bolt. The result was consistent, and he held his breath as he used his other hand to form a slightly larger gust ritual in the air. Rather than a concentrated burst, he formed the base of the ritual from a square, forcing the mana to remain trapped within the confines for a time. When he finished, the completed ritual was the size of a sewer grate. He looked at it with his mana sight before shaking his head and dismissing it. "Ready?" Mark called. "1 sec."